Chapter 1. The year 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar, 40 years before Luffy set sail. Pains, 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 a series of anguished groans emanated from a rocky outcrop by the shore. A small boy, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, clutched his head and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Damn it! Who lacks civic responsibility to throw things from such a height? Can't you be more mindful? Do you not realize there are people below? The boy grumbled, massaging his aching head with a frown of irritation. His eyes were filled with fury and discontent, clearly incensed by the unknown object that had struck him on the head moments before. Humph! Don't think this is just going to be brushed aside. Just wait, I will definitely sue you, the boy exclaimed through gritted teeth. However, as he endured the throbbing pain and stood up to survey his surroundings, he was suddenly taken aback. What on earth is this place? How did he end up in such an unfamiliar environment? He had originally thought he would be lying in a hospital bed receiving treatment. Yet here he was, on a desolate coastline, surrounded only by cold, hard rocks and an endless expanse of ocean. At that moment, a severe headache struck him again, as if 1,000 steel needles were piercing his skull simultaneously. Accompanied by the excruciating pain, a fragment of memory surged forth like a tidal wave. Sea Circle calendar. This sudden recollection plunged the boy into a profound confusion. The merging of two sets of memories caused a chaotic jumble within the boy's mind. Half an hour later, he had managed to organize his thoughts. He was utterly astounded. The world of One Piece? In the next instant, a piercing wail filled the air. No, I merely enjoyed this manga, but I do not wish to enter this world. Heavens, earth, I beseech you, send me back. I promise I will never insult you beneath the manga again. Of course, how could it be reasonable for a rubber fruit to transform into a mythical beast? What's wrong with saying so? After fervently praying to the heavens and various deities, he realized that aside from the distant cawing of crows flitting through the trees, his prayers were utterly ineffectual. The boy gradually regained his composure. Following a brief period of despair, his logical reasoning and objective rationality, remnants of his past life as a lawyer in the Dragon Kingdom, began to take precedence. There's no choice now. I must first observe the situation. Perhaps there is useful information, he thought after a moment of reflection. He discovered that his current name was Rotsmandy. The year was 1480, and he hailed from a modestly affluent merchant family in the West Sea. A week prior, he had boarded a merchant ship with his parents for a leisure trip. Just yesterday morning, he and his parents had joyfully boarded a merchant vessel, preparing to return home. However, as the ship sailed into the midnight hour, a fierce storm suddenly erupted upon the sea. His parents had hastily stuffed him into a wooden barrel filled with fruit. Before they could find refuge in another barrel, they were swept away into the depths by a colossal tsunami. Meanwhile, the waves had knocked him unconscious within the barrel, and upon waking, he found himself in this predicament. The souls of two worlds had merged. Suddenly, Rotsmandy's head throbbed once more. The memories from both worlds began to intertwine and coalesce again. Half an hour later, the boy, clutching his head in agony, finally settled down. The two souls had completely fused into one, indistinguishable from each other. After a prolonged moment, Rotsmandy rose from the rocks and began to survey his surroundings. Gazing at his diminutive 9-year-old frame, he was reminded of his parents, who had been swept into the sea while attempting to save him. A profound sorrow flickered in his eyes. Yet, Rotsmandy forcefully stifled his feelings of grief and quickly rallied himself. No, I cannot succumb to despair. This is not the time for sorrow. Now is not the time for sadness or hopelessness. If he lost all hope for survival, he would likely perish indeed. His parents had risked everything to save him. He could not let them down. No matter what, he must not give in to despair. He had to strive to survive. After mentally fortifying himself, Rotsmandy began to assess his surroundings. A glance around revealed no signs of human habitation or activity. In his past life, he had not only immersed himself in the intricacies of legal texts, but had also been captivated by the thrilling world of One Piece. Simultaneously, he held a deep admiration for the harrowing survival journey depicted in the tales of Dagu. with the souls fused. For the sake of clarity, let this life be regarded as that of the One Piece world, while his previous life is to be considered from the Blue Star. At this moment, faced with such a strange and unknown situation, the immediate priority was to ascertain his current state. As he turned about, Roatsmandy refrained from venturing onto the island. In the absence of clarity regarding the situation, it would be unwise to recklessly enter the island. The scale of this island remained a mystery. Should he inadvertently lose his way within, he might indeed find himself in a perilous predicament. Moreover, who could ascertain whether fierce beasts lurked within the island? Once he had gleaned an understanding of the current circumstances, Roatsmandy began to scrutinize his surroundings. He noticed not far off a large tree that had broken for an unknown reason. After carefully examining its texture to determine direction, he then tilted his head to gaze at the sun in the sky, which hung high above the eastern horizon. From this, he deduced that it was likely morning, with ample time remaining before nightfall. He noted the many tall and stately coconut trees that surrounded him. The branches were laden with enormous coconuts. Thus, he resolved to attempt to gather some of these coconuts. Water was of utmost importance. Following this, he planned to search along the island's edge for a suitable spot to construct a rudimentary shelter. However, gazing at the towering coconut trees before him, a frown crossed Roatsmandy's face. How high? How am I supposed to climb up there? He scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, he spotted a cluster of withered vines nearby, and an idea struck him. He utilized these vines to fashion a simple rope. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the area where the vines grew. After using a stick to part the vines and ensuring there were no snakes or colorful insects lurking within, he plucked several withered vines from the earth with his small hands and twisted them together. With the makeshift vine in hand, he approached the coconut tree, looping the vine around the trunk and securing it around his waist. Tying a firm knot, he tested it and found it sturdy enough before beginning to climb. Halfway up, he suddenly noticed something peeking out from behind a nearby rock, a wooden barrel. Roatsmandy's heart soared with joy. Wasn't that the very barrel his parents had stuffed him into? Before losing consciousness, he vividly recalled that the barrel contained several pieces of fruit yet to be spilled. If the barrel still held some remnants, it might alleviate his current predicament. Without further ado, Roatsmandy abandoned his quest for coconuts and swiftly descended the tree. He dashed toward the wooden barrel. As he approached, he was elated to discover a few scattered fruit strewn about beside the barrel. It seems I was flung out of the barrel due to the inertia of the waves. Fortunately, I am close to the shore, otherwise I would have met my end, Roatsmandy mused as he surveyed the scene. After gathering the fallen fruits, Roatsmandy moved toward the barrel to see if anything remained inside. If it was empty, he intended to drag the barrel ashore as well. This is a valuable item. The components on top could prove quite useful, Roatsmandy thought gleefully. When he finally managed to haul the wooden barrel onto the shore and peered inside, he was taken aback. There were indeed some fruits remaining, but that was not the main point. The highlight was a strangely shaped fruit nestled within. As he held the fruit in his hands, he discerned its peculiar form. It resembled a fruit with wings, akin to a pair of crossed wings clasped before the body. Intertwined within the wings were patterns of swirling lightning, exuding an air of oddity. Is this a devil fruit? Roatsmandy scrutinized the fruit closely. Having recognized it from the various fruits depicted in the manga, Roatsmandy identified it as a devil fruit. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and took a bite to this moment. Some might exclaim, questioning how one could dare to consume something without knowing its capabilities, pondering what to do if those abilities prove to be worthless. Yet, there is little that can be done. A 9-year-old child stranded on a deserted island, facing life and death. Swallowing it down, even the most abysmal abilities could enhance the chances of survival. What is the alternative to not consuming it? Oh, it's horrid. My heavens, I might perish. Upon the first bite, a cacophony of flavors assaulted his senses, nearly inducing a gag reflex. Nevertheless, he persevered, forcing himself to swallow. Determined not to waste, he endured and consumed the entire fruit. There exists a saying from a previous life: suggesting that fully consuming the fruit significantly increases the chances of awakening its powers, its veracity unknown. He chose to partake as a gesture of respect. Once finished, Rosemandy's entire being transformed to a pallid gray. From his mouth emerged a diminutive specter. It seemed he was on the brink of collapse. After a brief moment, Rosemandy gradually regained his composure. My heavens, that was utterly vile. I feel as though my soul may well escape from the horrid taste. Suddenly, Rosemandy began to writhe in agony, clawing at his back. To his astonishment, a small mound began to protrude from the region of his scapula, rapidly enlarging. In no time at all, a pair of resplendent white wings sprouted from his back. Upon closer inspection, tiny arcs of electricity danced between the feathers. In the instant the wings fully formed, Rosemandy sensed an urge at the center of his forehead, as if something were attempting to emerge, yet did not materialize instead. A silver, river-like pattern manifested on his brow, adding an air of mystery to his already handsome visage. With eyes closed, Rosemandy's mind was flooded with the name of the fruit and its foundational abilities. This is astonishing. It is the Mythical Zoan type. The human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Judgment Angel form. Is this truly my luck? Incredible. Whatever the case, I have struck gold. Rosemandy danced with exuberance, even allowing his cultural heritage to spill forth. It is no wonder he was so thrilled in the world of One Piece. Devil fruits are categorized into three primary types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Paramecia is self-explanatory, characterized by elemental transformation, with a lava fruit, glint fruit, and ice fruit being particularly renowned. Zoan encompasses a myriad of superhuman abilities, with the quake fruit and float fruit standing as prime examples. The Zoan type is famously known for its resilience and regenerative capabilities. The Mythical Zoan type is particularly rare within the Zoan category. As for the human fruit of the Mythical Zoan type, in the manga, aside from Sengoku's human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Buddha form, there is also Chopper's human fruit, Mythical Zoan, ordinary form. Thus, it can be deemed exceedingly rare. As the fleeting thrill ebbed like a receding tide, Rosemandy dug a small pit in the sandy shore. Drawing some seawater into the hollow, he used its reflective surface to behold his current visage. Then his eyes sparkled with delight. I look so handsome. Rosemandy gazed in awe at his transformed appearance. I seem to have grown considerably taller. My physique has also become much more robust. At this moment, Rosemandy's height, which had once been around 1.45 meters, had surged to approximately 1.8 meters, thanks to the Mythical Zoan fruit. He now possessed a well-proportioned figure with sharp facial features. Behind him, his snow-white wings shimmered with arcs of blue electricity, gently unfurling. With silvery short hair gently swaying in the sea breeze, the silver-blue lines of his forehead flickered intermittently. Meanwhile, the fundamental abilities of the fruit emerged in Rosemandy's mind: the Celestial Eye and Thunder Wings. The Celestial Eye possesses the powers of dispelling illusions, expanding vision, and breaking through magical defenses. Its ability to dispel illusions allows one to see through the vulnerabilities in an opponent's defense. The vision expansion grants Rosemandy a remarkable 270-degree perspective. Compared to the ordinary human range of approximately 150 to 180 degrees, an impressive increase. The power to break through magical defenses enables him to pierce through all forms of protection. He tested it, but found it currently inaccessible. Perhaps due to a lack of stamina. The Celestial Eye also enhances his vision, allowing him to see great distances. The Thunder Wings bestow upon Rosemandy the ability to fly swiftly and manipulate lightning, unleashing fierce electrical attacks upon his foes. Although he cannot transform his entire being into lightning like the Thunder Fruit, the combination of lightning and mythical beast lineage produces a terrifying transformation. The electrifying stimulation to his cells grants Rosemandy formidable regenerative capabilities, akin to a toned-down Wolverine, while not comparable to the vast quantities of lightning produced by the Thunder Fruit. The Celestial Eye promises powerful energy manipulation. Naturally, all these abilities require physical stamina to sustain them. After comprehending his full range of powers, Rosemandy found a sharp stone on the ground. He decisively slashed his palm, causing blood to flow. Yet, in a mere 5 seconds, his hand had healed completely. Rosemandy was exhilarated. He had struck gold. Merely by picking up a fruit, he had acquired a mythical beast lineage, along with the abilities of flight and ranged attacks. with this newfound strength. He felt secure on the deserted island. As he spread his wings, Rothesmandi gently lifted off the ground, slowly soaring into the air. Ha ha ha, I'm flying, he exclaimed, joyfully flailing in midair. Suddenly, he lost his balance, and the disparity in the speed of his wings caused him to spiral downwards. Oh no. Oh, help. With a thud, Rothesmandi embedded himself into the sandy beach. Ugh, this sand is so salty. He extricated himself from the sand. Realizing he was unscathed. So robust, this mythical beast lineage, he muttered to himself. Just then, a wave of hunger washed over Rothesmandi, and he felt faint. His current physical condition was indeed somewhat inadequate. To unleash more of his abilities. He recognized the necessity of a robust physique. At present, his celestial eye was merely a pattern, granting him only the abilities of dispelling illusions and expanding his vision. He could not activate the divine light. Nor could he fully open his eye. He sensed that certain conditions were required to unlock the celestial eye, whether it be stamina or willpower. Pondering this, Rothesmandi decided it was best to first attend to his hunger. He turned and bent down to pick up a fruit exuding an enticing aroma from the ground. Taking a gentle bite, the sweet juice burst forth, intoxicating him with delight. Delicious. It might have been due to his hunger. But Rothesmandi found the fruit exceptionally sweet and juicy. He devoured it in a few bites and then reached for another. As time ticked by, 20 minutes slipped away unnoticed, and soon all the fruits he had gathered were consumed. Originally, he intended to save some, but his hunger got the better of him. Well, I'm about 50% full, he said, patting his belly as he stood up. At that moment, he remembered the wings on his back. What about these wings? Can I retract them? Rothesmandi mused, a frown on his face. He was determined to leave this place and did not wish to be gawked at upon his exit. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck him. With a thought, he commanded his wings to converge before him. Gradually, they became ethereal, melding with his upper body, transforming into intricate wing-like patterns that adorned him. The intertwining designs, resembling wings, formed a tattoo of arcs of electricity, presenting a three-dimensional feathered visual. The black lines gave a striking appearance, while the blue arcs added an aesthetic allure. After retracting his wings, Rothesmandi observed the fish swimming in the sea. The wing patterns on his upper body began to pulse rhythmically. Slowly, they reshaped into wings as he summoned a portion of his energy, following an instinctive impulse. With a powerful flap of his wings, arcs of electricity danced upon them, propelling forth like arrows towards the ocean's surface. The arcs sparked across the water, and soon, a bounty of large fish surfaced, their bellies glistening in the sunlight, accusing Rothesmandi of unfairness. Collecting the fish, he discarded the ordinary ones, for they were often poisonous. On the shore, Rothesmandi gathered a considerable amount of firewood. Utilizing the arcs of electricity from his wings, he ignited the wood and skewered the fish, roasting them by the fire. After savoring the grilled fish and feeling the fullness in his belly, Rothesmandi reclined contentedly on the beach. After a brief respite, he stood to find the sun positioned high in the azure sky, indicating it was around noon. He made his way to a nearby flat area, gathering a handful of coconut leaves. Standing beside a small tree, he clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. A spark flickered in his eyes as he swung his fist down onto the tree. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered under the force. He repeated this method to fell 3 small trees. Rothesmandi arranged the 3 trees in a triangular formation, constructing a framework for a makeshift tent. He spread the coconut leaves atop it, creating a simple shelter. Then, he collected more wood and built a fire in front of the tent. This task, seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite demanding, consuming about 4 hours of his time. By the time Rothesmandi completed his work, the sun had begun its descent in the sky. Using the same method as before, he stunned a number of large fish with electricity, preparing another feast of grilled fish. After the meal, he sat in front of his tent, gazing into the campfire and the setting sun. Memories of his past life flooded his mind, recalling his late grandparents who had raised him. As for his parents from that life, they had perished in a landslide while he was still an infant. In this life, his parents had gone missing while trying to save him. A wave of sorrow washed over him, overwhelming his heart. In a solemn act, Rothesmandi placed 2 mounds of earth nearby his tent. He split a piece of wood in half, and, with the ashes from the burnt coal, inscribed the words resting place of loved ones upon them. He then covered the mounds with stones, paying homage to his lost family. Having completed these tasks, the sky had completely darkened. Rothesmandi surrounded his tent with a scatter of dry wood and dug several small pits. With these preparations finished, Rothesmandi lay within the tent, tending to the bonfire, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence, and by the break of dawn, as the first light of day crept in, the birds in the trees began to chirp merrily. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed along the coastline, the sound of a branch snapping. In the tranquility of the morning, It was jarringly loud. A creature, adorned with dark spots reminiscent of a leopard, emerged, stepping upon the branches with a muffled thud. It was considerably larger than an ordinary leopard. The appearance of this spotted beast silenced the birds momentarily, yet it paid no heed to them. Its gaze was fixated intently on the triangular tent. Its keen nose had detected the scent of prey within. The spotted leopard advanced cautiously, disregarding the subtle sounds of twigs snapping underfoot, for the island was littered with fallen branches that would occasionally crackle underfoot. It was accustomed to the noise, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, the leopard lunged towards the tent, just as its claws were about to tear through the fabric. A fist, moving faster than the beast, shattered the tent, landing squarely on the leopard's face, sending it sprawling backwards. The black-spotted creature quickly regained its footing, adopting a defensive stance as it faced the silver-haired youth who had risen to confront it. "Do you know that waking someone up so early can provoke a fierce case of morning grumpiness?" Rothsmandy remarked, his ire directed at the massive leopard before him, which was at least twice the size of an ordinary one. He too assumed a defensive posture. Standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, Rothsmandy found himself facing a leopard nearly 1.5 meters in height. The sheer size of the creature heightened his alertness. Although Rothsmandy had consumed the fruit of the mythical beast, granting him formidable strength, his combined memories from 2 lifetimes offered him scant combat experience. This left him with raw power but little knowledge of how to wield it effectively. As his forehead began to pulsate, he activated the fundamental ability of his divine eye, Perception Shatter, seeking the leopard's weak points. Through the lens of Perception Shatter, the leopard's form transformed into a 3-dimensional outline. Rothsmandy focused on a specific spot just below the leopard's waist, where he perceived a vulnerability, indicative of a prior injury. In a seemingly careless manner, he stumbled slightly, prompting the leopard to believe it had found an opportunity. It lunged swiftly towards Rothsmandy. As the leopard neared, poised to bite, Rothsmandy suddenly bore a peculiar smile. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the leopard's attack. The creature's front paw, upon landing, inadvertently stepped into a small pit, causing it to lose its balance and topple forward. Seizing the moment, Rothsmandy delivered a powerful punch to the previously identified weak spot. With a single blow, he shattered the leopard's defenses, striking through its body. Then, with wings that shimmered with arcs of electricity, he swept them forward. The black-spotted leopard, feeling the agony of being pierced, had no time to emit a cry before Rothsmandy's electrified wings struck, extinguishing the creature's life force. As the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, Rothsmandy felt a sense of satisfaction with his recent tactics, grateful to nature for providing breakfast. "Oh, how deeply moved I am," Rothsmandy exclaimed while dragging the leopard away. He prepared the creature for cooking, igniting a fire using the powers of his wings and beginning his barbecue. The tantalizing scent of roasted leopard made Rothsmandy's mouth water. Suddenly parched, he transformed his wings and gently flapped them, lifting himself to the top of a coconut tree, where he gathered several coconuts. Returning to the roasting leopard, he tore off a hind leg, savoring its tender, juicy flesh. "Delicious, so fresh and succulent," he exclaimed, though it lacked salt. It was still remarkably tasty. Thus, Rothsmandy enjoyed his breakfast, alternating between coconut water and meat. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he began to contemplate his future plans. Having acquired the abilities of the mythical beast, he resolved to develop his newfound powers. Great strength must be supported by a robust physique. He recalled the overwhelming force of the shockwaves wielded by Sengoku, who also possessed a mythical lineage. In contrast, he felt his own power was pitifully insignificant. Thus, physical training became a priority. In his past life, he had watched numerous fitness videos, which would now serve him well. Furthermore, he envisioned his future adventures as a pirate hunter, or perhaps joining the Navy. The thought of piracy was unappealing, save for a few adventurous crews akin to the Straw Hat Pirates. The majority were steeped in villainy and crime, growing up under the red flag in the gentle spring breeze. He held a deep disdain for such matters. A person who has never experienced light cannot fathom its beauty, yet once one has tasted it, they would never willingly return to darkness. Humanity, despite its complexities, shares a common yearning for light. As for the prospect of becoming a pirate hunter, that too was an option. However, there was a significant concern. Until he became invincible, he must avoid provoking the bubble dragons. After all, he was but a single individual, and defending the bubble dragons could summon admirals to his aid, which would be quite troublesome. Yet, he couldn't help but think of the repugnant deeds the bubble dragons committed in the manga. Could he truly restrain himself if faced with them? Regarding the Navy, based on his recollections and the manga, it was clear that a substantial portion of the Navy harbored a sense of justice. Of course, there were those who groveled before the celestial dragons and nobles, many of whom had lost their principles, colluding with pirates and the aristocracy to commit heinous acts. For instance, decades later, the tragedies on Nami's island arose from the collusion between Captain Mouse and Arlong. Joining the Navy would grant access to the greatest strength, resources, and talent, essential for achieving his goals in this extraordinary world where a single powerful individual could obliterate an island. The common folk, regardless of their numbers, could not contend with such might. As for the Revolutionary Army, given his memories, it seemed that the year was 1480 in the maritime calendar. He was uncertain whether the God Valley incident had commenced. Speculation suggested that Dragon, or perhaps Monkey D. Dragon, was of a similar age to his own. The Revolutionary Army was not yet established, so he would keep it as a backup plan, having grown up under the red flag. The essence of class struggle was ingrained within him that he still remembered their declarations vividly that if necessary, he would forge his own path. For now, the Navy stood as his primary choice. All right then, it is still too early to dwell on these thoughts. Without strength, aspirations remain mere fantasies. It is time to begin honing my physique and enhancing my power. Observing the surroundings, he deduced that it was unlikely anyone would approach in the near future. Thus, he resolved to explore this island. Observe if there are any signs of life. If none are found, commence your training. Dedicate a portion of each day to soaring high and far, scanning the horizon for any approaching vessels. Naturally, until your strength has significantly improved, it would be unwise to venture too far from the island, for Rothsmandy himself is unaware of his exact location, should he lose his way in the vast ocean. With his stamina depleted, he might become the first mythical beast to perish by drowning in history. Subsequently, Rothsmandy turned and ventured deeper into the island, embarking on his journey of survival. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of the small island, a piece of news swept across the globe, sending shockwaves throughout the world. The Rock's pirates had launched an assault on the Valley of the Gods, only to be vanquished by the Navy. Led by Sengoku and Garp, Rocks met his demise, and aside from a few formidable officers and a handful of crew members who managed to escape, the rest were annihilated. This revelation sent tremors through the world. Those particularly well-informed were privy to hidden details surrounding the event. Among those who defeated the Rock's pirates were the Roger pirates. Yet this information remained unreported, shrouded in secrecy. The most formidable pirate faction had been shattered, causing a tumultuous upheaval across the seas. As a result, the confidence of many pirates waned, with numerous individuals succumbing to despair, quietly extinguished, while others hoarded their treasures, retreating into hiding. In this turbulent time, the Navy and the world government basked in their newfound prominence. The Iron Fist Garp, the strategic Sengoku, and the Black Arm Zephyr became household names. However, this turmoil also presented an opportunity for ambitious individuals eager to seize their share amidst the chaos. The tide of blood surged across the seas as one after another. Aspiring pirates plunged into the fray, vying for the territory once held by Rocks. This was a feast for the strong and a lament for the weak. Unbeknownst to these main characters, Rothsmandy commenced his life of survival on the island. Each day was filled with meals, exercise, soaring to survey for ships, and honing his abilities, creating a repetitive cycle. Before he realized it, a year had slipped by, ushering in the year 1481 of the Sea Circle. Across the boundless ocean, 3 blue and white warships sped across the waves, their sails adorned with seagull patterns flapping fiercely in the wind. In their wake, 4 tattered black sailing vessels fled in disarray. "Captain, they are closing in on us," a crew member shouted anxiously to his captain. Blood Hand, Woat Lord, the notorious pirate with an 8 million bounty, adjusted his captain's hat with one hand while shielding his eyes from the sun. The other hand, wrapped in bandages, dripped with crimson liquid from where his palm had been lost. His tattered clothing and the injured state of his crew revealed that they had recently endured a brutal clash. "Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Keep it up, and I'll rip your heart out so you can understand how I earned this Blood Hand," Woat Lord snarled, his eyes ablaze with fury. By a twist of fate, Woat Lord had just ravaged a small town when he encountered the patrolling Vice Admiral Crane and the warships of the Navy's G-146 Division, which had been dispatched for assistance. Upon witnessing the devastation in the town, Crane left behind 2 ships of soldiers and officers to provide aid while relentlessly pursuing the Bloodhand pirates with the 3 warships under his command. During this pursuit, 3 pirate vessels were sunk, with the first mate and 3 officers consigned to the depths of the sea. "Vice Admiral, the enemy ships have entered firing range. Shall we engage?" A Navy commander approached Crane, saluting with precision at T-33 years old. Crane, along with Garp and Zephyr, shared a similar age, having been active around the same time. Her eyes burned with determination, fixated on the fleeing pirate group. The horrors witnessed in the town solidified her resolve to completely eradicate this pirate crew. Unleash a full barrage. Leave no survivors, Crane commanded coldly. After a furious exchange of cannon fire, only the ship bearing the captain remained afloat. The others had been sent to the ocean's depths, along with their crew. Vice Admiral, won't you spare me? I promise I'll never return to the West Sea. Woat Lord, drenched in blood, shouted at the Navy warship. Ask the innocent lives you have taken if they would forgive you. Crane replied icily to those words. Despair washed over Woat Lord. Reduced to nothing more than an 8 million bounty pirate facing a Vice Admiral of the Navy, his chances of survival were bleak. In his hopelessness, as he scanned the surroundings with a telescope, he suddenly spotted a small island ahead. This sight ignited a flicker of hope within him, with no chance of outrunning the Navy vessels. His only option for survival lay in reaching the island. He quickly instructed his crew, "There is a small island ahead. We shall make landfall and scatter within its depths." The other pirates, elated by the prospect of escape, fervently steered their ship toward the island. During their flight, they endured several cannon strikes from the pursuing warships. The vessel took on water and began to list perilously, yet fortune smiled upon them as they reached the shore. Vice Admiral, the pirates have all fled into the woods, reported a lieutenant aboard the ship. According to the charts, this is an uninhabited, desolate island. Disembark, leaving 13 behind to hide on the ship. Their vessel is damaged. Unless they steal our ship, they have no other means of escape. Half of the officers were instructed to remain concealed aboard. Stay vigilant for any lurking pirates or hidden experts. The rest of you, come with me to the island, and we will create the illusion that all have disembarked, surrounding the island on 3 sides while leaving one gap to prevent the pirates from making a desperate escape. Advance with caution. All personnel are to follow orders. Should you encounter any pirates, show no mercy. Kill them without hesitation. They do not deserve the luxury of imprisonment. Crane swiftly devised a plan based on the island's current conditions and personnel. Understood. The crew aboard the warship saluted and began to execute Crane's orders. However, none anticipated that this island harbored not only pirates in the Navy, but also a certain individual who had lived as a wild man for an entire year. Upon reaching the island, the pirates scattered in a frantic escape. Captain Woat Lord, of course, did not intend to let his crew flee out of kindness. Rather, he understood that this was the only way to defuse their collective target, thereby increasing his own chances of survival. In the chaos, he stripped the clothing from a deceased crew member, donned the attire of a common sailor, discarded his captain's garb, and blended in with the ordinary crew members to evade capture. Yet as he fled, a sense of unease began to creep in. Among the 10 or so trusted crew members who had been fleeing alongside him, he gradually noticed that several had vanished. In the midst of their frantic escape, he had lost track of them, and upon stopping, he could distinctly sense that their numbers had dwindled. What is happening? Why are there so few of us left? Didn't we have 10 or so? Woat Lord inquired of his remaining trusted men. I don't know. We were so focused on running forward that we didn't pay attention to the others. How could they have disappeared? One crew member replied. Strange indeed. Perhaps they went off in a different direction. Woat Lord, being a quintessential pirate, understood that betrayal and being betrayed were part and parcel of their existence. That he glanced back, noting that the Navy had yet to catch up. Let us rest for a minute. Then we shall make haste in the opposite direction. That we will return to the woods and set a fire to obscure the Navy's line of sight. Waiting for an opportune moment to steal a warship, the illustrious captain of the ship, contemplating the potential fortune to be gained from a successful heist, was momentarily distracted by the raucous enthusiasm of his trusted subordinates. Just as this band of pirates settled down, lowering their guard, a sudden cry of "feather kill" pierced the air. A multitude of electrified feathers erupted from the foliage, imbued with formidable penetrating power. The ordinary trees stood no chance, being easily pierced through. In a swift moment, all the pirates, save for their captain, Watrelot, were struck down by the feathers. Watrelot, quick on his feet, seized 2 crew members to shield himself. Truly, one could not underestimate an infamous pirate with a bounty of 8 million. His reflexes were remarkably swift. Who goes there? Watrelot bellowed, brandishing the lifeless bodies before him, demanding an answer to his terror. Silence enveloped him, but just then, a crack echoed from his right, the sound of splintering wood. Without hesitation, Watrelot hurled the corpses in the direction of the noise, swiftly retrieving 2 more to shield himself anew. Yet, when he glanced towards the source of the sound, he saw nothing, only the sudden prickling sensation on the skin of his left side. Without turning his head, he rolled away, narrowly avoiding a sharp wooden stake that embedded itself where he had just stood. As he regained his footing, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth with silver hair, whose white wings crackled with blue arcs of electricity, charging towards him in silence. Watrelad raised his undamaged hand to block the youth's powerful punch aimed at his injured waist. In the same breath, a glimmering blade emerged from his shoe, laced with potent poison, aimed at the intruder. However, in an instant, Watrelad felt an overwhelming force behind his block. The punch landed with tremendous impact upon his waist, while his kick was deftly intercepted by the silver-haired boy's wooden staff. Simultaneously, the boy's wings swooped down, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Watrelad squarely. In that moment, the formidable pirate, grievously wounded, succumbed to the onslaught of Rote's Manti. Never even learning the name of his assailant. This year has not been wasted. My growth is indeed evident, Rote's Manti mused, observing the bewildered pirates who had no inkling that he had been watching them since their arrival on the island. However, unbeknownst to the pirates, their pursuers, the Navy, were close behind. As Rote's Manti perched atop the treetops, he recognized the blue and white striped uniforms and distinctive caps of the naval officers. Should I hitch a ride with them? He wondered, noting their fervent pursuit of the pirates, indicative of their sense of justice. Just then, he felt a presence behind him, causing him to tense and glance back. Not far away stood a striking figure. A woman of about 30 with an alluring presence, Vice Admiral Tsuru. She had been observing the scene for some time, intending to deal with the pirates herself, but paused upon witnessing the rapid engagement unfolding before her. The youthful boy, with a posture of caution, caught her eye, eliciting a warm smile from Tsu. "Do not be afraid, young one. I witnessed your battle. It was quite impressive," she reassured him. Rote's Manti felt an odd familiarity, as if he had encountered this woman before. Tsuru, noticing his bashfulness, chuckled softly. "Oh my, you are quite adorable. Why so serious? You are just a child, after all." The boy's cheeks flushed crimson, and Tsuru found joy in his flustered demeanor. Recognizing a certain rigidity in his interaction, perhaps a result of his solitary existence on the island. "How old are you, little one?" she inquired with a gentle smile. "I'm 10, Rote's Manti replied, rubbing his face in mild annoyance. "Only 10? Yet you stand nearly 6 feet tall. Is it due to your fruit?" Tsuru remarked in surprise. "Yes, I possess the mythical Zoan fruit, the human fruit," Rote's Manti stated proudly. A mythical Zoan, a nearby girl. A colonel, interjected with wide eyes. "Hello, I am Ace Khalili, Vice Admiral Tsuru's aide." The girl, standing at about 2 meters and 5 centimeters, approached Rote's Manti, extending her slender fingers in greeting. "Is your mythical Zoan a flying type? I noticed wings on your back. It looks magnificent," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed, I am of the flying type," he affirmed. "Could you show me? I've never seen a flying mythical Zoan before. And I am truly intrigued," Ace Khalili implored, her excitement almost illuminating the darkening sky. "All right, it's getting late. Let us have the ship's cook prepare dinner. We shall rest on this island for the night." Tsuru interjected, playfully tapping Ace Khalili's forehead, her tone laced with exasperation. "Remember, it is Vice Admiral Tsuru." Having spoken, Iskali turned and departed, her hand still gripping the unconscious Het. She fastened the sea stone handcuffs onto Het's wrists and discarded him into the cells below deck, preparing to deliver him to Impel Down upon their return. There, he would endure a wretched existence. Impel Down is a notorious facility designed to imprison formidable pirates and individuals with extraordinary abilities. Within its confines lie countless forms of punishment and abhorrent conditions. To cast such individuals into this abyss ensures that they shall never escape. No one has thus far. Iskali returned to the ship and began directing her subordinates in the transportation of supplies. Meanwhile, the ship's cook commenced preparations for the evening meal, allocating some personnel to attend to the injured during this operation. The fallen soldiers were to be cremated, their ashes collected and labeled with their names, in preparation for a casualty list to be submitted to the Navy for the distribution of posthumous compensation. After sending Iskali on her way, Crane turned with a smile towards the nearby Rote's Manti and said, "Come with me, little one." Ultimately, Crane and Rote's Manti stepped aside, observing the distant officers. Crane addressed Rote's Manti. "Would you be so kind as to introduce your mythical beast type to me?" "Certainly." Having resolved to join the Navy, there was no need to conceal the fundamental abilities of his mythical beast type. The value of such power warranted significant attention. Naturally, he chose not to disclose some of the deeper abilities he had developed. reserving them as trump cards for decisive moments. It was inevitable that certain information about him would be revealed within the Navy, so he intended to maintain an element of surprise. After returning home, Rhodesmanti planned to sell the property and shop left by his parents, converting them into financial resources before enlisting in the Navy. My fruit is the human fruit, mythical type, in the form of a punishing angel. As he spoke, Rhodesmanti manifested his wings before him, the intricate patterns on his forehead beginning to pulse gently. Crane observed this silver-haired, strikingly handsome youth. The markings on his forehead added an unusual aesthetic charm to the already captivating visage. Coupled with the white wings entwined with blue arcs of electricity, the boy exuded an ethereal sanctity. "What a magnificent fruit!" Crane exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the youth displaying his fully manifested form. "Your wings surely provide you not only with remarkable speed." This afternoon, she had witnessed him enveloping an arc of electricity with his feathers, swiftly piercing through numerous pirates. "Indeed, my wings grant me exceptional mobility, and my lightning wings provide me with a degree of electrical capability. The skill lightning kill is a technique I developed by combining my control over lightning with the power of my wings." As he spoke, Rhodesmanti's wings crackled with arcs of electricity, and with a powerful sweep, he launched hundreds of feathers imbued with electricity towards a nearby boulder. The resilient rock was penetrated effortlessly, as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. Vanishing into the beach, the flash of red illuminated Crane's eyes as she grasped the fundamental principle behind Rhodesmanti's technique, that it was a brilliant application of the penetrating power of lightning, enhanced by the magnetic properties of electricity, accelerating the already formidable feathers to a terrifying velocity. The arcs of electricity further reinforced the feathers, granting them superior penetrative strength. "What a genius idea, Manti. You truly are remarkable." Crane bent down, affectionately ruffling Rhodesmanti's silver hair. Genuinely impressed, a mere child of around 10, alone on a deserted island, had managed to develop his fruit's abilities to such an extent that it was undeniable that he was exceptionally gifted. Rhodesmanti felt a tinge of embarrassment at Crane's praise. For one, since arriving in this world and merging with his soul, he had not encountered many outsiders. His limited interactions left him somewhat awkward in conversation. Moreover, Crane was destined to become a significant figure within the Navy, a future vice admiral whose standing was parallel to that of Sengoku and Garp. If Garp and Zifa represented sheer combat prowess, Crane embodied intellect. Of course, Sengoku possessed both strategic genius and martial might. Having teamed with Garp to subdue the infamous pirate Shiki and imprison him in Impel Down, amidst years of oppression from the world government, the Navy managed to maintain a degree of independence. Reflecting the intelligence and cunning of both Sengoku and Crane. To receive praise from such an intellectual figure undoubtedly filled Rhodesmanti with a sense of pride. His ears flushed slightly red as he became aware of her hand on his head. Turning, he found an elegant face close to his, her hand resting atop his head with a gentle expression. "What are you doing? Don't pat my head. Do you think I'm a child?" Rhodesmanti exclaimed, his face turning crimson. Crane's mischievous spirit was only further ignited by the sight of the blushing boy. This little fellow, Rhodesmanti, appeared far more endearing than their initial encounter suggested. Crane smiled, covering her mouth with her hand as she chuckled lightly. "Oh, come now. Don't be so stingy. It's not my fault you're tall yet have such an adorably youthful face." His features bore the innocence of childhood, with a well-proportioned physique that, while not overly muscular, was undeniably appealing. After flashing a grin, Rhodesmanti, still blushing, began to introduce another of his abilities. "The markings on my forehead represent a celestial eye, granting me the ability to perceive falsehoods and discern the fleeting weaknesses of those I target. However, I am currently unable to open my eyes, as my power has not yet reached its full potential." Upon hearing this, Crane understood. "I see. That's why, this afternoon, when you dealt with that pirate crew, your timing was impeccable. Almost as if you struck precisely when they let down their guard. Those pirates had no chance to react before you eliminated them. Do you know who the last one you defeated was?" Rhodesmanti shook his head in confusion. Though he had sensed the last opponent's quick reflexes, it had merely led to a few more exchanges before his victory. That was the notorious bounty of 8 million. Bloodhand Waterlord. In 1481, when the currency still held value, 8 million was a considerable bounty for a West Blue pirate. Although I managed to sever one of his hands, and Iskali dealt him a blow to the abdomen, this severely injured pirate still retained approximately 40% of his strength. The fact that you could exploit the panic of his comrades and swiftly eliminate him must have relied on your celestial eye ability. Crane analyzed attentively. Exactly. Vice Admiral Crane.my Celestial I allowed me to see his vulnerabilities at his hands and abdomen, that I could also perceive that he differed from the other pirates. Thus, I initially focused on eliminating his companions to instill fear in him. The decisive blow came afterward. Crane clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "What a clever lad! I find myself increasingly fond of you." With a warm smile, she addressed Rhodesmanti. "Please, call me Sister Crane instead of Vice Admiral." "It feels too formal." Rhodesmanti readily complied, sweetly responding, "All right, Sister Crane." Having resolved to join the Navy, upon encountering the future Naval Chief of Staff, Crane, it was imperative to seize the opportunity. After all, having someone influential in the family could facilitate matters, while also providing assistance with various contemplations. For instance, dealing decisively with those who commit heinous acts. Eliminating such individuals would mitigate complications, and one could always seek help if needed. Following dinner, Crane arranged for Rhodesmanti to be placed in an empty room. Subsequently, he summoned Escarly to his office. "Admiral Crane, you summoned me," Escarly stated, saluting as she entered the office. "Please send a document to the Naval Branch near Shihai, Rhodes Island, inquiring if there exists a child named Rhodesmanti. Additionally, check if this child has any surviving relatives. It has come to my attention that he has been missing for a year. Kindly investigate whether his family's assets have been misappropriated. If they have been, take appropriate measures. If not, please search for any other relatives of this child named Rhodesmanti." "Understood," Escarly replied, saluting once more before departing to send the document to the Naval Branch near Rhodes Island. The night passed without incident. On the following day, Crane, accompanied by Escarly and Rhodesmanti, made their way to the opposite side of the island. This was the location where Rhodesmanti had first arrived and where he intended to erect a memorial for his two sets of parents. Upon reaching the twin memorials, Rhodesmanti knelt down. "Father, Mother, your son Rhodesmanti has returned to pay his respects. Thank you for your sacrifices that saved my life. I have survived and partaken of the ocean's great treasure, the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Yesterday, I encountered Vice Admiral Crane and have decided to leave with the Navy. As he spoke, memories of his deceased grandparents and the parents of this lifetime, who had perished a year prior while attempting to save him, flooded his mind, prompting tears to flow. It is crucial to note that the souls of past and present merge, rather than one overtaking the other or experiencing amnesia. Consider it as the memories of Earth's soul and those of the pirate world fusing into one, without distinction. Thus, there is no issue in recognizing the past and present. Having arrived in the pirate world, it is correct to regard this life as the current existence. After this, Rhodesmanti bowed 3 times before the twin memorials, then rose to stand before Crane. Crane, along with his aide Escarly, bowed slightly in respect to the graves, and then the trio boarded the accompanying naval vessel. "We can arrange for the graves to be relocated to your hometown," Escarly suggested gently, noticing Rhodesmanti's somber demeanor. "There is no need, Sister Escarly. My parents perished at sea, their bodies lost to the depths. These are merely memorials that on this small island, where no one will disturb, I prefer to leave it as is. I will forever remember my parents and my grandparents from my previous life." Escarly nodded in understanding, refraining from further insistence. Crane affectionately ruffled Rhodesmanti's hair. "Do not be sorrowful, young Rhodesmanti. Your parents will watch over your joyous growth from above. They would wish for your happiness." Rhodesmanti nodded, suppressing his sadness as he felt the warm hand resting atop his head, choosing not to shy away. Crane stood at an imposing height of 2.70 meters, while Rhodesmanti was merely around 1.90 meters, making the gesture quite fitting. "What are your plans moving forward?" Crane inquired. "Join the Navy," Rhodesmanti replied. "You will encounter many fascinating individuals," Escarly added excitedly. Upon hearing this, Crane's expression brightened with anticipation. A mythical Zoan would undoubtedly be a valuable asset to the Navy. Observing Rhodesmanti's high combat intelligence, particularly noting his adept handling of Het the previous evening, it was evident he possessed an admirable blend of discernment, strategy, composure, and an endearing touch of arrogance. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force within the Navy. "Should you disagree, I shall have you knocked unconscious and brought back." Crane's eyes gleamed with a hint of danger. Seeing the eager expressions of the two women before him, Rhodesmanti nodded. "Yes, that aligns with my intentions. I was preparing to join the Navy. However, Sister Escarly, could you please stow away that stick of yours? I can sense a threatening aura emanating from it." "Ah." Escarly chuckled awkwardly, tossing her stick aside. "Did I get caught?" Rhodesmanti observed the sudden shift in demeanor of Sister Escarly. recalling how resolute she had been the day prior. Yet I am merely 10 years old. My age likely falls short of the Navy's recruitment standards, does it not? Crane wrapped his arm around Rodismanti's shoulders, nearly enveloping him with his stature. Not to worry. I can enroll you in our Naval Academy. It is designed to cultivate gifted children. I shall introduce you to a comrade of mine who, like you, possesses a mythical Zoan devil fruit. I believe you two will get along splendidly. Thus, the decision for Rodismanti to join the Navy was joyfully set in motion. By noon, Crane introduced the 10-year-old child to his subordinate officers, upon learning of Rodismanti's mythical Zoan lineage. The naval officers expressed great enthusiasm, fully aware of the significance such a fruit carried. The current admiral, Sengoku, wielded the mythical Zoan devil fruit of the Buddha. The Navy, brimming with talent, would be better equipped to uphold justice upon the seas. That evening, at the suggestion of Vice Admiral Escarli, a celebration commenced aboard the naval vessel, honoring both the successful eradication of pirates and the promising addition of a new recruit. The following morning, Rodismanti awoke with a throbbing headache, other naval officers already exercising on the deck. Escarli entered Rodismanti's quarters, carrying a glass of milk, and burst into laughter at the sight of him. During the banquet, 2 lieutenant colonels had mistaken Rodismanti's impressive height for that of a teenager and had brought him a beer to share. Having just paid his respects to his departed relatives, Rodismanti felt a weight in his heart and did not decline the offer. Reflecting on his past life, he mused that while he was no deity of wine, he could certainly handle a fair amount of beer. Thus, he shared a drink with the 2 lieutenants, much to his surprise. After just one glass, he found himself incapacitated. Feeling lightheaded and disoriented, he was oblivious to how he returned to his room. Upon awakening, he realized it was already around 9 o'clock. What on earth happened? I was felled by a single drink. Escarli understood the situation well. Rodismanti, although you stand at approximately 1.90 meters, your body is still that of a 10-year-old, not fully developed. Consequently, alcohol is intolerable for you. Escarli stifled a laugh, her lips curling with amusement. Young Rodismanti, you've risen at last. One of the lieutenant colonels, Gus, greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Colonel Gus, Rodismanti replied, rubbing his head in acknowledgement. After finishing the milk that Escarli had brought, Rodismanti felt his head clear significantly. Observing the naval officers training on the deck, Rodismanti turned to Escarli. Sister Escarli, may I ask where Sister Crane is? I wish to train alongside the naval officers on the deck and seek her approval. I approve. Crane's voice came from behind Rodismanti. Go ahead, let me witness the current state of your physical capabilities. Rodismanti nodded slightly and removed the coat he was wearing. He joined the naval training. After entering the naval training, another naval colonel, Locke, who had been drinking yesterday, was instructing the training. Upon seeing Rodismanti approach, Colonel Locke smiled and said, Young man, do you wish to train with us? Colonel Locke, along with Colonel Gus, had already realized that the towering youth before him, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, was merely 10 years old, regarding a boy who had been knocked out by a drink containing the fruit of a mythical beast. Colonel Locke felt a twinge of guilt, but more so found it amusing. Who would have thought that such a tall lad could be so easily incapacitated? Indeed, Uncle Locke, he replied, upon hearing the term uncle. The bearded Locke visibly turned a shade of gray. I'm only 25. You little brat. Rodismanti was left speechless. With that bearded visage, one could easily believe he was 40. The corners of Rodismanti's mouth twitched. Well, you've certainly caught my attention, young man. You wanted to train with us, didn't you? Step inside. A glint of challenge flashed in Colonel Locke's eyes. You cheeky brat. Let us see how well I can train you. Half an hour later, Locke's mouth hung slightly agape. Could this boy truly be only 10? How could his physical abilities be so extraordinary? After a brief period of adjustment, Rodismanti seamlessly matched the naval training's pace. Only feeling a slight warmth in his body, he realized he had yet to push himself to his limits. Thus, he requested Colonel Locke to add additional weight. Subsequently, Locke observed a youth carrying an impressive 300 pounds. Training alongside the naval personnel, appearing remarkably at ease. Is this boy a monster? At just 10 years old, he can keep up with the training? Colonel Locke pondered in astonishment. At that moment, Vice Admiral Crane and Colonel Escarli also approached, their gazes drawn to the training scene, particularly to the weighted youth. Locke, halt the training and assess this boy's combat prowess, Crane commanded. Since yesterday, she had harbored a keen curiosity about Rodismanti's true capabilities. She wished to see what strength the wielder of a mythical beast-type devil fruit possessed. Hence, she instructed her elite subordinate, Colonel Locke, to test him. The thought of Rotor's Manti defeating Locke never crossed Crane's mind. While the mythical beast type was formidable, he was still merely 10 years old. Colonel Locke, an elite who had mastered several of the Navy's 6 styles, Suru, Shurgan, Jeppo, and Rankyaku, was also proficient in swordsmanship, nearing the threshold of mastering Hakai. In this context, only those with elite colonel strength and above could master Haki. It was not a scenario where mere foot soldiers could attain such power, for that would break the balance of combat strength. Young man, let us pause the training for a moment and spar, Colonel Locke announced, bringing the deck training to a standstill. Hearing Locke's words, the surrounding sailors wore expressions of intrigue. They were aware that this individual, the possessor of a mythical beast type, was no ordinary contender. All right, Uncle Locke. It's Brother Locke. Locke's forehead twitched at the term uncle. Upon receiving Locke's invitation, Rotor's Manti agreed, eager to gauge the strength he had attained over the past year since acquiring the mythical beast ability. As an elite colonel under Crane, Locke was an excellent benchmark for testing his prowess. Once the deck was cleared, under the watchful eyes of the sailors, Locke and Rotor's Manti faced each other. Come on, young man, show me your strength as you wish, Uncle Locke. It's Brother Locke. Locke's composure faltered. However, Rotor's Manti seized the momentary lapse, swiftly executing a sweeping kick aimed at Locke's calf. How is this possible? Locke thought in shock. The kick targeted the very leg he had injured in a previous encounter with another pirate crew. Was it mere coincidence? Rotor's Manti didn't dwell on it long. He quickly retreated, then struck downward with a punch. Colliding with Rotor's Manti's ascending leg, the force was formidable. At the moment of contact, both felt the potent power coursing through each other's bodies. Locke was astounded. Such strength at 10 years old. Even a mythical beast type shouldn't be this extraordinary. Meanwhile, Rotor's Manti was equally surprised by Locke's immense power and quick reflexes. He had deliberately targeted Locke's injured calf, yet Locke managed to discern his next move while retreating. After a brief exchange of dozens of blows, the two found themselves in a stalemate. Stepping back, Locke warned Rotor's Manti, "Be cautious, young man. This is the Navy's 6 styles." With that, he unleashed the techniques of Soru and Shurgan, using the speed of Soru to advance rapidly towards Rotor's Manti's rear. In an instant, he was upon him, delivering 6 pinpoint strikes. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Rotor's Manti didn't even turn his head. Wings materialized behind him, feathers crackling with electricity, shooting backward at incredible speed. Of course, he was not using the penetrating ability of the feathers. It was merely a spar, and such powerful techniques were unnecessary. Moreover, his heavenly eye had quietly activated. This ability had evolved beyond merely seeing a 180-degree field of vision. Through relentless training, he could now perceive a 270-degree panorama around him. Upon seeing the feathers flying toward him, Locke quickly employed paper drawing, transforming his body into a pliable state to evade all the feathers. However, in the next instant, a wing crackling with electricity swooped toward his injured calf, accompanied by a fist aimed at his face. Activating Soru, Locke evaded the attacks of the wing and fist, swiftly launching a Rankyaku, sending 4 razor-like winds toward Rotor's Manti. Utilizing the insight from his heavenly eye, Rotor's Manti discerned the flaws within the approaching wind blades. He deftly maneuvered through them, flapping his wings at a speed nearly equal to Soru. Charging once more towards Locke, the earlier feathers, still infused with electrical arcs, returned under Rotor's Manti's command, launching an all-encompassing assault on Locke. At this point in their spar, the surrounding sailors were left agape. They knew Colonel Locke, an elite who had mastered the 6 styles, was no weakling. Yet, the boy, Rotor's Manti, appeared equally formidable. Was this the power of a mythical beast type? No, it seemed that Rotor's Manti's strength was not solely reliant on that ability, but also on his inherent power. Observing the fierce exchange between the two, Crane maintained her composure, while Colonel Escarley was visibly astonished by Rotor's Manti's prowess. Having often sparred with Locke and Gus aboard their ship, she recognized that while neither could surpass her, their combat abilities were still significantly above those of typical colonels. Crane, we struck gold, Escarley exclaimed in delight. Half an hour later, Rotor's Manti breathed heavily, gazing at the still composed Colonel Locke before him. With a faint sigh within his heart, he acknowledged that his training was still insufficient. Though his 10-year-old body bore the enhancement of the Mythical Zoan fruit, it had only undergone a year of training. He had not delved deeply into the potential of the Mythical Zoan fruit, and his physique had yet to mature into that of an adult. Nevertheless, Rothus Mandy felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, The individual before him was no ordinary opponent at the banquet last night. He had learned that this person, apart from Colonel Callie, was ranked among the top 2 of the 5 elite lieutenant colonels aboard Sister Crane's ship. It must be said, with the aid of the Mythical Zoan, being able to contend with an elite lieutenant colonel at such a tender age was commendable. Rothus Mandy felt quite pleased with the results of his training over the past year. By the way, the titles Sister Crane and Sister Callie instead of Vice Admiral Crane and Colonel Callie were due to an incident that occurred yesterday. While dining, lost in thought as he contemplated his next steps, he inadvertently blurted out the names Grandma Crane and Sister Callie when called upon by Vice Admiral Crane and Colonel Callie, although he quickly covered his mouth, hoping to smooth over the slip. Their prowess rendered his efforts futile. After a rather intense yet friendly discussion, Rothus Mandy reached a peaceful and amicable agreement with Vice Admiral Crane and Colonel Callie. As for whether it was truly peaceful, it seemed the victim and the one who had slipped up had no objections, so it was left unexamined. On another note, Lieutenant Colonel Locke, while maintaining an impassive expression, was internally astounded. Could this boy truly be only 10 years old? Even with the Mythical Zoan fruit, such exceptional prowess seemed excessive. He himself was an elite lieutenant colonel and yet could not secure a victory in 30 exchanges against this young lad. Though he had not exerted his full strength, perhaps only about 50%, it was still enough to leave Lieutenant Colonel Locke in disbelief. The boy's grasp of timing was remarkably acute. He managed to exploit fleeting weaknesses and launch fierce counterattacks, nearly disrupting Locke's rhythm. It was evident that ordinary naval lieutenant colonels would not stand a chance against him. Give this boy the slightest opening in defense, and he could tear it wide open. Moreover, how did he know that Locke's calf had been injured a few days prior? Although it was not severe, it still had a slight impact. Throughout their recent sparring, Rothus Mandy seemed to target that injured leg with nearly every strike. Was it his fruit's ability or merely his innate talent? Lieutenant Colonel Locke refrained from inquiring, as it was considered impolite in the pirate world to question the specific abilities of a fruit user. Once one learned of a fruit user's precise powers, it could lead to troublesome targeting. After all, the infamous Luffy had suffered greatly after being discovered to be vulnerable to water. Lieutenant Colonel Locke admired Sister Crane's fortune in acquiring such a treasure. However, he kept his thoughts concealed. Mandy, you are indeed formidable, but not quite enough. Your experience is lacking, and your strength is insufficient, he stated with an impassive demeanor. I understand, Uncle Locke. Let us go again, Rothus Mandy replied eagerly. Hey, you should call me Big Brother. How many times must I say it? I am only 25, Locke retorted, observing the two as they resumed their stances for another bout. Sister Crane intervened. All right, Mandy and Locke, let us cease the sparring for now. Since you have gauged each other's strength, further competition is unnecessary. With her keen insight, Sister Crane discerned that Rothus Mandy's current abilities were likely superior to those of an ordinary naval major, suggesting he possessed the strength of an elite naval major. Merely 10 years of age, his capabilities were quite remarkable. One could not help but acknowledge that she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. If properly nurtured, he could certainly grow into a formidable naval admiral, thereby solidifying the Navy's justice upon the seas. If struck by a thought, Sister Crane sighed softly. However, the Navy's justice was shrouded in shadows. Despite the presence of 3 admirals, with Garp and Sengoku having united with the Roger pirates during the God Valley incident to vanquish the Rocks pirates, earning Garp the title of hero. The situation was not without complications. For narrative purposes, let us establish that Garp received his heroic title following his triumph over the Rocks pirates, as there are numerous accounts regarding when he attained such a status. However, the honor of being a hero, coupled with the demonstrated power of the Navy, had raised alarms within the world government. Over the past year, there had been significant overt and covert suppression. Brother Kong often found himself in a rage. The world government sought to maintain a delicate balance among the powers at sea, but the overwhelming strength of the Navy threatened to disrupt this equilibrium. They had infiltrated the Navy with numerous CP agents. Some were known, while others remained deeply hidden, requiring time to uncover. Moreover, corruption had seeped into the Navy, compromising its integrity, especially in the more distant branches. This had tarnished the once pure image of naval justice. Sister Crane set aside her contemplations and turned her gaze back to Rothus Mandy. Her spirits lifted considerably to embark on a pursuit of pirates and fortuitously discover a gem like him. Endowed with a mythical Zoan fruit, surely indicated that the Navy's luck was not so bad after all. After halting the two, she instructed Lieutenant Colonel Locke to continue leading the naval soldiers in training and called Rothus Mandy to her side. Ruffling his hair with a smile, she said, Mandy, you are still quite far from your homeland, approximately 3 days' journey. For now, you should rest well aboard the ship, all right? Thank you, Sister Crane. But I wish to train alongside Lieutenant Colonel Locke and the others. Is that all right? From our recent match, I realized my strength is still lacking. Rothus Mandy replied that a flicker of admiration flashed in Sister Crane's eyes. Very well. Then do your best that if you have any questions, feel free to approach me or Callie. Okay, thank you, Sister Crane. Hey, Mandy, shouldn't you also thank me? Callie chimed in, raising her fist and adopting a fierce expression. Thank you in advance, Sister Callie. I appreciate it. Rothus Mandy responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Callie nodded in satisfaction. Thus, Rothus Mandy commenced a structured life aboard the naval vessel. Each morning, after breakfast, he trained alongside the naval personnel. Though his regimen included added weight, he rested at noon and engaged in practical training with Locke or Gus in the afternoon. Occasionally, Sister Crane and Callie would also offer guidance to Rothus Mandy in his training. In just 3 days, Rothus Mandy felt he had gained immensely, while Sister Crane and the others also found themselves impressed by his innate talent. He could adapt techniques and eliminate superfluous elements from his foundational skills, transforming the training into something uniquely his own. This was not merely a gift of the mythical Zoan fruit. It proved that Rothus Mandy possessed far more than just that. He possesses an extraordinary talent for combat. However, this comes with its drawbacks, as Locke and Gus have observed. After witnessing their own abilities, they have become increasingly ruthless in their training. The Marines training alongside Rothus Mandy watch as he is burdened with immense weights. Sweating profusely, they fear that one day, Rothus Mandy might push himself to the brink of exhaustion. Yet, witnessing Rothus Mandy's relentless effort ignites a competitive spirit among the Marines, who begin to strive harder themselves. The thought of being outdone by a mere child is utterly humiliating. Consequently, the naval vessel reverberates with steadfast shouts and cheers. 3 days later, Rothus Mandy stands at the bow of the ship, gazing at the familiar island that draws closer. A wave of trepidation washes over him. There is no emotion more poignant than the longing for home. I have returned to my hometown. Rothus Mandy murmurs to the island, memories of his parents flooding his mind, evoking a profound sorrow within him. Observing Rothus Mandy lost in thought, Crane gently ruffles his hair, though Rothus Mandy does not resist. He can only endure Crane's affectionate gesture. It has been a year since you last returned. Seeing your hometown once more must feel incredibly heartwarming. Yes, thank you, Sister Crane, for bringing me back, he replies. Suddenly, a hefty punch lands on his head, causing Rothus Mandy to yelp in pain, clutching his head as a sizable bump begins to swell. Why act so distant? Asks Callie, retracting her smoke-emitting fist. Ah, that hurts. Callie, can't you be a little more ladylike? With a dismissive laugh. Callie responds. Following her playful assault, Rothus Mandy's sorrow begins to dissipate. He understands that Crane and Callie are aware of his melancholy and are attempting to lift his spirits in their own way. As his thoughts wane, the warship has begun to dock. Colonel Crit, the commanding officer of the G-166 Naval Branch, awaits at the harbor with his Marines. He knows that this time, the fleet includes Vice Admiral Crane, who oversees intelligence in the Naval Internal Inspection Forces, holding a status comparable to the current admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr, as well as the naval hero, Admiral Garp. A few days prior, after receiving an investigative document from Vice Admiral Crane's aide, Colonel Escarly, Crit personally arrived at this island in the West Sea. After addressing the necessary matters, he has been waiting for Vice Admiral Crane's arrival. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates about the naval vessel docking, Crit is assured of Crane's presence and promptly heads to welcome her. Vice Admiral Crane, it is an honor to welcome you. I am Colonel Crit, the commander of the G-166 branch. He salutes respectfully. Thank you for your efforts, Colonel Crit, Crane acknowledges, returning the salute to Rothus Mandy. Let us first proceed to your base on this island. Callie, please accompany Rothus Mandy home. After issuing her instructions, she turns to her aide. Yes, Vice Admiral, Callie replies. Crit has already taken notice of Rothus Mandy, realizing that this must be the boy Vice Admiral Crane asked him to investigate. However, since Crane did not introduce him, Crit refrains from inquiring further. As Callie and Rothus Mandy depart, Crit says, "Shall we proceed?" Indeed, Vice Admiral. Please lead the way, Crit responds, guiding Crane and her 2 accompanying colonels, Gus and Lot, into the G-166 Naval Branch's base on the island. Once in her office, Crane addresses Colonel Crit. Colonel Crit, a few days ago, I instructed my aide, Escarly, to send you some documents. Have you received them? Yes, Vice Admiral. Here is the investigative report, Crit replies, producing a file from his jacket. As he opens it, a photograph of a younger Rhodosmanti, before consuming the fruit, is revealed. Quite adorable, Crane muses to herself upon seeing the file. Noticing that Rhodosmanti's height was listed as 1 meter 45 centimeters a year ago. She marvels at his current stature of nearly 1 meter 90. The mythical Zoan type fruit indeed possesses extraordinary powers. Rhodosmanti is only 10 years old. One wonders how tall he will be upon reaching adulthood. As she reviews the document, she finds the contents align closely with Rhodosmanti's own account. After perusing the file, she gains a deeper understanding of him. It states here that Rhodosmanti's parents were relatively affluent. Has their estate been encroached upon during his year-long absence? Crane inquires of Crit. Indeed, it has been encroached upon. Our investigation revealed that some of Rhodosmanti's distant relatives, aware of the misfortune that befell his family at sea in their prolonged absence, gradually seized portions of the estate under the assumption that the Rhodosmanti family would not return. I have already arranged for the town mayor to resolve this matter, and the assets have been returned. Colonel Crit explains. Thank you for your assistance, Colonel Crit. Rhodosmanti is a boy I encountered on a deserted island, possessing a mythical Zoan-type fruit. I intend to enroll him in the Naval Academy, which is why I requested you to investigate his background. Upon hearing this, Crit's earlier confusion regarding Crane's interest in Rhodosmanti is entirely clarified. The Naval Academy is designed to recruit individuals with unique fruit abilities and exceptional talents who do not yet meet the age requirement to join the Navy. It is predominantly filled with young prodigies. Crit had been puzzled as to why someone of Crane's stature would take an interest in a mere child. Now, that confusion is resolved, while he remains unaware of the specifics of Rhodosmanti's mythical Zoan fruit. The very term signifies rarity and strength. So far, every known possessor of a mythical Zoan fruit has proven to be an incredibly formidable individual, but a representative in the Navy is Admiral Sengoku, who wields the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, allowing him to transform into a giant Buddha, unleashing devastating shockwaves that have vanquished countless pirates. Among pirates, the recently renowned Kaido possesses the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, in the form of an azure dragon, making him nearly invulnerable with his thick skin and the ability to fly. Meanwhile, Rhodosmanti stands before the familiar door of his home, his hand trembling slightly as he attempts to lift it to open the door, yet feels as though it is unresponsive. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder, and he turns to see Callie, her encouraging gaze offering solace. Gradually, his anxiety subsides as he opens the door. He is greeted by the familiar yet foreign furnishings within. He gazes upon the remnants of the life he shared with his parents in this lifetime, and the weight of sorrow becomes too much to bear. Tears stream down his cheeks as he whispers, "Father, Mother, I have returned." However, within the room, the familiar sounds of a mother washing her hands before a meal and a father inquiring whether she had been bullied would no longer be heard. Gazing at the sorrowful Rhodosmanti before her, Escali felt a surge of compassion. Regardless of how tall this child had grown due to the powers of the fruit, he remained merely a 10-year-old boy, having lost his loving parents at the tender age of 9. Alone and adrift on a deserted island, had it not been for a fortunate twist of fate that led him to consume the fruit. It is likely that this child would have succumbed to the myriad dangers of the island. The taste of solitude in such an existence is something that cannot be understood by those who have not experienced it. Escali extended her arms, embracing the tear-streaked child before her, allowing him to lean against her shoulder and gather his emotions. Rhodosmanti, his face flushed, shifted his head away from Sister Escali's shoulder. "I'm sorry for causing you to witness such a spectacle. I struggled to manage my emotions." Escali shook her head, gently patting Rhodosmanti's shoulder. "Mandy, you are remarkably strong. As a 10-year-old, standing in a house that once belonged to your parents and feeling the remnants of their lives. It is already quite admirable that you have not completely broken down in tears upon witnessing such a sight. At that moment, Rhodosmanti noticed something unusual. The house seemed excessively clean. Logically, after a year of absence, a layer of dust should have settled upon the furniture. Is that you, Mandy?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Rhodosmanti turned to find his neighbor, Uncle Cartes, standing there, broom in hand, with an expression of astonishment. "It's me. I have returned. Mandy, how have you grown so tall? I hardly recognized you. Had it not been for your silvery hair, I might have mistaken you for someone else," Uncle Cartes exclaimed, marveling at the now towering youth before him. "I encountered some events that resulted in my current height," Rhodosmanti replied. Uncle Cartes did not pry further, but with a cheerful tone, he continued, "A year ago, I received word that the merchant ship carrying you and your parents had gone missing due to rough seas. Seeing you return safely truly brings me joy. By the way, where are your parents? Upon hearing this, Rothsmandy's gaze dimmed. My parents placed me in a wooden barrel to save me, and then they were swept away by the waves and vanished. Cartace's face fell with sorrow. Dear child, your parents must be overjoyed to see you return safely. At that moment, Rothsmandy glanced at the broom in Uncle Cartace's hand and asked, Uncle Cartace, did you help clean my home? Oh, you mean that? Upon hearing of your parents' disappearance, I thought that if you had survived, you might return soon. A few months ago, noticing you hadn't come back and that dust had covered your home, I decided to tidy up a bit so that you wouldn't find your home in disarray upon your return. Uncle Cartace sheepishly hid the broom behind him. Thank you, Uncle Cartace, I truly appreciate it. Rothsmandy expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. The important thing is that you are back, Uncle Cartace replied, waving his hands dismissively. Suddenly, Cartace's expression shifted, and he furrowed his brow as he said, Mandy, 3 months after the news of your disappearance reached us, your cousins decided you would never return and collaborated with the town mayor to seize your family's shop. However, just 3 days ago, a group of naval officers arrived to investigate the situation regarding your family's property. I am not quite sure what transpired, but a day ago, the mayor and your cousins restored the original signs of your shop, and the mayor announced his resignation, leaving the island. Do you have any idea what might have happened? Rothsmandy pondered for a moment, then looked towards Sister Escali. Sister Escali, she replied with a smile, it was Admiral Crane who sent me. She asked me to gather your basic circumstances, upon hearing that your family was relatively well off. Admiral Crane, considering your prolonged absence, suspected that your property might have been encroached upon. She dispatched a document to the nearby naval branch, requesting their assistance. I never expected that there would indeed be instances of encroachment on your family's property. The naval branch compelled your cousins to return what they had taken from your family, and a complaint letter was sent to the royal family of this island. I suspect that is why the mayor resigned. Hearing this, Rothsmandy's heart warmed. Thank you, and thank you to Sister Crane, he said sincerely. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Rothsmandy's head. The blow had erased any gratitude he felt towards Escali. Turning his head, his face had transformed into a comical grimace. Sister Escali, you definitely used your hockey. I am certain of it. However, Escali paid no mind to his protests. She charged forward, and after a brief struggle, seized the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Rothsmandy's face, following it up with a flurry of blows that had him howling. 10 minutes later, as Rothsmandy lay on the ground, swollen like a ball, Escali shook her hands and remarked, with such a sturdy physique, how could I possibly strike you without hockey? Remember, you little rascal, this is the second time you've called me Sister Escali. If there's a next time, I'll turn you into a meatball. Rothsmandy lay motionless on the ground, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. The shift in atmosphere had been too rapid. Just moments ago, it had been a poignant scene, and now it had morphed into chaos. I can't provoke you. I understand, Sister Escali, Rothsmandy mumbled through his swollen face. 2 minutes later, Rothsmandy's swelling began to subside, leaving Uncle Cartace astonished at how quickly he recovered. Without saying a word, Rothsmandy approached him, holding a bottle of rum he had recently unearthed from his home. Thank you, Uncle Cartace. Please accept this bottle. Oh, no need for that, Mandy. The important thing is that you return safely. As for the drink, I am too old for such things now. Rest for a bit, and remember to come to my house for lunch. With a wave, he set the broom down and turned to leave, watching Uncle Cartace's departing figure. Rothsmandy's heart swelled with gratitude. At that moment, Escali placed her hand on Rothsmandy's shoulder. Mandy, since your home is already quite clean, let us pay a visit to Admiral Crane. She and Colonel Kreider's still waiting for us. Upon hearing this, Rothsmandy recalled something and nodded. He found the spot in his home where his parents kept their money, opened the safe, and retrieved a stack of berries. Together with Escali, he stepped outside. When they arrived at the naval base on the island, Escali was seen holding a massive lollipop, purchased, of course, with Rothsmandy's money. It is utterly unwise to refuse a gracious offer. In the hands of Rothsmandy, a selection of gifts and wine was held, intended as tokens of gratitude for General Crane and Colonel Crit. Upon arriving at the stronghold, he observed General Crane seated at the head of the table, engaged in conversation with Colonel Crit. Mandy, you've returned, Crane remarked, glancing at the two who had just entered. Yes, Sister Crane, I have returned, Rothsmandy replied, solemnly expressing his gratitude to both Crane and Colonel Crit. Thank you, Sister Crane and Colonel Crit, for your assistance in reclaiming my family's property from those who had unlawfully taken it. Not at all. Colonel Crit hastily waved his hand, having already been informed of the situation during his conversation with General Crane. He recognized that this young lad had consumed a mythical fruit. Although he was unaware of its exact nature, he was well aware from daily intelligence reports that anyone who possessed such a fruit, provided they trained diligently, would likely become a formidable warrior. Not to mention, the current top 3 forces of the Navy, including the brilliant strategist, Sengoku, were all users of mythical fruits. Colonel Crit also understood that this young man was set to join the Navy. It would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him, as he might one day become his superior. Enhancing the situation is preferable to merely alleviating difficulties, Crit mused, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. However, after Rodas Mandy's expression of thanks, General Crane suddenly felt a mischievous inclination. "So, how do you intend to express your gratitude to me?" Rodas Mandy promptly set down the gifts and wine he was carrying and replied, "These are presents I purchased along the way. The wine is for you." Colonel Crit. As Crit prepared to decline the offer, Crane interjected, "Accept it. There is no breach of protocol here. This young lad is quite astute." The value of the wine falls well within our Navy's regulations. Upon hearing this, Crit acquiesced and took the wine in hand before bidding farewell. Watching Crit depart, General Crane turned to Rodas Mandy with a smile. "Now, young man, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, these gifts are insufficient." Her tone shifted to one of gravity as she addressed Rodas Mandy. "Rodas Mandy, I hereby extend to you a formal invitation. In my capacity as Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy. Do you accept?" Upon hearing this, Rodas Mandy straightened, nodding earnestly, "I accept. I, Rodas Mandy, hereby formally apply to serve under Vice Admiral Crane in the Navy." Crane's expression brightened with satisfaction. "Excellent, Rodas Mandy. I hereby approve your application." "Wonderful. Welcome to the team, Rodas Mandy," exclaimed the nearby Escali, her joy evident. Rodas Mandy, too, beamed with delight at that moment. Crane spoke again. "Mandy, you are only 10 years old and have yet to reach the age for formal enlistment in the Navy. However, given your talent and the mythical fruit you possess, I have decided to allow you to attend the Navy Academy at headquarters, where you will initially become a reserve member and engage in systematic study. When you turn 15, you will officially join the Navy." Rodas Mandy nodded in agreement with Crane's proposal. Although he retained memories from his previous life, they pertained primarily to characters associated with the protagonists. The current year was 1481 in the Sea Circle calendar, and it was likely that the protagonist's father was of a similar age to his own. Thus, he recognized the necessity of acquiring a comprehensive understanding of this world, including but not limited to the current state of the Navy, various island intelligence, and the identities of present-day powerhouses. Additionally, Rodas Mandy aspired to systematically study nautical knowledge. For in a world dominated by the sea, such knowledge was indispensable. Engaging in sparring with the powerful figures at Navy headquarters would also greatly benefit the development of his fruit-s abilities. Even the most formidable protagonists required training. Failing to do so could lead to disastrous consequences. 3 days later, Rodas Mandy completed the necessary procedures for his reserve enlistment. Vice Admiral Crane presented him with the acceptance letter for the Navy Academy. During this time, Rodas Mandy also organized his parents' estate and gained a deeper understanding of his family's current wealth, which included 3 properties, 6 shops, and a considerable amount of cash and precious metals. In the following days, several cousins approached him, seeking to exploit his youth by attempting to convince him to rent out his family's shops at a low price. However, Rodas Mandy was not merely a 10-year-old child. He possessed the memories of over 20 years of life experience. Without hesitation, he dismissed them from his presence, inciting their anger as they left in frustration. Later that evening, as they walked home, those cousins were ambushed, bagged, and soundly beaten, a clear indication of the intervention by Sister Escali and her fellow lieutenants. Thus, Rodas Mandy found peace, having formulated plans for the management of his inheritance. The next morning, he sought out Colonel Crit, who was busy at the Navy branch stronghold. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Crit replied, straightening up from his paperwork as he noticed Rodas Mandy enter. "It's you, Mandy," Crit greeted as he recognized the young boy. "I apologize for the interruption. Colonel Crit, may I inquire if you are acquainted with the merchants on this island?" Crit maintained his composure, not revealing his thoughts. "What business do you have with the merchants of this island?" Rodas Mandy explained, "I shall soon be departing for Navy headquarters with Sister Crane. I wish to convert my parents' inheritance into berries. I thought, given your position as the branch chief, you might have connections." Crit understood Rodas Mandy's intentions. "I do not personally know any merchants, but I can certainly make some inquiries on your behalf. Thank you, Colonel Crit. Rotus Mandy expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Rotus Mandy visited Vice Admiral Crane and Escali, engaging in conversation about various matters. Upon returning home, he had just poured himself a glass of water when there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, he found a man dressed in a sharply tailored suit. Smiling broadly, "Good day, young Master Mandy. I hear you have properties for sale. I am the supervisor of the largest agency on this island, Lehao Trading Company. My name is Nord. Nord handed over his business card. Rotus Mandy examined it, understanding the situation clearly. Indeed, I am looking to sell my parents' estate. However, I will not be selling the house I currently reside in, as it is filled with cherished memories of my upbringing. Let us proceed to examine the other assets, he suggested. As she spoke, Rothsman stood up, and North immediately followed suit, after inspecting the shop left to him by his parents on the island. As well as 2 other properties, North took out a calculator and began his computations. In no time, he arrived at a figure. Young Master Mandy, aside from your current residence, which is not for sale, you possess 2 properties and 6 shops, all of which we have reviewed, and each is situated in a prime location. Based on the current market conditions, we could offer you approximately 64 million belly. Rothsman, having gathered information over the past few days, calculated in his mind and realized that this agent was quoting the highest market price. The manner in which this agent arrived at his figure was evident. Suddenly, Rothsman seemed to recall something and stated, "Of these 6 shops, I do not intend to sell the one closest to my home. I plan to keep it." Upon hearing this, North fiddled with the calculator once more. "In that case, we will need to reduce the offer by 6 million, as that shop is the most strategically located. Therefore, the total price would be 58 million belly. The current value of belly is not one that will depreciate over decades. Its purchasing power remains quite substantial. Presently, 58 million belly is equivalent to approximately 200 million belly in the future, a significant sum indeed." After finalizing the business deal, North produced a contract. Rothsman meticulously reviewed the entire document, pointing out any unreasonable clauses. In the end, North redrafted the contract per Rothsman's suggestions. Meanwhile, North was secretly astonished that this young boy could identify the hidden traps within the contract. Though the contract was sound for normal transactions, it could greatly favor the agent in the event of a property dispute. After omitting those points, the contract was transformed into the version that Rothsman now held. After confirming there were no issues, Rothsman signed his name at the top of the contract. Once the contract was secured, North beamed with satisfaction and produced a universally accepted check issued by the largest global bank, established under the auspices of the world government, which could be exchanged for corresponding funds throughout the pirate world. Young Master Mandy, this is half of the total, 29 million belly. The remaining amount will be transferred to you only after the ownership transfer is completed. Rothsman nodded in acknowledgement. The next day, Escali and Colonel Gus arrived at Rothsman home to accompany him in handling the transfer of ownership. Upon seeing the 2 officers flanking Rothsman, North's earlier ambitions were swiftly extinguished. Although he had been informed that this was a person of considerable background, Rothsman was merely 10 years old. Despite his tall stature, North still sought to display a bit of cleverness. However, upon noticing the 2 officers trailing Rothsman, North quashed any such thoughts entirely. 3 hours later, after completing all the necessary transfers, North handed over the final half of the payment to Rothsman and departed after shaking his hand. In truth, Rothsman had discerned North's ulterior motives. He initially intended to teach North a stern lesson, but realized that with Escali and Gus visiting him that morning, his plans were rendered unnecessary. Escali and Gus exchanged glances upon seeing the substantial check in Rothsman's hands, their thoughts of preying on a fat sheep beginning to stir, accompanied by mischievous smiles as they each wrapped an arm around Rothsman's neck. "Oh my, such a large sum. Mandy, are you not going to treat us?" Gus chimed in with a grin. "I walked quite a distance today, and am feeling quite exhausted." Rothsman, feeling helpless, thought to himself that the 2 of them could probably traverse the island for half a month without tiring. If they wished to prey on a fat sheep, they could simply say so. Nonetheless, Rothsman appreciated that Escali and Gus had come to check on him, concerned that, due to his young age, he might be swindled. "Very well, I shall invite my neighbors, and we will extend an invitation to Vice Admiral Tsuru, Colonel Locke, and Colonel Crit to dine at the largest restaurant on the island." As he spoke, Rothsman felt the arms around his neck tighten considerably. Let go. You're going to strangle me," he gasped, as his face began to turn blue. Seeing his complexion change, Escalade and Gus promptly released him, offering sheepish smiles. That evening, Rothsman T and Vice Admiral Tsuru, along with their party, enjoyed a splendid meal at the island's largest restaurant, costing a whopping 1 million belly. During the meal, Rothsman T introduced Colonel Crit to his neighbor, Uncle Carter, who had been responsible for maintaining Rothsman T's home and had watched him grow from a child. Colonel Crit, eager to forge a connection, engaged Uncle Carter in conversation, resulting in a lively atmosphere at the dining table. The following morning, at the island's port, Navy warships were lined up neatly, their blue and white seagull flags fluttering in the breeze. At the port, Rothsman T was bidding farewell to Uncle Carter. Uncle Carter, I am leaving. I have recently joined the Navy Reserve and will be attending the Naval Academy at headquarters for further education. Uncle Carter's face displayed reluctance. My boy, you have just returned. Must you depart so soon? Rothsman T nodded, smiling. There is no need to be so sorrowful, Uncle Carter. The house where I lived with my parents has been sold. I'm merely going to school at the Naval Academy. I will return. I will visit you often. Hearing this, Uncle Carter's expression softened considerably. Then, young Mandy, be sure to stay safe at the Naval Academy. Eat well. You're at the age where you need plenty of nourishment. As it gets colder, wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold. Study hard, avoid trouble, and if anyone bullies you, stand your ground. If it comes to it, we can always come back. I will continue to look after your house. At this, Rothsman T felt warmth in his heart and nodded vigorously. I understand. Uncle Carter, rest assured, at the Naval Academy, I will have Sister Tsuru and Sister Callie with me. I won't run into any trouble. They are all high-ranking officers in the Navy. Upon hearing this, Uncle Carter felt considerably reassured. Finally, he produced a large bundle from behind him. Young Mandy, inside this package are some of your favorite roasted meats. Take them with you and enjoy them on your journey. As he handed the substantial bundle to Rothsman T, tears welled in the corners of Rothsman T's eyes as he felt its weight. Thank you, Uncle Carter. That moment, Tsuru and Escalade finished their handover with Colonel Crit and approached. Gus and Locke each wrapped an arm around Rothsman T's neck. Locke smiled at Uncle Carter, saying, rest assured. Brother Carter, this kid is a mythical Zoan type, and his combat talent is quite formidable. At school, he'll be lucky if he doesn't get bullied. Moreover, we, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru and Colonel Escalade, will look after him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Carter nodded and slightly bowed to Gus and Locke. Then I must trouble you to take care of this young lad. Gus and Locke quickly waved their hands. No need for that. It is our duty. We have a great appreciation for this young man. Who knows? One day he may become our superior, and we might need his care. Is that so, young Mandy? Observing the two with mischievous grins, Rothus Mandy covered his face with his hand. At that moment, Callie delivered a punch to each of the cheeky individuals, liberating the awkward Rothus Mandy, who had been contemplating the unseemly act of scratching his feet. It was then that Vice Admiral Crane spoke up, reassuring, rest assured, I shall look after this young lad at the Naval Academy. Moreover, there are numerous talented individuals there, all of whom are quite interesting. Rothus Mandy will undoubtedly make many friends. Upon hearing this, Carter felt completely at ease. Subsequently, he retrieved several large packages from behind him. These are local specialties from this small island, not worth much. But I hope you enjoy them. The group led by Crane accepted the gifts with gratitude and without hesitation. After the gifts were exchanged, Crane addressed Rothus Mandy, saying, Youngster, let us board the ship. It is time for departure. In the future. During your breaks, feel free to return and visit your Uncle Carter. Last night, Colonel Crit had also mentioned his willingness to assist Carter. Hearing this, Rothus Mandy turned to the standing Crit and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Crit. Crit waved his hand dismissively. Our naval branch has a base on this island. It's merely a matter of instructing you. It's no trouble at all, young Mandy. After bidding farewell to Uncle Carter and Colonel Crit, Rothus Mandy followed Crane and the others aboard the ship. As the vessel gradually departed the port, Carter suddenly called out, Young Mandy, may you have a safe journey. Do take care. Rothus Mandy shouted back towards the shore. All right, Uncle Carter, I will be careful, and you take care of yourself too. I will come to visit you often. As the ship sailed further away, even the distant island shrank into a mere speck. Suddenly, Rothus Mandy felt a warm sensation on his head. Turning to see, it was Crane. Youngster, do not be disheartened. Your journey to the Naval Academy does not mean you won't return to these words. Rothus Mandy smiled. Yes, Sister Crane. He then turned to observe the Marines in training and said to Crane, Sister Crane, Before we reach the naval headquarters, I would like to train with Brother Gus and Brother Lot first. Would that be acceptable? Crane nodded in agreement. Very well. During this time, you may train with Gus and Lot. Once we arrive at the Naval Academy, you will undergo systematic training. Just then, Gus and Lot approached. After hearing Rothus Mandy's request, they exchanged glances and nodded. Youngster, since you wish to train, come along. But don't you dare cry if it gets too tough, one teased. Rothus Mandy smirked inwardly, thinking, do you two really consider me a child? Rest assured, no matter how grueling the training, I can endure it. Those days on the deserted island were not in vain. Upon sensing Rothus Mandy's confidence, Gus and Lot shared a glance and chuckled. Good lad, you said it yourself. Now, put on this 400-pound weight and run laps on the deck. Looking at the heavy weights in Gus and Lot's hands, Rothus Mandy felt ensnared. You two are prepared for this, aren't you? Who said that? This is what you requested. We have nothing to do with it. Be careful, or we might accuse you of slander. Hearing this, Rothus Mandy chuckled, unperturbed. After donning the weights, he began to run laps along the deck. Thus commenced the arduous training. Meanwhile, after sending Rothus Mandy off, Carter bid farewell to Colonel Crit. Just as he returned home, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found a soldier clad in naval uniform. Carter was momentarily taken aback. Hello, how may I assist you? The naval soldier produced an envelope and addressed Carter. Greetings, Mr. Carter. This is a letter from Rothus Mandy for you. Oh, thank you. Realizing it was a letter from Rothus Mandy, Carter eagerly accepted it. After the soldier departed, Carter settled onto his sofa and opened the envelope. The first thing he noticed was the deed within. Gazing at his name inscribed on the deed, Carter was momentarily stunned. He then discovered another white sheet of paper behind the deed. Upon opening it, he was met with Rothus Mandy's handwriting, vibrant on the page. Dear Uncle Carter, were you shocked upon seeing the deed? No need for doubt. It is a store I gift to you. The store is located just a street away. I wanted to express my gratitude for all your help in keeping my house tidy over the past year. Additionally, during my childhood, when my parents were away, you took special care of me. I recall one time when my parents were on a trip, and I returned from playing at the beach with a fever. You stayed by my side the entire night. Tome, you are my third family member. I am about to attend the Naval Academy and will formally join the Navy. The store will be beyond my management. I have kept the house where I lived with my parents and this store. I have sold all other properties and converted them into berries. Consider this store an early birthday gift for you. If I am not mistaken, your birthday is in 2 months, right? I might not return by then, so let this serve as your birthday gift. With love, Rothus Mandy. As he read the letter, tears streamed down Carter's face uncontrollably. Droplets fell onto the pristine paper, blurring Rothus Mandy's words. After a moment, Carter wiped his tears away and gazed towards the direction Rothus Mandy had departed. You little rascal, you leave and still leave me with a great burden. Well, I shall manage the store for you. If you find it difficult in the Navy, you must return. I will keep an eye on this store until your return. With that, Carter carefully stored the deed and letter in a safe beneath his bed. Dear readers, if you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review. If you have any dissatisfaction, kindly provide feedback, and the humble author will make adjustments as needed. Half a month later, Rothus Mandy stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the towering naval headquarters in the distance. The silver-white structure reached for the clouds, standing majestically in the center of the crescent-shaped island. Flanking it were lookout towers, where the Navy flag fluttered in the wind. The formidable cannons showcased their destructive power on the high walls. The Navy personnel stood in orderly formation, imparting a sense of solemnity. The grand gate of justice slowly opened, prepared to welcome Vice Admiral Crane back. At that moment, Escarly approached, observing Rothus Mandy at the ship's bow. How is it, Mandy? Are you not awestruck? When I first arrived here, I too was overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the naval headquarters. Listening to Escarly's slightly proud tone, Rothus Mandy nodded. While reading comics in a previous life had not instilled much awe, standing before the austere building of the naval headquarters in reality was truly breathtaking. Suddenly, 2 jets of water erupted from the sea, intertwining to form an arched entrance. This was the gate of victory of the Navy. Escalali introduced Rothus Mandy to the gathering, just as she spoke of the flagship of the Crane. She led her fleet slowly into the naval harbor. Upon disembarking, a rear admiral promptly approached to offer his greetings. Admiral Crane, welcome back, saluted Rear Admiral Sheezy of the naval headquarters as he acknowledged Admiral Crane stepping off the vessel. Crane returned the salute. Thank you for your efforts, Sheezy. Please ensure my soldiers have a chance to rest. She paused, then inquired, is Sengoku available? I have matters to discuss with him, Shizi replied. General Sengoku is already in his office awaiting your arrival. General Zifa is also present. Hearing this, Crane nodded and then asked, what about that rascal Garp? Where has he gone? Admiral Crane, Garp set sail a month ago in pursuit of the Roger pirates and has yet to return. Shizi informed her. Crane nodded again, realizing Garp had indeed clashed with the Roger pirates. It made sense. The current strength of the Roger pirates was sufficient to warrant the Navy's serious attention, although the crew was small in number. Each member possessed formidable skills. Gold. Roger himself stood out as a paragon among them. Together with Garp, he had defeated Rocks at God Valley, a true king of pirates. This battle catapulted the Roger pirates from mere supernovas to the status of pirate emperors. While the reason for the Roger Pirates alliance with the Navy remained a mystery, that confrontation had utterly unveiled their capabilities, prompting the world government to elevate the bounty on them yet again. Ordinary naval officers were no match for the Roger pirates. Only Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, commanding their fleets, could exert pressure on them. If Garp wishes to pursue, then let him be. The strength of the Roger pirates can no longer increase. A little suppression will do no harm. Contemplating the chaotic situation at sea, Crane furrowed her brow. Never mind, she thought. It's futile to dwell on such matters now. They cannot be resolved. Thus, she set aside her thoughts and turned to Escalali and the others. Sing, Carly, Gus, Roth. You have all worked hard these days. You should rest now. I will accompany Rothesmandi to see Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Escalali and the others stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Admiral Crane. Subsequently, Escalali smiled at Rothesmandi and said, Young Mandy, you go meet General Sengoku first. After your meeting, feel free to join us. We'll show you around and let you savor the delicacies of the Navy. Our Navy chefs are exceptionally skilled, and their meals are delightful. Rothesmandi nodded in agreement, and together with Crane, they departed to seek Sengoku. As they walked along the corridor, Crane remarked to Rothesmandi, General Sengoku possesses the mythical Zoan type human fruit. In the form of a great Buddha, that he is among the strongest individuals in the Navy. Like you, he also has the human fruit. I believe his expertise and fruit abilities will be beneficial to you. Excitement surged within Rothesmandi at the prospect of meeting a character from the comics. This was the Navy's pinnacle of strength. In the comics, he was the Navy's face, capable of delivering a devastating Buddha shockwave that nearly defeated Blackbeard. He wondered what Sengoku looked like in reality. Filled with anticipation. As Rothesmandi and Crane traversed the naval corridor, they suddenly heard a hearty laugh from behind. Waha, little Crane, you've returned. Upon hearing the voice, Rothesmandi and Crane turned to see a figure approaching. The newcomer, with a mane of thick black hair and a signature black beard, stood tall, approximately 3 meters in height, not too dissimilar from Crane's stature. Clad in a silver-white naval uniform, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, he approached them with a broad grin. Who else could it be but Garp? Crane mused, smiling slightly as she regarded the approaching figure. UVE returned from chasing the Roger pirates? I presume it was yet another failure. Garp, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. Wah! That Roger fellow has grown stronger yet again. Moreover, he has recruited a sharpshooter with impeccable aim. Whenever I fought Roger, this sniper kept harassing me from the sidelines. In a moment of distraction, they managed to escape. Crane was not surprised. Roger's prowess was well known. The crew of the Roger pirates, including Rayleigh and Jabba, were no less formidable than Roger himself. Furthermore, their ship, the Aro Jackson, was constructed entirely from atom wood, making it both lightweight and durable, far beyond the reach of ordinary naval vessels. Only Garp and a few others could hope to match its speed. If this group chose to flee, intercepting them would be a daunting task. Engaging them head-on would require at least 10 days of relentless effort to subdue the Roger pirates, not to mention their swift escape at the first sign of trouble made them even more difficult to capture. After exchanging pleasantries, Garp's gaze fell upon Rothesmandi, who was following Crane. Oh, this is the young Mandy you mentioned in your reports. Rothesmandi met Garp's gaze and offered a crisp naval salute. Hello, Mr. Garp, I am Rothesmandi. Garp laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively, patting Rothesmandi on the shoulder. No need for such formality. Young Mandy. As Rothesmandi felt the weight of Garp's hand on his shoulder, he could hardly contain his awe at the sheer strength. It felt as though a solid iron block had struck him. Having consumed a mythical Zoan-type fruit and undergone a year of rigorous training on a deserted island, Rothesmandi had not taken it easy during the past half-month aboard the naval ship. Each day had left him utterly exhausted. Yet even with his enhanced physicality, Garp's strength was palpable. Rothesmandi was taken aback, thinking to himself, This man's power must be extraordinary. It was evident that Garp was indeed a naval hero and a cornerstone of their military might. Garp, observing the young man around 1.9 meters tall before him, recognized the strength he had exerted. Typically, a mere naval lieutenant would wince in pain under such a pat. Yet this young lad merely grimaced slightly without further reaction. Intrigued, Garp increased the pressure of his grip, delivering an even more vigorous slap to Rothesmandy's shoulder while laughing heartily. What a strong lad you are. At your age, your physique is impressive. You are destined to be a pillar of the Navy. He continued, you must be around 10 years old, right? You're about the same age as my son, Dragon. Tomorrow, I'll bring him along. You two will have much to discuss. He has consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. The win-win fruit. He struts around as if he were the most important person in the world, and I hope you give him a good thrashing. Kapu let out a hearty laugh as he spoke. Speaking of which, Mandy, what does your mythical beast fruit look like? Before Rothesmandy could respond, she was interrupted by Crane. Kapu, let us not discuss it here. We should go to Sengoku. Zifa is there too. So we can all talk together. Kapu nodded in agreement. Thus, Crane led the way, with Kapu following closely behind, his arm draped casually around Rothesmandy's shoulders, engaging her in jovial conversation. One must admit, the Kapu family possesses an extraordinary sense of camaraderie, having become so familiar with each other in such a short time. Yet, this feeling was not entirely unpleasant. Suddenly, Rothesmandy became acutely aware of a troubling realization. When had he been infected by this exuberance? At this thought, he shuddered, mentally admonishing himself, No, I absolutely cannot allow myself to be influenced by him. Before long, Crane, Kapu, and Rothesmandy arrived at the entrance of Sengoku's office. Just as Rothesmandy followed Crane to the door, Kapu kicked it open with a mighty force. The poor door was left in shattered silence. Kapu, you can forget about your salary for this month. Oh, come on, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. I'm just here to say hello. Kapu laughed heartily, even before stepping inside, when suddenly, a golden shockwave struck him squarely in the face. In an instant, Kapu was sent flying before Rothesmandy's eyes, crashing into the wall of the Navy headquarters, creating a human-shaped hole. Rothesmandy gaped, his lips twitching slightly. Was this truly how the high-ranking Navy officials communicated? Crane, holding her head in exasperation, lamented, Neither of you will be receiving your salaries this month. Eh? Sengoku bellowed in anger, directing his ire solely at Kapu. Why was he dragging her into this? Crane's temples throbbed as she wordlessly activated her fruit ability, washing over the recently returned Kapu and Sengoku, hanging them on a clothesline. She pointed at the broken door and the gaping hole in the wall. You two are equally at fault. Did the door and wall provoke you? How many times have they been repaired? The frequency of repairs is nearly more than how often you two eat. Returning from their paper-thin states, Kapu and Sengoku stood like chastised schoolboys, heads bowed in shame. After her tirade, Crane regained her usual composure, rubbing her temples in frustration, reflecting on how few of the Navy's upper echelons were normal, with Zifa being the notable exception. At that moment, Zifa stepped out. All right, little Crane, you know how these two are. The people at the Navy headquarters have grown accustomed to their antics. Next door to Sengoku's office, the Navy headquarters maintenance workers stored numerous office doors and bricks to in a bit. Just have the craftsmen fix it. Zifa said, noticing Rothesmandy standing beside Crane. This young man is the one you mentioned, possessing the human fruit, mythical beast type, right? According to the documents you sent back, he is only 10 years old. Yet he is nearly 2 meters tall, isn't he? Upon hearing this, Rothesmandy promptly greeted Zifa. Hello, admirals. My height is due to my mythical beast fruit. After consuming the fruit, my height grew from around 1.45 meters to about 1.90 meters. At that moment, Kapu and Sengoku drew closer, expressing their astonishment. Observing the gathering, Crane suggested, let us discuss this in my office. Mandy, you come along too. All right, Sister Crane. Upon arriving in Crane's office, Rothesmandy sat on the couch alongside the 3 current admirals of the Navy and the Vice Admiral. Crane.it was Kapu who spoke first. Mandy, what is your fruit ability? I've seen the documents sent by little Crane, but they only mentioned that you consumed a mythical beast fruit without specifying its type. Rothesmandy, noticing the curiosity in the eyes of the 3 Navy dignitaries, replied, my fruit is the human fruit, mythical beast type, judgment angel form. With that, Rothesmandy activated his fruit. Wings, white and entwined with arcs of electricity, gradually materialized before him. The deep blue arcs danced joyfully on the wings behind him. The feathers slowly unfurled, Simultaneously, the eye of heaven activated, its patterns pulsating with a silvery light, revealing the majestic and divine figure that had emerged from his ability. Kapu glanced at Sengoku, then back at Rothus Mandy, and remarked, "Sengoku, look at him, both possessing the human fruit, mythical beast type. Mandy's ability looks so impressive when activated, while yours is just a glaring light." At this thought, Sengoku's forehead began to throb with irritation. Is the appeal of a fruit based on its looks? If you keep staring at me, do you believe I want to send you flying out of the Navy headquarters with one shockwave, leaving you to float in the sea? After unleashing his fury at Kapu, Sengoku turned to Rothus Mandy, adopting a benevolent expression. "Mandy, keep your distance from Kapu in the future. Do not allow his foolishness to rub off on you." Observing Sengoku's rapid mood changes, Rothus Mandy acknowledged the lesson learned. The swift transition of expressions without a twitch of facial muscles was quite remarkable. Just then, Zifa's voice broke the moment. "Mandy, would you be so kind as to elaborate on your fruit ability?" Rothus Mandy nodded. Zifa was, after all, the one who had trained nearly half of the Navy's elite officers, including the likes of Kazuru, Akainu, and Akiji. His insight and teaching prowess were beyond question. With that in mind, Rothus Mandy began to elucidate his fruit ability. My fruit ability is divided into two parts. The first is the thunder wings, which allow me to manipulate lightning to a certain extent. With the enhancement of lightning, I can fly at remarkable speeds through the sky. Moreover, through my development, my wings can now launch feathers. When coupled with electricity, these feathers possess formidable piercing power. Upon hearing this, Kapu's eyes sparkled with interest. Crane was well aware of Kapu's intent to test Rothus Mandy's combat prowess. Before Kapu could speak, Crane interrupted, "Kapu, you keep quiet for now. Let Mandy finish his introduction. At your command." Kapu obediently closed his mouth. Crane then encouraged Rothus Mandy, "Please continue." Rothus Mandy nodded and proceeded with his explanation. "The second ability is my Eye of Heaven. This grants me a broader field of vision. While a normal person has a visual range of 120 to 150 degrees, my range extends to 270 degrees. Additionally, my eye possesses the ability to pierce through illusions, allowing me to discern weak points in my opponent's defenses and see through deceptive movements that I can gain an advantage in battle. I can sense that my Eye of Heaven can be opened, but currently, I am unable to do so. The specific reasons remain unclear to me. However, I can feel that once my eye opens, it will unleash a destructive divine light capable of penetrating defenses and piercing through an opponent's flesh. Of course, I am unable to activate it at this moment. After listening to the introduction of Rothus Mandy, the four high-ranking Navy officials, aside from Tsuru who was already well informed, displayed a rather composed demeanor. The other three, however, exhibited varying degrees of surprise. This was a formidable maneuvering force for the skies of the future. On the seas, the remnants of rocks, particularly the Golden Lion utilizing the float fruit, held a distinct advantage. The Golden Lion, endowed with extraordinary flight speed thanks to the float fruit, had eluded the Navy's grasp on multiple occasions. It is worth noting the peculiarities surrounding the technological advancements in the world of One Piece. Decades later, not only had robots and genetic lineage factors emerged, but the absence of aircraft remains perplexing. As Rothus Mandy gazed at the three admirals before him, he noticed their eyes gleaming with anticipation, as though they wished to devour him whole. Unconsciously, he tightened his clothing, appearing rather pitiful, small, and helpless. "Could you three admirals refrain from looking at me with such intensity? I'm frightened. After all, I'm just a 10-year-old child." Rothus Mandy silently raised his hand in protest. Upon hearing his voice, the three admirals finally withdrew their starry-eyed expressions. That moment, Garp could no longer contain himself and seated himself beside Rothus Mandy, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Ha, kid, your abilities are remarkable, but I'm curious about your strength. Shall we have a little spar?" Upon hearing this, Rothus Mandy turned his gaze toward Tsuru, who, meeting his pleading eyes, nodded slightly and said, "Since Garp wishes to test you, why not engage in a light-hearted match? It will also allow Sengoku and Zifa to observe. Sengoku shares your lineage, being a Mythical Zoan fruit user, and he can provide guidance on developing your abilities. Both Zifa and Garp have risen through the ranks from ordinary Marines to their current positions. Their training insights will be invaluable to you." Agreeing to this, Rothus Mandy, along with the five of them, proceeded to the training grounds reserved for admirals. Upon arrival, Tsu, Sengoku, and Zifa stood at the side of the training field, observing the two figures in the center. Rothus Mandy, regarding Garp before him, felt an overwhelming sense of caution. His observation haki instinctively activated, revealing to him a shocking truth. The man before him bore no discernible weaknesses and exuded an ominous aura. Through the lens of his heightened perception, Rothsmandy saw Garp enveloped in a fiery black essence. Sensing the activation of Rothsmandy's observation haki, Garp laughed heartily and encouraged, "Don't be afraid, kid. Come at me." In response, Rothsmandy's wings suddenly manifested behind him, crackling with arcs of electricity, as he fiercely flapped them forward. Unleashing his full-powered feather kill, feathers intertwined with pulsating lightning, propelled toward Garp with unparalleled sharpness. Garp, observing the feathers hurtling toward him, made no unnecessary movements and retaliated with a powerful punch. The speed of his fist created a conical depression in the air. With a resounding crash, the force of Garp's punch collided with the electrified feathers, dispersing them in an instant. The impact left behind a significant crater where Rothsmandy had just stood. After executing his feather kill, Rothsmandy flapped his wings and soared close to the ground, rapidly reaching Garp's rear. With his hands crackling with electricity, he aimed a fierce strike at Garp's back. However, Garp's eyes glimmered red, and without turning his head, he delivered a powerful kick backward, sending Rothsmandy flying. In midair, Rothsmandy stabilized himself by flapping his wings, shaking off the swelling from Garp's kick, which gradually returned to its original state. Witnessing this, Garp thought to himself, "What incredible recovery speed. No wonder he's a mythical Zoan." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Rothsmandy charged at him once more, but this time he did not attack directly. Instead, he struck Garp's fist, using the momentum to propel himself into the sky at an astonishing velocity. As he ascended, the electric light in his hands intensified, and he simultaneously swung his wings and arms downward toward Garp, unleashing the feather kill thunder strike. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down, intermingled with a multitude of razor-sharp feathers. After being imbued with the thunder's energy, the feathers transformed from white to a jade-like hue. The jade feathers, now entwined with even more ferocious lightning, soared through the air with renewed speed. Facing the oncoming storm of thunder and countless sharp feathers, Garp could have easily leaped back to evade. Yet, he refrained, eager to test the might of the attack. Garp clenched his fists tightly, his playful demeanor replaced by an air of solemnity. Saru, recognizing Garp's seriousness, braced herself for what was to come. Garp once again thrust his fist forward, this time with accelerated speed compared to before. The punch, bone-breaking fist, generated friction with the air, causing it to boil due to the intense heat. As he struck, the air contorted into the shape of his fist. Propelled by the pressure and enveloped in a scorching heat wave, hurtling toward Rothsmandy's feather kill thunder strike. In a mere instant, the two forces collided with a thunderous explosion, leaving Rothsmandy's face flushed from the blast. As he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, Rothsmandy's observation haki, with its 270-degree perspective, caught sight of Garp approaching from the side. Yet, seeing was one thing, acting was another. Observing the rigid form of Rothsmandy in midair, Zephyr remarked, "His body can't keep up with the speed of his eyes. Moreover, the kid relies too heavily on his observation haki. With a 270-degree field of view, he tends to depend on his sight to lock onto enemies during combat, leading to fleeting openings in his actions. His body lacks instinctive reactions, resulting in delayed attacks and defenses when facing formidable opponents. At that moment, Sengoku spoke up, regarding Rothsmandy in the sky with an appreciative expression. Yet, he's only 10 years old. Achieving this level of skill is already quite impressive. Spending a year on a deserted island without guidance, he's developed his fruit abilities to this extent while simultaneously training his body comprehensively. One cannot deny Rothsmandy's remarkable talent. Not at all. The young lad from the Garp family is no less formidable than those three peculiar individuals at the Naval Academy." Hearing this, Crane nodded in agreement. When it comes to a confrontation between strong contenders, the outcome is palpable from the very first exchange. Just moments ago, in a mere flurry of moves, Crane and her companions had completely discerned both the strengths and weaknesses of Rothsmandy. While the three of them conversed below, Rothsmandy found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament above. In this situation, Rothsmandy could clearly sense that his body was lagging half a beat behind his sight. Resolutely, he decided that there was no escape now. Thus, he retracted his wings, which transformed into a lightning-imbued wing tattoo adorning his upper body. Just then, Garp's fist descended, striking Rothsmandy squarely on the back. The tattoo on Rothsmandy's back began to pulsate wildly, radiating a golden and silver glow. Garp paused momentarily, then broke into a chuckle. "Well done, young lad. You certainly have some ingenuity." However, Rothsmandy did not allow Garp's praise to elicit a smile. The impact on his back was far from pleasant, and he could feel Garp had lessened his force. Nonetheless, even so, Rothsmandy was still in discomfort. The wing tattoo absorbed most of the impact, yet some force still managed to seep through and strike him. As Garp and Rhodes landed on the ground, Rhodes gasped for breath. The recent exchanges had drained most of his energy. In stark contrast, Garp displayed no sign of fatigue. Truly, Vice Admiral Garp is a monster. After such a lengthy bout, not even a scratch on him. Rhodes glared at Garp, who stood leisurely, gritting his teeth as he contemplated his next move. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a swift motion, Rhodes manifested his wings once more. But this time he did not charge at Garp. Instead, he flew in the opposite direction. Garp raised an eyebrow, taken aback, yet chose not to pursue immediately. He was curious to see what the lad would do next. After gaining some distance, Rhodes flapped his wings vigorously, soaring into the heights. Reaching an altitude of approximately 400 meters, the maximum he could currently achieve, the training ground below appeared as a mere small circle. Then, activating his keen vision, Rhodes locked onto Garp, who was stationed on the training ground. Rhodes concentrated, gathering small currents of electricity in his hands, and began to unleash a barrage of fine lightning strikes downwards. Interspersed among these were numerous feathers entwined with arcs of electricity. While individually weak, the sheer volume of these strikes enveloped the entire training area. Crane and her companions, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile at the sight of Garp, who looked somewhat disheveled amidst the onslaught. Ha ha ha, this lad Rhodes truly possesses talent. He ingeniously thought to blanket the entire training ground with lightning, making it difficult for Garp to evade. Although Garp moved with remarkable speed, dodging most of the lightning, his towering frame of over 3 meters made him an easy target amidst the densely packed strikes. Despite Garp's formidable physique, his suit was made of ordinary material. After a barrage of strikes left several gaping holes in his attire, Garp's forehead bulged with veins. "You little rascal, are you trying to play tricks on me?" With that, Garp activated his moonwalk technique, shattering the lightning with powerful punches as he ascended towards the sky, disregarding the state of his suit. Upon witnessing Garp's fierce approach, Rhodes quickly turned and flapped his wings, fleeing into the distance. It would be foolish not to run, given Garp's now tattered suit and his menacing expression. "Uncle Garp, I was wrong. You little brat, you're not mistaken. Stop right there. No, not unless you forgive me." Faced with Garp's terrifying visage, Rhodes paid no heed and sped away. Watching the two figures chase and flee through the sky, Crane and her companions couldn't help but cover their faces in disbelief. Crane remarked, "This lad Mandy truly has a knack for creativity. When close, he retreats. When far, he advances. And when further still, he finds yet another way. He has truly pushed his abilities to their limits in this situation. However, I fear that the coming moments may not bode well for him." Zifa and Sengoku nodded in agreement. The lad was about to face some hardships. After a brief flight, Rhodes felt his strength waning. This battle had nearly exhausted 80% of his energy, yet, glancing back at the pursuing Garp not far behind, Rhodes summoned all his remaining strength to propel himself forward. Garp, observing Rhodes drifting further away, mused to himself about the convenience of flight, enabled by wings. Such mobility was truly commendable. Although many in the Navy could perform the moonwalk, it only allowed for brief flights. Individuals like Rhodes, who could sustain flight for extended periods, were rare, typically belonging to avian Zoan types or possessing unique fruits. While he admired this capability, Garp's tattered suit sparked a flicker of wrath in his eyes, which soon enveloped his fists in dark haki. Locking onto the distant Rhodes with his observation haki, he unleashed a barrage of punches, meteor shower. Swiftly, Garp propelled his fist forward, each punch manifesting as an air cannon imbued with black lightning. Hurtling toward Rhodes, maintaining his keen vision, witnessed the unfolding scene and was struck with terror, hastily attempting to dodge. Yet, he could only evade a portion of the strikes before being caught by a powerful gust of wind from a punch. Plummeting from the sky amidst a cloud of smoke, with his wings now too fatigued to flap, Rhodes thought to himself, "Will I perish from such a fall?" Just then, a sharp pain gripped his neck. Garp's powerful hands had seized him. Feeling the constriction around his neck, Rhodes sheepishly addressed Garp, "Uncle Garp, I was wrong. Could you please ease up? I'm just a 10-year-old child." Garp paid no mind to Rhodes feeble protests. Employing the moonwalk, he landed and unceremoniously threw Rhodes onto the training ground. A punch landed squarely on Rhodes head, causing him to see stars, and he collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, Garp moderated his strength, ensuring that only superficial injuries were inflicted, for this was a valuable gem he couldn't afford to damage. 10 minutes later, Rhodes and Garp sat before a mountain of food. The swelling on Rhodas Mandy's head had long since subsided, and after such a lengthy bout, both were ravenous that in no time. The mountain of food vanished without a trace. Crane, Sengoku, and Zifa observed as Garp and Rhodas Mandy indulged at the dining table. Garp, possessing the strength of a general, had no limits to his appetite. In the world of pirates, the ability to eat also reflected one's combat prowess. However, they were astonished to witness Rhodas Mandy's remarkable capacity as well. Despite consuming an enormous amount of food, there was no sign of any reaction from Rhodas Mandy's stomach, as if he hadn't eaten at all. Yet, they also noticed the wounds from Rhodas Mandy and Garp's earlier battle healing at a visibly rapid pace. Sengoku and Zifa exchanged astonished glances, never having anticipated that a mere 10-year-old child could achieve such a feat. At that moment, Sengoku spoke. Given Mandy's current condition, it seems his body has mastered the art of life restoration. Crane nodded in agreement, adding, on my ship, Iskali, Gus, and Luote have been conducting intensive training with Rhodas Mandy over the past half-month. Each time Rhodas Mandy sustains an injury, as long as his stamina permits, the visible scars on his physique vanish at an astonishing rate. Occasionally, after an intense training session that leaves him utterly exhausted, a mere meal revitalizes him, restoring his vigor. Upon analysis, it seems plausible that this phenomenon is attributable to his fruit ability, coupled with his inherent physical talents. Furthermore, this young man has spent a year battling beasts on a deserted island, inadvertently honing his body's resilience and mastery over recovery. Zifa nodded in agreement, acknowledging Crane's assessment. At that moment, Rhodas Mandy and Garp had finished their meal and were leisurely sipping tea at the dining table. Zifa then spoke. Mandy, your talents are exceptional. In just a year, without any formal training, you have managed to develop your fruit ability to such an extent, although you did not harm Garp. The fact that you could conceive of employing concentrated lightning from the heavens to impede his movements and damage his attire is impressive. At this juncture, Garp scowled, while Crane, Sengoku, and Zifa erupted in laughter. After receiving a punch from Garp, Rhodas Mandy, sporting a large bump on his head, lay on the ground, feeling utterly despondent. Once the laughter subsided, Zifa composed himself and continued. Most children at your age would simply rely on brute force, lacking such agility in their combat style that I must commend you, young man. You are indeed a prodigy. At this moment, Garp interjected, Mandy, during our fights, I can't shake the feeling that your eyes and body are out of sync. Your movements always seem to lag behind your vision. Hearing this, Rhodas Mandy understood that the praise had concluded, and now he would confront his challenges and shortcomings. He straightened up, attentive to the guidance of the naval leaders. Crane took over the conversation. Mandy, your keen eyesight is both a boon and a hindrance at this stage. Your vision is remarkably acute, providing you with a 270-degree perspective, significantly more than that of an average person. Undoubtedly, you will eventually develop it to a full 360 degrees. Moreover, your eyes possess the ability to discern flaws and slow down time. This reliance on your vision during combat is evident. You instinctively focus on your opponent with your eyes before launching an attack with your body. While this strategy is effective against weaker foes, when encountering top-tier opponents, they will sense your gaze the moment you lock onto them. They will be prepared, having anticipated your move, rendering your attacks ineffective. In a life-or-death battle against a formidable adversary aware of your abilities, they could set a trap while you fixate on them. Should you attack then, you risk severe injury or worse. This is precisely why I have prohibited you from disclosing your mythical fruit, even its name. Upon hearing this, Rhodas Mandy nodded solemnly. He had always understood that Crane's restrictions were to prevent such scenarios. Only in the presence of Sengoku and the others was he permitted to discuss his abilities. Aboard the ship, Iskali, Gus, and Lot had been strictly ordered by Crane not to discuss Rhodas Mandy's fruit. He had felt during his recent battle that his body could not keep pace with his keen eyesight. I understand, Sister Crane. I will rectify this habit, he responded. Crane smiled and nodded. Since she had discovered him, he had consistently shown exemplary behavior. Endearing himself to her. He exhibited none of the arrogance that often accompanies sudden power. Suddenly, Crane appeared to recall something, as if a particular mischievous figure came to mind. Rubbing her temples in exasperation, she resolved to have Rhodas Mandy challenge those four rascals. The entire scenario was crafted by the author, purely for the sake of narrative progression. These four individuals had become insufferable, and she sought to teach them a lesson. However, ordinary instructors lacking mastery over hockey were incapable of handling such unruly students. Even if she sent a hockey-capable officer to discipline them, they would dismiss it as a consequence of age. They were compliant only in the presence of a select few. while with others, they acted as if they were the masters. She aimed for Mandy to demonstrate that a child of his age could possess not only formidable powers but also a diligent work ethic. She believed this would induce a change in their attitudes. These individuals were all exceptionally gifted, and their powerful fruits had rendered them nearly invincible among their peers, even those older than themselves. The strength bestowed by their logia fruits had inflated their egos, resulting in a lack of humility. In essence, they had become quite arrogant. Realizing this, she knew she could not display her satisfaction with Mandy. Should he develop an attitude of pride and entitlement, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble with those four. The notion of 5 troublemakers at the Naval Academy was unthinkable. At this point, Sengoku spoke up. Mandy, there's another matter. Both of our abilities stem from the human fruit of the mythical variety. My techniques primarily focus on targeted strikes, while yours tend to favor wide-area attacks. This is not to say that wide-area attacks lack potency. They allow you to swiftly eliminate weaker foes, reducing unforeseen disruptions in future battles. However, this very strength can also become a liability. You must have noticed that your area attacks deplete your stamina rapidly. Furthermore, in encounters with elite opponents, you lack a decisive finishing move. To put it simply, your attacks are dispersed rather than concentrated. You understand that, given equal strength, a slap lacks the penetrating power of a dagger. You must learn to focus your attacks into a single point, as this will significantly enhance your overall strength. Upon hearing this, Mandy rose and bowed to the 4 naval leaders, saying, "Thank you all for your guidance. I understand and will work diligently to address these shortcomings in my training." The 4 naval leaders did not deter his gratitude. Instead, they accepted his thanks with smiles. At that moment, Garp approached, having remained mostly silent until now. He had sensed the issues, but was one to act rather than articulate. He would simply tell you what to do, rather than engage in lengthy explanations. Observing how he had thrown his own grandson, Luffy, into the woods at such a young age to fend off beasts was a testament to his unconventional methods. Garp jovially threw an arm around Mandy's shoulders, laughing heartily. All right, Mandy, now that's settled, let me show you around the naval headquarters." Without waiting for a response, he hoisted Mandy by the neck and began to lead him away. Hey, Garp, don't drag me. I can walk on my own. Sister Crane, Uncle Sengoku, Uncle Zifa, I'll come visit again tomorrow. Crane and the others waved goodbye with smiles as they watched Garp and Mandy retreat into the distance. Crane, Sengoku, and Zifa exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Sengoku then remarked, "Crane, you've truly brought back a treasure. If this lad is properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become another admiral in the Navy." Upon hearing this, Crane's smile deepened, accompanied by a look of pride on her face. She herself found it incredible that such good fortune had befallen her. To casually capture a pirate and stumble upon such treasures was truly astonishing. If every outing yielded similar results, with just a few more ventures, she could cultivate these talents, and the Navy would undoubtedly cleanse the seas. Yet, she was reminded that Brother Kong was currently negotiating with the 5 Elder Stars, seeking a slight increase in the Navy's funding. However, the 4 of them knew this was an impossibility. With this thought, Crane let out a faint sigh. Mandy was pulled out of the training ground by Garp, who laughed heartily. "You little rascal, now that you're here, I'll show you around our Navy headquarters." "Hey, why are you so tense? Relax a bit, you cheeky lad." Mandy grimaced. "I'm stiff because of you. If you have the ability, remove your hand from my neck. You have no idea how strong your grip is. With hands like yours on my neck, it's as if my life is entrusted to an outsider. After surviving a year on a deserted island, my vigilance has yet to wane. With your grasp, I'd be more surprised if my body was rigid. Luckily, you're Garp. Otherwise, I would have zapped you already." He attempted to free himself from Garp's hold, but it was futile, leaving him with no choice but to let Garp lead him around the Navy headquarters. After a considerable time, even Mandy felt a slight ache in his calves from walking. The Navy headquarters truly lived up to its reputation as the central hub for all Navy operations. From the outside, it appeared as a colossal standalone building, but inside, one quickly realized that it connected to every part of the island. In fact, the island behind the building was practically hollowed out. Countless Navy personnel busily moved about, each diligently engaged in their tasks, creating an atmosphere of remarkable orderliness. Within the Navy headquarters, Mandy could feel the powerful aura emanating from every individual. During their tour, Garp introduced Mandy to numerous officers, most of whom were former subordinates of the Navy's top brass. Some were aides, others crew members, all radiating formidable energy. Upon closer inspection, their strength surpassed that of Gus and Lot, who were aboard Crane's ship. Every individual treated Ratsamandi with utmost friendliness. After a thorough exploration, Ratsamandi had acquired a wealth of valuable experiences. Just as they concluded their tour, it coincided perfectly with mealtime. Garp cheerfully announced, "Come on, kid, let me treat you to a grand Navy feast. Eat to your heart's content." Having just fought Garp and walked around for the better part of the morning, Ratsamandi was indeed famished. Under Garp's guidance, he arrived at the Navy headquarters cafeteria. This cafeteria was nearly as vast as 3 football fields. Enormous tables were laid out across the expansive hall, piled high with an abundance of food. The seating varied in size, with some tables towering 7 to 8 meters high, while others were of regular human dimensions. Ratsamandi observed an array of individuals, varying in size, indulging heartily in their meals. The towering figures were undoubtedly giants, but beyond them, he also spotted members of the long-armed tribe, the dwarf tribe, and even a demon with 2 horns atop its head. Among them were also peculiar beings. Some possessing 3 eyes, others with 4 arms, and a few exhibiting animalistic traits, likely those who had consumed Zoan-type devil fruits. Garp, with a grin, remarked to Ratsamandi, "Mandy, these individuals are all elite members of our Navy. We have branches spread throughout the seas, recruiting countless individuals from diverse races. The finest among them make their way to the Navy headquarters, where they undergo systematic training. As their strength grows, they lead fleets to uphold justice. It is precisely this eclectic assembly of formidable warriors that has rendered our Navy the foremost militant organization in the world. At this juncture, Garp's expression turned serious, reflecting his pride in his Navy affiliation. Ratsamandi, upon hearing this, also adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Garp as he replied, "Yes, Mr. Garp, I understand. Ha ha ha. No need to be so solemn. Let us eat." With that, Garp draped his arm around Ratsamandi's shoulder and entered the dining hall. Upon their entrance, many recognized Garp, exclaiming, "It's the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp." As word spread of Garp's arrival, nearly all Navy personnel flocked to greet him with excitement. "Vice Admiral Garp, welcome back. Come, try my curry-fried rice." "The chef has outdone himself today." Garp laughed heartily, waving away the crowd. "Hey, you rascals, don't crowd around here. The folks at the back won't get any food." He jovially accepted a plate of curry-fried rice from a sailor and took his seat. Bellowing, "All right, you cheeky lads, let us have a food-eating contest." "Oh, Vice Admiral Garp, we want to lose." The sailors shouted in unison. Watching Garp laugh heartily among the sailors, Ratsamandi began to comprehend the unfolding narrative, according to the established storyline. His grandson, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was slain by a Kainu, and Garp had not betrayed the Navy for a reason. This was Garp's foundation. All his growth had occurred within the Navy, and every bond he had was rooted here. How could he possibly abandon it? Moreover, was a Kainu in the wrong? Not at all. The Navy's purpose was to eradicate pirates, and should Ace be rescued in plain sight, the Navy would be unable to maintain order over the seas. The casualties would extend beyond 1 or 2 lives. Entire cities would fall. How could Garp, a lifelong champion of justice, fail to foresee such consequences? This was the source of Garp's profound anguish. That on one hand, there was his grandson. On the other, the Navy's justice and reputation. A dilemma of impossible choices. If there were to be blame, it should rest with the world government, which forced the Navy to execute Ace publicly, and with Blackbeard, who captured him. With these thoughts, Ratsamandi's expression hardened. Though their acquaintance was brief, he found himself fond of the boisterous yet carefree Garp, the wise yet whimsical Sengoku, the astute yet youthful Crane, and the gentle yet discerning Zifa. He was determined to prevent tragedies from unfolding. While lost in contemplation, he was suddenly lifted and placed in a seat. It was Garp, who laughed heartily. "What are you dawdling for? Mandy, come on. The chef has prepared something exceptional today." Ratsamandi smiled at the sailors who were eyeing him and greeted them. "Hello everyone, I am the Navy reservist. Ratsamandi. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The sailors had already noticed the striking young man brought by Garp. Being personally escorted by Garp signified immense potential and talent. There was no room for jealousy. If they possessed similar gifts, they too would be esteemed by the Navy's higher-ups. Garp's endorsement reflected the Navy's recognition of Ratsamandi. The Navy's justice relied on formidable military deterrence. Only by nurturing more talented individuals could they better uphold justice across the seas. None of the sailors harbored jealousy. They all called out to Ratsamandi, "Mandy, come on, the contest is starting. You should join us. Let's compete." All right. Half an hour later, all the Marines stood agape, staring at the lad before them. He had consumed an astonishing amount of food, devouring 2 tables worth, only slightly less than Vice Admiral Garp. This This. Where on earth did Vice Admiral Garp find such a glutton? Gazing at the boy, whose belly bulged like a round balloon. It seemed as though a mere poke could make him burst. This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Suddenly, the alarm clock chimed, ringing out, ding, ding, ding. The head chef, acting as the referee, slammed his hand on the table. The game was over. Vice Admiral Garp emerged victorious. The Marines erupted in cheers, celebrating Garp's unwavering prowess. Garp has won again, shouted Marine A. That kid isn't too shabby either. He devoured 2 whole tables. Marine B exclaimed, I hereby declare him the number 2 glutton. At this, Marine C joined in, inciting a chorus of cheers from the other Marines. Number 2 glutton. Number 2 glutton. Upon hearing this, the black lines of exasperation spread across Rothsmandy's forehead. What a ridiculous naming talent. Just because he eats a bit more, you call me a glutton. Rothsmandy's expression twisted into a fierce scowl. You rascals, refrain from giving others nicknames so casually. Watch as I zap you. With that, Rothsmandy grabbed a pair of chopsticks and began to dash toward the Marines, brandishing them like weapons. The chopsticks whistled through the air, striking the ground with fervor. Naturally, he aimed at the floor. As Rothsmandy's fury escalated, the Marines scattered in a frenzy, fleeing while shouting, The number 2 glutton is attacking. The number 2 glutton is attacking. Please, don't be like this. Yada. Every Marine simultaneously mimicked the retching motion. What a disgusting, high-pitched sound, especially coming from a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. After expelling their imagined nausea, they resumed their escape. Rothsmandy pursuing them with chopsticks in hand. Observing the chaotic scene of Marines fleeing, Garp roared with laughter, clutching his belly until tears streamed down his cheeks. Meanwhile, all the Marines noticed that Rothsmandy, who had been so round just moments before, had reverted to his original physique. Goodness, such rapid digestion, surely he had mastered the art of life restoration. Truly, he was a genius recognized by the higher-ups of the Navy. As this thought crossed their minds, they turned to see the fierce Rothsmandy, chopsticks raised, charging after them. Without a word, they all ducked and fled. Gazing at the chaotic floor, littered with chopsticks, the head chef's temples throbbed. You little rascal, that was a newly installed floor. I will deduct the repair costs from your salary. With that, the chef delivered a swift blow, sending Rothsmandy flying. Is a Navy chef truly this formidable? Rothsmandy pondered, feeling the pain in his head as he sailed through the air, crashing into several walls. At that moment, Crane and her companions arrived, surveying the wreckage of the dining hall. Crane held her head in anguish, lamenting, This Navy headquarters will eventually be your ruin. Several tick marks appeared on her forehead as she fought to suppress her anger. Addressing Garp, the head chef, and Rothsmandy, she declared, None of you will receive your performance bonuses this year. I'll ensure every penny goes toward repairing the Navy headquarters. Seeing Crane's escalating fury, Rothsmandy and the chef, just emerging from the debris, obediently lowered their heads. They knew well that when Crane was in a good mood, she was incredibly gentle and nurturing. Yet, when angered, she transformed into a veritable dragon. Speaking even a word during such a time could result in a severe beating. Just then, an oblivious voice piped up. Hey, little Crane, why should I be penalized? I didn't do anything. I merely had a meal. Upon hearing this, Rothsmandy and the chef exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of pity for the voice's owner. Truly, there was someone unafraid to speak at such a moment. With a resounding thud, Crane's fist sent Garp flying a considerable distance, skidding to a halt against a wall. The wall seemed to have been coated with a soft layer. It merely dented upon impact, bouncing back as if made of rubber, propelling Garp further away. Witnessing Crane's wrath, Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged glances and took a step back, each shielding their faces with their right hands. Garp deserves it, they thought. Gazing at the dilapidated dining hall, Sengoku and Zephyr felt a headache coming on. It was fortunate that this group hadn't yet demolished the Navy headquarters. Thank goodness they hadn't managed to sever the load-bearing columns. Though made of a special alloy that usually wouldn't break, one could never be too sure. If they had, the Navy headquarters would surely have been left with a significant crack, though for martial artists like them, propping up a load-bearing column and making repairs posed no challenge. It would still be quite a hassle. Moreover, if word got out that the Navy headquarters had not been breached by enemies but rather dismantled from within by their own, pirates would surely revel in the mockery. At that moment, Crane's voice pierced through the tension. The eating contest was initiated by you, wasn't it, Rothsmandy? And this lad was brought in by you. Correct? That's enough. You won't receive your performance bonus this month. Garp, having risen unscathed from the ground, burst into laughter. Waha! Little Crane, don't be so stingy. Hearing this, several tick marks reappeared on Crane's forehead. Then, as if struck by a thought, she sighed heavily. I'm truly overwhelmed. Stay away from me. I don't want your foolishness to rub off on me. Upon hearing this, Garp visibly turned pale. Hey? At that moment, Rothsmandy felt the need to share the blame with Garp, acknowledging his own wrongs. Sister Crane, I was the one who instigated this. I should bear the repair costs. The head chef chimed in. No, let me take responsibility for the compensation. This is my restaurant, and you need not trouble yourselves. At this juncture, Garp jovially placed an arm around Rothsmandy and the chef's shoulders, interrupting their dispute. Waha. Today is a joyous occasion. Feel free to deduct everything from my salary. But do remember to leave me a little. I still have a son to support. Crane's demeanor softened, and upon hearing Garp's voice, she was reminded of a gentle figure, Garp's wife, who had passed away due to illness shortly after giving birth to their son. When he was 3, memories of that caring sister flooded Crane's heart with sorrow. Noticing her distress, Sengoku spoke up. Forget it. This will be a one-time exception. You want to have your performance bonuses, but Garp, Rothsmandy, and you, chef, will be responsible for repairing the walls and floors. Let this matter rest. Upon hearing they would not face financial penalties, the 3 of them beamed with joy. Around them, the Marines who had been hiding began to surface, peeking out from behind the large hole and calling out to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, we will help too. Observing the restaurant bustling back to life, he let out a chuckle. Soon after, he, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the head chef all burst into hearty laughter. Rothsmandy, influenced by the jovial atmosphere, joined in the merriment. How delightful it is. The Navy truly is an amusing place, and I have come to the right place. Half an hour later, he, Sengoku, and Zephyr had departed, having just learned of crucial intelligence, which prompted their return to the conference room for a meeting. Meanwhile, Garp and Rothsmandy, along with a group of others, were busy repairing the walls and floor. Once the repairs were completed, Garp instructed the Navy personnel to resume their meals. He and Rothsmandy each took a bucket of paint and began to freshen up the walls. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them. Old man, what are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Garp and Rothsmandy turned around simultaneously, encountering a youth of similar height, like Rothsmandy. He was tall, yet his face bore a youthful innocence. Old man? Suddenly, Rothsmandy seemed to have an epiphany and glanced at Garp. Ha, dragon, what brings you here? Come, let me introduce you to a little friend. With that, Garp, disregarding the paint on his hands, pulled Rothsmandy and Dragon into a tight embrace with his arms. Garp hoisted the 2 youngsters and exited the restaurant, ignoring their struggles, with a leap. He jumped out of the corridor window. Gazing down at the 100-meter drop, Rothsmandy and Dragon exchanged glances, simultaneously covering their heads. Their thoughts echoed in unison. Could we not take the stairs? Must we jump down? Though the jump posed no danger, it seemed rather reckless. They shared this thought. Dragon conjured a gust of wind, producing a whirlwind that rose from the ground to support the 3 of them, significantly slowing Garp's descent. Before long, they landed gently on a tranquil reef. Garp, grinning, wrapped his arms around Rothsmandy and Dragon's necks, introducing them. Dragon, this is Rothsmandy, whom he rescued from a small deserted island. This lad possesses the human fruit, Mythical Zoan type, and boasts formidable combat strength, rivaling even your natural type powers. Upon hearing this, Dragon regarded Rothsmandy with curiosity. Rothsmandy, smiling, extended a hand towards Dragon. Hello, I'm Rothsmandy. Human fruit, Mythical Zoan, with the form of the Thunder Eye. Are you Mr. Garp's son? Dragon reciprocated the handshake, replying, Hello, I'm Monkey D. Dragon, a natural type wind fruit user. Observing the handshake, Garp erupted into laughter. Ha! You 2 little buddies chat away. He just informed me that I have some matters to attend to. Dragon, make sure to get along well with Rothsmandy. With that, Garp turned and departed to find Sengoku and the others. Watching Garp leave and glancing at the paint on their shoulders, Dragon shook his head in resignation and remarked to Rothsmandy, I apologize, Rothsmandy. My father can be quite unreliable. Rothsmandy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they exchanged knowing glances, both realizing they shared the same sentiment. It seems we are on the same wavelength. They then burst into joyous laughter together. Rothsmandy spoke first. Dragon, I heard you are a natural type wind fruit user. Is your body still corporeal, or is it entirely composed of elements? I've heard that those who consume natural type fruits are essentially composed of elemental forces, making them impervious to physical attacks. Dragon shook his head and replied, Not quite. The 4 of us, including myself, require conscious control to manifest our abilities. When not activated, our bodies remain in their physical state. If we were merely elements, we wouldn't be able to train our physical forms. Upon hearing this, Rothsman D had an epiphany. Dragon continued, your fruit is the human fruit. Mythical Zoan as well? Isn't it? Isn't it similar to Admiral Sengoku's? He also wields the human fruit, Mythical Zoan. Can you also unleash shockwaves from your hands? Rothsman D shook his head, settling down on the rock while gazing at the sea. Dragon joined him. Why fruit doesn't he allow me to emit shockwaves? But I can manipulate lightning to a certain extent. Like this, Rothsman D said, extending a finger. Lightning began to coil around it, and in an instant, a bolt struck the ocean's surface. Moments later, numerous fish with their bellies exposed began to surface. Dragon looked on in amazement. Lightning abilities possess formidable offensive power in nature. Dragon then raised his hand, summoning a whirlwind, directing it towards the sea. The wind seemed to come alive under his command, and whirlpools formed beneath the fish. Before long, all the fish floated onto the reef. During this, Dragon even controlled the wind to spin around the fish, effortlessly removing their scales. Rothsman D exclaimed, what impressive elemental control. As he spoke, he extended his hand, curling his fingers slightly. Countless bolts of lightning began to converge upon his palm, and soon, thin strands of lightning ensnared the fish hovering in the air. This technique was a skill Rothsman D had honed during his year on the deserted island, proving to be highly effective. Before long, the fish emitted a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Rothsman D retrieved a cloth from behind him, and Dragon carefully arranged the fish onto it. Thus, Dragon and Rothsman D sat on the reef, feasting on the freshly grilled fish. Holding the fish, Rothsman D used a small knife he carried to slice open its belly, discarding the entrails into the sea, which immediately attracted a flurry of fish vying for the scraps. Dragon took a bite of the grilled fish, finding it perfectly cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior. He mused to himself that this youth possessed elemental control skills that rivaled his own. Initially perplexed by his father's significant attention towards a newcomer, Dragon's doubts began to dissipate as he savored the perfectly grilled fish. Meanwhile, Rothsman D was equally astonished. Dragon, or rather the future Dragon, truly lived up to his reputation as the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. Labeled by the world government as a most dangerous criminal, it was clear that his notoriety stemmed not only from the revolutionary movements he incited across the lands, but also from his own formidable strength. The young man before him, seemingly of similar age, wielded such impressive control over his fruit abilities. He speculated that as Dragon grew older, his powers would undoubtedly soar. With this in mind, Rothsman D turned to Dragon. Dragon, how old are you? How did you grow so tall? Dragon smiled slightly and replied, I just turned 10 this year. Perhaps my height is due to my family genetics. What about you, Rothsman D? How come you're also so tall? My height is a result of my fruit abilities. After consuming the Mythical Zoan fruit, my body underwent significant enhancement. Over a year ago, my height was merely around 1.5 meters after consuming the fruit. And through my rigorous training on the deserted island, I nearly depleted the resources available there. It is through these experiences that I have grown to my current height. By the way, I am also 10 years old this year. So we are the same age. Upon hearing this, Dorag joyfully remarked, we are both the same age. However, you have not yet met the active duty requirements for the Navy. Is Sister Crane bringing you back to enter the Naval Academy for training? Rotosamandi nodded in response. Indeed, I will first study at the Naval Academy, and once I reach the appropriate age, I shall formally join the Navy. This. Dorag nodded and suddenly seemed to realize something. Mandy, did you come to the Naval headquarters alone? Studying at the Naval Academy makes it quite difficult to return home. Were your parents in agreement? Hearing this, Rotosamandi's expression dimmed entirely. My parents are no longer with us. Over a year ago, due to tumultuous seas, they were swept away by the waves while attempting to save me. It was during that time that I found myself stranded on the deserted island and, by a stroke of fortune, consumed the mythical beast fruit. This. Dorag quickly apologized to Rotosamandi. I am so sorry, Mandy. I had no idea your parents were gone. Seeing Dorag's flustered demeanor, Rotosamandi shook her head. It's not your fault, Dorag. We have just met, so it is natural for you not to know. Hearing this, Dorag's guilt slightly faded, and he looked into Rotosamandi's eyes, filled with warmth and friendliness. So, where do you plan to stay while at the Navy? Why not stay at my house? My father is often away on missions, and I live alone in a house, which can be quite lonely. I haven't decided yet. I actually intended to purchase a residence near the Navy. She replied. Oh, are you quite wealthy then? Properties at the naval headquarters are notoriously expensive. Well, I sold my parents' estate and acquired a considerable amount of berries. even if I left my parents' inheritance in my hometown. My relatives would devour it entirely, so it is better to convert it to berries, she responded. Upon hearing this, Dorag's expression turned to one of indignation. Those people are truly outrageous. Mandy, do not be disheartened. When we have a break, I will accompany you back to teach them a lesson. Rhoda waved her hand. No need. Thank you for your kindness, Dorag. Sister Crane had already sent documents to the naval branch near my home to assist me before I even returned. Sister Crane is indeed astute, always thinking ahead. She is truly the intellectual cornerstone of our Navy. At that moment, Rhoda noticed something amiss. Wait a minute, Dorag. Why do you call Vice Admiral Crane sister? That seems out of place. You should be addressing her as Aunt Crane instead. Hearing this, Dorag rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache. I used to call her that, but I was reprimanded several times by Sister Crane. Just thinking about it now gives me a headache. Ever since, I have dared not call her Aunt Crane and have always referred to her as Sister Crane. At this, Rhoda seemed to recall something and, glancing around cautiously, leaned closer to Dorag and whispered, when I was on Sister Crane's ship. I drunkenly misspoke and called her Sister Crane and Annie Crane. I was thoroughly punished for it. Angered, Sister Crane nearly dismantled me. Upon saying this, the two youths, sharing the same experience, simultaneously covered their heads and exchanged a knowing smile. Thus, Dorag and Rhoda enjoyed their roasted fish, engaging in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, within the naval headquarters, behind the glass of Crane's office, four figures silently observed Dorag and Rhoda as they happily chatted within Crane's office. None of them intentionally listened to the conversation, yet they all witnessed Rhoda and Dorag subtly testing each other's abilities throughout their interaction. Dorag and Mandy. Their mastery of their abilities surpasses many older individuals at their age. Zephyr remarked, and the other three nodded in agreement. Sengoku then spoke up, especially Mandy. After a year on the deserted island without any guidance, he has honed his abilities to such a degree one could say that in terms of self-taught skills, Mandy surpasses the three prodigies at the Naval Academy. Little Crane, you have found AGEM, and no wonder you value this boy so highly and brought him to see us at the first opportunity. Sengoku added. Crane smiled in response. If it were not for his exceptional talent, character, and abilities, how could I have brought him back to meet you so promptly? It took considerable effort to bring him aboard. At this moment, Garp laughed heartily. This boy's character resonates with me. I like him. Little Crane, let him join my ship after graduation. Hearing this, Crane shot Garp an exasperated glance. Not a chance. After graduation, I plan to assign him to the supervisory force. This boy possesses the eye of truth that can see through all deception. Nothing can escape his gaze. We need to cleanse the Navy of some of the rats and pests that have infiltrated. At this, the four prominent figures of the Navy all nodded solemnly. Over the years, the world government has embedded numerous spies within the Navy. Various nobles have sought to corrupt the station Navy personnel. Some who could not withstand temptation have colluded with these nobles, committing numerous heinous acts that have sullied the Navy's pure banner. The formation of the supervisory force by Kong was a response to such circumstances. Crane has led numerous missions to eradicate corruption, personally executing over a handful of Navy members. These actions were taken with irrefutable evidence. However, there are instances where evidence is elusive, making it challenging for the naval headquarters to apprehend individuals without substantial proof. At this moment, Zephyr spoke up again. Now that Mandy has arrived at the naval headquarters, where will he reside? How shall we resolve his accommodation? Garp interjected. He can stay at my place, since I am frequently on missions. Dorag often finds himself alone. My home is spacious enough. Crane pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, considering that their four homes were adjacent to one another. Not far apart. It would be beneficial for Dorag to have someone to keep him company. Once the arrangements were made, Crane addressed Sengoku and the others. I shall take Dorag and Rhoda to the Naval Academy to complete their paperwork. Garp, you can join me. After all, you have nothing pressing to attend to. So don't just sit in Sengoku's office stealing his senbei. I will inquire about Rhoda thoughts. If he agrees, then you can take him to your home. Currently, the Naval Academy has not yet dismissed classes, and Dorag has snuck out again using his fruit abilities. Hearing this, Garp scratched his head sheepishly, having momentarily forgotten that detail. The four of them parted ways, and Sengoku returned to his desk piled high with documents, fervently processing them. Presently, Sengoku is gradually taking on some responsibilities of the fleet admiral. Zephyr returned to his office to attend to his duties as well. As Crane and Garp exited the naval headquarters building, they approached Rhoda and Dorag. From a distance, Garp's voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, Mandy and Dorag. It seems like you two are having a splendid time chatting. Upon hearing Garp's voice, Dorag and Mandy both stood up simultaneously. Turning, they saw Crane and Garp approaching together. Crane spoke first. Mandy, let me take you to the Naval Academy to complete your paperwork. The classes have not yet ended, and Dorag, you have snuck out again. Upon realizing he had been discovered, he sheepishly scratched his head. Sister Crane, the school is exceedingly dull. I have already mastered what the teachers are imparting. Before he could finish, he received a punch from Garp on his head. You little brat, what are you prattling on about? You may learn quickly, but the other children do not share your pace. It is impossible for you to dictate the progress. Dorag was well aware of this, which is precisely why he often sneaked out. The other three peculiar individuals were similar. They simply exercised greater caution, resulting in fewer instances of being caught. That moment, Garp embraced Mandy and remarked, Mandy, you haven't found a place to stay at the Navy headquarters, have you? Why not come to my home? I frequently embark on missions, and Dorag lives alone every day. You two could keep each other company. Hearing this, Mandy glanced at Crane, who subtly nodded in affirmation. After a moment's contemplation, Mandy acquiesced. Although he could purchase an apartment at the Navy headquarters, he was not yet a formal member of the Navy and, consequently, had no income prior to his official enlistment. Despite his considerable savings, he was reluctant to squander it. Moreover, he genuinely appreciated Garp and Dorag, so living together seemed agreeable. Thus, Mandy's residence was settled. Garp then seized Dorag by the scruff of his neck, and they proceeded to tidy up Mandy's room. Of course, it was with Dorag's abilities that they did so. It must be said that Dorag's powers were incredibly effective for cleaning. Observing Garp, who had completely derailed her plans, Crane shook her head slightly. This fellow had disrupted her schemes once again, just as he had done for many years. Crane turned to Mandy, smiling gently, and said, Come along, young one. I shall take you to the Navy school to complete your paperwork. All right, Sister Crane. Thank you for your assistance. With that, the two departed together. The Navy school is situated on the opposite side of the island where the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, is located. Marine Ford itself is perched atop a colossal island beneath the red Earth continent. Surrounding reefs have all been transformed into fortresses by the Navy headquarters. The center, encircled by these fortifications, by the Navy headquarters and its subordinate agencies. The headquarters is established in the midst of a crescent-shaped harbor, allowing all warships to dock and gain immediate access to the Navy headquarters, significantly saving time for naval officers. Behind it are other agencies. Since many families of naval officers reside here, a small town has gradually developed behind the island. The Navy school is positioned between this town and the main building of the Navy headquarters. On either side of the town are military training camps. Behind the island is a small port, serving as a hub for the production and maintenance of various weapons, where warships are also repaired. This was all the information Mandy had just received regarding the location of the Navy headquarters. According to Crane, the island had been hollowed out, filled entirely with military facilities, effectively rendering it a massive fortress. Upon witnessing this, Mandy couldn't help but marvel. Upon arriving at the Navy school, the Vice Admiral Crane personally escorted him. The principal of the Navy school promptly assisted Mandy with his registration. Exiting the principal's office, he was immediately greeted by three figures of varied colors, red, blue, and yellow. Without needing an introduction, Mandy instantly recognized them: the future Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, the future Admiral Akiji, Kazan, and the future Admiral Kizaru. Borsellino. That moment, Principal Kuya also emerged, spotting the three towering yet youthful figures approaching him. They stood in perfect unison, saluting Crane and Kuya. Kuya, feeling a headache coming on, thought, why are these troublesome brats here now? He wished he could ignore them, hoping that he could simply avoid witnessing the four of them and their infuriating faces. The appearance of these four meant trouble. They possessed both talent and strength, excelling academically, and their camaraderie posed a disaster for their peers. Their abilities were vastly superior to those of other students at the Navy school. While a few others had commendable talents, they paled in comparison to these four. For instance, Vice Admiral Crane's newly acquired girl and a peculiar lad who looked as if he had been struck by lightning were comparatively talented, yet still fell short when juxtaposed with the four before them. This disparity led the other students to feel discouraged, instinctively segregating themselves from the four. Only those with slightly lesser talents could manage to associate with them, if only they would behave themselves. Without dwelling further, Kuya covered his face and addressed the approaching trio of troublemakers. Speak up. What mischief have you stirred up now? At that moment, Kazan, still a bright and cheerful youth, retorted, Uncle Kuya. Could you perhaps greet us with a different opening line? We come to visit you, yet it seems you regard us as a nuisance. Sakazuki, typically a man of few words, nodded in agreement. Borsalino, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, how frightening, Uncle Kuya. Your expression is quite poor. Are you feeling unwell? Kuya, upon hearing their banter, disregarded Crane and Rote's Mandy standing nearby and transformed into a visage of exasperation. Encountering you four has likely shortened my life by at least 10 years. All I desire is for you to refrain from causing me trouble, allowing me to live peacefully until retirement. Observing Kuya's grimace, Rote's Mandy marveled at the transformation of the once kindly principal into someone so irate. Is Principal Kuya on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage? Rote's Mandy pondered. After Kuya's outburst, he noticed the trio appeared genuinely concerned about his demeanor. However, in the next moment, their expression shifted to one of indifference. And Kuya realized he was speaking to the wall. At this juncture, Sakazuki spoke up. We just ran into Dorag. He mentioned he was heading home to tidy up for a new student. We simply wanted to see what sort of individual could warrant both Admiral Garp and Dorag's assistance in cleaning his room. Not to mention being allowed to reside in Admiral Garp's home. At that moment, Crane patted Rote's Mandy beside her, smiling as she introduced the three extraordinary students of the Navy School. Gentlemen, this is Rote's Mandy, a user of the human fruit, a mythical Zoan type. He is of the same age as you, all being 10 years old. Turning to Rote's Mandy, she continued, Mandy, allow me to introduce you to the four prodigies of the Navy School. The one in blue is Kazan, a natural type ice fruit user. The one in red is Sakazuki, a natural type magma fruit user. And the rather mischievous one in yellow is Borsalino, a natural type glint fruit user. Lastly, you've already met Dorag, who wields the powers of the natural type win fruit. Even amidst the exceptionally talented students of the Navy School, these four stand out as remarkably exceptional. Upon hearing this, Rote's Mandy proactively greeted the three admirals of different colors. Greetings, I am Rote's Mandy, the user of the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, in the form of the Thunder Eye Wing. The person you mentioned who will be residing at Garp's place is indeed me. May I inquire what brings you here? At this moment, Kazan excitedly exclaimed, Oh, you possess the human fruit, mythical Zoan, that's of the same lineage as Admiral Sengoku's fruit. Meanwhile, Kazar's mouth began to twist in a peculiar manner as he remarked, How terrifying. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Thunder Eye Wing form, just the name sounds incredibly formidable. At that juncture, Akina spoke up, What are you two rambling about? Aren't we here to assess this individual before us? Why all the roundabout chatter? He turned to Rote's Mandy. To be regarded by Vice Admiral Garp, you must be quite extraordinary. How about a little contest? He added, Of course, you may decline if you wish, observing the trio of admirals. Each with a distinct demeanor yet youthful in appearance, Rote's Mandy internally mused. So Kazan was this whimsical as a child, and Kazaru, with that crooked smile, was already making an appearance back then. Akino, so straightforward even in his youth. No wonder he acts so resolutely in upholding naval justice. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rote's Mandy's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated such encounters since his arrival at the Naval Academy, meeting the four great leaders of the Navy upon arrival. Including Crane, who had personally escorted him, had already drawn the attention of others within the Academy. Everyone was curious to gauge his capabilities. After all, the saying goes, a horse is a horse, let it show its true colors. If he lacked the requisite strength to earn recognition, no amount of status would shield him from scorn. The Naval Academy, surely, no one believed that all within its walls were mere commoners. Many were the offspring of officers. And being an officer implied considerable prowess, with their children likely inheriting some degree of their parents' talents. Those not of officer lineage were often geniuses discovered from various naval branches around the world. Even the most ordinary among them possessed abilities that far surpassed the average person. Being a genius was merely the threshold for entry. Of course, aside from the Naval Academy, the world government also boasted a world school, where the students bore a similar caliber to those of the Naval Academy, often at odds with one another, a rivalry marked by disdainful exchanges. Those with lofty status but lacking talent would invariably find themselves ostracized by these prodigies. Contemplating this, Rote's Mandy's expression remained unchanged. You wish to compare? Very well, then let us choose a location. Upon hearing Rote's Mandy's calm response, the three admirals assessed him anew, concluding that this youth, who shared their age, likely possessed considerable skill. Coupled with their previous conversation with Drago, they surmised that Rote's Mandy's strength should not be underestimated. However, whether he was stronger, weaker, or evenly matched with them would be determined by the forthcoming contest. At this juncture, Akino interjected, Roth Mandy, you've just arrived and Haven T had a chance to rest, have you? Let us hold the competition tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on the back mountain. For tonight, please relax at Garp's residence. Roth Mandy nodded in agreement, having initially presumed that the three were eager to compete immediately. After this, Akainu and the others saluted Crane and Principal Kuya before taking their leave. Crane then patted Roth Mandy on the head and asked, "So, what do you think? Aren't these three little rascals quite interesting? Do you feel confident for tomorrow?" Roth Mandy beamed with a sunny smile, replying, "Rest assured, Sister Crane." Observing Roth Mandy's confident demeanor, Crane smiled in return. "Very well, we shall see your performance tomorrow. Drago should have prepared your room by now. Come, I will take you to Garp's house." With that, she led Roth Mandy, bidding farewell to Kuya as they departed. Kuya watched the departing figures and chuckled softly. "Ah, how wonderful it is to have so many talented individuals. The more gifted, the better. If we nurture them well, the Navy will be able to uphold justice on the seas more effectively, surpassing those rascals from the World School." As Crane guided Roth Mandy through the quaint town behind the naval headquarters, he purchased numerous gifts, beautiful earrings for Crane, and items for Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, Drago, Ace, Gus, and Law. The earrings, once donned, accentuated Crane's already striking beauty, rendering her even more mature and captivating. After their shopping excursion, twilight began to envelop the sky. With bags in hand, Crane and Roth Mandy gradually approached the residential area, which consisted of charming standalone villas rather than towering buildings, although the individual plots were modest. Each villa boasted a small courtyard. Centrally located, this area housed the residences of the Navy's upper echelons. Upon reaching the heart of the residential district, Crane pointed to a row of 4 villas. Addressing Roth Mandy, "Young Mandy, these 4 villas are where Sengoku, Zifa, myself, and Garp reside. From east to west, they belong to Sengoku, Zifa, myself, and finally Garp, who resides at the far west end. Let's head over there." Roth Mandy nodded. "Thank you, Sister Crane." Upon arriving at one of the villas, Roth Mandy knocked on the door. In no time, the door swung open, revealing Drago. "Mandy, you've arrived." Drago exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Roth Mandy. "Indeed, Drago. I hope to not be a bother." Before Roth Mandy could finish, Drago had already pulled him inside the villa. "Father, my father is out on missions every day. I'm lucky to see him for 2 months a year. Now that you're here, we can keep each other company. I often dread returning home to an empty house. As he led Roth Mandy into the villa, Drago continued to vent about his feelings. Upon entering, Roth Mandy immediately noticed that the villa felt somewhat cramped. Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa were seated on the living room sofa, enjoying rice crackers and tea while engaged in lively conversation. With little to do that day, they had all gathered at Garp's residence, ostensibly to celebrate, but in reality, to raid Garp's prized collection of rice crackers. Sengoku and the others had turned Garp's house upside down, unearthing every last cracker from his cherished stash. Garp, witnessing the chaos akin to a band of marauders ransacking his home, contemplated resisting but was swiftly subdued by the combined efforts of Sengoku and Zifa. It is worth noting that Zifa's family had yet to move in at this time. Crane explained that Zifa's wife was not particularly fond of the military ambience of the naval-based town. Consequently, she had not relocated there. The naval base was not far from where Zifa's wife resided, merely 2 islands apart. Due to the proximity, Zifa had not insisted on bringing her over. Upon hearing this, Roth Mandy reflected on events that would unfold in the future. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to encourage Uncle Zifa's family to move in. Otherwise, certain unfortunate incidents might occur before he could fully formulate his thoughts. Drago interrupted him. "Hey, look who's here. Young Mandy has arrived." Garp boisterously greeted Roth Mandy with a hearty laugh. "Uncle Garp, I hope to not impose on you in the future. I look forward to your guidance." "What guidance?" Garp chuckled. Come in, come in." As Garp spoke, he caught sight of the gift in Roth Mandy's hands. In a swift motion, Garp snatched the present away. "Ha ha ha. Is this a gift for me?" He placed the package on the coffee table in the living room. Roth Mandy, Dorag, and Crane all took their seats. Roth Mandy began distributing the gifts he had purchased for everyone. Escarly, Gus, and Lot were escorted by Crane to receive theirs. Before long, Garp and the others had already unwrapped their presents. Is this a limited edition, Senbei?" Garp exclaimed. "Where did you manage to find this in such a small town? No one sells it here." Crane chuckled and interjected. "This was purchased at a hefty price from a collector by that rascal." Mandy. Upon hearing this, Garp wrapped his arm tightly around Roth Mandy. "Ha ha ha ha, you little scamp. I absolutely adore your gift. I've longed for the taste of this, Senbei, yet could never find it." Rothsmandy struggled for breath, nearly gasping for air. After finally wriggling free, they noticed that Sengoku, Zifa, and Dorag had all taken their gifts in hand. Sengoku's gift was the finest coffee. Having previously visited Sengoku's office, Rothsmandy had seen a set of coffee cups on his desk, which inspired the choice. Zifa received a bottle of exquisite rum. Although Rothsmandy knew little about Zifa, he reasoned that all men in the pirate world had a penchant for alcohol, hence the selection. As for Dorag, he received a remarkable green cloak, one that was no ordinary garment. It was woven with materials capable of repelling observation hockey. Crane had once experimented with it by closing her eyes and using observation hockey to see Dragon's presence, which appeared not as a human form but as a small orb of light. While this may hold little significance for the strong, it was perfectly suited for the still-growing dragon, delighted by the green cloak. Dragon promptly donned it and excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Mandy. I truly love this cloak. As long as you like it, that's all that matters." Dorag replied. At that moment, Sengoku spoke up to celebrate Rothsmandy's joining the Navy. "Let us host a banquet." It must be said that Sengoku, like Garp, was an affable character, unburdened by work. Thus, the festivities commenced. At the dining table, Zifa remarked, "I heard, Mandy, that you have arranged a duel with Sakazuki." "Correct. Indeed, Uncle Zifa. I plan to meet Sakazuki and the others for a duel tomorrow in the back mountain." Garp chuckled heartily. "Go for it. Teach those rascals a lesson. They've been causing quite the ruckus at school. Be sure to bring Dorag along." Clearly intrigued, Dorag couldn't resist the urge to join as his three friends prepared to duel Rothsmandy. Crane interjected with a smile, "Mandy, I have no objections to the duel. I am well aware of your capabilities. However, do keep it within reason. Understood? I do not wish for you to be harmed." Rothsmandy felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. "Yes, Sister Crane, I understand." The banquet was a resounding success. After feasting until midnight, Garp escorted Sengoku and the others out before leading Rothsmandy to his room. Rothsmandy's quarters were adjacent to Dorag's. "From now on, you shall reside here," Garp declared. "Dorag is just next door. You two must get along splendidly." "Yes, Uncle Garp, I hold great fondness for Dorag and will certainly get along with him." "Wahahaha, that's splendid." Just then, Dorag peeked his head out from his room. "Mandy, I tidied your room using my powers. Remember to wake me up early tomorrow. I'll accompany you to the back mountain." "All right, I'll call you tomorrow. Just make sure you don't oversleep." TCH. Lying in bed, Rothsmandy gazed at the bright moon outside and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the day's activities, the following morning, Rothsmandy awoke from his dreams. Stepping out of his room, he found that Garp was absent, apparently having left early. Clad in his pajamas, Rothsmandy ventured into the living room, where breakfast had already been laid out on the dining table. He proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, Rothsmandy knocked on Dorag's door. After a prolonged period of silence, only the thunderous snores of Dorag could be heard from within. It seemed Dorag had yet to awaken. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Rothsmandy suddenly had an idea and chuckled softly. He gathered a small bolt of lightning at his fingertips and aimed it precisely at Dorag through the keyhole. Ow. Dorag sprang up, startled as he leapt 3 feet into the air. "Who dares ambush me? I'll make you pay." Feeling the tingling sensation coursing through him, Dorag quickly recognized Rothsmandy's power. "Rothsmandy, I'm going to strip the flesh from your bones piece by piece with wind." With that, Dorag flung open his door, summoning a sharp blade of wind that shot forth. Upon opening the door, however, he found Rothsmandy already seated at the dining table, enjoying his meal. Noticing the wind blade approaching, Rothsmandy entwined his hands with arcs of electricity, effortlessly crushing the incoming attack. Seeing that Dorag was ready to launch another wind blade, Rothsmandy quickly intervened. "Dorag, stop. Look at the time." As Dorag glanced up, he realized it was already 8:30. Suddenly remembering that today was the day Rothsmandy was to duel Sakazuki, he panicked, having just arranged it the day before. He hurriedly washed up, dressed, and ate breakfast, donning the green cloak Rothsmandy had gifted him yesterday. After finishing their meal, Rothsmandy manifested wings on his back and extended a hand to Dorag. "Hop on. I'll take you there." Without hesitation, Dorag grasped Rothsmandy's hand. Together, they soared swiftly over the villa's rooftops. Rothsmandy kept low, aware that flying too high would trigger the Navy headquarters' anti-air systems. However, skimming the rooftops posed no risk. Rothsmandy navigated swiftly to the back mountain, ascending along the treetops. Before long, they reached the summit, where Dorag spotted 3 figures standing atop the peak. Excitedly, he called out to them, "Hey, Kazan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Hearing Dorag's voice, Sakazuki and the others looked up to the sky. They beheld Rothsmandy, wings adorned with crackling arcs of electricity, descending rapidly. Once they landed, Rothsmandy folded his wings. Sakazuki spoke first. "I thought you were going to be late, Mandy." Rothsmandy smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I am quite punctual." "So, who shall I duel today?" At this moment, Borsellino chimed in. "How terrifying. Naturally, the one who proposed the duel should be the one to compete." "Isn't that right, Kazan?" Kazan nodded in agreement. "Mandy, Sakazuki will be your opponent. You've just flown quite a distance. Would you like to rest a moment?" Rothsmandy shook his head upon hearing this. "There is no need for such exertion. It is merely a warm-up for me." "Let us commence." Sakazuki. At this moment, Sakazuki removed his coat. With this, Rothsmandy became invigorated. Dorag had already distanced himself from Kazan and Borsellino. Given the current strength of the three, distance was of no concern. They could see clearly. The two combatants, one wielding the magma fruit and the other a mythical beast type, posed a risk of creating chaos if they were to engage too closely. Once Sakazuki had assumed his stance, Rothsmandy addressed him. "Shall we agree that today's contest will have its limits, Sakazuki?" Sakazuki nodded in assent. "Then let us begin, Sakazuki." No sooner had he spoken than magma began to radiate from Sakazuki's form. In tandem, Rothsmandy activated his own fruit. The silver patterns on his forehead began to pulsate, and wings emerged from behind him. "Be vigilant, Sakazuki," Rothsmandy cautioned. With a powerful flap of his electrified, snow-white wings, Rothsmandy surged forward, accelerating to a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, creating a sonic boom in his wake. In the next instant, a fist enveloped in lightning struck fiercely, aimed directly at Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki was well prepared. His upper body had already transformed entirely into magma. However, unexpectedly, Rothsmandy altered his approach, retracting his fist and extending his leg towards Sakazuki's lower half, which had yet to undergo magma transformation. The previous maneuver had been a feint. Rothsmandy had discerned that Sakazuki was unable to achieve complete elemental transformation at that moment. Sakazuki, not one to be caught off guard, lunged forward with outstretched hand. Meteor volcano. With that, magma erupted violently from Sakazuki's hand, morphing into heated lava streams that surged toward the approaching Rothsmandy. Rothsmandy had no intention of confronting this onslaught directly. He created distance instead, with electricity gathering in his hands. He retaliated against the incoming lava streams. Each bolt of lightning precisely shattered the oncoming magma. Observing this spectacle, Borsellino and Kazan, standing beside Dorag, gained a clearer understanding of Rothsmandy's control over his power. It was no wonder he was sent by Crane herself. His strength was formidable. The clash escalated, and soon, the area was enveloped in dust and debris. This minor obstruction posed no hindrance to Rothsmandy, whose divine eye had activated, allowing him to lock onto Sakazuki amidst the haze. He noted that Sakazuki's field of vision was drastically limited, restricted to a mere 180 degrees. Without the awakening of observation haki, Sakazuki was unable to perceive what lay behind him. Thus, Rothsmandy realized that Sakazuki's back had become a weakness, albeit one not easily exploited. With this thought, the arcs of electricity surrounding Rothsmandy's wings began to surge with intensity. He forcefully flapped his wings forward. Feather Kill, the electrified feathers, possessing formidable piercing power, flew swiftly towards Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was not idle. He felt a tingling pain in his skin. Rather than take the hit, he rolled to the side. During his roll, magma began to flow from his body across the ground. Once the magma coverage was substantial, Sakazuki utilized the magma's thrust to propel himself toward Rothsmandy. He lifted his foot, aiming a kick at Rothsmandy, while magma dripped from his hands, launching two pillars of lava aimed at Rothsmandy's wings. From Rothsmandy's perspective, Sakazuki's movements appeared to decelerate. The arcs of electricity surrounding Rothsmandy doubled his reaction speed, allowing him to effortlessly evade Sakazuki's attacks. Thus, they engaged in a back-and-forth battle within the forest. Dorag observed with a relatively unchanged expression. He had already recognized Rothsmandy's prowess during their previous contest. Yet, he was somewhat astonished, never having anticipated Rothsmandy's strength to reach such heights. Similarly, Kazan and Borsellino maintained serious expressions. They were well aware of Sakazuki's capabilities, and to engage in a battle of this magnitude with him was no small feat indeed. Among their peers, they were unrivaled. Yet, here emerged Rothsmandy, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Sakazuki. It became evident to all that neither Rothsmandy nor Sakazuki could gain the upper hand. One could transform into an elemental form, while the other, empowered by his lightning wings, moved with such speed that he was nearly invisible. This led to an awkward predicament. Neither could land a decisive blow, as they lacked haki. rendering them unable to strike each other. The techniques may have appeared impressive, yet none had truly connected. Realizing this situation, both Ratsamandi and Sakaski ceased utilizing their abilities. It was futile. Neither could touch the other, and thus, the fight had reached an impasse. They exchanged glances and simultaneously retracted their powers, rushing toward one another to engage in a straightforward brawl. They exchanged blows, relishing the physical combat. Before long, both Ratsamandi and Sakaski bore marks of their struggle, their faces and bodies displaying the toll of their exertion. However, Ratsamandi's wounds healed rapidly, while Sakaski's injuries lingered. As their physical techniques clashed, it devolved into a cycle of punches and kicks, each retaliating in kind. The two found themselves at another stalemate. Dorag and the others noted that Sakaski's martial prowess was slightly inferior to Ratsamandi's. This was not due to a disparity in their techniques, but rather the remarkable regenerative capabilities of the mythical beast type, which became evident in this moment. Both Sakaski and Ratsamandi were breathing heavily, their stamina significantly depleted. The Ratsamandi fared slightly better. At that moment, Sakaski and Ratsamandi exchanged smiles. Return feather, 1,000 stabs. They both swiftly launched their moves. Ratsamandi's feathers, crackling with electricity, sped back towards Sakaski's back. Simultaneously, Sakaski's magma extended into needle-like projections, targeting Ratsamandi's legs, intent on ensnaring him. They locked eyes, realizing they were on the same wavelength. Thus, they both raised their hands. Ratsamandi recalled his feathers, while Sakaski calmed the magma. Both understood that their attacks had become meaningless. Moreover, it was merely a contest, not a life-or-death struggle. There was no need for mutual destruction. Ratsamandi, why didn't you ascend to the skies earlier? If you unleashed lightning from above, I would have been at a loss. Sakaski stated as they retracted their abilities. This is a contest, not a fight to the death. It is unnecessary to resort to such tactics. Besides, I trust that you have your own preparations. Sakaski. As they spoke, the two exchanged glances and shared a mischievous smile. Sakazuki was indeed well prepared. He had been making arrangements all along, ready to unleash his powers the moment Ratsamandi took to the skies. He would promptly mobilize a significant portion of his abilities, compressing the magma into slender streams. By sacrificing volume, he sought to extend the range of the magma. However, Ratsamandi did not take to the air, rendering Sakazuki's tactics ineffective. At this juncture, the battle had reached a stalemate. Without a life-and-death struggle, neither party could claim victory. Although Ratsamandi possessed superior regenerative capabilities, if Sakazuki activated his powers and elementalized his body, he would be untouchable without the use of haki, leaving Ratsamandi vulnerable to burns from Sakazuki's magma. Thus, both Ratsamandi and Sakazuki chose to cease their combat. Ha ha ha, lads, what an exhilarating contest. At that moment, Ratsamandi heard a voice unfamiliar to him. Following the sound, he beheld a tall man leading Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and the principal of the Naval Academy, Kuya, approaching. Upon observing their stance, Ratsamandi understood the identity of the newcomers, the current fleet admiral, Sakazuki. Consequently, Ratsamandi and Drackle, along with the others, rendered a formal salute to the approaching high-ranking naval officers. During their time on Crane's ship, Ratsamandi had been trained in naval etiquette by Ascarly, and as a reserve member of the Navy, it was entirely appropriate for him to salute. Ha ha ha. No need for such formalities, young ones, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki bellowed with laughter. Ratsamandi, you have truly astonished me. To hold your own against Sakazuki, your strength is now on par with his. If it comes to recovery, they cannot surpass you. Ratsamandi sheepishly scratched his head. Sakazuki's elemental abilities make it quite challenging for me to land a hit. Sengoku then interjected. Ha, young man. Without haki, attempting to strike those who wield elemental powers is indeed a formidable task. You must either master haki or discover the weaknesses of their elemental abilities. At this stage, it is still too early for you to cultivate haki. Zifa chimed in. For you, the best approach is to first push your body to its limits before embarking on your haki training. Haki can grant you immense strength. However, awakening it prematurely may lead to continuous depletion of your vitality, hindering your physical development. Thus, the Naval Academy does not teach haki to you at this stage. Other than Conqueror's haki, the other two types will only be introduced around the age of 16, by which time your bodies will have fully matured. At that point, your physical conditioning will have reached a significant threshold, enabling a remarkable leap in your powers once you commence haki training. At this moment, Crane also spoke up. What you need now is to acquire a breadth of knowledge. A well-rounded education will greatly assist in the development of your abilities. It will also prepare you to face the peculiar techniques you may encounter on the seas without being caught off guard. The ocean is teeming with bizarre powers, and without comprehensive understanding, One can easily fall victim to them. Upon hearing this, Rothsmanti and Drackle, along with the others, solemnly saluted in acknowledgement. Yes, we understand. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki laughed heartily. Very well. The 4 great monsters of the Navy shall now be renamed the 5 great monsters, with such talents among you. Our Navy has a promising future, he continued. Train diligently and strive to surpass that group of young brats from the World School. At this juncture, Sengoku interrupted Sakazuki's laughter. Brother Sakazuki, be cautious with your words. Although we are alone here, there are still numerous spies from the world government within the Navy. I understand. Sengoku. I was merely caught up in the moment. Sakazuki replied, chuckling. Sengoku, rubbing his temples, was aware that he had begun to take on some responsibilities of the fleet admiral. Sakazuki had previously been very cautious, skillfully navigating relations with the world government, which had allowed the Navy to maintain a degree of independence. However, ever since he and his peers had matured, especially since he began to assume some of the fleet admiral's duties, Sakazuki seemed to have shed his restraints, becoming more carefree. While Sengoku and Crane felt relief at Sakazuki's relaxed demeanor, they also found it somewhat exasperating. At this moment, Sakazuki spoke again. Crane, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, the contest has concluded. Let us return. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Observing Sakazuki's serious expression, Sengoku and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Sakazuki put aside his seriousness and gave Rothsmanti and the others a hearty pat on the shoulder. All right, young lads, continue to bond with one another. The future of the Navy rests upon your shoulders. Train well and study diligently. Rothsman, the 5th in line, saluted earnestly. Yes, Fleet Admiral. We understand. As he watched the departing Sakazuki and his entourage, Borsalino let out a sigh of relief, his mouth twisting into a grin. How terrifying. I never expected Fleet Admiral Sakazuki and Vice Admiral Garp to be watching us from a distance. We truly failed to notice them. It is quite frightening. Sakazuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, our lack of strength necessitates further training. Kazan chuckled. Ha ha ha. Everyone. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki and his crew represent the pinnacle of our Navy's power. If we could easily detect their presence, we certainly wouldn't be the foremost military force on the seas. Drackle nodded in agreement. We must strive even harder. However, speaking of which, ISNT at nearly noon. Should we return to school at this moment? Rothsman said, let us hold off on that for now. It's almost 12 o'clock, and school should be letting out. Let us grab a bite to eat first. It's on me. After finishing their meal, we can head back. Drackle threw an arm around Rothsman's shoulders, addressing Sakazuki and the others. Rothsman is treating us. Let us go eat. I tell you, Rothsman is quite wealthy. We should feast extravagantly on his expense. Hearing Drackle's words, Rothsman shot him an exasperated glance. At that moment, Kazan chimed in. Rothsman, we shall not hold back then. How terrifying. Today's battle truly startled me. Rothsman-san, you must treat us to something delicious. Sakazuki, typically reserved, remained quiet, but his eyes gleamed with the anticipation of indulging in a sumptuous meal. Observing the 4 individuals playfully bantering, Rothsman felt a surge of happiness. After over a year in the pirate world, he had finally made friends of his own age. Rothsman laughed heartily. Excellent. Let us dine at the finest restaurant in the town. Do not worry about exhausting my funds. Eat to your heart's content. Just be sure not to eat to the point of death. Ha 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 ha. They all exclaimed in unison. Then we shall not hold back. Beneath the blazing midday sun, the 5 members of Rotismandi made their way down the hill towards the quaint little town. The sunlight was so intense, casting a radiant glow upon their faces, as if they were enveloped in a golden aura. They laughed and frolicked, and everything around them seemed imbued with beauty. Passers-by, observing the vibrant quintet, recognized them instantly. More precisely, they recognized Sakazuki and his companions. The 4 of them were indeed the prominent figures of the Naval Academy. To be on such amicable terms with Sakazuki's group was a testament to the prowess and talent of this newcomer. Suggesting he was no less formidable than the others, there was no envy among the townsfolk. Nearly all of them had intricate ties to the Navy. A wealth of talent was welcomed. The more, the merrier. Those nurtured into the Navy would undoubtedly become its pillars in the future. With a stronger Navy, justice could be executed more effectively. Under the warm gaze of the townspeople, the 5 Rotismandi entered the finest restaurant in town. However, delightful moments are always fleeting. Time flowed gently, and 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye, heralding the arrival of the year 1484 in the era of the sea. Knock, knock, knock. Manti, Dorag. What are you doing? You're late for school. A youth clad in a red shirt, towering at around 2.5 meters, was forcefully pounding on the door of a villa. The sturdy door bore the brunt of his relentless assault. Cracking under the pressure. Stop knocking, stop knocking. This door needs to be replaced every week, and it's all because of Dorag sleeping in again. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal a robust young man with silver short hair and a distinctive blue mark on his forehead. Who grumbled as he opened the door, "Honestly, could you knock a little softer? How many times has this door been replaced this week?" Sakazuki burst into laughter. "Whose fault is it that your door isn't sturdy? How frightening. Man-tai, your angry demeanor is truly terrifying. I'm almost scared to death." Upon hearing the sarcastic tone, Rodismandi immediately recognized him. At this point, Rodismandi had transformed into a ferocious shark face. "You're not in any better position. Borsalino, didn't you steal a few things from me the other day? You even flashed lights at my house at night. You almost blinded me." Borsalino, unperturbed, returned the fierce expression. "That was my favorite pair of sunglasses. Where did you hide them? Did Kazan put you up to this?" I would never divulge that it was Dorag's idea at Kazan's request," Rodismandi pouted, tilting his head to the left. "I knew it was you all along. Come on, Man-tai, don't sell me out." Kazan, at that moment, was covering his face with his hands. Rodismandi was taken aback. "Hey, I didn't say anything. I merely stated the facts." Just then, Dorag emerged, having overheard their conversation, and began to slowly retreat, attempting to slip away through the back door like a whisper in the wind. However, Yellow Monkey had already spotted him, gathering light in his hand, preparing to unleash it upon Kazan. Rodismandi and Dorag, light of death, my dear friends. Seeing the approaching beams of light, Rodismandi, Dorag, and Kazan wasted no time and took off running. There was no other option. Borsalino's light had reached an unbearable temperature, though they weren't afraid. Their clothing would soon be incinerated. If they wished to avoid streaking to school, they'd better hurry. Sakazuki, clutching his head in exasperation, lamented, "Why do these fools steal? What are they thinking, taking Borsalino's sunglasses? They could have just swapped them for a fake." "Ow, that's hot," came the voice of Dorag, who had lagged behind, followed by his continuous wails. "Borsalino, it was my idea to start this. It was Kazan. You should take it up with him. Why am I the one getting burned? It's too hot, too hot." At that moment, Borsalino's voice rang out. "Who told you to run slowly? First, I'll deal with you, then the other two. Prepare for the ultra-hot flash." Sakazuki watched as a brilliant light erupted on the street. Luckily, most naval officers were already at work, having risen early. Otherwise, they would have faced a severe beating. It should be noted that their abilities, if left unchecked, could unleash tremendous power. The entire villa district would often echo with loud booms. Inevitably, one or more disturbed naval officers would emerge, ready to deliver a thorough thrashing to the mischief makers, leaving them bruised and battered, their resilience unable to recover quickly. Every naval officer in the headquarters had mastered hockey, making it a one-sided affair against those who had yet to grasp its nuances. Sighing heavily, Sakazuki pondered, "What sin have I committed to cross paths with these rascals?" With a resigned sigh, he followed after them. At this moment, Dorag was still writhing on the ground in agony, covering his eyes. I'm blind. I'm blind. Sakazuki, come help me." Sakazuki, massaging his temples in frustration, assisted Dorag to his feet. "What did I tell you about stealing Borsalino's sunglasses? You deserve this. I was just going to buy him a fake to replace the original." Suddenly, Sakazuki felt a chilling presence creeping up his neck. "How frightening. Sakazuki, I can hear you." Borsalino had materialized behind him, wielding a radiant sword of light, having stealthily approached. Unluckily for Sakazuki, he overheard Borsalino's words. Without turning his head, he yanked on Dorag's thick green cloak and dragged him along the ground, sprinting forward. "Stop right there." Thus, a colorful spectacle unfolded on the street. A youth, approximately 2.5 meters tall, clad in yellow, brandishing a massive sword of light, pursued the fleeing group. Among them, one was being dragged along the ground while the others fled in disarray, not forgetting to hurl taunts over their shoulders. "Borsalino, you really shouldn't wear those glasses every day," exclaimed Rodismandi. "Indeed, they look dreadful on you," added Sakazuki. Truly unappealing. They make you look old." Borsalino. This iconic catchphrase naturally belongs to the ever-speedy Kazan. Before one could even blink, Kazan had his feet encrusted with frost, taking on the form of ice skates. With each step he took, a narrow expanse of ice formed beneath him, facilitating his swift gliding. It was this remarkable skill that allowed Kazan to always be the first to escape. Of course, Rodismandi and his companions, who had stealthily taken their blindfolds, found themselves pursued with equal swiftness by Kazan. Time and again, he managed to freeze everyone into ice sculptures, save for Palusolino, whose glimmering fruit granted him unparalleled speed. Each time Kazan attempted to seize the others, they would band together to help capture Palusolino. Desperately trying to thaw themselves. Ah la la la. It seems I am still the fastest, Kazan taunted, glancing back to find Rhodesmanti and the others lagging far behind. Sakazuki and Rhodesmanti exchanged glances. Kazan, you shall not escape. In unison, Rhodesmanti and Sakazuki unleashed their powers, one wielding lightning, the other, magma, ice path destruction. This was a covert technique developed by Rhodesmanti and Sakazuki to hinder Kazan's speed. The intense heat of the lightning and magma combined evaporated the moisture on the ground in an instant. Consequently, the surface of the ice Kazan had formed became coarse and uneven, losing its smoothness. Kazan, caught off guard by the sudden instability beneath him, stumbled and fell forward. Seizing the opportunity, Rhodesmanti and Sakazuki swiftly fled. Before departing, Rhodesmanti sent forth a small bolt of lightning, momentarily paralyzing Kuzunin. In that brief delay, Palusolino managed to capture him. Rhodesmanti and Sakazuki. You must be doing this on purpose. Just wait. Palusolino's menacing voice echoed nearby. No need to wait, for I shall transform you into light right now. Have you ever been struck by the speed of light? At this moment, cold sweat began to trickle down Kazan's brow. Stay calm, Palusolino. To hell with calmness. I shall obliterate you, Palusolino declared, a brilliant flash erupting from his body. Kazan experienced a fate akin to that of Dorag. My eyes. I'm blind, Kazan cried, rolling on the ground, hands covering his eyes. Palusolino seized Kazan by the nape and pursued the already distant Rhodesmanti and the others. Over the course of 3 years, Rhodesmanti, Sakazuki, Dorag, Kazan, and Palusolino had forged a deep friendship. Had the Navy not prohibited such bonds, they would have sworn brotherhood long ago. As Rhodesmanti and his companions scurried away, they soon reached the classroom door. Upon knocking, they found the teacher in the midst of a lesson, just as they were about to speak. A flash of light surged toward them. With a resounding boom, the light exploded, filling the classroom with smoke and debris. Rhodesmanti, you lot. The teacher, standing at the podium, wore an expression of fury. Such scenes occurred at least 3 times a week. How did the teacher respond each time? Naturally, by unleashing his haki and delivering a sound thrashing. The teacher dashed forward, fists blackened with power, not allowing Rhodesmanti and his companions to rise from the ground before delivering a crushing blow. Their cries of despair echoed throughout the classroom. Palusolino, who had been hot on their heels, found himself unable to escape, and along with him, the now noticeably bulkier Rhodesmanti and his friends, sporting numerous lumps on their heads. Staggered into the classroom. Now, Rhodesmanti and the others stood at around 2.5 meters tall. 3 years of rigorous training, their strength had seen remarkable improvement. However, they consistently found themselves outmatched by the instructors at the Navy Academy. After all, those who became teachers there possessed formidable skills. As Rhodesmanti and his friends stumbled into the room, the other students suppressed their laughter, torn between amusement and restraint. The reason was simple. These 5 were far superior to them. Their strength manifested not only in combat prowess but also in knowledge of islands, naval warfare, troop deployment, physical training, and much more. These 5 monsters were formidable in every sense. In examinations over the years, whether in individual subjects or comprehensive assessments, Rhodesmanti and his companions consistently ranked among the top 5. While their positions might fluctuate, they firmly held dominion over the leaderboard. Just a year ago, the teachers decided that the scores of Rhodesmanti and his friends would no longer be included in the rankings, as it was deemed pointless. Everyone knew they were the top 5. This decision was met with unanimous agreement among the students. After all, the top 5 had long been established, and their morale had taken a hit. Each of them hailed from their own islands, each a prodigy in their own right, arriving at the Navy Academy brimming with confidence, only to be crushed by these 5 monsters. Only the girl adopted by Vice Admiral Crane and a scruffy-looking boy, resembling a rat, could stand their ground against the 5 in terms of island knowledge and strategic deployment. However, when it came to physical training and competitions, they were at a disadvantage. The abilities of these 5 monsters were almost superhuman. Until one mastered haki, no one dared to challenge them. During physical training, Rhodesmanti and his friends were the most diligent. They treated their training as a competition, adding weights to their bodies to enhance their workouts. However, they soon realized this approach was too taxing and detrimental to their health. The instructors intervened, advising them to refrain from competing with these 5 monsters, insisting that everyone should train with weights suitable for their own capabilities. Only the girl, Shiwan, and the scruffy boy, Gigi, would attempt to match the 5 monsters' intensity. Although their weights were slightly lighter, they were the only two who could keep pace with the 5 during their training. For the others, it was simply impossible to keep up. Just as Rhodes settled into his seat, Shiwan approached him. Since Rhodes was also a protege of Crane, Shiwan felt an innate closeness to him. Rhodes, those kids from World School secretly slipped a challenge letter into our classroom this morning. This. Rhodes raised an eyebrow. Where is the letter, little Shiwan? Don't call me little. I will grow up. All right, Shiwan, I understand. Little Shiwan. You. Shiwan huffed, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed up at Rhodes with a pitiful expression. Unable to withstand such an adorable sight, Rhodes relented. All right, please don't look at me like that. Shiwan. I can't take it. I'm not a delicate person. Who are you trying to impress? Upon hearing this, Shiwan dropped her act and playfully punched Rhodes on the head. Ouch, that hurts. The punch landed perfectly on a lump that had just formed. She then retrieved the challenge letter from her pocket and tossed it at Rhodes face before storming off in a huff. At that moment, Kazan sauntered over. "Ah la la la, you've made Shiwan angry again." Rhodes quickly denied it. "How could that be? I was merely stating the facts." Sakasuki, plagued by a throbbing headache, clutched his head in distress. "Mandy, you fool." At that moment, Dorag and Palusolino approached, adopting the uniquely mocking tone of Palusolino. "Oh, how dreadful. It seems someone is destined to remain forever alone." Rhodes found himself bewildered by their ridicule, casting a bewildered glance at the other 4. "Are you all fools? Both Shiyuan and I are akin to cranes among the flock. Having brought back our achievements, the 2 of us share a natural affinity. Have you stuffed your brains with something vile? We are merely 13. Do not entertain such absurdities." The other 4 simultaneously pressed their foreheads. Their movements synchronized, leaving Rhodes in a state of astonishment. At this juncture, Sakasuki interjected. "Mandy, take a look at that challenge letter." It was only then that Rhodes recalled the letter. Upon opening it, he found merely 2 lines. "After school. At the island of Gress between the Red Earth continent and the Navy headquarters. Let us not be absent. Those who are cowardly need not attend. World School, Fosacruid." After reading it, Rhodes handed the letter to the other 4. Sakasuki, known for his fiery temper, allowed the magma in his hands to surge, instantly reducing the letter to ashes. Fosacruid of World School, has he not yet learned his lesson? At that moment, Kazan spoke up. It seems the individuals led by Fosacruid are restless once again. How terrifying. Have their powers increased? The sarcastic tone was unmistakable. Dorag slammed the table and rose, declaring, "This time, I shall use the wind to strip the flesh from their bodies." By now, the other students had grasped the situation and began to cheer. "The 5 great monsters embark on a mission to World School. Let us vanquish this group of wretches." During Rhodes absence, students from both World School and Navy School had been continuously challenging one another. World School also had its quartet of formidable figures, led by Fosacruid, an animal-type mythical Zoan user resembling a thunderous bull, boasting immense strength and towering over Rhodes and his companions. The other 3 were Horona's Turs, a paramecia-type steel fruit user with demon lineage, inherently endowed with formidable power. Denasai, an ancient-type Zoan user with the power of a Tyrannosaurus, possessing the bloodline of giants, and a female user of the natural-type sand fruit, whose sands were laced with poison. Do not underestimate his merely because she is a girl. Her toxic sands are a formidable threat. All 4 share a common identity as members of the world's aristocracy. The student bodies of Navy School and World School differ significantly. The former comprises talented individuals gathered from various naval branches, often commoners, while the latter is primarily composed of noble offspring. This disparity breeds mutual disdain. Initially, the 8 monsters from Navy School and World School were evenly matched. However, with Rhodes arrival, victory began to tip in favor of Navy School. Fosacruid and his companions initially dismissed the newcomer Rhodes, but after clashing with him, they discovered his strength was on par with theirs, if not slightly superior. The lightning coursing through Rhodes effectively negated the toxicity of his sands, compelling Fosacruid and his cohort to regard Rhodes with newfound respect. Consequently, World School struggled to contend with Navy School. The original 4-on-4 skirmish had transformed into a 4-on-5 battle, undeniably challenging, were it not for his toxic sands causing significant trouble for Rhodes and his companions. They might have faced defeat. Over the past 3 years, Rhodes and his 9 companions engaged in lively exchanges. Just a month after their recent bout, Fosacruid's challenge letter arrived once more. Rhodes stroked his chin. Pondering, it seems they have begun intensifying their training this month. Their strength must have grown. During this time, Rothesmandi and his companions had not slackened their training despite their numerical advantage. Rather, they intensified it. Knowing that the four from World School, although verbally fierce, trained with unmatched diligence that a slip in their training could lead to embarrassment, the world government and navy remained indifferent to the skirmishes among the younger generation. Seemingly reveling in the spectacle, some might question why the world government did not utilize CP agencies to gather children from around the globe. In truth, they had attempted this, but the resulting conflicts between commoners and nobles proved severe. When the children of the aristocracy were harmed, their families began to exert pressure on World School, leading to the matter being swept under the rug. This incident rendered it increasingly difficult for CP agencies to recruit talented commoners, who now primarily favored Navy School. Consequently, CP shifted their focus to orphans, engaging in many distasteful acts. However, that is a tale for another time. That afternoon, after school, students from Rothesmandi's grade flocked toward the port in droves. The station Navy personnel had grown accustomed to this sight. Mandy, are you and your companions off to spar with those World School brats again? Upon hearing this, Rothesmandi greeted the Navy colonel. Hello, Uncle Rogder. Are you on duty again today? Is there still a ship heading to Gress Island? Rogder glanced at his watch upon hearing Rothesmandi's voice and smiled. Indeed, there is still a ship bound for Gress Island. But remember, you must return before midnight. The waters between Gress Island and Navy headquarters are off limits from midnight to 7 in the morning. Rothesmandi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Rogder, I understand. Could I trouble you to arrange our boarding? Rogder replied solemnly. All right, you little rascals, be cautious during your sparring. Rothesmandi, Dorag, and their 4 companions, along with the students trailing behind them, saluted Rogder in unison. Understood, Uncle Rogder, we will be careful. At that moment, Sakazuki spoke up. Rest assured, Uncle Rogder, the main force of the sparring will be the 5 of us. We will protect everyone. All la la la. We shall be vigilant, Uncle Rogder, they chimed in unison. How frightening. We will be careful. Right, Dorag. Dorag nodded vigorously, addressing Rogder. Uncle Rogder, you can rest easy. Have faith in our strength. Rogder burst into laughter. You little rascals. I look forward to your triumphant return. With that, Rogder swiftly filled out a boarding form. In no time, he completed a boarding pass. Take this form to dock number 3 and board ship 016. She departs in half an hour. Let ship 016 take you there. Rotsman received the boarding list. Thank you, Uncle Rogder. We shall take our leave now. As he watched the vibrant and lively students depart in droves, Colonel Rogder wore a smile upon his face. Youth is truly a blessing. Mingling with this group of energetic individuals makes me feel considerably younger. Having said that, he lowered his head to attend to his own matters. An hour and a half later, ship 016 docked at the port of Glise Island. After disembarking, Rotsman and his companions made their way along the main avenue of the port. Traversing the quaint town of Glise Island, heading towards the mountains at its rear, before they could reach the summit, they encountered the 4 formidable figures from the World School. At this moment, Borisolino was the first to speak, his mouth twisting into a mocking grin. How terrifying, Fussclud. Are you all feeling a bit itchy, or do you believe your strength has increased? Fussclud, known for his fiery temperament, crackled with lightning at Borisolino's taunt. Hehehe, yellow monkey, whether I am strong or not, come take a punch and find out. How terrifying indeed. You should first land a hit on me, replied the towering Denesai, standing at 4 meters tall. You keep using your fruit ability to scamper about. If you're capable, don't hide. At this juncture, Rotsman interjected. Do you have nothing but muscle in that head of yours? Is your brain devoid of any wrinkles? Instead of leveraging your fruit's advantages, you wish to squander it. He continued, why not extract that fruit from within you and let me take a look? Denesai, incensed by Rotsman Ti's derision, roared back. Rotsman T, don't think that just because your physical strength is somewhat comparable to mine, you can act so arrogantly. I have not relaxed for a month. If I knock you down later, don't shed any tears. Allah la la, and who knows who will end up crying after the fight, right, Dolag? Dolag nodded in agreement. You 4 monsters from the World School, 3 of you are brutes. I truly worry for you. Herself shrouded in an aura of coldness, whether due to poison or her inherent nature, was the intellect of their team. During every competition among the 9 of them, if the 4 monsters from the World School found themselves at a disadvantage, his would invariably conjure a toxic sandstorm, much to Dolag's annoyance, prompting him to mock her. At that moment, Sakazuki's hands began to emit magma. Fussclud, do you wish to compete here, or shall we ascend to the peak? Despite Fussclud's rugged appearance due to the Thunderbolt fruit, anyone who underestimated him would surely regret it. This Fusclud was as meticulous as he was powerful, ranking among the strongest of the World School's 4 monsters. If Fusclud were merely a fool with immense combat prowess, he would not hold the esteemed position among the 4. His noble upbringing allowed him to effectively mask his true self while presenting the persona he wished others to perceive. It could be said that none of the 4 monsters from the World School were to be taken lightly. Fusclud, with a glint in his eye, addressed Sakazuki, "Let us head to the summit. We wouldn't want to trigger a landslide here." This was, of course, not out of kindness. The winds at the summit could be fierce. Rotsman T was well aware of Fusclud's ulterior motives, yet he felt unperturbed. Not to mention, Rotsman Ti's mastery of lightning could effectively counter his poison. Additionally, they had collectively devised a formidable skill, intending to deliver a thorough lesson to the 4 of the World School during this contest. Before long, the students from the World School and the Naval Academy had all arrived at the summit. The students naturally divided into 2 factions, cheering for their respective monsters, occasionally hurling projectiles or exchanging jabs of mockery. In the center of the arena stood 9 figures of varying heights and builds. At this moment, Rotsman T declared, "Fusclud, you 4 still have time to surrender. We can settle this without bloodshed, after spending years together." Fusclud and his companions understood the implications of Rotsman Ti's words. The most hot-headed among them, Hieronast, began to radiate a metallic glow. "What nonsense! Rotsman T, come at us all 5. Watch me pummel you into submission." Fusclud and his exchanged glances, simultaneously shaking their heads in resignation. This Hieronast, with nothing but muscle in his mind, was indeed a fool. Were it not for his strength, they would be reluctant to acknowledge his status among the 4 monsters. Fusclud and his discerned the meaning in each other's eyes. His gaze flickered with derision as she addressed Rotsman T and his companions. "Enough of the chatter. Let us commence." With that, Rotsman T and Fusclud, along with their respective 9, simultaneously activated their fruit abilities in an instant. The arena was filled with toxic sands, gleaming steel reflections, thunderous bolts of lightning entwined around their legs, and the roar of a raging dinosaur. Rotsman T and his companions were equally resolute. Sakazuki began to exude torrents of magma, Kazan's hands were ensnared in frost, and Dolag summoned razor-sharp blades of wind around him. Borisolino extended his finger, gathering a brilliant radiance upon it. For Rotsman T, his wings had already manifested from his back. After years of arduous training, the feathers of Rotsman Ti's wings had begun to take on a jade-like hue, each feather possessing unparalleled sharpness. The arcs of electricity that danced around his wings had transformed from mere arcs to pulsating bolts of lightning. With the activation of his fruit ability, the muscles of Rotsman T also exhibited slight expansion, rendering him even more robust. Moreover, the trident-shaped mark on his forehead had deepened to a rich blue hue due to his years of training. Yet, Rotsman T still found himself unable to fully open his eyes. This had once troubled him, prompting him to seek counsel from Crane and Zephyr, who were equally puzzled. It was only the enigmatic words of Admiral Sengoku that illuminated his path. The eyes are the reflection of the soul. Possessing memories from a past life, Rotsman T understood the significance of those words. Expressing his gratitude to Sengoku before dedicating himself to even more rigorous training and study. Rotsman T began to unleash his full potential. Sakazuki, Dolag, and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind, intensifying their efforts. Their determination sparked a chain reaction, inspiring other students to push themselves as well, which delighted the Naval Academy's principal, Kuya, who celebrated with several drinks that very evening. This was the sole occasion of defeat for the 4 monsters of the World School. Subsequently, the 4 monsters rallied, igniting fervor among the students of both the Naval Academy and the World School. In the competition arena, Rotsman T and his 5 companions were already engaged in a fierce clash with Fusclud and his 4 comrades. The scene erupted into a cacophony of flames, lightning, hurricanes, and lasers. Various energies burst and collided in a chaotic display. Accompanying this spectacle were the rhythmic sounds of muscle-on-muscle clashes reverberating through the arena. It was evident that Rothsmandy and Fusclud were engaged in combat. Both were creatures of the mythical beast variety, their physical prowess formidable. A kaleidoscope of colors painted the faces of the surrounding students as they observed the thrilling battle, which served as an invaluable lesson for them. 3 hours later, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. The 9 combatants, having endured an intense struggle, were all panting heavily from exhaustion. However, Rothsmandy's team exhibited noticeably less fatigue compared to the 4 from the World Academy. While Rothsmandy's group merely breathed heavily, the 4 from the World Academy gasped as if they were bellows. After all, Rothsmandy's team had one additional member, the endurance displayed by the World Academy, managing to hold on for so long without succumbing, was a testament to their strength. Had the battle continued much longer, the four from the World Academy would surely have faltered due to sheer exhaustion. Yet, Foskrud and Heezy were not likely to allow such a scenario to unfold. Why had they chosen to spar after school? It was simply because it was already 6 o'clock, and the island between the Red Earth continent and the Navy headquarters was off limits from midnight until 7 in the morning. All individuals were required to vacate the island by 11 o'clock to avoid penalties. Did Rothsmandy's team understand this situation? Absolutely, as all five possessed considerable intelligence. Among the four from the World Academy, only Foskrud and Heezy could be regarded as astute. The other two were mere muscle-bound brutes devoid of any intellectual depth. The advantage of 5 clever minds over 2 was apparent. Aware of the circumstances, they chose not to alter their timeline. Firstly, this was merely a contest, and the higher echelons of the Navy and world government were observing. Secondly, despite having fought for years, there was no deep-seated enmity between the two sides. If they were to utterly defeat the World Academy, the repercussions would be significant, potentially causing trouble for the Navy, as the world's nobility would apply pressure on the world government, although not devastating. Such interference would be bothersome. The sole occasion they could be deemed victorious was when the 9 of them suffered mutual losses. However, due to Rothsmandy's quicker recovery, it appeared as though his team had triumphed while the others lay prostrate. That defeat prompted the 4 from the World Academy to train obsessively, and after a month, they returned for another contest, this time managing to suppress the Navy's 5 members. After reclaiming their honor, Rothsmandy's team resorted to verbal sparring, never again reaching the intensity of their initial clashes. Though it seemed that the Navy Academy and the World Academy were at odds, the leaders of both institutions maintained an unspoken understanding. Whether in contests or exchanges of barbs, while they verbally threatened one another, they held back their true strength. After all, if the 9 of them survived, they would represent the pinnacle of the world's future combat power. The higher-ups of the world government and the Navy would never permit any harm to come to them during these trivial skirmishes. The 9 could perish on missions, but not due to frivolous reasons stemming from their rivalry. This mutual understanding was shared by the upper echelons of both the world government and the Navy. As time drew to a close, the transformed Hieronast began to whip his tail, separating Rothsmandy's 5 from the 4 of the World Academy. Subsequently, Heezy unleashed his poisonous sand. In an instant, a torrent of purple sand surged forth, the colors within hinting at its lethal nature. At that moment, Rothsmandy and his companions exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Dorag began to channel his abilities, and soon a small whirlwind manifested in his hand. Although diminutive, it spun rapidly. Rothsmandy, Sikaski, and Kazan simultaneously concentrated their powers, creating small spheres of magma, ice, and arcs of lightning, joining forces. They infused the whirlwind with their combined elements. Meanwhile, what was Borsalino doing? He too was gathering energy. As Dorag directed the whirlwind toward the 4 from the World Academy, a massive vortex entwined with lightning, magma, and ice surged forth in their direction. In the center of the whirlwind, a void appeared, and at that moment, Borsalino extended his palm, unleashing a colossal beam of light that pierced through the emptiness. Converging void strike, the 5 shouted in unison, a culmination of their relentless training in energy manipulation, resulting in this formidable combination technique. Its power had once been tested on Garp, sending him soaring into the heavens, rendering him invisible. Upon his return, Garp's attire was tattered, and his arms bore the marks of various elemental injuries. It was important to note that Garp was in the prime of his life, ranking among the elite in the seas. Yet, these 5 13-year-olds, still on the cusp of graduation, had developed such a potent technique. One could not help but marvel at their genius. Steelbones Kong, Crane, Sengoku, and Zifa. Upon witnessing the might of the combination technique, all broke into joyous laughter, prompting a celebratory feast at the Navy headquarters. From that day forth, Steelbones Kong delegated some of the duties of the Navy admirals to Sengoku, for he recognized that the Navy had a promising future ahead. This technique, concealed by Rothsmandy and his group, was saved for this very contest as a trump card. The 4 from the World Academy were not unprepared either. Heezy and Foskrud stood in formation, one behind the other. Heezy's sand and Foskrud's lightning intertwined continuously, ultimately forming a war drum shimmering with electric light and composed of purple sand. The 2 maintained the drum's shape as their companions. Hieronast and Denesai flexed their muscles, their arms transforming into massive steel and dinosaur-like appendages, striking the drum with fervor. Instantly, the drum emitted visible purple sound waves and powerful arcs of lightning. The tremendous sound waves, intermingled with purple lightning, coalesced into a column of energy, simultaneously launching toward Rothsmandy and his group. The two forces clashed violently, compressing and rubbing against one another, reaching a critical point, with a thunderous boom. A massive explosion erupted at the intersection of their energies, casting a brilliant light across the darkened Glees Island. Accompanying this spectacle was a powerful shockwave. The students from both the Navy Academy and the World Academy had already gathered behind their respective leaders before the explosion occurred. In an instant, an array of defensive abilities sprang into action: shields, wooden barriers, thorns, and various other powers intertwined, forming protective domes to withstand the energy's onslaught. As the shockwave subsided and the protective barriers fell away, they beheld the mountain summit, devoid of any trace of vegetation. Rothsmandy and his 9 companions exhaled deeply, glaring fiercely at one another. The 4 from the opposing side had indeed prepared a formidable technique. In unison, 9 individuals harbored the same thought. Subsequently, they led the students from their respective schools to engage in a spirited display. After a while, fatigue set in for all, and they each departed with their schoolmates in opposite directions, exchanging a flurry of harsh words before parting ways. By the time Rothsmandy and the others descended the mountain, the moon had already risen. Rothsmandy, Dorag, and their 4 companions strolled ahead, laughing and occasionally whispering with their classmates behind them. At moments of humor, an eruption of laughter ensued among all present. That day, the combination of skills exhibited by Rothsmandy and his group imparted a valuable lesson to their peers. Individual abilities do not always have to be employed in isolation. When harmonized, they can yield even greater power. The students behind, grouped in pairs or threes with similar capabilities, or those who believed they could synergize their powers, engaged in continuous experimentation. They often approached Dorag and the others to inquire about methods of enhancement. Dorag and Rothsmandy, however, were not secretive. They generously shared their experiences in skill development with their classmates. Many among these students had consumed devil fruits, while others possessed unique bloodlines or special abilities from rare races, such as the long-arm tribe. And some could perform different tasks simultaneously with both hands. In short, the range of abilities was astonishing. Upon hearing about the skill development process from Rothsmandy and his companions, none present were foolish. They all began seeking out their friends. Ranged fighters sought out formidable melee combatants, while support types looked for those with high offensive power. Soon, small groups formed to discuss how to combine their skills. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the students, Sakazuki felt a surge of joy. Mandai, your idea is indeed ingenious. The concept of combined skills had originated from Rothsmandy's imaginative thinking, sparked during a contest with Dorag. In a serendipitous moment, the whirlwind of Dorag and the lightning in Rothsmandy's hand exhibited signs of a slow fusion due to a balance of power. Witnessing this phenomenon, Rothsmandy experienced a sudden epiphany. Subsequently, he communicated the idea of skill combination to Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. After a brief contemplation, they deemed it feasible and commenced the development of combined skills. The process of developing combined skills was no easy feat. They faced numerous failures along the way. The back mountain of the Navy Academy bore witness to their destructive capabilities, becoming somewhat patchy as a result. On one occasion, an overwhelming release of power nearly cost Rothsmandy and Sakazuki their lives. Had it not been for Borsalino's swift movement enabled by his Logia fruit, Rothsmandy and Sakazuki might not have survived. Upon hearing the news, Tsuru abandoned her investigation into naval corruption and hurried back to headquarters. Faced with the mummified forms of Rothsmandy and Sakazuki, she scolded them soundly. Though Rothsmandy and Sakazuki evaded punishment due to their mummified states, Kazan, Borsalino, and Dorag suffered greatly. Tsuru took them to the Navy training grounds. When the news of Rothsmandy and Sakazuki's near demise in their experimentation reached Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, they were taken aback and rushed to the hospital. Upon learning that Rothsmandy and Sakazuki were unharmed, their initial concern transformed into an eruption of fury as they heard that the idea had originated from Rothsmandy. Dorag instigated Kazan and Borsalino to offer suggestions during the execution, apart from the now mummified Rothsmandy and Sakazuki. Kazan, Borsalino, and Dorag received a thorough beating from the Navy's higher-ups, who then unceremoniously tossed them into the sea, leaving them submerged until they exhibited signs of water retention before finally pulling them out. Meanwhile, Rothsmandy and Sakazuki lay on their beds, swathed like mummies, while Kazan, Borsalino, and Dorag stood before the Navy officials, each sporting a large bump on their heads and showing signs of swelling. They trembled in fear, attempting to shrink away into the shadows. Saru, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Kong, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon the five. The spittle flew as Kazan, Dorag, and Borsalino stood at the forefront, their faces now resembling wash basins. What should we say to you? You speak of merging powers, yet you seem oblivious to the sheer ferocity of your abilities. You dare to attempt fusion without mastering energy control? It is a miracle you weren't blown to bits. We ought to be burning incense in gratitude. Lightning and magma combined. What were you thinking? Are they even comparable? Just as we glimpsed a future for the Navy. You nearly brought about your own demise. And you, Dorag, Kazan, Borsalino, you truly have some nerve. Not even a few days have passed since we departed, and you have conjured such chaos. The once lush woods of the back mountain now resemble a patchwork quilt, riddled with gaping holes. The Order Department of the Navy, report back to me. I thought we had been invaded by rats, only to find that the rats were you. What happened to the forest atop the mountain? In other areas, there are still small patches left, yet the back mountain is utterly bare. From a distance, it appears as though it has suffered a receding hairline. Do you comprehend your identities? The five great monsters of the Navy. The future of the Navy. While your abilities are formidable, your propensity for self-destruction far surpasses your strengths tenfold. Rothsmandy and his companions all lowered their heads. As for Sakazuki, he had wrapped the bandages around his head to the point where they obscured his eyes. The five of them resembled ostriches, burying their heads deep into the ground. They understood that they had crossed a line this time. Having nearly obliterated the woods of the back mountain, Rothsmandy and Sakazuki had come perilously close to death. Had it not been for Rothsmandy's resilient life force as a mythical Zoan and Sakazuki's last-minute elemental transformation of his vital parts, they might have truly perished. Both Rothsmandy and Sakazuki emerged from the ordeal drenched in cold sweat. After a full hour of furious admonishment from the four great leaders of the Navy and the Admiral, the now trembling five had their faces completely covered. Each of these five individuals, when considered alone, was remarkably astute. However, when they congregated without engaging in battle, their intelligence plummeted. Over the past 3 years, they had walked the precipice of death on numerous occasions, executing a myriad of audacious maneuvers. The entire Navy, aside from the notorious Rothsmandy and their few companions known as the five great monsters of the Navy, has also dubbed them the Suicide Quintet. As a result, the high-ranking officials of the Navy are genuinely troubled. The members of Rothsmandy possess innovative ideas, which have led to their rapid enhancement of strength over the course of 3 years. However, their overly creative concepts have also resulted in numerous reckless antics. On one occasion, in an attempt to build their resistance to seawater, one of them donned sea prism stone handcuffs and leaped into the depths of the ocean. Fueled by youthful competitiveness, none were willing to emerge first. Ultimately, their stamina waned, and they nearly drowned. Had it not been for Principal Kuya, who, upon hearing from the teachers that the five great monsters of the Navy had not attended school, hastily sought out Zifa. Zifa immediately mobilized personnel to locate the fifth member of Rothsmandy. When they eventually found him at the bottom of the harbor, the Rothsmandy Quintet was on the verge of drowning. It was as if Rothsmandy had anticipated this outcome, instructing the duty marine to rescue them if they had not surfaced within an hour. Had that been the case, Rothsmandy and his companions would have perished. Following that harrowing lesson, the fifth member of Rothsmandy behaved himself for 6 months. However, after that period, they resumed their antics, albeit with a newfound caution stemming from their near-drowning experience. It was not until Rothsmandy proposed the development of combined skills that their reckless behavior resurfaced. After an irate outburst from Steelbone Kong and Sengoku directed at Rothsmandy, they all glared at the quintet infuriated. At that moment, Rothsmandy timidly raised his hand, addressing the stern figures of Kong, Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Sister He. We also seek to develop a formidable skill to teach those 4 rascals at World School a lesson. Furthermore, during a previous competition with Drago, our abilities seemed to reach a certain equilibrium. There were indications of a fusion between my lightning and Drago's whirlwind. At this juncture, Drago chimed in. Indeed, during our contest, my whirlwind exhibited traits of your lightning. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Akainu, along with standing figures of Borsalino and Kazan, nodded in unison. Yes, it is indeed as you say. Because of this fusion phenomenon, they were eager to experiment further. How terrifying. A whirlwind imbued with lightning would be quite impressive. Akainu then added, Yes, Marshal Kong, I was present at the time, and I witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing Akainu's explanation, Kong and the others acknowledged that among the Rothsmandy quintet, Akainu was the most mature and the least likely to deceive, since Akainu claimed to have seen it. It must have indeed occurred. At this point, Kong and the others fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of this method. Kong, Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp were all masters of physical combat, lacking extensive understanding of abilities. In their encounters with ability users, they typically relied on Haki to deliver a single punch. If their opponent survived, they might pay attention to peculiar powers. If not, they would certainly not concern themselves with them. Few could withstand a punch from Kong and his companions on the vast sea. Generally, a single punch would suffice. If not, two would do. Only Sister, he was a Paramecia-type user with an ability that belonged to the realm of superpowers. Yet, even he possessed limited knowledge regarding elemental transformations. At this moment, Zifa spoke up. Young man, while our skills may not align with yours, physical techniques and abilities are both expressions of physical exertion. Their operational mechanisms are alike, just manifested differently. Since you claim that Rothsmandy's lightning and Drago's whirlwind exhibit signs of fusion, why not attempt to connect your abilities with Drago's wind? He continued, wind possesses a greater capacity for inclusivity compared to lightning, ice, or magma. Tornadoes frequently arise over the ocean, and within their vortex, they can encompass a myriad of objects. You should give it AT or Y.AT this juncture, he added. Once, my ship was inadvertently caught in a tornado's eye. The center of a tornado is devoid of wind. Yellow Imp, your ability is from the Goro Garo no Mi, which travels in a straight line. You could compress your ability, and, when the Rothsmandy quintet unleashes their powers, direct your laser towards the center of the whirlwind to compensate for its damage. Upon hearing he and Zifa's suggestions, Sengoku and Garp pondered briefly, deeming it a viable proposal. The members of Rothsmandy, upon hearing the advice from he and Zifa, had their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, brighter than the light emitted from Borsalino's Goro Goro no Mi. Indeed, why didn't we think of this before? It's worth noting that even the most intelligent individuals can sometimes become ensnared in their own narrow perspectives. The Rothsmandy quintet, unburdened by the threat of danger while together, had evidently experienced a decline in their collective intellect. They had entirely overlooked this aspect. Without hesitation, Rothsmandy tore off all the bandages adorning him, eager to experiment, just as he was about to leap from the bed. A large hand suddenly grasped the nape of his neck. Turning around, he discovered it was Garp. Sengoku, gritting his teeth, remarked, "You little rascal, very impressive. Alas, in a moment of excitement, I forgot to maintain my facade." Rothsmandy broke into a cold sweat. The recovery ability of Rothsmandy's mythical Zoan-type fruit was remarkably potent. In fact, he had fully healed 3 hours prior. However, in a bid to avoid punishment, he chose to feign illness. Yet, in his moment of excitement, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Ha ha ha, young man, you're quite clever. Garp laughed heartily from behind. Although Garp's laughter echoed, the grip on Rothsmandy's neck only tightened. Kakakarp, be gentle. I'm still just a child. No, no, no. You are no longer a child. You are a fox. With that, Garp hoisted Rothsmandy by the nape and began to exit, intent on skinning him. Rothsmandy, quick-witted, grasped the doorframe, seeking rescue from Sister He. Sister He, say something. Save me. Upon hearing Rothsmandy's plea, he flashed him a broad smile before turning her gaze to the window. Completely ignoring him, with no hope of rescue, Rothsmandy cast a desperate glance at Sengoku and the others. They mirrored his actions, laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha. No one can save you now. As he spoke, Garp exerted force with his hand, pulling Rothsmandy down along with the entire door frame, dragging him out of the naval hospital. The anguished screams of Rothsmandy echoed from outside. Sakazuki didn't dare to move an inch at that moment. Unexpectedly, Sengoku approached. A golden light began to emanate from his hand as he delivered a punch towards Sakazuki. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki abandoned any pretense and bolted away. He had long since recovered. Though he was principled, he was by no means foolish. In that situation, stepping outside would undoubtedly result in a beating, so he preferred to lie on the bed. This was due to Rothsmandy's foolish antics. Sakazuki could no longer maintain his facade. His mind was filled with curses directed at Rothsmandy. Just as he was making his escape, a small patch of ice suddenly appeared beneath his feet. This was, of course, the handiwork of Kazan, who had suggested they feign illness while the three of them took the punishment. The cover had been blown, and Sakazuki was left behind. In that brief moment of delay, Sengoku had already seized Sakazuki, dragging him outside as well. Soon, the sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed from outside. accompanied by the alternating cries of Rothsmanti and Sakazuki. Upon closer inspection, there was a peculiar rhythm to their screams. Kazan, Palyasolino, and Dorag listened with expressions of amusement as the cries filled the air. Just moments before, they had been disheartened by the near demise of Sakazuki and Rothsmanti. However, once Rothsmanti's foolishness was revealed, their concerns turned to fury. How could a brother they trusted betray them like this? Watching the two feign illness while they themselves endured the punishment, they thought, let them be beaten. It would serve them right. This sentiment resonated with Kazan and the others. As they listened to the screams, they contemplated the feasibility of Admiral Zephyr's suggestion. They all believed it held significant potential. At that moment, Garp and Sengoku entered, each holding a grotesque, misshapen bundle of meat. With a thud, they tossed Rothsmanti and Sakazuki onto the ground. In pain, Rothsmanti writhed on the floor. You two, stop pretending. We hardly used any force, Garp remarked. Garp and Sengoku had seen through Rothsmanti's facade. He appeared a white dumpling on the outside but was black within. Sakazuki, on the other hand, belonged to the category of those who were black on the inside but appeared white. He spoke little, but he was certainly shrewd. At that moment, Rothsmanti and Sakazuki sprang to their feet. Ouch! That hurts. Rothsmanti complained while rubbing his cheek and directing his grievances at Garp. Garp, uninterested, picked his nose dismissively. It was then that Crane spoke, addressing the five standing upright. Although Admiral Zephyr's suggestion is highly feasible, it demands exceptional control. After receiving the suggestion, do not attempt it lightly. I will not allow you to find yourselves in such a perilous situation again. Now, your task for this month is to use your abilities to catch mosquitoes at the naval port. Remember, I want mosquito corpses, not ashes or fragments. Rothsmanti, you are forbidden from using your observation hockey. Each of you must catch 1,000 mosquitoes daily. If you fail to meet the quota, you shall feed the mosquitoes at the naval port. With that, Crane disregarded the groans of Rothsmanti and the others and exited the infirmary. Sengoku and Garp exchanged knowing glances, smirking as they followed suit. They understood that Crane was training Rothsmanti and his companions in the control of their abilities through this method. However, on the first day, Rothsmanti and his companions would undoubtedly face hardships. After all, releasing their abilities to kill an enemy was one level of control, while restraining an enemy was an entirely different one, not to mention the challenge of using their abilities to catch mosquitoes. This heightened the demands of control even further. Thus, for a considerable period, after school each day, many would witness a vibrant scene at the naval port. 5 towering men, each around 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, wielding their colorful abilities in a futile attempt to catch mosquitoes. Each time, Rothsmanti and his companions appeared utterly beleaguered. Adding to their woes was Crane's prohibition against using observation hockey, which made their task even more arduous. Gradually, however, they began to catch more mosquitoes and gained experience. The act of capturing mosquitoes became significantly easier after a month of this endeavor. Rothsmanti and his companions distinctly felt their control over their abilities had strengthened considerably. Ultimately, under the guidance of Akainu, Kazan, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, they completed their combination technique, Void Kill, in the presence of the 5 titans of the Navy. After returning from Gress Island, night had fallen. After bidding farewell to their classmates, as well as Sakazuki, Palyasolino, and Kazan, they went their separate ways, laughing and joking as they headed home. This battle had opened the eyes of Rothsmanti's classmates, and the combination technique of Rothsmanti and his companions had provided them with immense inspiration. They could hardly wait to return home and share their ideas with their parents, seeking their guidance. After parting ways with Sakazuki and the others, Rothsmanti, Dorag, and a petite girl set off for home. This little girl was none other than Shuan, the future admiral candidate adopted by Crane. At present, Shuan had begun to show signs of development, and her graceful features hinted at her future beauty. Although she was referred to as a little girl, this was merely in comparison to Rothsmanti and his companions, who were around 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall. Shuan stood at approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. I have not found Shuan's exact height, so I have set it this way for now. Please inform me if you know, and I will amend it. In order to facilitate the upcoming plot, Shuan and Rothsmanti are set as contemporaries. This height is considered tall compared to an average person, but comparatively short next to Rothsmanti and Dorag's towering stature. Shuan skipped playfully around Rothsmanti and Dorag. Manti, Dorag, you all are so powerful. How did you develop such a potent combination technique? The whirlwind entwined with magma, lightning, and ice, interspersed with lasers. It was truly impressive. Shiwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The external effects of such a combination technique were already stunning. It was no wonder Shiwan's eyes shone with stars. Rothsmanti, feeling dizzy from Shiwan's twirling, suddenly grasped her head, interrupting her spinning. Rubbing her delightfully soft head, he couldn't help but notice that her face appeared somewhat flushed. Perhaps due to the dim light, Rothsmanti distinctly felt his hand warming as he brushed her hair. He attributed it to Shiwan's earlier bouncing and paid it no mind. With a smile, Rothsmanti explained, "We endured quite a bit to develop this technique." Subsequently, he conveyed to Zoan a series of events that transpired during the development of this technique. During this time, Dolag also supplemented numerous details. He recounted how Rothsmanti and the other four were required to catch mosquitoes daily to hone their ability control. There were also accounts of Rothsmanti and Dolag enduring beatings. Zoan giggled softly, exuding immense joy. Thus, the steady voices of Rothsmanti and Dolag, intertwined with the melodious laughter of the young girl, resonated along the tranquil path. The shadows of the three elongated gradually, while the streetlights flickered softly, their laughter adding an unprecedented vibrancy to the once quiet road. Before long, they arrived home, where Rothsmanti and Dolag joined forces to prepare dinner. After the meal, they escorted Zoan back to Crane's residence. After dining and freshening up, Rothsmanti and Dolag retreated to their respective rooms. By this time, Dolag was already feeling somewhat drowsy. After all, the formidable technique had been fused with Dolag's abilities, leading to significant physical exertion on his part. He had already felt fatigue aboard the ship, and returning home only intensified his drowsiness. Shortly after Dolag entered his room, the sound of his thunderous snoring filled the air in the adjacent room. Garp's house had excellent soundproofing, yet Dolag's snores still managed to seep through intermittently. Rothsmanti had grown accustomed to it. Lying in bed and listening to Dolag's snoring, he began to reflect, calculating the time. He realized he had consumed the mythical Zoan fruit for 4 years now. Memories of the past 4 years flooded his mind. Recalling the teachings of Garp, Crane, and others, Rothsmanti fell into deep contemplation. During today's battle, he discerned a slight issue within himself. It seemed that his lightning intensity was lagging behind the rapid growth of Sakazuki and Dolag. After all, his control over lightning stemmed from the abilities granted by the Thunder Wing. He hadn't consumed the natural lightning fruit, which resulted in his lightning intensity being somewhat inferior under full force compared to Dolag's wind, Kazan's ice, Sakazuki's magma, and Borisolino's light. This prompted Rothsmanti to reconsider whether he had become overly reliant on his lightning abilities in recent years. Although he had also diligently trained his feather kill, heavenly eye, and physical techniques, he inevitably found himself influenced by Sakazuki and the others during confrontations. After all, the 4 Logia users engaged in daily exchanges of their powers, while Rothsmanti also wielded lightning control. This led him astray. It was not to say that he had neglected his other skills. On the contrary, Rothsmanti had put considerable effort into enhancing his physical techniques, heavenly eye, and the application of the Thunder Wing. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of the 5th monster. Surely, no one genuinely believed that Rothsmanti had achieved recognition from Sakazuki and the others merely through luck and connections. Did they? That was impossible. Geniuses possess their own pride. If Sakazuki and the others were weaker, he might maintain a good relationship with them. However, to reach the level of brotherhood with Sakazuki and the others was out of the question. During his 4 years at the Naval Academy, Rothsmanti excelled in physical techniques, island-related knowledge, navigation skills, and military command. Among the 5 monsters, he ranked among the top 3. It was precisely because of these accomplishments that he earned the title of the 5th monster. While his lightning intensity may be somewhat weaker, it depended on who he was comparing himself to. When not considering Sakazuki and the others, Rothsmanti could unleash a single bolt of lightning that could annihilate a large group of his peers. Yet, he began to reflect on his over-reliance on lightning in combat. Though this ability was indeed highly effective, it was merely a consequence of not encountering formidable foes, compounded by the fact that he was significantly younger than Sakazuki and the others. At this stage, the energy output disparity was not very pronounced. However, as their strengths continued to grow, the gap between his lightning output and that of Sakazuki and the others would become evident. It appeared that a shift in direction was necessary. Being a mythical Zoan, the formidable nature of his lineage endowed him with exceptional physical capabilities and recovery speed. Perhaps it was due to the rarity of mythical Zoan fruits that his recovery speed far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Sengoku, upon witnessing it, remarked that his recovery speed was somewhat extraordinary. This immense advantage must be capitalized upon. Moving forward, he needed to place greater emphasis on the training of his physical techniques. Possessing 1 or 2 large-scale destructive methods would suffice. He could utilize his feather kill as a skill for clearing enemies in future battles. Currently, his abilities were primarily effective for sweeping the field. In his future training, he should focus on refining his abilities to target precision strikes. With his wings, even in the pirate world, powerful individuals could not linger in the sky for extended periods, relying instead on the moonwalk for brief suspensions. The Thunder Wing granted him remarkable speed in flight, and he ought to leverage his mobility as well. During the recent mosquito-catching training, Rothsmanti distinctly sensed his mastery over strength. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of souls, but he could manipulate minuscule bolts of lightning and fully control all lightning to perform various maneuvers. Sakazuki and the others were aware of this. They had attempted it, yet none could achieve the same level of finesse and control, observing the arcs of electricity entwined around his wing tattoos. A sudden inspiration struck Rothsmanti. He recalled a manga from his past that was renowned alongside One Piece, Naruto, where the lightning techniques of the Cloud Village were exceptionally famous. Moreover, the so-called 8 gates essentially stimulated acupuncture points using energy. While he lacked chakra, he possessed haki and energy within him. The author of this narrative interjects, Rothsmanti knew that a few years prior, a scientist collaborated with renowned doctors worldwide and had confirmed that haki operates through a specific pathway. This pathway was named meridians. Through development, Rothsmanti realized that lightning could now exist beyond just his wings. He could control it to envelop his entire body, a condition he could utilize in the original setting. Haki inherently exists within all individuals, but to wield it, one must undergo training. Rothsmanti contemplated how to use lightning to stimulate his body, enhancing his reflexes and physical strength. He became increasingly energized. Unable to fall asleep, Rothsmanti had already determined his future development plan, prioritizing physical techniques. With a focus on training haki, he aimed to fully exploit the formidable recovery and mobility advantages granted by his Mythical Zoan fruit. With a keen focus on the minutiae, Rothsmanti regarded the feather kill technique as a tool for clearing waves of adversaries, while envisioning lightning as an auxiliary aid, contemplating the lightning body technique and the 8 gates of pain. He found himself awake throughout the night, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Rothsmanti had vividly recalled the corresponding acupuncture points of the 8 gates of Duanjia, a feat made possible by the slow updates of the manga which he had repeatedly watched in his previous life. However, he dared not recklessly attempt it. The differences in stature between the pirate world and the world of Naruto left uncertainty about whether the body's acupuncture points were the same. A hasty trial could lead to disastrous consequences. Leaving him with no solace in his plight. As dawn broke, Rothsmanti sprang from his bed. He prepared breakfast for Dorag and requested his assistance in taking a leave of absence. He then made his way to the Navy headquarters. Specifically to Crane's office. He was already aware that Sister Crane had returned to the headquarters the day prior, yet was preoccupied with work and had not returned home. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Crane's office was rapped upon, and she lifted her gaze from the mountain of documents. Come in. Upon recognizing the visitor, a delightful smile graced her features. Mandy, is that you? The Navy school has tea dismissed yet, has it? Skipping class again? Hearing the underlying threat in her words, Rothsmanti hastily waved his hands. No, Sister Crane. I genuinely have something important to discuss with you today. This. Crane's expression shifted to one of surprise. You actually have a serious matter? I thought you had gotten into trouble again. Pray, enlighten me. Rothsmanti's demeanor turned serious as he relayed the thoughts and questions that had occupied his mind the previous night. Crane was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world, and she had brought him to the Navy headquarters, taking care of him over the course of 3 years. If there were anyone Rothsmanti trusted most in this world, it was undoubtedly Crane. Even the likes of Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr barely came close. Of course, whenever he found himself in trouble, it was always Crane he turned to first, though she would certainly give him a stern reprimand. She ultimately helped him resolve his issues, for she understood Rothsmanti just as he understood her. Trouble seemed to find Rothsmanti when the other party instigated it first. Moreover, aside from his interactions with the Kainu and others, he usually displayed remarkable maturity and intelligence, showcasing talents that set him apart from his peers. He often presented various small gifts to them, a gesture that undoubtedly endeared him to Crane and Garp. As Crane listened intently to Rothsmanti's account, her expression gradually grew serious. After he concluded, she offered him a warm smile. Mandy, You truly are a genius. You have already recognized the issues within yourself at such an early stage. I had wagered with Sengoku and the others on how long it would take for you to notice your own problems. We anticipated it might take you a year, yet here you are, having seen so far ahead. Wait, Sister Crane, you all noticed this long ago? Rothsmandy replied, astonished. Crane nodded, her smile unwavering. Since the moment you began developing your combined abilities, we recognized it that we chose not to inform you, hoping you would come to realize it on your own. There's a saying, teaching someone 100 times will not yield results, but teaching them once through experience will. If someone else points out your flaws, you might not take it to heart. However, if you arrive at the conclusion yourself, it becomes a different matter entirely. As she spoke, Crane opened a safe behind her and rummaged through it, producing a small booklet. She handed it to Rothsmandy. Upon receiving the booklet, Rothsmandy noticed that it bore no writing, merely a blank white cover. Crane then spoke. Mandy, this is a reward for your early recognition of your issues. Within this booklet are the experiences and insights that Sengoku and I have regarding our fruit development, as well as the training reflections from Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. As Rothsmandy held the booklet, it felt as weighty as 1,000 pounds. For it contained the invaluable training experiences of some of the sea's most formidable warriors. Just this one book, if shared, could nurture even those with lesser talents into first-rate powerhouses. His heart swelled with gratitude, realizing that the Navy's 5 Titans had prepared this for him, waiting for him to acknowledge his own shortcomings before handing it over. Sengoku and the others were well aware that if Rothsmandy recognized his issues, he would undoubtedly turn to Crane first. After all, she was the one who had brought him back and had resolved his property disputes along with many other troubles. Garp and the others knew that whenever Rothsmandy found himself in a bind, he would seek Crane without hesitation. Thus, to a certain extent, Crane had assumed the role of guardian for Rothsmandy. It was only natural that Rothsmandy felt a closer bond with her, observing Rothsmandy's flustered demeanor. Crane wore a kind smile. What troubles you, little one? Are you on the verge of tears? Do you need me to fetch you some tissues? At her teasing, Rothsmandy felt a flush of embarrassment, caught in such a vulnerable moment. He feared how Crane might use this against him in the future. Over the years, he had grown weary of her playful mischief. With a deft change of subject, Rothsmandy tucked the booklet away and bowed solemnly to Crane. Thank you, Sister Crane, and thank you to Uncle Kong and the others. Who are you thanking, young man? A hearty laugh boomed from outside the door. Garp strode into Crane's office with his characteristic joviality. I could hear your voice from a distance, Mandy. What is this? Bowing now. Come, quickly. Someone, get the camera. As Garp's voice filled the room, the previously earnest atmosphere dissipated instantly. Rothsmandy buried his face in his hands, while Crane's expression turned slightly fierce. Garp, you've come to disrupt the mood. With that, Crane executed a swift move, propelling herself towards Garp and delivering a punch that sent him flying. Dusting off her hands, she turned back to Rothsmandy with a smile. Young man, focus on your training. You are the bright hope we envision for the future. Among the 5 prodigies at the Navy School, your thoughts are the most agile, your ideas the most plentiful, and your composure unmatched. The other 4, to varying degrees, grapple with their own personality issues, yet you stand apart. When you are with your 4 companions, there is no danger. However, together, you all tend to act foolishly. At all other times, you maintain a remarkable calmness regardless of the challenges you face, devising feasible plans with remarkable speed. In the future, I hope you can succeed Sengoku and me, guiding the Navy into a prosperous tomorrow with your intellect. But remember this, Mandy. All strategies must be rooted in strength. Without power, even the most brilliant plans are but illusions. Take Garp, for instance. If you dare to scheme against him, a single punch could shatter all your carefully laid plans. This is the confidence that strength bestows upon him. Do not be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor. Beneath that facade lies an unwavering belief in his formidable strength, convinced that a single blow from his iron fist could shatter any conspiracy. This, indeed, is the essence of true power. Without remarkable strength, even the most intricate strategies are rendered futile. At this juncture, Garp approached, placing an arm around Rothsmandy's shoulder. Young lad, train diligently. It appears you have begun to recognize your shortcomings. Make sure to hone your skills. Indeed, Sister Crane speaks the truth. I have always maintained faith in my iron fist. Every devious plot can be obliterated with a single strike. Garp's laughter boomed heartily. Yet, Rothsmandy's expression turned grave as he addressed Crane and Garp with earnestness. Sister Crane, Uncle Garp, I shall strive to improve. I intend to focus on honing my martial arts in the coming time. Coupled with my own fruit abilities, I am confident that I will not be inferior to anyone upon the seas. Upon hearing this, Garp and Crane exchanged knowing glances before erupting into laughter, their voices resonating with approval. Observing the joyous Garp and Crane, Rothsmandy prepared to broach a second matter. There is another thing, Uncle Garp, Sister Crane. I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Rothsmandy had a second point, Crane and Garp ceased their laughter. Understanding the gravity of the young man's seriousness, they knew well that when Rothsmandy was earnest, his intellect soared to new heights. What he was about to say was of utmost importance. You see, a few years ago, a scientist confirmed that hockey flows much like meridians. During my recent travels, I fortuitously came across a diagram of these meridians, which suggests that stimulating specific acupuncture points can enhance one's strength. However, I cannot ascertain its authenticity, and lacking the control over my power, I refrained from conducting any reckless experiments that I brought it to show you. With that, Rothsmandy unveiled the meridian diagram he had painstakingly drawn that morning, revealing the intricate details of the 8 gates as for the claim of chance discovery that was a fabrication on Rothsmandy's part. An unavoidable necessity, given his inability to explain the origins of his past life memories. Crane examined the diagram in her hands, noting the meticulous details regarding the 8 gates, and her expression grew serious. She glanced at Garp, who, understanding the weight of the situation, stepped outside to summon Kong, Sengoku, and Zifa. Before long, they arrived in Crane's office. She extended her observation hockey to ensure that their discussion remained unheard by outsiders. Handing the diagram to Sengoku and the others, they were initially taken aback by her caution. However, upon reviewing the contents of the paper, their expressions turned solemn. The document proposed that if hockey, this unique energy, could indeed stimulate acupuncture points, it could significantly amplify combat strength. If true, the value of this paper would be incalculable. Listening to Crane and Rothsmandy's explanations, Sengoku and the others, no fools themselves, recognized that Rothsmandy was concealing something. They had come to understand his subtle tells over the years. Whenever he lied to those close to him, his lips would slightly pout. Thus, they were aware that while Rothsmandy might be withholding the origins of the paper, the information contained within it was at the very least feasible. They chose not to press further, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets, disregarding the process of acquisition. They began to deliberate the practicality of the contents on the paper. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane, as the pinnacle of strength upon the seas, possessed a profound understanding of power utilization. They could manipulate their abilities with exquisite precision. Exchanging glances, Kong proposed, "Let us proceed to our training grounds." Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the training area, Rothsmandy and the others stood around the perimeter. Zifa spoke first. "I shall go first," the group agreed, as Crane had already instructed the medical team to stand by outside. Why let Zifa go first? Because he possessed the most profound theoretical understanding of power among the 5 that while Garp and the others could execute techniques, they often lacked deeper comprehension. In contrast, Zifa was well-versed in both the mechanics and the rationale behind them. Thus, it was only fitting that Zifa would be the first to experiment. Standing at the center of the training ground, Zifa recalled the positions indicated on the paper, aligning the diagram with his own physique. He quickly located the corresponding points. As he attuned to the rhythm of his body, Zifa thought to himself, "It seems that Rothsmandy's meridian chart indeed contains accurate acupuncture point locations." He discovered the first gate's position. Open the gate. Carefully controlling a minuscule thread of hockey, he directed it towards the opening point. As he concentrated, the hockey surged forth, striking the gate with vigor. Do not underestimate even a small thread of hockey from a top-tier powerhouse at sea. With a single thrust, it cracked the gate open. Merely a fissure appeared, yet Zifa sensed a slight enhancement within his physique. Though it was but a whisper of power, he felt the change. Realizing this, Zifa began to channel more Hakai. As the gate swung open, his body emitted a vibrant green steam. The onlookers, having already activated their observation hockey, felt the aura radiating from Zifa. Kong and the others gaped in astonishment. This paper was indeed effective. Simply opening one gate had elevated Zifa's strength by approximately 1/50th. Rothsmandy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. He had not anticipated the diagram would prove to be so useful. Before they could even catch their breath from the shock, they witnessed Zephyr's aura intensifying once more. It became apparent to them that Zephyr was commencing the opening of additional gates. with the experience gained from the first acupuncture point. Zephyr unleashed a breath, opening the doors of Kai, Q, Say, Show, Do, K, and KY.AT. This moment, the steam enveloping Zephyr transformed into a dense blue hue. Rothsmandy gazed at the familiar blue before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Realizing that Zephyr truly possessed remarkable capabilities, the formidable pressure emanating from Zephyr began to leak outward, the intangible force crashing against the sturdy walls, causing cracks to spiderweb across their surface. This training ground had been specifically designed for the higher echelons of the Navy. Constructed from exceptionally resilient materials. In the realm of Sengoku, they sensed that Zephyr's aura had increased by approximately 1.5 times. To clarify, for a peak powerhouse like Zephyr, reaching the 7th gate, Kai, typically equated to about 1.5 times increase, that I had mitigated the side effects of the 8 gates, taking into account the monstrous physiques prevalent in the world of pirates, resulting in a corresponding reduction. The world of pirates is characterized by high blood and attack power, while the Naruto world exhibits high attack, but low health. In the pirate realm, the ability to obliterate an island with a single punch already signifies the pinnacle of physical prowess. Even with enhancements, the increase remains limited. As one ascends in strength, the difficulty of further enhancement escalates. In the Naruto universe, the apparent growth is not solely due to the brevity of health bars. The increase in attack power contributes significantly. Hence, even a modest increase of 1.5 times should not be underestimated, for in encounters with adversaries of equal strength, it can herald victory. Having merely reached the 7th gate, Kai, Zephyr refrained from unlocking the final gate. He sensed that this last door demanded a desperate exertion. Closing the 8 gates, Zephyr laughed heartily as he addressed Rothsmandy. "You little rascal, this 8 gates technique is truly effective. I can feel my strength has surged by about 1.5 times. With this increase, I can finally contend with those ancient pirates roaming the seas." At that moment, Kay and the others approached, surrounding Zephyr in awe. Hiria spoke up. "Zephyr, you must have only unlocked the 7th gate, right? According to the description from that paper provided by the lad Mandy. The 1st and 2nd gates do not visibly affect the body, yet enhance attack recovery. The 3rd gate causes the skin to redden and emanate green steam. The 4th, 5th, and 6th gates see an escalation of the green steam, indicating a significant increase in strength. The 7th gate transforms the steam into blue. Just now, the steam enveloping you was indeed blue." Zephyr nodded in affirmation. "Correct. The 8th gate, Shimon, is one that requires a desperate effort. The consequence is the potential for irreversible damage to the body. This technique demands everything. I can sense that once the final gate is opened, the 8 gates will enter a cycle, allowing my power to surge by approximately 2.5 times. Listening to Zephyr's explanation, Kay and the others all nodded in agreement. They had reviewed that paper and understood that the 8th gate was indeed one that required an all-out effort. However, there are far too few threats on the vast ocean that would compel them to risk such desperation. Reaching the 7th gate is already sufficient. The enhancement effects are not as exaggerated as stated on that paper. Perhaps this is due to their already peak strength within the ocean. As the ceiling of power is elevated, the limits of growth are naturally adjusted downward. Sengoku remarked, "It seems that the genius who devised this secret technique is unparalleled, yet their own strength is not particularly formidable." Rothsmandy pondered seriously, drawing comparisons between the strengths of both worlds. It appears to be the case. In that world, one may be a powerhouse, yet here, they might merely be an ordinary soldier. Subsequently, Sengoku, Kei, and the others, under Zephyr's guidance, grasped the principles behind the 8 gates. They all attempted to unlock it, with even Rothsmandy trying under Zephyr's instruction. However, Rothsmandy found himself unable to reach the 7th gate, feeling that he could only open up to the 4th. Even this limited capability elevated Rothsmandy's strength by 2-fold. Further validating Zephyr's assertion, the weaker one is, the greater the enhancement. Conversely, the stronger one is, the lesser the growth. K and the others, having unlocked the 8 gates, experienced increases ranging from 1.5 to 2-fold in strength. K achieved the greatest increase at 2-fold. For top-tier powerhouses like them, even a slight augmentation in strength can significantly sway the outcome of a battle. After all, when engaged in earnest combat, a decisive victory could be determined within a mere 10 days. This enhancement, while substantial, would shorten the time required for training and considerably boost their odds of victory. It could indeed serve as a secret weapon. When combined with the Navy's 6 styles, this secret technique becomes extraordinarily potent. After deliberation, Kay and the others resolved that this technique should only be entrusted to a select few whom they could genuinely trust. as there are prerequisites for utilizing it. Point 1 must possess energy that can be readily manipulated within the body. In simpler terms, one must either wield haki or possess a devil fruit, preferably one that harnesses energy. Additionally, numerous individuals within the Navy are spies for the world government, but a crucial reason for caution lies in the fact that those lacking strong control over haki would find that recklessly employing the 8 gates would not enhance their strength. Instead, it could lead to chaos within their haki, transforming their bodies into ticking time bombs. They then discussed finer details, finally establishing how to employ the 8 gates technique. Garp laughed heartily, patting Rothsmandy on the shoulder. "Well done, kid. We haven't wasted our efforts on you. This marvelous technique is immensely beneficial for us. Wahahaha." Rothsmandy winced at the impact on his shoulder, chuckling awkwardly. At that moment, Kay spoke up with a grin. "Kid, this technique of yours is incredibly useful. What reward do you desire?" Rothsmandy scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, it's not necessary that I stumbled upon this technique by chance. It was merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, Sister Hiru just gifted me a pamphlet compiled by all of you. That is the most useful thing for me at this stage that I haven't even had the chance to thank you all yet. Zephyr patted Rothsmandy on the shoulder. "Kid, that pamphlet is our gift to you. It is not to be compared with this technique. Think again. What do you truly want?" Rothsmandy tilted his head, pondering deeply. After a while, he still couldn't discern the difference. Finally, he casually remarked, "Then I would appreciate it if you could guide me and point out any areas where I might still fall short." Upon hearing this, Garp and the others exchanged glances, excitement lighting up their faces. An hour later, Rothsmandy emerged from the Navy headquarters, limping painfully. Rothsmandy was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "What kind of situation is this?" Sengoku and the others stood by the glass window, watching Rothsmandy hobble away, and burst into laughter. "That kid's strength has skyrocketed so quickly, he can't even land a proper punch without exerting himself," Kay remarked. "Wahahaha, indeed. This is the first time I've seen someone eager to seek a beating. This is Kapu." Upon exchanging glances, they all erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The following day, in a flurry of urgency, Kapu boarded his flagship and set sail. He was determined to put a certain scoundrel to the test with his secret techniques. In the days that followed, a certain middle-aged man, whose nasal hairs resembled a beard, found himself on the receiving end of a severe beating from Kapu. Initially, the man held his ground against Kapu. But once blue steam began to emanate from Kapu's body, the tables turned, and he began to suffer greatly. The beating was so severe that his prized sword nearly broke. Had it not been for the crew's desperate intervention, that middle-aged man would have been captured long ago. Consequently, during the subsequent period, he diligently trained, seeking out Kapu for provocations, only to be soundly thrashed once more. The man, pursued relentlessly by Kapu across the ocean, acted recklessly and was eventually rescued by his crew, who then proceeded to give their captain a good thrashing for his foolishness. Such was the chaotic state of affairs after departing from Naval headquarters. Rothsmandy concealed his limping demeanor. Stealing a glance back at the headquarters, he felt no prying eyes upon him, but a chuckle escaped his lips as he reflected, after being beaten so many times, "It is only prudent to be wary of you all seeking vengeance." Indeed, Rothsmandy had just endured a severe thrashing. However, less than 200 meters from Naval headquarters, his injuries had miraculously healed. Yet, Rothsmandy made no effort to reveal his recovery, feigning a limp until he was completely out of sight of Crane and the others, at which point he dismissed the ruse. This transformation in his body was something Rothsmandy had discovered after his month-long mosquito-catching training. He could sense that, after incessant practice and fine-tuning of his strength, his body had undergone a significant change, with his recovery speed markedly improved. Being a Zoan type, he inherently possessed rapid recovery capabilities, just as Kaido had evaded capture numerous times. Relying on his extraordinary healing abilities, Rothsmandy understood that when facing a Zoan user, the key to victory lay in inflicting the most damage in the shortest time possible, should one be ensnared by a Zoan's abilities. Defeat would be inevitable. Often, one might strike them, only to find that their wounds had healed while theirs remained. In essence, it was a battle of attrition. Now, Rothsmandy felt his recovery speed had increased by at least 30% compared to before his training. It was as if he had evolved. Yes, evolved. His newfound fruit was harmonizing with his body in ways he had never imagined. Initially, he had to contemplate how to harness the powers of the Zoan fruit. But now it felt instinctual. Every ability at his disposal could be wielded with effortless precision, filling him with excitement. Clutching a small booklet in his hands, he quickened his pace towards home. upon closing the door and delving into study. Exclamations of enlightenment occasionally burst forth from his room as he tirelessly scribbled and sketched on paper. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had crept to 6 o'clock, the time when the Naval Academy dismissed classes. Bang! Before he even entered, the voice of Sakazuki resonated. "Mandy, where are you? We heard from Drago that you took a leave today, that he mentioned you looked quite unwell, so we came to check on you." "Ah la la la. Mandy, where are you? You wouldn't have perished, would you?" The familiar phrase revealed it was Kazan. How frightening. "Mandy, if you have indeed passed, please leave your inheritance to me." This lewd voice belonged to Pallusolino. Mandy, come out. Sakazuki and the others have come to see you. I even brought your favorite barbecue. If you kick the bucket, I expect half of your fortune." It was clear that this was Drago. Upon hearing Sakazuki and the others, Rothsman felt a swell of gratitude for their concern. However, when he heard Kazan and the others plotting how to divide his inheritance, he felt a wave of irritation and opened the bedroom door, exclaiming, "I am not dead, nor shall you covet my inheritance. Do you think it easy to amass such wealth? Damn it. Are you all just waiting for my downfall?" As he spoke, he began to gather lightning in his hands, aiming it at the four standing together. Thunder flash. Good grief. Mandy, are you trying to kill us? Amidst the chaos, the windows of Kapu's house began to shimmer with various lights. Thankfully, the house was specially constructed. Otherwise, it would have collapsed by now. Moments later, Rothsman and the others emerged, clad in tattered clothing, each displaying varying degrees of bruising, grimacing as they rubbed their faces. "It hurts so much. Mandy, you have gone too far. Your strikes are excessively heavy," Sakazuki gasped, cradling his face. Upon looking up, he noticed the bruises on Rothsman's face fading at an astonishing rate. "What happened to your face?" At that moment, Kazan and the others also took notice. "How terrifying. Has your recovery speed increased again?" "Mandy," Pallusolino disregarded his own injuries, exclaiming, "Ah la la, Mandy, your fruit has developed further, has it? My goodness, this recovery speed is extraordinary." Sakazuki and the others, intrigued, each grabbed Rothsman's face. "Remarkable," they exclaimed, as Rothsman's face was stretched comically. With a few firm slaps, he freed himself from their grip and stated, "Ever since that mosquito-catching training, I have felt a marked improvement in my control over energy. With it came an increase in my recovery speed, though I hadn't mentioned it because its enhancement was subtle until recently." Saying this, Rothsman tore a piece of paper into tiny fragments and flung them into the air. With a spark of lightning, he ensnared the drifting paper in midair, halting its descent before guiding it towards a nearby trash bin. Listening to Rothsman's explanation and witnessing his recent demonstrations, Sakazuki and the others were filled with astonishment. Being geniuses themselves, they understood just how challenging such precision was, while they could unleash devastation. The delicate control Rothsman exhibited was beyond their capabilities. It dawned on them that Rothsman was not merely a user of the lightning fruit. He was a Zoan type capable of manipulating thunder within the realm of nature. "Hey, Mandy, I hereby declare that you have become the most extraordinary among us five." Dorage embraced Rothsman's shoulder, laughing heartily as he made his proclamation. Soon after, Sakazuki and the others joined in the raucous cheer. Naturally, the five began to engage in playful antics. After their merriment, Rothsman found himself sprawled on the floor of the Kapu household. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At that moment, Rothsman straightened up, rose, and returned to the bedroom, retrieving a booklet from he and a hefty stack of documents. He distributed the documents, one to each of Sakazuki and his companions, and then handed the booklet to Dorage, who was closest to him. Initially taken aback, Sakazuki and the others soon turned serious as they perused the documents in the booklet. How alarming. These were the training insights of the four naval titans. Borsalino broke the silence, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Mandy, this is far too precious." Kazan suppressed his frivolity, asserting, "Mandy, we cannot accept this." Sakazuki's expression was grave. "Mandy, are these documents tailored training plans you designed for us?" Dorage, rather than fixating on the booklet, placed great importance on the documents provided by Rothsman. With Dorage's discerning eye in the recent perusal of the booklet, he quickly recognized that these plans were adaptations based on the booklet, specifically customized to their physical conditions. Such meticulous planning could only be crafted by Rothsman, who possessed a profound understanding of their situations. Among the five, Rothsman excelled in strategy, intelligence, and insight. He was capable of comprehensively grasping the booklet's contents and deconstructing them. This intricate task was beyond the capabilities of anyone but Rothsman. Hearing Dorage's voice, Sakaski and the others set aside the booklet and meticulously reviewed the documents in their hands. It finally dawned on them that these were personalized training plans. Observing that they had all finished reading, Rothsminty stood up and articulated the questions he had pondered the previous night, word for word to Sakaski and the others. In this world, few could earn Rothsminty's trust, only he. Kong, Kapu, Sengoku, and Zifa, alongside the four before him and the little Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan had not accompanied Sakaski and the others, as Sakaski mentioned that she wished to join them, but had been sought by he for something significant. As they conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, Rothsminty instantly recognized a striking figure, Ji Yuan. Before Rothsminty could utter a word, Ji Yuan rushed over, gripping his face and examining him from all angles. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Dorage said you appeared very serious today and took a leave of absence. If he and T informed me that you went to the Naval headquarters to see Sister He, I would have thought something grave had occurred. Rothsminty smiled as he patted Ji Yuan's little hand. I'm fine, Ji Yuan. Since you're here, come in. I have some things to hand over to you and matters to discuss with everyone. Feeling the warmth of Rothsminty's large hand, Ji Yuan's face flushed crimson, rendering her unable to comprehend his words. Dazed, she followed him into the living room. It was only when Rothsminty handed her a document that Ji Yuan realized the significance of the materials in her hands. The meticulous Ji Yuan immediately discerned that the document was a customized training plan derived from the experiences recorded in the booklet. With this training plan in hand, Ji Yuan was convinced that Rothsminty's forthcoming revelations were related to it. Indeed, before Ji Yuan could pose her question, Rothsminty spoke first, recounting the reflections he had from the previous night. He then shared his thoughts with those gathered. Listening to Rothsminty's introspections, Ji Yuan and the others began to reflect on their own issues. Upon learning that the booklet had been prepared by Sengoku and others specifically for Rothsminty to recognize his shortcomings, Dorage, filled with jealousy, remarked, "My father favors you more than me." Ji Yuan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed." In her heart, Ji Yuan mused that if only the existence of this booklet were entrusted to her, she could present it to Mandy. Rothsminty, sensing this, waved dismissively at Dorage, saying, "What use would it be to you? The contents of this booklet can only be deciphered by me among us. The information it holds is not something we can utilize at present. Uncle Kong and Sister He surely understand this issue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted this booklet to me. Their intention in giving it to me was not only to provide guidance, but also to ensure the contents are deconstructed and conveyed to you. Otherwise, this booklet is but a redundant trinket, tasteless to consume yet regrettable to discard." Sakaski nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. This task is one only you can handle. Among the five of us, you are the only one meticulous enough." With the deepest understanding of our circumstances, Dorage concurred, "Such intricate and complex work is beyond my capability." Borisolino chimed in, "How terrifying. If it requires unleashing my energy to fight, I would gladly oblige. But to engage in such meticulous endeavors? I'd rather transform into light." Kazan was the last to speak, stating, "Mandy, it is precisely your nuanced control over energy that enables you to modify such plans." Receiving their compliments, Rothsminty proudly lifted his chin. "Mere mortals, worship me, kneel and sing my praises. Ahahaha." Sakaski and the others exchanged glances, their eyes confirming their understanding, and Rothsminty became buoyant once more. This was easy. This time, Rothsminty received a thorough beating. Even Ji Yuan joined in, landing several playful blows, though her strikes were directed at his chest muscles. No matter how one looked at it, it resembled a rather inappropriate act. Rothsminty lay on the ground, groaning. In no time, he recovered. Rubbing his head, "Oh, you all wish to slay me. You've summoned all your powers. Were it not for my deeper development of the mythical beast species, I might have been struck dead by you." Kazan observed Rothsminty's visible recovery and smirked, "With your recovery speed, a single cut wouldn't suffice. As long as you consume something, you'll heal." The mention of food prompted Sakaski and the others' stomachs to grumble simultaneously. They recalled that Rothsminty had left to find he without even having dinner, and Ji Yuan was also clutching her stomach, her face flushed with hunger. Rothsminty surveyed the group and waved his hand. "Let us go out and buy some meat. We shall have a barbecue. Today, I'll treat you all. Hooray. We're dining lavishly." Sakasaki and the others began to cheer. They were all aware that Rothsminty was incredibly wealthy. Having finally encountered an opportunity to exploit him, they were determined to seize it with fervor. Before long, A mountain of meat was procured. They set up a charcoal fire, and the 6 of them, Rothsmandy included, gathered around it, engaging in lively conversation while savoring the grilled meat. Bursts of laughter occasionally erupted in the courtyard. With drinks in hand and delicious barbecue before them, the brothers sat together, chatting about life and the world, truly reveling in their happiness. During this time, Sakasaki and the others also learned more about Rothsmandy, preparing to devote more time to the development of their physical techniques. Sakasaki and his companions all expressed their understanding, as Rothsmandy was not like them. He possessed the ability to manipulate natural energy. Although Rothsmandy could unleash lightning, this power was derived from his mythical beast lineage. His greatest strengths remained the formidable physique of his beast heritage and the high mobility afforded by his wings. Shifting more focus to physical training was a sound decision, and Sakasaki and the others fully comprehended this. Rothsmandy gazed at the brothers around the charcoal fire, the aroma of the grilled meat wafting through the air, accompanied by the sweet nectar of fruit juices and the occasional burst of hearty laughter. Interspersed with the delicate giggles of Ji Yuan, he was deeply enraptured by the scene. In the subsequent period, the training paths of Rothsmandy and Sakasaki gradually began to diverge. Rothsmandy started placing greater emphasis on the cultivation of his physical techniques, shifting from a wild control of lightning to a more refined mastery of subtle electric currents. Due to the fusion of 2 souls within him, Rothsmandy possessed an extraordinarily powerful spirit, granting him exceptional energy control capabilities, enabling him to achieve levels of precision that Sakasaki and his companions could not. Meanwhile, Sakasaki and his group, while also valuing physical training, found their energy control increasingly leaning towards a more chaotic approach. Having attempted and failed to attain the same level of precision as Rothsmandy, they were left to seek a more detailed control instead. There was a significant disparity between precise control and meticulous control. Rothsmandy's precision allowed him to manipulate objects as small as grains of rice with lightning, whereas Sakasaki and his peers could only manage the size of soybeans. However, even this meticulous control was beyond the reach of their fellow classmates, including Ji Yuan, who often pouted in frustration, her cheeks puffed up in evident displeasure. During their regular training, Ji Yuan began to focus intently on her own energy control, spurred on by Rothsmandy's introduction of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Mastery of energy control was a prerequisite for utilizing the 8 gates. Following their banquet at Rothsmandy's home, Sakasaki and the others secretly sought out the help of the warring states. With their assistance, they attempted to unlock the 8 gates, but due to insufficient energy control, they could only manage to open 2 gates. Feeling the surge of power within them, they were astounded by the significant boost even from just 2 gates. From that point forward, Sakasaki and his companions placed even greater importance on their physical training. Ji Yuan, having not consumed any fruits or mastered haki, did not participate in this experiment. Determined not to fall too far behind Rothsmandy and the others, she began to exert herself relentlessly, and her strength visibly increased over time. Ji Yuan's efforts did not go unnoticed by Crane, who felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her battered from training. Crane's gaze towards Rothsmandy and his group grew increasingly disapproving. Subsequently, Crane sought numerous justifications to reprimand Rothsmandy and his companions under the guise of guidance. Although Rothsmandy and his 4 companions endured a harsh scolding, they could clearly sense their strength growing before their eyes. Crane's intentions were not solely to chastise one particular obstinate brat. Among the 5 high-ranking officers of the Navy, Crane's insight and strategy were unparalleled. When it came to training, aside from Zephyr, Crane was the authority. Thus, she imparted her extensive knowledge to those present, including Ji Yuan. After Crane's counsel, Ji Yuan began to ease up on her relentless training. Crane had advised her, "You are still quite young. You are not like Rothsmandy and his companions. They have all consumed devil fruits, which means, in a sense, they can no longer be considered ordinary humans. If you can keep pace with them physically, it is a testament to your talent. However, training so intensely is merely exhausting your still developing body. This is akin to trying to hasten growth prematurely. Though you may perceive your strength increasing now, it comes at the cost of your future." Even Rothsmandy and his companions have not undergone particularly harsh training to at this stage. Little Ji Yuan, you need to follow a steady training regimen. Do not worry about catching up to Rothsmandy. His mythical beast lineage is peculiar. Your talent is not lacking. You only need to train methodically, build a solid foundation, and by the time you turn 17, your body will experience explosive growth. That will be the true beginning of training for you and Rothsmandy. Moreover, Ji Yuan, your talent lies more in swordsmanship. As an independent young woman, you should carve a path that suits you. Without feeling the need to conform to Rothsmandy and his companions. As Ji Yuan listened to Crane's explanation, the sense of urgency within her completely dissipated. Rothsmandy had also emphasized this in their training regimen. At present, their physiques were still too small. One could say they had yet to reach their peak development. The relentless exertion they were currently enduring could jeopardize their future. Even Sakaski and Rothsmandy, after experimenting with the 8 gates of Duanjia, were prohibited by Kong from employing such arcane techniques. For Rothsmandy and the others, the burden was simply too great, while Kong's usage consumed stamina. For Rothsmandy, it drained their potential. They were all acutely aware of this dilemma. Thus, the technique was selectively forgotten by Sakaski and his companions. In the time to come, Sakaski and the others focused solely on developing their abilities, practicing control, and honing their physical skills. Lacking the refined control that Rothsmandy possessed, they completely shifted their strategy. Since they could not maintain control, they opted instead for a path of explosive power and high damage. Rothsmandy possessed a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities. Even at his most explosive, his potential paled in comparison to that of the 4 elementalists. Therefore, Rothsmandy began to experiment with lightning body techniques. Retaining a couple of basic moves for cleanup, the remainder of his techniques were directed towards refinement. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan heeded Crane's advice. She was indeed a clever girl, though she sometimes appeared foolish in the presence of certain individuals. With Crane's guidance, Ji Yuan recognized her own abilities and commenced her sword training with a wooden sword. For an extended period thereafter, the Naval Academy's playground and the mountains behind the naval headquarters became the stage for 6 figures drenched in sweat. Rothsmandy and his 5 companions, burdened with weights, ran laps around the field, tirelessly performing a variety of movements to strengthen their bodies. Beside them, a striking silhouette perpetually practiced her swordplay, diligently refining her foundational techniques. After her sword drills, she transitioned to strength training, matching Rothsmandy and his group in intensity. Naturally, their training was judiciously structured. Sakaski and the others followed the meticulously tailored training plans designed by Rothsmandy. Their regimen proceeded in an orderly fashion. The 6 individuals successfully galvanized their peers at the Naval Academy. Faced with the extraordinary efforts of these 6 prodigies, how could their classmates afford to be complacent? The first to join Rothsmandy in training was the somewhat unsightly Kaji, a genius in his own right, who was determined not to lag behind Ji Yuan. With one follower came another, then a third and a fourth. Gradually, the Naval Academy began to buzz with activity. Everywhere one looked, students were sweating profusely. Of course, Rothsmandy did not neglect the other students. He grouped them according to their abilities, devising tailored plans for each group based on their skills. Those who received these personalized plans were moved to tears, their hearts stirred, which only fueled their determination further. Observing the diligent efforts of Rothsmandy and his companions, the 4 prodigies from World School were equally unwilling to be outdone, leading to yet another cycle of competition between World School and the Naval Academy. During this period, with the assistance of Zephyr and Garp, Rothsmandy completed his lightning body technique. When activated, this technique dramatically enhanced Rothsmandy's reaction speed and nearly doubled his velocity. Rothsmandy's already swift movements became mere afterimages, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye, further impressing Zephyr and the others with his prodigious talent. However, the lack of universality in Rothsmandy's lightning body technique left Zephyr and his companions feeling a sense of regret. This technique was uniquely tailored for Rothsmandy, requiring precise control of power and exceptional physical recovery capabilities. Falling short in either respect could result in the practitioner either exploding or becoming charred. Sakaski and the others attempted to master it, but to little avail. The root of the issue lay in the fact that only lightning could exert such intense stimulation on the body. Other elements fell significantly short in this regard. Moreover, having already mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, Sakaski and his companions abandoned their attempts at the lightning body technique, redirecting their focus towards developing formidable physiques and higher energy output. In the meantime, Kazan's Ice Age, Sakaski's lava volcano, Borisolino's 8-span jewel, and dragon storm clouds were beginning to take shape. Thus, days passed in a rhythm of training, meals, and competitions against the 4 prodigies of the world government. Life unfolded in a structured and fulfilling manner. Crane, having procured a renowned blade from an undisclosed source, gifted it to Ji Yuan. The blade, named Jinbira, ranked among the top 21 Great Blades. 4 years later, Rothsman T and his companions were 17 years old. In the West Sea, the azure ocean stretched infinitely, the sea breeze gently ruffling the air, while seagulls occasionally glided overhead. Everything appeared so tranquil upon the vast expanse of water. Suddenly, two blue and white warships, one ahead of the other, emerged abruptly, accompanied by the thunderous sound of cannon fire. The forward vessel displayed a tattered seagull flag and appeared equally worn. It desperately evaded incoming cannonballs. Presenting a scene of utter disarray, the pursuing ship was not a pirate vessel, but rather another naval warship, identical to the one making its escape. Report, Lieutenant Rothsman T. The vessel from the G-126 Naval Division has entered capture range. Please advise, Lieutenant Rothsman T. A sailor reported to the imposing figure at the bow of the ship. The towering figure slowly turned, his 3-meter height exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. His silver hair danced gently in the sea breeze, revealing glimpses of a blue and white pattern. His stature did not appear bulky. Rather, it was remarkably well-proportioned. The figure, arms crossed, displayed prominently defined muscles, even beneath the naval uniform, suggesting immense strength. This figure was none other than our protagonist. Rothsman T. A year ago, at the age of 16, Rothsman T. and his companions had graduated from the Naval Academy and joined the Navy. They did not receive any preferential treatment due to their association with Kong. Instead, they faced even stricter scrutiny. Their military achievements were meticulously calculated, reaching an almost harsh level of rigor. They began as low-ranking soldiers, gradually earning their accolades. Rothsman T. and his companions were indeed the most exceptional 5 prodigies in the history of the Naval Academy. Within just 1 year, they ascended from the ranks of ordinary soldiers to the position of lieutenant. Yuan and Kaji fell slightly short but nonetheless achieved the rank of mid-level officer. This rank was earned through their military accomplishments, and no one dared to contest it. Rothsman T.'s cold gaze fixated on the fleeing naval warship ahead. Release the capture harpoons, align all cannons. Should they resist, fire at once to AT that moment. The signaling sailor hesitated, but the warship. Rothsman T. interrupted him with a wave of his hand at no buts. We do not need the warship, submerge it for me. The warships they have boarded are beneath my contempt. When they followed their commander to commit such deeds, they ceased to be naval officers. They became pirates cloaked in naval guise, and they deserve nothing less than death. Capturing them is imperative to return and execute, providing the residents of Lilai Island with a reckoning. If they cannot be apprehended alive, then sever their heads and bring them back. The Marine relay officer, contemplating the actions of that group ahead, bore a frostbitten expression before descending to convey the orders. His hesitation stemmed solely from the fact that ship bore the naval ensign. As for those aboard the naval vessel, they are all deserving of the gallows. In a brief moment, the capture spear was set in motion. The warship of Rothsman had seized the fleeing naval vessel ahead. On that naval ship, Major Fossiolo displayed a visage of terror. Pleading with Rothsman, Lieutenant Mandy, I implore you to spare us. We recognize our errors. We shall never act thus again. It was not just a major begging for mercy from a lieutenant. Rothsman's lieutenant was an officer from the naval headquarters, while the major before him had merely risen through the ranks of a branch, having never even traversed the Grand Line. Rothsman, with a cold demeanor, fixed a deathly gaze upon Fossiolo. Did you not consider the families of those children when you committed those acts? Did you spare them? Listening to Rothsman's frigid words, Fossiolo and the soldiers aboard his ship were engulfed in despair. They comprehended their inevitable demise. Fossiolo's countenance twisted in rage. Very well, if you deny us life, do not expect to fare well yourself. The soldiers behind Fossiolo mirrored his ferocity. With that, he charged towards Rothsman along the rope of the capture spear. Rothsman regarded the advancing Fossiolo with a flicker of disdain. In an instant, Rothsman vanished. Fossiolo, caught unawares, found his limbs swiftly and brutally shattered by Rothsman. The simultaneous agony coursing through his limbs elicited howls of torment from him. Before Fossiolo could even touch the ocean's surface, he was seized by Rothsman, bound with iron chains. The soldiers aboard Fossiolo's vessel, undeterred by their commander's capture, understood well that once exposed, their lives were forfeit. They all surged towards Rothsman. Rothsman remained stationary, not lifting a finger. Behind him, the soldiers of the naval headquarters had already taken the initiative, unleashing cannon fire that obliterated the already dilapidated naval ship. Even those who managed to rush towards Rothsman's warship were swiftly dispatched by the headquarters soldiers. Rothsman had merely come to seize Fossiolo. He required Fossiolo's head to provide an explanation to the residents of Lilai Island and to honor the souls wronged by his actions. The remaining soldiers on the island had been dealt with entirely. Before him lay the last remnants. Rothsmanti cast Fosculo aside to a nearby marine. Secure him. Do not allow him to perish just yet. The Marines, upon beholding Fosculo, expressed their outrage, stripping him of his naval uniform, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. They descended upon him with a barrage of fists and kicks. You beast, you too have children. How dare you commit such atrocities? Hearing the Marine's furious shouts, Rothsmanti closed his eyes, yet the fire of rage within him blazed ever brighter. It was no wonder he was so incensed. 2 months prior, while processing intelligence at the naval headquarters, Rothsmanti had stumbled upon a blood-stained report in a corner. This report had been sent from Lili Island, located at the farthest reaches of the West Sea, a desolate outcrop in the vast ocean. The report detailed that the naval G-126 branch stationed at Lili Island had a commander named Fosculo, who was engaged in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking. Not only was he involved in this nefarious trade, but he also trained children, employing various means to control them, subjecting them to brutal training to mold them into different types of assets, all to profit further. To maintain secrecy, Fosculo, in collusion with his subordinates, had sealed off the island. The individual who sent the report had narrowly escaped Lili Island with the assistance of the residents. Enduring relentless pursuit from Fosculo, upon discovering this report, Rothsmanti recognized its gravity. Was this not slavery? What was even more severe was the involvement of the Navy. Armed with the report, Rothsmanti presented the situation to the intelligence department head. He was then directed to the office of Crane, who also took the report seriously. Crane instructed Rothsmanti to lead a contingent of soldiers aboard a warship to Lili Island. Prior to their departure, Rothsmanti issued 7 or 8 documents in various directions. Having completed these tasks, he set forth for the West Sea. Rothsmanti possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities, despite holding merely the rank of captain. His prowess is anything but ordinary. He has yet to identify the informant, who has likely already met a tragic fate. Rather than immediately landing on the island, Rothsmanti chose to anchor his warship at a distant deserted isle. Utilizing his aerial capabilities, he opened his celestial eye and began to survey from the heights. Through constant training, Rothsmanti's celestial eye has achieved a remarkable 360-degree field of vision, complemented by exceptional long-range sight, ideal for reconnaissance. However, what he witnessed ignited a blaze of fury within him. The report had understated the situation. Through Rothsmanti's eyes, it became evident that this Fosculo was treating the island's inhabitants as mere breeding tools. He observed Fosculo and his subordinates loading one individual after another, some large, some small, onto their vessel, clearly intent on trafficking them. After gathering sufficient intelligence, Rothsmanti swiftly mobilized his naval troops. Surrounding the isle, that he deployed specialized communication devices to sever all communications on the island. Thus commenced a thorough cleansing. The soldiers complicit in these heinous acts, upon seeing the arrival of the naval forces, realized their misdeeds had been exposed. Their survival was at stake, and they fought desperately. Yet, the disparity in strength rendered their efforts laughable. Rothsmanti did not rush to confront Fosculo. Instead, he leveraged his speed to rescue the suffering adults and children. In his eyes, Fosculo was already a dead man. Following a one-sided battle, Fosculo, accompanied by his elite guards, fled aboard their ship, prompting Rothsmanti and his men to pursue. The soldiers under Rothsmanti's command had witnessed the horrific conditions on the island. The residents, gazing at them with a numbness in their eyes, were filled with hatred. In a warehouse post-battle, they discovered numerous children, their scars and the instruments of torture on the walls revealing the extent of their suffering. Some had already been confined in boxes, and as the naval soldiers approached, they could see the lifelessness in the children's eyes. Fueled by righteous anger, the naval soldiers, under Rothsmanti's orders, executed the captives before the eyes of the islanders. As for the families of the soldiers residing in the villas, Rothsmanti and his men paid them no heed. The consequences were well known. To claim ignorance would be absurd. Those individuals were living on the island. The island's extent was such that the sound of gunfire echoed throughout, leaving no room for innocent parties. Not only the accomplices but also those who passively enjoyed the benefits, feigning blindness, were now facing retribution. Rothsmanti and his men tacitly acknowledged their roles as perpetrators. In a bid to quell the fury of the island's victims and to restore the Navy's reputation, they had no choice but to extend an act of mercy. After all, Rothsmanti and his team had pursued Fosculo relentlessly. Once the naval forces eliminated the armed presence in the villa area, they distanced themselves, covering their eyes and plugging their ears. They too adopted the silence of the guilty. Feigning ignorance, Rothsmanti refrained from contacting Colonel G-126 for assistance. Once the children were rescued, he immediately organized his troops to provide comfort, while another contingent followed him in pursuit. This led to a series of events where Fulsro was imprisoned in a cage. Utterly disregarding his tearful pleas for mercy, Rodersmanti cast a cold glance at Fulsro, discovering a tattoo of the Navy's flag emblazoned on his back. Oh, Fulsro, how dare you bear the Navy's insignia? Without waiting for Rodersmanti to speak, a nearby sailor unsheathed his dagger, intent on obliterating Fulsro's tattoo. Trembling at the sight of the glinting blade, Fulsro wept and begged, "Please, Rodersmanti, spare me. I swear I will never do it again. I had no choice." His pleas fell on deaf ears. If apologies held any value, what need would there be for the law? A mere "I had no choice" could not absolve his actions. One of the guards, having witnessed the atrocities on the island, kicked Fulsro contemptuously and then proceeded to slash at the skin of his back, carving away the Navy tattoo. Blood soaked the area, and Fulsro felt a searing pain tearing through him. Though he longed to retaliate, his limbs lay broken, leaving him to curse the sailors from his pool of blood. Kill me, ahaha, kill me, and you shall meet your end as well. May you accompany me in death." Before he could finish, Rodersmanti unleashed a jolt of electricity upon Fulsro, rendering him rigid. Rodersmanti crouched down. Observing the now fractured spirit of Fulsro, he recognized that the time for questioning had arrived. The preceding actions were meticulously orchestrated to dismantle Fulsro's psychological defenses. The sailor named Salona, a classmate of Rodersmanti from Naval School and the first officer aboard the ship, had demonstrated proficiency in swordsmanship. Salona had recently attained the rank of second lieutenant. His earlier actions, including the destruction of Fulsro's tattoo, were all designed to instill fear in him. As for why Salona wore a sailor's uniform, that was a directive from Rodersmanti. He needed to experience excruciating pain without being allowed to die. This was a delicate task. While destroying a tattoo was simple, delivering precise, extreme pain without severing nerves was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sailor. The intent was to create a false impression in Fulsro's mind, leading him to believe that the naval forces were overwhelmingly powerful. If a mere sailor possessed such capabilities, could the figure behind him truly save him? The torment, compounded by such tactics, would undoubtedly instill a profound terror within Fosilio. Subsequently, Rodersmanti would deliver the final blow. Fosilio, already paralyzed by the fear of being swiftly dispatched by Rodersmanti, found his mental defenses crumbling under a relentless barrage of attacks. Moreover, the destruction of that naval tattoo on his back was indeed a harsh reality. Such scoundrels are unworthy of bearing the insignia of the Navy. Rodersmanti's actions were not without purpose. After conducting reconnaissance on the small island and aligning it with intelligence from the naval headquarters, a vague sense emerged that a mere junior major could not orchestrate such extensive machinations. Fosilio was doomed, yet before his demise, it was imperative to extract every shred of information he possessed. Arrests must be substantiated with evidence, and capturing Fosilio served two primary objectives: to facilitate a public trial and quell the outrage of the residents of Lili Island, while also gleaning whatever intelligence could be salvaged from this minor player, though scant. It was better than nothing. The third motive was, of course, to bait others. A stir would surely rouse those who might be implicated, and who that might be remained to be seen. Just moments ago, Rodersmanti had already sent a message to the branch chief of G-126, who he believed had since arrived. Contemplating this, Rodersmanti wore a sinister expression. "Fosilio, I had initially intended to subject you to a fate akin to that of earlier, slow and torturous." Hearing the word torture, Fosilio felt the pain behind him intensify, deepening his fear. Some, who have never endured such experiences, may imagine themselves as resilient, yet once faced with reality, even the most steadfast often crumble. Fosilio was now emblematic of this transformation. Bowing his head, he pleaded desperately, "I beg you, Rodersmanti, grant me a swift end. Spare me the torture, and I shall divulge everything." Rodersmanti remained silent. "This is not the time for you to negotiate terms. Should your information prove valuable, I shall grant you a swift reprieve. If not, I shall make an example of you before the crowd. Trust me, you could remain lucid while your flesh is systematically stripped away." As Rodersmanti's threats echoed in the air, Fosilio, like a bamboo shoot spilling its contents, began to divulge his information. It turned out that he was merely a petty thug, elevated to the rank of major due to his connections with Chief Alinsa, having aided him in numerous nefarious tasks. This revelation, Rodersmanti's suspicions were alleviated. A branch chief of the Navy with an unblemished record on file. This was indeed peculiar, devoid of even a minor blemish. Upon first glancing at Alinsa's dossier, Rodersmanti had thought him a paragon of virtue. In the chaotic world of pirates, most branch chiefs, in their efforts to maintain order, often resort to questionable deeds. driven by both self-interest and public duty, to instill fear and maintain stability within their jurisdictions. It was not uncommon for them to bear some taint, yet Alinsa appeared entirely unblemished, with all the stains attributed to the wretch before him. Listening to Fosiluo's lamentations, Rotesmandi gradually pieced together the narrative. He then inquired, "Is it only this branch chief? What of the others?" At Rotesmandi's question, Fosiluo visibly hesitated. Without needing a response from him, Rotesmandi discerned that this fool had little more to offer. Rising to his feet, he addressed Fosiluo, "Considering your past as a hunter of pirates, I shall grant you a swift end. To Rotesmandi's assurance, Fosiluo felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. 3 hours later, Rotesmandi's warship docked at the port of Lilai Island. Amidst the harbor, a larger warship bore the unmistakable insignia of G-126, signaling the arrival of the branch chief. As Rotesmandi and his marines disembarked, they were greeted by a neatly lined formation of sailors. Led by a rotund figure, none other than Chief Alinsa of G-126. Observing the bound Fosiluo, Alinsa charged forward, intent on striking him, only to be intercepted by Rotesmandi. "Fosiluo, how dare you commit such acts? I appointed you as a commanding officer. And what have you made of it? For years, I have been kept in the dark." Witnessing Alinsa's display of indignation, a wave of murderous intent surged within Rotesmandi. Though he steadfastly restrained himself, there must be others behind this chief, and he needed to unearth them, lest they regrow like weeds after being cut. As Fosiluo listened to Alinsa's accusations, he longed to retort, to unleash a tirade against Alinsa, but his mouth was silenced. Reduced to muffled howls, devoid of sound. It was imperative that Fosiluo remain silenced. Rotesmandi aimed to unsettle the colonel, hoping to provoke a reaction that might reveal further information. With an inscrutable smile, he addressed Alinsa. "Colonel Alinsa, I have received a tip-off regarding the situation on the island, and I am incensed. I plan to gather the townsfolk in the square for a public execution of Fosiluo. Would you care to join?" Hearing Rotesmandi's proposition, Alinsa eagerly agreed, his desire to silence Fosiluo palpable. Nodding with outrage, he declared, "Indeed, for his transgressions, he deserves to die 100 deaths." Rotesmandi smiled, a smile laden with meaning. Thus, Rotesmandi and Alinsa proceeded to the square. The Marines swiftly erected a platform, and soon, the island's residents were summoned to witness the execution. As the announcement of Fosiluo's public execution rang out, a collective expression of hatred emerged among the townsfolk, all of whom filled the square. Rotesmandi, before the gathered crowd, recounted Fosiluo's crimes and, in accordance with the laws of the world government, pronounced his death sentence. Under Rotesmandi's orders, Sorona executed Fosiluo with a single stroke. A tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Rotesmandi closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a resolute glimmer shone within. He then turned to Alinsa, stating, "Colonel Alinsa, the relief efforts on the island will require some time. Let us return to the stronghold." Alinsa gazed at Fosiluo's lifeless form, a profound sense of relief washing over him, for he now understood that Rotesmandi harbored no ill intentions towards him. Lowering his guard, he responded with a smile, "Very well, Lieutenant Rotesmandi. This way, please. I have a fine bottle of wine. Let us sit and converse." Rotesmandi nodded. Casting a glance back without uttering a word, he and Alinsa left a contingent of Marines to assist with the relief efforts, while the remainder followed to the Naval branch stronghold. Seated on the couch in the stronghold, Rotesmandi and Alinsa reveled in their libations. Alinsa began to extol, "Lieutenant Rotesmandi, your accomplishments are truly remarkable. I must thank you. Had it not been for your swift actions, the residents of Lilai Island might have endured far greater suffering." With a heavy thump of his thigh, Alinsa sighed deeply. Rotesmandi suppressed his revulsion. Offering gentle reassurances, "Colonel Alinsa, do not grieve. Such scum are not worth your sorrow. Within the naval branch, he may have been your subordinate, but in this stronghold, he was merely a tyrant. If he wishes to conceal certain actions from you, it would be exceedingly simple." Upon hearing this, Alinsa nodded slightly. "Indeed, Captain Mandy, I never would have imagined that a major who performed so admirably within the branch could devolve into such a state after taking command of the outpost. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. This moment, Alinsa shifted the subject. "Has Forsro not disclosed the whereabouts of the children? We must rescue these children." Rotesmandi wore a smile on her face, yet her eyes betrayed no mirth. It was clear she was not inquiring about the children's location. Rather, she sought to ascertain whether Forsro had divulged anything. Rotesmandi shook her head with a smile. "Forsro is quite reticent and refuses to speak." Alinsa felt a slight relief in his heart, yet his trust was not complete. The next moment, Rotesmandi remarked, Colonel Alinsa, I intend to report the situation on Lai Island to General He. Moreover, I have observed your vigorous command in disaster relief efforts on the island. I shall ensure your contributions are included in the report. Listening to Rothas Mandy's words, Alinsa could not help but smile. However, internally, he felt a wave of panic. He was uncertain whether Forsro had indeed revealed anything. He also pondered whether the appearance of his name in the report would trigger a chain reaction. He would prefer that his name not be included in this report. Smiling, he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to trouble General He. Compared to my negligence, my efforts are utterly insignificant. Rothas Mandy maintained her smile. It is merely a routine report. Accomplishments must be recognized, as is the tradition of our Navy. Your contributions will certainly be acknowledged. This. Alinsa understood that his name in the report was a foregone conclusion. A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Alinsa wished to refuse, but such denial was futile. When the Navy headquarters wishes to credit you, to decline would suggest guilt. With a bitter nod, he acquiesced, observing that matters were nearly settled. Rothas Mandy stood to take her leave. Colonel Alinsa, I have some final tasks to attend to on the island. I must be on my way. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to my ship. I shall not remain here at this outpost. It reeks of blood. Alinsa understood her sentiment. Forsro's actions were more nefarious than those of pirates. It was entirely reasonable for the captain from Navy headquarters to find the outpost distasteful. Moreover, Alinsa had urgent matters to address. Hence, he did not insist on Rothas Mandy staying longer. I appreciate your efforts, Captain Mandy. I too have matters to attend to, so I will not keep you. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Rothas Mandy nodded with a smile. That I shall not be polite. With that, Rothas Mandy led her fellow seamen away. Both exchanged smiles as they bid farewell, but once Rothas Mandy stepped through the gates of the naval branch, her expression turned icy. Without further ado, she commanded her subordinates to assist the island's residents in repairing the damage caused by the battle at this naval branch. Rothas Mandy confiscated a substantial amount of ill-gotten gains. Piling the spoils atop a wooden platform in the square, treading upon the still damp bloodstains, she set up a table to preside over the compensation matters for the island's residents after a long day. Although Rothas Mandy's body was not weary, her spirit was profoundly fatigued. Upon returning to her ship, Rothas Mandy did not retire for the night. Instead, she sat in a chair, rhythmically tapping her finger against the armrest. Rothas Mandy awaited news. As the night deepened, fatigue began to set in, and she propped her forehead with her hand, feigning sleep. Suddenly, a knock echoed through her room. Come in. Rothas Mandy immediately perked up. A young seaman with the rank of ensign, possessing slightly oversized ears, entered. Captain Mandy, the big-eared seaman saluted Rothas Mandy. You have arrived, Richard. Have you heard anything? This big-eared seaman was none other than Rothas Mandy's classmate, a user of the superhuman fruit, who, alongside Salona, joined General He's inspection unit upon their graduation. During their year in the inspection unit, Rothas Mandy, Salona, and Richard accomplished many feats, earning promotions to ensign for all three. Having spent 7 to 8 years together at naval school, they needed no words to convey their understanding. A mere glance sufficed. Brother Mandy, you truly guessed correctly. Alinsa made a clandestine phone call in the dead of night while everyone else was asleep. He contacted Admiral Sinley of the West Sea, reporting the events transpiring on this island. However, they did not discuss any other circumstances during the call. It was merely a standard report. Rothas Mandy's lips curled into a subtle smile. This report was sufficient. He could not possibly disclose anything further over the phone. Richard, a true genius of the Naval Academy, quickly grasped that this report was, in fact, a signal. Rothas Mandy then summoned Salona to join them. The three engaged in hushed discussions until the early hours of the morning. The specifics of their conversation remaining a mystery. As dawn approached, Rothas Mandy instructed Richard and the others to return and rest. She cast a cold gaze toward the direction of the West Sea governor. The following days unfolded in a tranquil manner, with Rothas Mandy and Alinsa enjoying convivial conversations and sharing numerous drinks together. The soldiers from both sides collaborated harmoniously to repair the residents' damaged homes, often sitting together for drinks once their labor concluded. It was not until 5 days later that Rothas Mandy received a significant item. Observing the object in her office, a joyful smile illuminated her face. Though it was tinged with an inescapable murderous intent. At last, it has been found. That scoundrel truly knows how to hide. He didn't stash the evidence in his home on the island, but concealed it in the back mountains. Were it not for my awakening of the ability to communicate with birds, I might never have uncovered this. Over the span of these 4 years, Rothas Mandy has certainly not been idle. according to Manti's recollections. There exists a media magnate named Morgans, who possesses the abilities of the bird fruit in the albatross form. This individual seems to have the extraordinary capacity to communicate with avian creatures. Strictly speaking, Manti also exhibits avian traits, as he possesses a wing and extraordinary vision that far surpasses that of an ordinary human. Some even believe him to be a humanoid eagle. In his leisure moments, Manti endeavored to explore this potential. He discovered that by combining his heavenly vision with his subtle control over lightning and heightened sensitivity, along with the peculiar sensations transmitted through his wing, he could indeed establish a form of communication with birds. This was not a dialogue in the conventional sense, but rather an intriguing rhythm, likely a distinctive brainwave. Through such oscillations, he was able to convey vague messages to the avian beings. Although the information was somewhat nebulous, the sheer volume of communicated signals rendered it remarkably clear. Sakaski and others had ridiculed him, jesting that he had transformed into the Bird King, which led to numerous altercations between Manti and Sakaski. However, Crane recognized the immense utility of this ability, particularly in the realm of intelligence gathering. This explains how Manti managed to ascend to the rank of lieutenant within a year, despite the scrutiny of his achievements being several times more rigorous than those of his peers. The personnel at the Navy headquarters were well aware that Manti and his companions were favored by the upper echelons of the Navy. Thus, their accomplishments were subjected to meticulous examination, ostensibly to maintain public trust. This instance was no exception, as they lingered on the island for several days in search of evidence concealed by Fosro. The fact that one could engage in such unsavory tasks and still be promoted to major underscores the cunning nature of Fosro, who undoubtedly left himself a safety net. While aboard the vessel, Manti and his companions were already cognizant of the existence of this evidence, yet Fosro was adamant about not revealing anything. Manti contemplated deceit. But Fosro was no fool. He insisted on disembarking first, intending to present the evidence only when he felt secure. He even demanded Manti to record a video call with the snail to ensure that he would be spared, which was, of course, out of the question. Consequently, Manti resorted to coercive measures, during which he gleaned several valuable insights, specifically, that the evidence had never left the island. This made the search considerably easier. The island was so small that the sound of a single gunshot could be heard throughout. Even if he had to expend time searching, Manti was determined to silence Fosro before they disembarked, ensuring that he would not utter a word to alert Orenza. Coincidentally, Orenza sought to eliminate witnesses, aligning Manti's objectives with his own. For several days, Manti had been quite occupied. He frequently roamed the small island, utilizing his avian communication skills to extract information. His subordinates, Salona and Richard, led their troops in aiding the residents with medical care for children, repairing homes, and addressing compensations, all while conducting covert investigations. They had nearly scoured the entire island, yet significant progress remained elusive. Manti found no useful information in the town, nor on the slopes of the small island, as all the birds had fled following the recent combat, which had unleashed a cacophony and a stench of blood that sent them into a panic. Today, Manti, exasperated by Orenza, sought to explore the back mountains once more. Wishing for a moment of tranquility, he felt on the verge of losing his composure. Orenza's incessant moralizing had become intolerable, presenting himself as the epitome of righteousness. Yet, Manti, now well informed, found himself compelled to endure Orenza's performance. The past few days had tested his patience to its limits. At times, he contemplated directly confronting Orenza, but he understood that capturing someone without evidence would set a perilous precedent, leading to numerous injustices and retaliatory actions. Manti's previous life as a lawyer had ingrained in him the paramount importance of evidence. He was acutely aware of the consequences that could arise from arrests made without substantiation. Moreover, given that he and his 4 companions were already recognized as future leaders within the Navy headquarters, it was crucial for them to serve as exemplary models. Thus, Manti sought solace in the back mountains, hoping to clear his mind and perhaps engage in a bit of hunting. To his delight, he discovered a plethora of small birds had returned, likely reassured by the newfound tranquility of the island. Through his communication with these avian creatures, Manti received a significant tip. A figure clad in white had concealed some items within a tree hollow in the back mountains. Guided by the birds, he successfully located a hidden package. Upon returning to his office, Manti examined the documents within the package, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Rising from his seat, he wiped his expression to reveal a congenial grin before seeking out Orenza. Shortly thereafter, Manti arrived at Orenza's office. "Colonel Orenza," The matters in the town are nearly resolved. I hear your island is renowned for its delectable offerings. I intend to visit and bid you farewell." Upon hearing Rhodosmanti's intentions, Orinza replied with a smile, "Lieutenant Rhodosmanti, if you wish to visit my island, I shall extend my hospitality. Let us depart together. The affairs here are almost concluded, and I have arranged for a new commanding officer who is exceptionally capable." At that moment, a serious-looking major entered Orinza's office. "Colonel Orinza, you summoned me?" Orinza warmly patted the major on the back, introducing him as the newly appointed major of the G-126 Division. He further introduced Yaren to Rhodosmanti. The lieutenant from the naval headquarters known for eliminating Phosro. A glimmer of recognition sparked in Yaren's eyes as he extended his hand to Rhodosmanti. "Lieutenant Rhodosmanti, it is an honor to finally meet you." Rhodosmanti smiled at the solemn major. "Greetings, Major Yaren. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you perform admirably and avoid emulating the despicable Phosro." Yaren responded with a respectful salute. "Yes, sir." Turning to Orinza, Rhodosmanti stated, "Colonel Orinza, shall we finalize our plans for this afternoon?" Orinza, eager for Rhodosmanti to depart, readily agreed, "Certainly." With that, Rhodosmanti turned and left. As he strolled through the town, he purchased numerous local specialties. Suddenly, he collided with a small child, causing the little one to tumble to the ground, tears welling up in their eyes. Rhodosmanti quickly helped the child to their feet, gently ruffling their hair while offering a piece of candy. "Do not cry. My apologies for bumping into you." As the child savored the sweet candy, he momentarily forgot his tears. Rising to his feet, he cheerfully declared, "It's all right," and proceeded to skip away. Rhodosmanti stood up, flipping his palm to reveal a small piece of paper that had just been slipped into his hand by the very child who had bumped into him. Rhodosmanti had already discerned that the child had approached him with intent. Out of curiosity regarding the child's purpose, he had allowed the collision to occur. Instead of opening the note, Rhodosmanti turned and began to stroll through the streets. After completing his purchases, he returned to the office, unfolded the note, and found 4 words inscribed. "Olun, there are ghosts." Gazing at the note in his hand, Rhodosmanti's eyes drifted towards the direction of the base, a smile gracing his lips. Olun, he mused, that it was indeed true that this small island was quite remote. Had it not been for the recent grave events, Rhodosmanti might never have noticed such an island's existence. Who would be favored enough to be stationed on this island? That remained an open question. However, Rhodosmanti did not fully trust this Yellowin. What were his motives? For justice? To absolve himself? To gain power? Having only met him once, Rhodosmanti remained uncertain. After dealing with Oluwin, a thorough investigation would be necessary. Rhodosmanti had no intention of making arrests on the island. The residents' trust in the Navy was already precarious. A grand display of arrests would utterly shatter the faith of the islanders in the Navy officers who had come to assist them in their time of need. Thus, he had opted for an excuse to depart for G-126, intending to lure Oluwin to accompany him. Rhodosmanti had no desire to seek out Yellowin. The evidence he possessed was sufficient. There was no need to complicate matters further. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Rhodosmanti's and Oluwin's warships slowly left the harbor of the small town. Yellowin stood at the port, watching the departing vessels. "Did Rhodosmanti receive my note?" Yellowin understood that Rhodosmanti would not easily place his trust in a mere piece of paper. Yet, considering the backing that Oluwin had, Yellowin felt he could only proceed as he had, the one capable of purging the Navy from the island and eliminating those who conspired with the tyrant. Slaying Fuzi Luo must surely be acting from a place of righteousness. With a deep sigh, Yellowin prayed that his note would prove effective on the Azure Sea. 2 warships sailed quietly, with sailors standing vigilant on deck. Engaging in light conversation, the distance to the G-126 naval base was still considerable. After concluding an hour of training, Rhodosmanti approached Oluwin, smiling as he said, "Colonel Oluwin, we still have quite a way to go. Let us host a banquet aboard the ship. We can dine while we sail. After our exercise, I find myself rather hungry." Colonel Oluwin, recognizing the truth in this, readily agreed. Thus, the banquet commenced aboard the 2 warships. In a gesture of hospitality, Oluwin retrieved a cherished bottle of fine wine from his quarters. The 2 men exchanged toasts, laughter ringing out between them, their respective crews, having recently bonded over a joint humanitarian effort on the island, mingled amiably, forming clusters of conversation. Rhodosmanti's subordinates, Salona and Richard, raised their glasses, frequently toasting Oluwin's first officer. Enjoying exquisite food and wine, they engaged in lively banter, filling the ships with mirth and camaraderie. In the midst of the festivities, Rhodosmanti utilized his keen perception to assess the atmosphere aboard both vessels. A flicker of menace flashed in his eyes as he turned with a smile to Colonel Oluwin, saying, "Colonel Oluwin, pray tell, How could such a junior officer commit such heinous acts? Oluwin, slightly tipsy from the wine, was momentarily taken aback and replied, "What of it? The heavens are high and the emperor far away. That Fuzi Luo is like a king on that island. If his heart turns dark, such occurrences are to be expected." Rothsmani maintained his smile. "Is it not possible that he is being manipulated by someone?" Upon hearing this, Oluwin visibly paused, his mouth opening as if to protest. How could? Yet before he could finish, Rothsmani struck that a surge of electric energy coalesced in his hand and was unleashed upon Oluwin. True to his rank, Oluwin was no novice. Sensing the impending attack, he evaded Rothsmani's strike with a swift roll. Rising to his feet, he was about to defend himself when Rothsmani, without granting him an opportunity, unleashed a dazzling display of electric arcs. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing to deliver a powerful blow to Oluwin's face, sending him reeling. Realizing the force behind the strike, Oluwin's heart raced. Could this truly be a mere Navy lieutenant? With little time to ponder, Oluwin noticed that all his men had been captured. He had no choice but to engage seriously and defeat the smiling adversary before him. Who would have thought that this seemingly refined young man would suddenly strike with such ferocity? In that moment, Oluwin had unwittingly fallen into Rothsmani's rhythm. With his keen perception activated, Rothsmani offered Oluwin no respite. His attacks came in unrelenting succession. Oluwin had expended considerable energy in launching numerous flying slashes. And now he gasped for breath. "Rothsmani, please let me explain." "Go explain to those deceased children," Rothsmani retorted. Rothsmani, with lightning coalescing in his hands, charged forth with great speed. At the onset, Enlistment managed to evade him. But it soon became apparent that Rothsmani's stamina was seemingly inexhaustible. His velocity, far from diminishing, only intensified. In a moment of inattention, Enlistment was struck by Rothsmani's electrified fist. That singular blow rendered Enlistment's body rigid, sending him hurtling through the air. The trajectory of his flight coincidentally aligned with the direction from which Feather Kill had been launched. The feathers, embedded in the ground, were now enveloped in arcs of electricity, ascending once more, this time returning towards Rothsmani. However, obstructing their path was a burly man, spewing blood. These feathers, of course, showed no mercy, piercing through Enlistment with relentless precision. This was the second iteration of a technique developed by Rothsmani based on Feather Kill. The first version, known as Returning Feather, was employed during his initial confrontation with Sakaski, where the feathers lacked the ability to penetrate. The second version, named Swallow's Return, manipulated lightning to once again entwine the feathers, granting them the capacity to pierce and enhancing control over them. Rothsmani directed these feathers skillfully, avoiding Enlistment's vital points, yet focusing on incapacitating his limbs one by one. The sharp feathers rendered Enlistment's extremities useless. Though severely injured, Enlistment remained functional. After incapacitating him and shattering his limbs, Rothsmani bound him with iron chains. He commanded his soldiers to confine both Enlistment and his subordinates in the ship's brig. Having dealt with Enlistment and his men, Rothsmani stood at the bow of the ship, wiping the blood from his hands as he leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vast azure sea. The flames of anger within him began to subside slightly. Just moments ago, Enlistment had revealed that this island was merely a stronghold. Witnessing Enlistment's brazen laughter, Rothsmani sensed the complexity of the situation. This matter likely involved a well-organized network. As he contemplated the boundless sea before him, he pondered how many naval officers had been entangled in this affair. Yet, Rothsmani harbored no thoughts of reconciliation. Whoever was involved would surely face dire consequences. He believed that even the mildest of figures, like Uncle Zephyr, would share his sentiments. However, at this juncture, he had to consider how far-reaching the implications of this situation were. Was it merely the admiral, or were there others within the Navy headquarters involved? Rothsmani turned his gaze towards the Red Earth continent, yet he could only shake his head slightly. While the Navy was manageable, the prospect of seeking out the culprits on the Red Earth continent was currently unfeasible. He could not afford to act impulsively, shouting about storming the Red Earth continent. That would be sheer folly, especially when one considered the formidable figures within the World School. It was evident that the individuals on the Red Earth continent possessed profound depths of power, based on his recollections from a past life. He was aware of the existence of a divine knight order, whose members were at least of admiral strength. The extent of other powerful individuals hidden within that order remained unclear, until he grasped the true nature of those on the Red Earth continent. Only a fool would dare to provoke them. Such recklessness would serve no purpose and would only draw the attention of the formidable beings of the Red Earth continent, courting death. Those individuals had ruled the seas for 8 centuries. They were not fragile vessels waiting to shatter at the slightest touch. Of course, Contemplating such matters at this stage was premature. Rhodesmani stroked his chin, considering that if this truly involved those from the Red Earth continent, they would undoubtedly resort to silencing any witnesses. For now, he needed to focus on resolving this situation while simultaneously enhancing the Navy's reputation. It was no use lamenting the current state of the Navy. Some individuals may have fallen from grace, but over the years, Rhodesmani had observed far more individuals driven by a sense of justice within the Navy. At the very least, most members of the Navy headquarters and its direct branches embody this ethos. Mistakes must be corrected, and one must stand firm when faced with adversity. What was needed was a global broadcast of a public execution, allowing the world to witness the Navy's unwavering stance against corruption within its ranks. It was essential to demonstrate that the Navy was distinct from those on the Red Earth continent. The Navy possessed a future, and it would cleanse itself of impurities. Simultaneously, this would serve to intimidate those who contemplated or were currently engaged in nefarious activities. Only through such measures could they attract more talented individuals, continually fortifying the Navy's foundations. Rhodesmani mused upon these thoughts, realizing that he would need to consult with Crane and others. No matter how astute he was, he had yet to attain the stature of one of the Navy's 5 giants. Without being in their position, one could never truly comprehend their concerns. As he pondered, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze brushed against his face, clearing his mind. Rhodesmani's eyes brightened instantly. He made no move, but instead smiled. You have arrived. Dragged. At that moment, the refreshing breeze coalesced into a pair of hands that embraced Rhodesmani's shoulders. Ha ha ha. I intended to give you a fright. Drag laughed heartily, manifesting his form. Upon receiving your message, I rushed here without delay. Listening to Drag's jovial laughter eased Rhodesmani's heavy heart. He smiled at Drag's large visage. It's all right. We are still young. We shall certainly become powerful, Rhodesmani thought to himself. With such friends and like-minded individuals by my side, we can overcome any challenge. At that moment, Drag inquired, Manti, why the urgency in summoning me? What is the situation? Rhodesmani wasted no time, retrieving the evidence concealed by Fusro and the interrogation records of Alinsa. Drag paused slightly, accepting the documents Rhodesmani handed over, merely skimming through half of the pages. An overwhelming aura emanated from Drag, impossible to contain. His powerful presence erupted forth, and his teeth nearly crunched from the intensity. Rhodesmani observed Drag's fierce expression without uttering a word. The deeds committed by Alinsa and his cohorts warranted the most severe of punishments, akin to the annihilation of entire clans in ancient times. Rhodesmani pointed toward the ship's hold. They are all down there. Remember, do not kill him. He still has value. After speaking, Rhodesmani led Drag down to the ship's hold. Stopping at the entrance of a cell, Drag, displaying a fierce demeanor, kicked the door open with force. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Alinsa was no longer recognizable as a human. His body had swollen grotesquely from the beatings he had endured. Drag looked at Rhodesmani in shock. Did you do this? Rhodesmani shrugged nonchalantly. What do you think? If it weren't for the fact that he still had some utility, Alinsa would have met his demise long ago. Gazing at the barely breathing Alinsa, Drag found himself unable to act. A mere punch would extinguish the last flicker of life within him. Drag and Rhodesmani stepped back from the cell. Drag's expression turned serious. How many naval officers are entangled in this affair? Rhodesmani pointed to the intelligence regarding Fusro and Alinsa. Based on the analysis of these 2 individuals, the suspicion surrounding the West Sea governor is considerable. As for whether there are higher-ups involved, that remains to be investigated. Both of these individuals are mere shrimp in the grand scheme of things. Observing the dejected expression on Dorag's face, Rhodesmani gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. The ocean is vast, and the Navy's ranks are numerous. It is inevitable that some filth will surface. Our duty is to cleanse this taint. Dorag tucked away his disappointment. Mandy, we must return and secure G-126. Furthermore, we need to relay intelligence to my father and the others, informing the senior Navy officials of the events that have transpired here. Rhodesmani nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. I intend to disseminate this information widely, and then boldly escort this Uransa back to the Navy headquarters. Those accompanying Uransa will undoubtedly ensure he does not return alive. Our task is to eliminate the incoming assassins, startle the snake in the grass, and force the shadowy figures to reveal themselves. For the next half hour, Rhodesmani and Dorag deliberated over the finer details of their plans before parting ways to attend to their respective duties. During this time, Dorag's warship arrived. Upon returning to the vessel, Dorag began preparing for the operation. Meanwhile, Rhodesmani was not idle. He retrieved a golden transponder snail, a gift from Crane. which allowed direct encrypted communication with Sengoku and his associates. Once connected, the unmistakable booming laughter of Steelbone Kong echoed through. Naturally, the first call was directed to Steelbone Kong, for he was the current admiral of the Navy. Ha ha ha, Mandy, my boy, has the mission been accomplished? Was it smooth sailing with your prowess? Roth's Mandy shook his head in exasperation that he then recounted the events that had unfolded on Lili Island, as well as their subsequent plans, sharing everything with Steelbone Kong. After listening to Roth's Mandy's report, a moment of silence ensued, followed by the sound of Steelbone Kong slamming his fist on the desk. Those scoundrels deserve death. They are more vile than pirates. I shall flay the skin from their bodies. Listening to the chilling words emanating from the phone, Roth's Mandy could sense the depth of Steelbone Kong's fury. It was understandable. Steelbone Kong had devoted his life to the Navy, which constituted his very essence. The audacity of these lowlifes to act under the Navy's banner was infuriating. It was fortunate that Steelbone Kong had not succumbed to rage. Moments later, Steelbone Kong picked up the phone again. Mandy, go forth. If the sky falls, I shall bear it for you. Eliminate them all, but be cautious. That West Sea Admiral wields the dual hockey and is a formidable martial artist. Can you handle it? Hearing Steelbone Kong's grim voice, Roth's Mandy replied with a serious demeanor. Have faith in our strength. We too have mastered hockey, and we will cleanse the West Sea thoroughly. Also, I shall intervene, Steelbone Kong interjected. Interrupting Roth's Mandy, there is no need for you to contact Sengoku. I shall do so. I do not trust you rascals. Remember, go all out. With the Vice Admiral of the Navy backing you, you need not fear. Roth's Mandy, buoyed by Steelbone Kong's assurance, smiled in appreciation. Thank you for your support, Uncle Kong. Stop being so polite, you brat. Steelbone Kong chided with a laugh. As a well-known West Sea governor, Roth's Mandy certainly required an extra layer of protection. More importantly, should this situation escalate to involve the world government, they would undoubtedly exert pressure at that point. The formidable forces arriving would likely overwhelm mere junior Navy captains, although they bore the title of Navy monsters. They were still young. After disconnecting the transponder snail, Roth's Mandy proceeded to make several additional calls. Once these tasks were completed, he settled into his office chair, feigning slumber. The net was set. They awaited the arrival of that wretched prey. Meanwhile, on Steelbone Kong's end, things were far from tranquil. A few phone calls later, Sengoku and Crane arrived at the office from the Navy headquarters. Brother Kong, is it true? Have the West Sea Navy committed such grave offenses? Sengoku's temper was barely contained at that moment. Calm down, Sengoku. Let us first hear from Brother Kong regarding the specifics, Crane interjected, though she too was seething with anger. As the wise figure among the Navy's upper echelon, she quickly regained her composure. Steelbone Kong then produced 2 golden transponder snails and simultaneously dialed Garp and Zephyr. Once connected, he shared all the intelligence Roth's Mandy had gathered with Sengoku and the others. Garp, known for his fiery temperament, smashed a pirate ship belonging to a new star in the Grand Line with a single punch. The unfortunate new star, having just risen to fame, was reduced to smithereens. Those damned scoundrels, let me at them. I shall twist their heads off one by one. At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane all voiced their desire to eliminate these scum of the sea. Observing the uproar, Steelbone Kong was filled with rage. Just then, Zephyr bellowed, "Silence. Listen to me." Instantly, the room quieted down. Brother Kong, allow me to handle this. I am currently in the North Sea, closest to Mandy and the others. This situation has escalated to involve the Navy and cannot be resolved solely through force. Steelbone Kong nodded in agreement and then turned to execute Roth's Mandy's plan, assigning tasks. Sengoku, the Navy needs you to oversee the headquarters and mobilize the Navy's forces for immediate readiness. If the West Sea Navy becomes overly entangled, we shall dispatch troops to cleanse it. The fact that the West Sea Navy has perpetrated such actions without the headquarters catching wind of it indicates that someone has intercepted the intelligence. Sengoku nodded solemnly, saying nothing more as he turned to mobilize troops. Crane, activate our Navy's intelligence network. Identify those responsible for intercepting the information and coordinate with the press. When Mandy and the others commence their plan, we will methodically disseminate the news, controlling the narrative at sea and demonstrating to the world that we, the Navy, shall not hesitate to deal harshly with fallen comrades. Finally, prepare for a live broadcast of the ensuing judgment. Crane understood the implications of Steelbone Kong's words. This was to utilize the situation to cleanse the Navy and subtly distance themselves from the world government, allowing the people of the sea to see that while the world government had fallen into depravity, the Navy retained its capacity for righteousness. Indeed, the world government had committed numerous abhorrent acts in recent years, particularly with the Bubble Dragon incident. However, such matters could not be explicitly stated. They could only be subtly hinted at. Allowing others to grasp the underlying message, Crane nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Steelbone Kong instructed, Garp, continue to eradicate the pirates in the Grand Line and pursue Roger and his crew. They are becoming restless. While our plan unfolds, you must clear out the pirates at sea. We cannot allow them to disrupt us during this crucial time. Upon hearing the vacant arrangement, Garp understood that it was indeed the most suitable course of action. Without uttering a word, he hung up the phone and set out to pursue the pirates. The marauders of the Grand Line were about to face dire misfortune. One pirate crew after another was ruthlessly dispatched by Garp, whose methods were fierce and devoid of any leniency. Subsequently, he began tracking down Roger in the New World. Upon witnessing the menacing approach of Garp, Roger immediately sensed that something grave had transpired and fled at once. Wherever Roger tread, calamity befell all the pirates, resulting in considerable losses, including those of Big Mom and Kaido, who were infuriated beyond measure. Meanwhile, Sara had made arrangements for Zephyr, while Rhodesmanti and the others deal with the governor of the West Sea. You are to escort Rhodesmanti. I grant you the authority to mobilize the West Sea Navy, and when necessary, to suppress them, awaiting the arrival of headquarters. Upon hearing this, Zephyr promptly hung up the phone and began his journey towards the West Sea. As the naval giants commenced their actions, Rhodesmanti and Dragon, aboard Rhodesmanti's warship, arrived at the island housing the G-126 naval branch. Following closely behind Rhodesmanti's vessel was the warship of Orensar, which was manned by soldiers from the naval headquarters. Dragon's warship, however, had vanished without a trace. Rhodesmanti had already, in the name of the naval headquarters, sent a dispatch to the G-126 branch, informing the station navy of their impending arrival. Prior to their departure from the Hunter Island, Orensar had communicated with the G-126 naval branch, relaying the situation. However, due to the rapid resolution of Orensar's predicament, there was no opportunity to disseminate further information. Thus, the officers stationed at the G-126 naval branch held no suspicions and all arrived at the port at the designated time to welcome Colonel Orensar and the inspection team led by Rhodesmanti. The warship deliberately slowed its speed as Rhodesmanti deemed the timing appropriate before docking at the harbor. The deputy officer of the G-126 naval branch, Lumba, approached Rhodesmanti with a beaming smile. The inspection team from the naval headquarters has graced us with their presence. My G-126 naval branch is truly illuminated. Rhodesmanti regarded Lumba with an enigmatic smile, stepping forward to extend his hand toward him. Although Lumba found it somewhat peculiar that Orensar was not present, he felt compelled to shake hands with Rhodesmanti before inquiring further. Just as their hands were about to meet, a signal flare erupted above the island, casting a brilliant light that drew everyone's gaze toward its ascent. Lumba's heart raced at the sight of the flare, and just as he was about to speak, Rhodesmanti and Dragon made their move. Rhodesmanti seized Lumba's hand, and with an explosive force, he hurled Lumba to the ground. Caught off guard, Lumba was unable to react and was left dazed by the impact. It is worth noting that Rhodesmanti's strength had significantly evolved over the past 8 years. In a sudden turn of events, Lumba's mind went blank from the shock, and his hand shattered under the immense pressure. He narrowly avoided unconsciousness. By the time Lumba struggled to rise, Rhodesmanti offered him no respite. With a crackling surge of energy, he delivered a punch to Lumba's face, breaking the bones in his jaw and leaving it hanging at an irregular angle. Of course, Lumba had no time to lament his fate. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness, the combined effects of the brutal strike and the electric shock rendering him half dead. Rhodesmanti was well aware that Lumba was the one facilitating the trafficking of people for Frostro. Thus, his initial strike was a lethal one. The reason he refrained from outright killing him was that he required a public trial to present evidence for Lumba's execution. Catch the guilty red-handed. If he is killed outright, it would undermine the unity of the Navy, and the world government would certainly raise a ruckus. Given Rhodesmanti's character, such a glaring oversight was out of the question. Although he could not kill, he could still bring Lumba to the brink of death. Dragon was equally engaged, channeling a tempest of energy as blades and whirlwinds erupted from his hands. The remaining soldiers of the G-126 naval branch, whose abilities paled in comparison to Lumba's, were swiftly overwhelmed by Dragon, leaving them in disarray. Many were left with severed limbs, writhing in agony on the ground. Simultaneously, the soldiers lying in ambush aboard the warship eliminated all remaining G-126 personnel. The G-126 naval branch, from top to bottom, was complicit in these actions. Based on Orensar's testimony and Frostro's evidence, all individuals present, including the soldiers, were actively or passively involved in the conspiracy. They bound Lumba and his associates with chains. In naval headquarters, soldiers escorted Orensar and his men off the ship. The soldiers of the G-126 Naval Branch, witnessing the capture of Orensar, were acutely aware that their misdeeds had been uncovered by the naval headquarters. One by one, they wept and begged for mercy, confessing to being coerced. Dragon scoffed disdainfully at Rhodesmani and remarked, "This isn't about them realizing their wrongs. They know they're facing death." Rhodesmani coldly regarded the group before him, instructing that they be silenced, bound, and transported back to G-126. Upon arriving at the G-126 branch, Dragon's deputy, Dinos, along with Rhodesmani's 2 aides, greeted them with their soldiers. The earlier signal flare had been a notification to Rhodesmani and Dragon that they had subdued all the remaining soldiers at the G-126 branch. Dinos and Rhodesmani's aides, Richard and Salona, had already infiltrated the G-126 Naval Branch Island from the north 30 minutes prior to Rhodesmani's arrival, executing a surprise attack while the G-126 Naval Branch commander was absent. After dispatching the remaining soldiers, Dinos fired a signal flare into the sky to inform Rhodesmani and Dragon, which led to their sudden offensive. Rhodesmani, addressing Dinos, inquired, "Have you found the evidence?" Dinos nodded, his gaze filled with fury as he looked at Orensar and his men. "Lieutenants Rhodesmani and Dragon, we have indeed located the evidence. It lies buried in the lowest depths of the G-126 Naval Branch. I have only glimpsed a portion. Yet the deeds they have committed far exceed our current understanding. Please, follow us." Rhodesmani and Dolag exchanged a knowing glance, their hearts already comprehending the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Alinsa had orchestrated numerous nefarious deeds through his subordinates. Although Alinsa did not directly partake in these actions, he was undoubtedly the mastermind behind them. Prior to their arrival, both Rhodesmani and Dolag had anticipated this scenario. As they traversed the small island of the G-126 Naval Branch, the residents of the town regarded them with a myriad of expressions, hints of hatred, fear, and indifference, each face telling a different story. Yet, conspicuously absent was any semblance of admiration for the Navy. Throughout his years of service, Rhodesmani had journeyed to various locales, including the naval headquarters, directly governed branches, and several naval units striving to eradicate crime across the seas. In every territory under their jurisdiction, he could palpably sense the residents' reverence for the Navy. However, in the G-126 branch, the sentiment was starkly different. Hatred, fear, and indifference prevailed. This disparity was telling. After leading their soldiers into the G-126 Naval Branch, Rhodesmani and Dolag spent 2 days meticulously gathering evidence of Alinsa's crimes. This group had committed a plethora of offenses, ranging from human trafficking to arms smuggling, as well as engaging in vice and drug-related activities. It could be said that the G-126 Navy personnel were nothing more than pirates cloaked in naval attire. Dolag's fury intensified daily. These scoundrels deserved death. Simply killing them would be too merciful. They are undermining the very foundation of the Navy, driving a wedge between us and the island's inhabitants. Rhodesmani, consumed with rage as he perused the documents in hand, noted the meticulous nature of their secrecy. Apart from their loyalists, every intermediary in their dealings had been silenced. As for why no whispers had reached the naval headquarters, Rhodesmani had anticipated this. Someone within the headquarters had intercepted the information, filtering it through multiple layers. Intelligence was stifled from leaving the island, and even if it did, it could not penetrate the western seas or reach the naval command. With such a robust blockade, it was no surprise that the naval headquarters remained oblivious. The audacity to operate under the very noses of the Navy's elite indicated a significant status. Moreover, the evidence from just this single branch was already alarming. One could only speculate about the integrity of other branches. Were they complicit? To what extent? Rhodesmani could only infer based on the evidence at hand. He had no intention of shouldering the burden of leadership. As a mere captain, that was not his prerogative. His focus was solely on the task at hand. With a golden snail phone, he promptly contacted He, relaying the entire situation and sharing his intention to publicly prosecute Alinsa. When it came to the Navy, there could be no delays. The longer they waited, the more complicated matters would become. Swift action was necessary to catch those behind the G-126 branch off guard. A public trial could, to some extent, restore the faith of the island's residents under G-126 jurisdiction. However, Rhodesmani had never harbored the belief that full restitution was possible. The actions of the G-126 Navy could not be resolved with mere apologies. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for law? Only a public trial could suffice. Upon hearing Rhodesmani's proposal, he, without hesitation, concurred. She, too, recognized the urgency of the situation. The sooner they acted, the more likely they could catch those behind the G126 branch unprepared. Exposing vulnerabilities in their defenses. As Rodersmanty stirred the pot, someone at the naval headquarters would inevitably feel the pressure. He already had a suspect in mind and awaited their move. After concluding the call, Rodersmanty wasted no time and summoned Dolag. After a brief discussion lasting mere minutes, the G126 naval branch issued a directive in the name of the naval headquarters, announcing the public trial to the island's residents. Simultaneously, Rodersmanty and Dolag dispatched personnel to disseminate the news. The message was singular. Alinsa had been apprehended, and the naval headquarters possessed irrefutable evidence of their misdeeds that a public trial was scheduled for that afternoon. The island's residents could hardly believe the news. Although they had witnessed Rodersmanty escorting Alinsa into the G126 branch just days prior, skepticism lingered. Having faced despair over the past year, their numerous reports had been consistently silenced. Every complaint had vanished into an abyss. Yet, as they gazed upon the hastily constructed platform, where Alinsa and his deputy knelt, along with all G126 naval soldiers, the island erupted in a frenzy of excitement. They understood the truth. The naval headquarters had intervened, and all those who had transgressed within the G126 branch had been captured. The wretched Alinsa was in custody. The public trial was imminent. Hope surged through the island. The demons masquerading as the Navy were finally being brought to justice. Standing atop a rooftop, Rodersmanty and Dolag reveled in the jubilant cheers that resonated around them. The sound was music to their ears, albeit a touch overwhelming. Yet, deep down, they felt a profound joy. Dolag turned to Rodersmanty, exclaiming, "Manti, seeing the smiles on the residents' faces fills me with elation. This is the sound I long to hear, the joy of their successful rebellion. Can you hear it? How delightful it is!" Dolag raised his arms to the sun, his face illuminated by its golden rays. Observing Dolag's almost frenzied demeanor, Rodersmanty delivered a swift punch, sending Dolag sprawling. "Calm yourself. Do you realize how unhinged you appear?" Rodersmanty retracted his smoking fist. Dolag, undeterred, dashed into the jubilant crowd, joining them in their revelry. Seeing Dolag's infectious joy, Rodersmanty couldn't help but smile, his laughter growing louder. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire island convened in the square. Rodersmanty wasted no time, presenting all the evidence succinctly before declaring, "In accordance with naval law, I hereby sentence them to death. We shall seize the ill-gotten gains of these naval criminals." With a single command, every member of the G126 Navy met the same fate, execution without exception. Regardless of whether they acted willingly or under duress, their actions over the past year warranted their demise 10 times over. The principle remained unchanged. Guilt was guilt. They had reaped the rewards, enjoyed the spoils, and could not simply dismiss their culpability with claims of coercion. As for any potential wrongful executions, that was out of the question. All the names of the implicated Navy personnel were meticulously documented. None were omitted, save for Yaren, who had been exiled to Lili Island along with a handful of soldiers. The reason Yaren remained unharmed was apparent. He was the heir to a noble family in a Western Sea-affiliated nation. In an instant, the square was awash in crimson, but fear was absent. This was the color of hope. At that moment, the residents erupted into an even greater chorus of cheers. Thus, the citywide celebration commenced. The entire city's culinary delights were unveiled, wafting enticing aromas that filled the air, while the populace rejoiced in song and dance. The festivities continued well into the following evening. Rothsmanty and Dorag found themselves inebriated, their senses dulled by the revelry. Naturally, Rothsmanty did not permit all the soldiers to partake in the banquet. Instead, he arranged for half to participate in shifts. For if tragedy were to strike due to the festivities, it would be a calamity indeed. Although their heads spun from the excess of alcohol, witnessing the residents of the island, their smiles rekindled. Made it all worthwhile, in the ensuing fortnight, with the G126 naval branch decimated, Rothsmanty and his comrades temporarily assumed the role of the station navy. They were tasked with addressing the aftermath on the island, which included compensating the victims, confiscating the ill-gotten assets of the perpetrators, and dealing with those who aided in the wrongdoing. Additionally, it was essential to soothe the public sentiment. The people's trust was paramount. In the moment of retribution, the residents had rejoiced, placing their temporary trust in the naval soldiers. However, to fully regain their faith, tangible actions were required from the naval personnel. Empty platitudes would swiftly erode that trust. In recent days, Dorag had been tirelessly engaged in assuaging public concerns and compensating the populace, scarcely pausing for respite. He was often absent, and when he did appear, it was solely to retrieve funds. Though fatigue etched across his features, Rothsmani discerned that Dorag relished the current endeavor. Meanwhile, Rothsmani had not been idle. As matters neared resolution, he contacted Kong to request the reassignment of personnel from each branch, dispatching 2 warships to fill the void left by G-126. Furthermore, Rothsmani extended invitations to major media outlets. As for why he did not rely on internal naval communication, Rothsmani had conferred with Kong. Warring States and Crane prior to executing the G-126 naval branch. The gravity of the situation was such that the Navy had engaged in piratical conduct, should this matter remain clandestine. Its eventual revelation could tarnish the Navy's reputation irreparably, potentially providing leverage for the world government to extort further concessions from the Navy. It was far better to disclose the information proactively, thus demonstrating the Navy's stance against its fallen members, while simultaneously allowing the talents across the seas to witness the Navy's commitment to justice and cleansing of corruption. One must not underestimate the significance of public goodwill. It would profoundly influence the choices of talented individuals when they decided to align with a faction. In the world of piracy, what holds the utmost importance? Talent, of course. Should a few among these talents exhibit the potential of future admirals, and others possess the potential to become elite vice-admirals, then, counting Rothsmani and his contemporaries, the Navy could maintain its vigor for at least 2 generations. Thus, upon concluding affairs on the island, Rothsmani swiftly invited the journalists. These reporters, well-versed in current events, had heard whispers of Rothsmani's actions regarding the G-126 naval branch. However, Rothsmani had ensured the island was secured against intrusions. Attempts by journalists to infiltrate for information had been thwarted, with Rothsmani sending them away. He would not allow them onto the island until all compensations and property assessments were adequately addressed. In order to mitigate unnecessary risks, the world of journalism, as Rothsmani had learned in his past life, could alter the narrative with the slightest change in wording. Hence, the island remained sealed, serving also to prevent the escape of those complicit in wrongdoing. As matters approached resolution, Rothsmani lifted the blockade of the G-126 branch and extended invitations to the eagerly awaiting journalists. Upon receiving the invitations, the reporters hurried to the G-126 naval branch, a throng of individuals surging into Rothsmani's office. Dorag, who had intended to procure additional funds from Rothsmani, found himself obstructed by the crowd of camera-wielding journalists. Mr. Rothsmani, what transpired at the G-126 naval branch? Mr. Rothsmani, were all the G-126 naval soldiers executed? Mr. Rothsmani, do you possess evidence for these claims? Despite having mentally prepared himself, Rothsmani was nearly overwhelmed by the cacophony of inquiries. Stop, allow me to speak, he bellowed, silencing the reporters. As the room gradually quieted, Rothsmani cleared his throat and donned a cordial smile. Esteemed journalists, do not fret. Our Navy will hold a press conference in 1 hour, right here in the courtyard of this naval branch. At that time, I shall present the evidence we have gathered. We will show no mercy to the corrupt elements within the Navy. Upon hearing that a press conference was imminent, the journalists understood that further questioning would yield no answers. They exchanged glances before hastening to the courtyard. A stage had already been erected, adorned with rows of chairs and tables laden with refreshments. It was clear that provisions had been prepared for the journalists. Once seated, none dared to touch the delicacies on the tables. After all, nothing was more pressing than this breaking news. As they awaited the conference, some reporters utilized their communication devices to update their respective outlets. Others scribbled notes to formulate questions, while a few adjusted their cameras to ensure they could capture the best shots during the event. Rothsmani and Dorag, alongside their aides, meticulously compiled the evidence into a coherent chain, printing multiple copies in preparation. Time flew by, and an hour swiftly elapsed. Rothsmani and Dorag ascended the platform, taking their seats at the head of the assembly. Simultaneously, their aides distributed copies of the evidence to the gathered journalists. Each reporter scrutinized the documents in earnest, their expressions morphing to one of outrage as they beheld the shocking images and blood-stained financial transactions. Alongside documents detailing training and torture, the evidence was compelling, and the reporters' faces turned crimson with indignation. They deserved to die. They are the Navy. How could they engage in such acts? They are worse than pirates. Wolves disguised in sheep's clothing. Observing the fervor of the reporters, Rothsmani and Dorag exchanged a knowing glance, nodding slightly. The first step had been accomplished, to incite the reporters' wrath through the evidence, with the initial phase complete. The subsequent actions would be far simpler. Rothsmani seized the microphone, cleared his throat, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen of the press conference is now officially underway. Allow me to introduce the origins and outcomes of this matter. The story begins with a letter of complaint I received that in no time. Rothsmandy succinctly recounted the cause, course, and result of the incident. After concluding, Rothsmandy took a sip of water from the table. Dorag then took the microphone. Gentlemen of the press, this is the situation. I will now address your questions. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. At this moment, a reporter was the first to pose a question. This issue has persisted for a year. Yet the Naval headquarters has received no updates. What is the reason? After a moment of contemplation, Dorag responded, "You have all seen the evidence. The individuals involved exercised extreme caution. Non-direct personnel, nearly all who handled the matter, have been silenced. Furthermore, they resorted to intimidating the island's inhabitants. Those who report will face retaliation. The intelligence has been intercepted repeatedly, leading to a veil of concealment." The reporter, evidently not easily deceived, inquired further, "Is there an insider among the Naval High Command?" At this juncture, Rothsmandy interjected, "We have identified the insider and are in pursuit. It is this insider who intercepted the information regarding this affair." This was the second step, and the reporter was undoubtedly their pawn. They disseminated the information of Rothsmandy's knowledge of the insider, diverting all attention onto him, while secretly gathering intelligence. The actions of the G-126 Naval Branch undoubtedly had the backing of several high-ranking naval officials. Upon seeing this news, they must have pondered whether they were implicated. To what extent had the matter been exposed? Were they at risk of exposure? They would surely be in a state of panic. And in such a state, they would seek to make external contacts. At that moment, the intelligence unit, based on the data relayed by Rothsmandy, had already placed the suspicious high-ranking naval officials under surveillance. Perhaps not all of them, but once a lead was grasped, it could unravel a vast web. One should not underestimate the intelligence unit. Within it, there are numerous individuals with devil fruit abilities and unique talents, all adept at gathering intelligence. For instance, one of Rothsmandy's aides, Richard, possesses the hearing fruit ability, allowing him to hear the sound of mosquitoes from up to 500 meters away. This is still a recent graduate of the Navy. The older veterans have even more ingenious methods. With a target in sight, surveillance becomes exceedingly simple. Once they establish contact, the intelligence unit can spring into action. Thus, with one reporter leading the charge, all others began to voice their inquiries. Rothsmandy addressed each question in turn. Ultimately, Rothsmandy delivered a concluding statement. "The Navy is the executor of justice. Those corrupt members who dare to don the Navy's guise while engaging in pirate activities will meet but one fate: death. Before committing any wrongdoing, all naval personnel should reflect upon their actions and attire. Can your head wield more power than the blade in my hand?" As Rothsmandy's words, laden with menace, resonated, all the journalists and the surrounding audience erupted in uproarious applause. Among the reporters, one individual gazed at Rothsmandy with bright, eager eyes. Rothsmandy and Dorag had successfully concluded a morning press conference. Both felt the strain in their throats. The barrage of questions had been rather overwhelming. Dorag, sipping water, remarked to Rothsmandy, "They were quite probing. Some questions were even laden with traps." Rothsmandy nodded in agreement, acknowledging that certain inquiries were simply unanswerable. Answering such traps would invite trouble. One could very well find themselves branded as a conspirator by the world government. After enduring this session, Rothsmandy had no desire to repeat the experience. It was far too excruciating. Fighting felt less daunting in comparison. Upon returning to their office, Rothsmandy and Dorag sat down with tea and roasted meat. They hadn't eaten anything all morning and were famished. The two of them dove into the mountain of food laid out before them. After finishing their meal, Dorag resumed addressing the aftermath of the situation, while Rothsmandy took a leisurely stroll around the small town of the G-126 Naval Branch, seeking to ease his digestion after the hearty meal. As he walked along the path, the townsfolk recognized him, and one by one approached to greet him. Before long, Rothsmandy found himself laden with an assortment of fruits and snacks. Savoring the sweet taste of the fruit in his hand, he mused, "No wonder that fellow Dorag has tea returned to the office for days. This treatment is truly delightful." Suddenly, Rothsmandy seemed to sense something. With a slight smile, he did not halt his steps, deftly navigating through the winding alleys until he arrived at a deserted lane. Standing in the alley, Rothsmandy glanced behind him. "Come out. What do you intend after following me for so long?" A gust of wind swept by, yet nothing appeared. Only an albatross perched atop a tree at the alley's entrance. Diligently preening its feathers, Rothsmandy picked up a pebble. With a swift motion, the stone flew faster than a bullet, hurtling towards the albatross. The bird seemed momentarily stunned, then began to flail about, attempting to evade the impending strike. Hey, is this how you treat a guest? Do you intend to kill me?" The albatross spoke, its voice tinged with unmistakable fear. Had that strike landed, it would have indeed been taken back to be roasted. Rothsmandy smiled slightly and nodded. According to naval law, an unidentified entity with unclear intentions following someone poses a threat, and the Navy has the right to address such threats. Rothsmandy had already discerned that this albatross was a transformed human. He possessed the ability to communicate with birds. Unlike ordinary birds that express themselves through a specific rhythm, this albatross lacked such a cadence. This confirmed one crucial fact. This creature was not merely a bird. At that moment, the albatross leaped down from the branch, sending out a ripple of energy, transforming into a person resembling a bird. Upon witnessing this, Rothsmandy recognized the individual before him, a future media tycoon. Morgans, renowned for his news birds in the pirate world. However, Rothsmandy did not reveal his recognition. He maintained a stoic expression and inquired, "Who are you? And why are you following me?" Morgans adjusted his tailcoat and performed a formal gentleman's bow towards Rothsmandy. "Esteemed Rothsmandy, I am the journalist Morgans. Having comprehended your conclusive remarks, I perceive you as a remarkable individual and wish to present you with crucial intelligence." Rothsmandy's interest peaked at this moment. "Oh, what intelligence? Do share. If it is of significance, there may be a reward." Morgans had come with the intention of forging a connection with Rothsmandy. Without further ado, he divulged the critical information he had gathered through avian channels. Admiral Sinley of the West Sea harbors significant suspicions regarding the recent human trafficking incident. According to my intelligence birds, it has been relayed that every month around the middle, the head of the G-126 Naval Branch pays a visit to the West Sea Admiral's office. The specifics of the conversation were not recorded, leading to suspicions that it pertained to the issue of human trafficking. Upon hearing this, Rothsmandy's eyes glimmered with intrigue, although not due to any wrongdoing on the part of Admiral Shihai Senley. Rothsmandy had already harbored suspicions prior to this revelation. What piqued his interest even more was the fact that Morgans had already developed his intelligence birds. He indeed possessed the ability to communicate with avian creatures and had successfully trained these intelligence birds. Rothsmandy nodded slightly at Morgan's mention of the intelligence birds. "I had my suspicions about that, but what truly captivates my interest is your remarkable ability. You just mentioned intelligence birds, Morgans." Well aware that Rothsmandy might have already cast suspicion upon Admiral Shihai Senley, felt compelled to emphasize his prowess. Through Admiral Shihai Senley, he sought to demonstrate the value of his abilities. Over the past few days, he had gathered intelligence regarding Rothsmandy. Rothsmandy was not merely a naval prodigy. During his tenure with the Naval Inspection Forces, he maintained an unwaveringly impartial stance towards criminals, treating all with the same sense of duty. He was generous in rewarding those who merited commendation, earning the ire of wrongdoers while garnering the admiration of the righteous. Morgans recognized that this individual before him was destined for extraordinary achievements. Thus, he sought to forge a connection. To establish such a bond, one must possess sufficient value. Otherwise, what reason would one have to befriend you? Hence, a series of events unfolded. Morgans introduced himself. "I am a user of the bird fruit, in the form of an albatross. I possess the ability to communicate with birds and train them for various tasks. The intelligence birds are a product of my training." As he spoke, Morgans gestured, summoning a seagull adorned with a miniature camera to perch upon his hand. Observing the intelligence bird in Morgan's grasp, Rothsmandy's long-held questions were answered. No wonder during every major battle, Morgan's economic news outlet consistently published timely reports from the front lines. With such capabilities, it was hardly surprising that Morgans could become a media magnate in the pirate world. Rothsmandy then spoke up. "Do you know that just moments ago, a bird atop the treetops was cursing you? It accused you of hoarding their food?" Morgans, visibly startled, glanced at the other seabirds perched on the branches. "Your Excellency Rothsmandy, do you also possess such abilities?" Rothsmandy regarded the future news mogul with thoughts of investment forming in his mind. As for recruiting him, that would take time. First, he would invest, gradually drawing Morgans closer to his side. It was evident that Morgans possessed capabilities far beyond what was apparent, potentially positioning him as one of the rulers of the underworld in the future. This individual could withstand the pressure from the world government while disseminating significant news. Whether he was truly righteous was uncertain, but it was clear he would be willing to create discomfort for the world government. Rothsmandy chose to reveal his own ability to communicate with birds, aiming to seize a degree of control in the conversation. "Indeed, I too possess this ability. My powers can also be classified as avian abilities. Thus, I can communicate with birds, though I lack your training expertise." Upon hearing this, Morgans felt a sense of relief. The first card had been played, and it needed to yield results. Otherwise, their subsequent dialogue would be challenging. Setting aside any lingering doubts, Morgans offered Rothsmandy a gentlemanly bow. Then, Your Excellency Rothsmandy, may I suggest we move to a quieter location for our discussion? Rothsmandy smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, That is precisely my intention. Please, lead the way, Morgans. Thus, Rothsmandy and Morgans made their way to the desolate cliffs on the western edge of a small island. Below, the waves crashed tumultuously, while above, the two engaged in lively conversation for an extended period. No one knew the details of their discourse. Shortly after their separation, a new newspaper emerged on the seas. The Economic News Report. Shocking. G-126 Navy engages in such actions. Why did a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters slaughter everyone in the G-126 Navy branch? The scandalous G-126 Navy branch. Shocking. Following the conclusion of the press conference, a series of reports caused a tremendous uproar across the oceans. Under the influence of the crane, all newspapers deleted less significant news on that day, allocating the newly available space to cover the G-126 Navy branch incident. The headlines detailed the events surrounding Lieutenant Rothsmandy and Dorag, who led their naval forces in the annihilation of the G-126 Navy branch, outlining the causes, developments, and outcomes, accompanied by a plethora of evidence. This newspaper set the seas ablaze, as all who read the headline were initially taken aback. However, upon perusing the entire publication and examining the accompanying evidence and photographs, shock transformed into unwavering support. Excellent. Well done. These individuals are mere beasts masquerading as Navy personnel. How could they commit such heinous acts and silence so many? It was evident that powerful figures were backing this endeavor. Those poor children. This group of Navy personnel truly deserves their fate. Rothsmandy and Lieutenant Dorag rightfully earned their status as supernovas of the Navy headquarters. Truly commendable. The Navy headquarters displayed remarkable resolve in executing justice by eliminating an entire branch of the Navy. It appeared that the fallen Navy members were merely a small fraction, while the majority of the Navy still upheld justice. All who laid eyes on the newspaper expressed outrage while also harboring profound admiration for the Navy headquarters' unwavering commitment to justice. They recognized that the fallen Navy was but a minority, with countless others relentlessly pursuing justice at any cost. Some talented individuals, hesitating at the crossroads of allegiance upon witnessing this report, instinctively packed their belongings and headed towards the Navy's recruitment centers. In no time, numerous talents emerged within the Navy, prompting soldiers at various recruitment centers to count their bonuses until their hands grew weary. Meanwhile, all naval personnel were made aware of the events surrounding this incident. Those steadfast in their commitment to justice rejoiced at the news, expressing their support for Rothsmandy and Dorag's endeavors. They understood that the G-126 Navy branch had crossed a line. Some spirited naval officers even declared a day of leave for their subordinates, hosting feasts to celebrate this momentous occasion. In an instant, cheers erupted among the naval ranks, with cries of "Long live our commander!" echoing throughout. In the midst of joy and sorrow, the Navy, committed to justice, held a grand banquet. Those among the Navy who wished to fall from grace or were already descending into depravity trembled upon hearing the news, although their transgressions were not as egregious as those of the G-126 naval branch. They had nonetheless committed various misdeeds, leaving them in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that one day, the Navy headquarters would dispatch this harbinger of death to deal with them. Consequently, these naval personnel embarked on a self-redemptive mission, compensating those they had wronged and returning stolen goods. Many were even sacrificed by their superiors, who pushed them forward as scapegoats. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Navy became markedly clearer. As for other dark forces, witnessing the Navy's willingness to turn against its own, it was evident that they would not be spared either. Thus, numerous dark factions hastily consolidated their territories, with some smaller groups even disbanding out of sheer fright. While not all dark forces disbanded, their audacity to commit evil acts in the open was significantly curtailed. The retreat of these dark elements brought considerable relief to the populace of the seas who had suffered under their influence. During this period, even the number of those venturing out as pirates diminished. Who would choose the life of a pirate when they could barely scrape by? Meanwhile, in the office of the fleet admiral at the Navy headquarters, Kong, Sengoku, and Crane reviewed the intelligence they had gathered, smiles of satisfaction adorning their faces. Crane remarked, "Young Mandy, you have done remarkably well this time. Look at the impact of this deterrence. The atmosphere of the seas has cleared significantly." Sengoku and Kong nodded in agreement. Kong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Recently, many talented individuals have joined our Navy. I can sense that the Navy will undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future." Sengoku concurred, adding, "Indeed, a number of geniuses have emerged. I conducted a survey, and many joined following the release of this report. The three naval leaders shared a hearty laugh upon hearing this news. They unanimously agreed with Rhodesmandiai's decision to execute all members of the G-126 naval branch through a public trial. Beyond the G-126, the actions of certain naval branches had crossed the Navy's bottom line. More importantly, the goal was to instill fear in other dark forces and degenerate members of the Navy. The final and most crucial objective was to demonstrate to the talented individuals on the seas the Navy's unwavering commitment to justice. From the results, it was evident that the outcome had been exceedingly favorable. At this moment, Crane's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. We have located those responsible for intercepting the intelligence point. One of them is actually the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Department. Based on the clues relayed by Rhodesmandiai, I have ordered a thorough investigation by the Intelligence Department. We have uncovered evidence of collusion between Rear Admiral Senli and the G-126 branch. Upon hearing this, Kong and Sengoku also ceased their smiles, their expressions turning grave. Kong slammed his hand on the table, stating, "Since we have confirmation, we must apprehend them. As for the pressure from the world government, I will meet with the five elders right away. I will do my utmost to buy you time." Sengoku nodded in response. "The fleet is already prepared. Contact Rhodesmandiai and inform him that he need not wait any longer. It's time to make the arrests. Those two rascals have trained for so long. It is time to test their strength." Crane nodded, well aware of the potential these young individuals held. Having watched them grow step by step, Crane retrieved a golden transponder snail and dialed Rhodesmandiai's number. Rhodesmandiai, engaged in office duties, recognized the distinct ringing of the golden transponder snail. He knew that news from the Navy headquarters had arrived. In recent days, Rhodesmandiai and Dorag had been awaiting confirmation of evidence from the Navy headquarters while assisting newly arrived naval personnel in familiarizing themselves with their work environment. As he answered the call, Crane's voice resonated. "Mandiai, the evidence has been confirmed. Make the arrests." Upon hearing this, Rhodesmandiai's expression turned resolute. "Understood, Admiral Crane." After hanging up the call, Rhodesmandiai stood up and found Dorag, who was leading the new naval soldiers in acclimating to their duties in the town. "Dorag, let us move." Upon hearing this, Dorag understood that the evidence had been confirmed by the Navy headquarters. His expression turned serious, and with a nod, he followed Rhodesmandiai without uttering a word. After bidding farewell to the commander of the newly arrived G-126 naval branch, Rhodesmandiai and Dorag led their soldiers aboard the ship and set sail. Meanwhile, on a desolate island, 5 warships simultaneously received a call. Instantly, one enormous bubble after another erupted, only to sink beneath the waves, disappearing from sight. Recently, Rear Admiral Senli of the West Sea had been plagued by an incessant twitch in his right eyelid. He had seen the news of Rhodesmandiai's execution of all members of the G-126 naval branch. While the demise of Alinsa was of little concern, the critical question was whether Alinsa had said anything of significance. Senli had indeed contemplated fleeing. However, the years of indulgence had thoroughly corroded the once ambitious Senli. The thought of relinquishing power to escape was unbearable. Moreover, as the West Sea Admiral, where could he possibly go? At his level, which faction would not be wary of him? The truth remained. When one reaches a certain height, the opportunity for surrender evaporates. Furthermore, Senli harbored doubts about whether Rhodesmandiai suspected him, for he had operated with utmost discretion. Almost all those privy to his actions had been silenced after their usefulness had waned. Lacking evidence, could they truly apprehend him? He believed his subordinates would not comply. Over the years, Senli had amassed wealth through unscrupulous means, utilizing it to cultivate a secret fleet. Fully aware that his actions had crossed the line, he had preserved an escape route for himself. Contemplating the possibility of turning to piracy with this fleet, he reached out to his contacts, inquiring about the current situation. They informed him that the G-126 naval branch was still under investigation and required further waiting. Senli only half-trusted their words. To be cautious, he had already dispatched a message to his fleet, ordering them to return. However, the suddenness of events meant that the return of his subordinate fleet would take some time. Estimating the timeline, Senli believed his fleet would soon be back. Gradually, his initial panic transformed into arrogance and confidence. Little did Senli realize that the individuals he considered his backers were now all under Crane's control. When Senli communicated with those individuals, guns were pointed at their foreheads, just as Senli grew increasingly self-assured due to the impending return of his fleet. Rhodesmandiai and Dorag's warship approached the headquarters of the West Sea Governor, Grid Island. Suddenly, 5 white spheres floated before Rhodesmandiai's ship. He and Dorag exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding. Rhodesmandiai was aware that Senli remained oblivious to the fact that the high-ranking Navy officials behind him had already been apprehended. Thus, he called Sinley to inform him that the G-126 Naval branch had discovered some intelligence that required Sinley's verification. Sinley was far from welcoming of Rhodas Mandai's arrival, nevertheless. He had no choice but to permit Rhodas Mandai and Dorag to disembark on the island. Rejecting the Navy headquarters inspection was tantamount to rebellion, but he was not prepared to rebel just yet. After all, he held the position of West Sea Admiral, akin to a local emperor, absent dire necessity. He would never relinquish his current status. Moreover, in Sinley's eyes, Rhodas Mandai was merely a junior lieutenant in the Navy headquarters. Despite being labeled a naval prodigy, he was still just a 17-year-old boy. How powerful could a 17-year-old boy truly be, no matter how gifted? If it were to capture oneself, it certainly would not be a mere brash youth who would come forth. Sinley possesses absolute confidence in his own strength. Thus, he merely presumed that Rhodas Mandai had come to hold him accountable on behalf of the Navy headquarters. This misjudgment regarding Rhodas Mandai's capabilities is not entirely unfounded, for this is the West Sea, not the Grand Line or the New World. With mastery over both forms of hockey and considerable martial prowess, Sinley stands as an undeniable force in the West Sea, surrounded by sycophantic praise from his peers and the local nobility. Sinley has begun to develop a blind arrogance that he firmly believes that as long as it is not one of the three admirals pursuing him, with his strength, anyone who comes will meet their demise. Hence, Rhodas Mandai and Dorag were able to land on the island without hindrance. Rhodas Mandai and Dorag, leading their soldiers, successfully entered the West Sea Governor's office. Upon reaching the small plaza of the office, Rhodas Mandai observed Sinley, who was leisurely smoking a cigar from the highest vantage point of the building. With an air of superiority, he initiated the confrontation, addressing Sinley. Vice Admiral Sinley, the actions taken by the G-126 Navy branch bear your involvement. Do they not? There is no need for denial. Admiral Crane has apprehended all those behind you. They have confessed everything, and moreover, the G-126 Navy branch has the ledgers left by Alinsa. All of this is tied to you. Sinley. The soldiers surrounding Sinley, having read the newspapers and hearing Rhodas Mandai's words, wore expressions of shock as they gazed at him. They were filled with uncertainty, save for a select few of Sinley's closest confidants, who, upon hearing this declaration, displayed murderous intent. They drew their swords and bellowed at Rhodas Mandai. How dare you slander Vice Admiral Sinley? You seek death. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us take this scoundrel's head and seek justice at the Navy headquarters. Sinley's aide, aware that Rhodas Mandai must not continue speaking, took the initiative to act, rallying the uncertain soldiers and charging towards Rhodas Mandai. As the Navy soldiers surged forward, Rhodas Mandai and Dorag's subordinates also advanced. The two sides collided in an instant. Rhodas Mandai's forces, comprising elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, were considerably stronger than these sailors. In merely a moment, they felled numerous foes, but refrained from delivering lethal blows. After all, they were colleagues. The objective was to subdue them and extract the guilty parties, while the others would be dealt with gradually. Rhodas Mandai's wings suddenly unfurled dramatically. With a powerful flap, he soared towards Sinley, lightning coalescing in his hands, utilizing both observation hockey and the eye of heaven. He instantaneously locked onto the position of West Sea Governor Sinley. Sinley, come down here. With a thunderous roar, Rhodas Mandai unleashed a bolt of lightning that surged forth from his hand towards Sinley. Feeling the sharp pain coursing through him, Sinley realized that the Navy headquarters had become aware of his transgressions. In that moment, his murderous intent towards Rhodas Mandai reached its zenith. Wrapping his fist in dark hockey, he retaliated against the approaching lightning with a powerful punch. The collision between the lightning beam and his black fist held for merely an instant before being shattered by Sinley's might. Truly, Sinley is deserving of his title as the West Sea Governor. To have been struck down by such an attack would have been a disgrace. Two of Sinley's aides, one on each side, drew their weapons and advanced towards Rhodas Mandai, who hovered in the air. Yet, before they could ascend too high, they were sent flying by a massive blade of wind. Do not forget, I am here too. Rhodas Mandai and Sinley, enveloped in their fierce battle, clashed with black hockey. The formidable wind blades forced the two aides, who sought to assist, to defend with their swords. The two men crossed their blades, successfully dispersing the wind blades. Dorag, with a whirlwind swirling around him, addressed the two aides. You two must be the twin stars under his command. Yes, my comrade is engaged in battle. Would you kindly refrain from interfering? As Navy officers, your actions compel me to consider taking your heads. One of Sinley's aides, sporting a long beard, nonchalantly replied to Dorag. With strength comes the pursuit of a better life. This is the essence of our swordsmanship. The other, bearing a scar on his lip, sneered as well. What nonsense about the Navy. We don this garb solely for the power it represents. Otherwise, we would have long since become pirates. The bearded aide and the scarred aide exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Dorag, witnessing the brazen demeanor of these two, felt a surge of anger. He never anticipated such shamelessness. Then allow me to strip you of your skin. You are unworthy of wearing that uniform. As he spoke, his haki enveloped him, and the wind blades began to whirl violently. He charged towards the twin stars. Unleashing a barrage of wind blade-imbued punches, the relentless assault was accompanied by countless wind blades launched by Dorag. The twin star aides, however, were not idle. Their swords danced with precision, occasionally sending slashing strikes towards Dorag. For a time, the three engaged in a fierce stalemate. Despite their combined efforts, the two aides found it impossible to break through Dorag's defense and assist Senli, observing his two most formidable aides being thwarted by Dorag. Senli's heart sank. These two aides were not only skilled swordsmen but also brothers. Even if he were to wield both their swords, it would require considerable effort to subdue them, yet Dorag managed to hold them at bay single-handedly. The strength of these two Navy supernovas necessitated a re-evaluation. This momentary distraction allowed Rhodysmani to exploit the opening, delivering a punch infused with haki, entwined with lightning, directly to Senli's abdomen. The blow sent Senli hurtling backward. The overwhelming surge of electricity rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Once he regained his composure, he covered his legs with haki and, utilizing the momentum from a backflip, executed a rapid series of kicks aimed at Rhodysmani's temple. Rhodysmani, his tattoos glowing, swiftly shielded his head. Using the force of the kick, he retreated while his wings transformed, crackling with arcs of electricity. Feather kill, countless shimmering arcs, resembling feathers of jade, swiftly darted towards Senli as the technique of Rhodysmani was unleashed. He propelled himself off the ground, his body engulfed in electric light, and in an instant, Rhodysmani vanished from sight, observing the rapidly approaching feathers and feeling the sound of the air being sliced behind him. Senli activated his shave technique, evading to the side. A cunning smile, indicative of his scheming success, barely formed before he was confronted with a shocking scene. Rhodysmani, undeterred by the feathers aimed at him, approached from behind with utter composure. With a slight movement of his fingers, the feathers, which had been flying in a straight line, abruptly curved towards him, maintaining their swift velocity. They sliced through the large stone that stood between Rhodysmani and Senli as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Faced with the razor-sharp feathers, Senli had no choice but to continuously activate his shave technique to dodge their relentless assault. Controlling the feathers with his left hand, Rhodysmani occasionally unleashed bolts of lightning from his right hand, vexing Senli to no end. Thus, Senli ceased his evasions, his aura suddenly surging to new heights. His hands, once cloaked in a faint black aura, transformed into an impenetrable darkness, with a sudden explosion of power. He hurled a punch at the incoming feathers. The immense force compressed the air into a fist-shaped form, shattering Rhodysmani's feathers in an instant. With an overwhelming presence, Senli gazed upon Rhodysmani, whose lips curled into a sinister smile. "Little devil, the warm-up is over. Allow me to showcase my true strength. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Would it not be better for you to revel as a rising star? Why wade through this murky water in the West Sea? What if you uncover the truth? Those ants are a mere waste of resources. They are better off as my spoils." As he uttered these words, his aura erupted, laden with dominance, bearing down upon Rhodysmani. Feeling the oppressive weight upon him, Rhodysmani reflected on the 8 years he had spent in this world, recalling the smiles of the populace under the protection of the righteous navy, juxtaposed with the despairing gazes of islanders suffering under Senli's rule. With a grave expression, Rhodysmani addressed Senli, enunciating each word with conviction. "They are not ants. They could live happily if not for your nauseating existence, which forces them into such a role. My purpose is to eradicate malevolence like yours." With unwavering resolve, the tattoo on Rhodysmani's forehead erupted with energy, a powerful rhythm surging forth. The patterns upon his forehead shifted, and a dark vertical pupil slowly opened. His narrowed eyes, with their obsidian pupils, exuded an air of supremacy. Simultaneously, a tremendous pressure began to emanate from Rhodysmani, heralding the awakening of his conqueror's haki. The awakening of his Eye of Heaven and Conqueror's haki occurred in tandem. As blue-black haki entwined with crimson lightning spread uncontrollably around him, the West Sea soldiers, writhing on the ground in agony, were swept by Rhodysmani's haki, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Among the soldiers standing nearby, aside from Rhodysmani and Dorag's 3 lieutenants, all succumbed to the pressure, their eyes turning white as they fell. Rhodysmani and Dorag's lieutenants, though not fainting, were left pale-faced. The twin-star lieutenants, engaged in fierce combat with Dorag, were also affected, their faces blanching as Dorag seized the opportunity to sever the left hand of the scar-faced lieutenant with a gust blade. Meanwhile, another gust blade struck the bearded lieutenant, leaving a long gash across his chest. The wounded twins, recognizing the dire situation, executed a flying slash to repel Dorag. They retreated rapidly, employing their shave technique to distance themselves from the area engulfed by Rothsmandy's Conqueror's Haki. Observing Rothsmandy, radiating blue-black Haki, and Dorag, whose body was entwined with sharp wind blades, the twin lieutenants felt fear grip them. They sought wealth, not death. The recent encounter had severely weakened them, and should the battle continue, they risked their lives. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood each other's intentions. Point one to the left, the other to the right. They unleashed gust blades aimed at Rothsmandy and Dorag. After releasing their wind blades, they had no intention of looking back, fleeing in opposite directions. Yet, they had barely made their escape when a wall of lava obstructed their path. The Twin Star brothers, having barely begun to flee, were met by a molten fist that sent the disarmed lieutenant flying back, while the one with the grievous wound from Dorag's attack also found himself halted, struck down by a golden leg. How terrifying, Dorag, your strength seems to have diminished, taunted Borsalino with a crooked grin. It seems you struggled with what could have been resolved with a single punch. After spending so long in the West Sea, perhaps you've grown complacent. The first remark came from the crooked-mouthed Borsalino, while the latter two were clearly uttered by Sakazuki. Dorag's face twisted into a predatory grin as he regarded the approaching figures of Yellow and Red. So, we two headhunters are conversing without a care. Are we? Borsalino and Sakazuki chuckled, exhibiting no hint of embarrassment. Borsalino then spoke up. And what of it? Just admit that they were defeated by us. I reduced them to a sliver of health, and you merely claimed the kill. At that moment, Sakazuki turned his attention to Rothsmandy, who exuded blue-black Conqueror's Haki, his expression turning serious. Mantai, has your Conqueror's Haki awakened? The intensity of this Haki does not appear to be that of a mere novice. Dorag, what is the situation? As Dorag and Borsalino debated the spoils of their battle, upon hearing Sakazuki's inquiry, Dorag pondered briefly before responding, I am uncertain of the specifics. However, before the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki, I distinctly felt another wave of energy from Mantai. The two waves, one following the other, clearly indicate that his Eye of Heaven has also awakened. The Eye of Heaven awakened first, followed by the Conqueror's Haki, he concluded. Borsalino interjected, Uncle Zifa once said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. It appears Mantai has firmly grasped his sense of justice. Yet how formidable! Mantai possesses the qualities of a king. As far as I know, it seems only Admiral Sengoku shares such potential within our navy. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki began to comprehend the situation regarding Rothsmandy's current intensity of Conqueror's Haki. It seemed the awakening of two abilities had combined, resulting in heightened Haki strength. Borsalino, what nonsense! The three types of Haki are not measured by strength. Focus on honing your armament Haki, just like Captain Garp and Uncle Zifa, and become a top-tier powerhouse upon the seas. Captain Garp and Uncle Zifa may lack Conqueror's Haki, yet they remain supreme forces upon the ocean. Now, let us proceed to eliminate that Senli. Sakazuki harbored no envy towards Rothsmandy's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. As a friend, witnessing the growth of his companion's strength filled him with immense joy. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, firmly believing in his potential to become a formidable force. As he spoke, molten lava began to materialize in Sakazuki's hands, a searing stream of magma rushing towards Senli. Dorag and Borsalino followed suit, unleashing gusts of wind and beams of laser light, respectively. Senli, stunned by the transformation of Rothsmandy, was suddenly confronted by three distinct energies hurtling towards him. Overwhelmed by the shock, Senli cast aside his astonishment, fully unleashing his power. Enveloped in a dense aura of black Haki, he deflected the trio of energy attacks with a fierce gust of his fists. Gazing at the approaching trio of supernovas, Senli spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, come at me together and discover why I am the governor of the West Sea. My fleet is on its way. A force of 10,000 men. What are you supernovas to me? You shall all perish. Before he could finish his proclamation, Rothsmandy, faster than Sakazuki and the others, interrupted Senli with a single punch, with a sly grin. Rothsmandy remarked, Senli, it has been some time since the battle began. Can you guess why your fleet has yet to arrive? A foreboding sensation surged within Senli as he heard this. How terrifying. It must be because Uncle Zephyr has also arrived. Sakazuki chimed in. Your fleet has already been frozen in place by our ally Kazan, while Mr. Zephyr, Kazan, Jiwen, and Gaji lead the Navy headquarters soldiers, who are likely commencing the annihilation of your fleet as we speak. Hearing Rothsmandy's explanation, Senli was all too aware of his predicament. He had become a mere sharpening stone for these four formidable foes, courtesy of the higher-ups in the Navy headquarters. The thought of his fleet made Senli's heart ache. It was crafted with countless berries. Now, he was being used by the Navy as a tool for these four warriors. The humiliation coursing through him was palpable. Realizing there was no escape, Senli descended into madness. His haki intensified, the black aura swirling like water around his fists. Rodismandi, Sakaski, Dorag, and Palusolino likewise summoned their haki, unleashing their unique techniques in a coordinated assault on Senli. Upon the initial clash, Rodismandi and the others were taken aback. Senli had mastered the second stage of haki, internal destruction. This advanced application of haki explained why he had become the Admiral of the West Sea, surpassing many vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Their gazes met, and years of collaboration allowed them to understand each other's intentions without words. The four split into pairs. Rodismandi and Sakaski targeted the upper half, while Dorag and Palusolino focused on the lower half, specifically aiming for vulnerable spots. Now, merely utilizing haki hardening against such a powerful adversary, they disregarded any sense of morality, striking wherever they could inflict pain. Wind blades and beams of light gleamed ominously. Chilling winds swirling between Senli's legs. With his vital points threatened, Senli found himself momentarily flustered. He had concealed his strength to relish in comfort within the West Sea. If that comfort were stripped away, what meaning would life hold for him? Harnessing his haki, Senli enveloped himself in a cloak of black energy, which flowed like water across his form. Once fully shrouded, he roared with fury and charged at Rodismandi and his comrades. The square erupting into a cacophony of fists, lava, whirlwinds, lightning, and beams of laser light shooting skyward. An array of energies danced chaotically throughout the battlefield. Rodismandi's three subordinates recognized their inability to assist further. Without regard for their own stamina, they activated their shave technique, relocating all Navy soldiers to safety. As for the unconscious West Sea Navy personnel, they were of no concern. Their willingness to act after being made aware of the situation indicated that they were far from innocent. The outcome of the battle would depend on their luck. 4 hours later, the intense combat left Senli breathless. Despite battling for so long, he had yet to see his fleet or Zephyr come to capture him. Senli understood. His fleet was doomed. The thought of becoming a mere sharpening stone after years of tyranny in the West Sea filled him with immense humiliation. His techniques began to grow increasingly frenzied. Rodismandi, being a mythical Zoan, had fused two souls, allowing him to utilize energy at a staggering rate of over 90%. His recovery speed surpassed that of typical mythical Zoans, and thus, he bore no wounds. The moment a wound emerged, it healed at a visible rate. Rodismandi's energy expenditure was minimal, while Sakaski and the others, lacking the advantages of a mythical Zoan, began to feel the strain from such relentless intensity. Continuing this way was unsustainable. Senli's haki far outmatched theirs. He was encased in haki, akin to a turtle's shell. Their strikes, upon impact, inflicted merely 50% damage. Sakaski, Dorag, and Palusolino resolved. Stop him. Without hesitation, they unleashed energy attacks. Swiftly distancing themselves from Senli. Channeling their strength, the trio unleashed their most powerful techniques: Magma Volcano, Yada no Kagami, Storm Cloud. Senli sensed that the Kinbunchika haki of Sakaski and his allies had locked onto him. Attacks approached from all directions, and he realized evasion was futile. Thus, he summoned all his haki and unleashed his ultimate move, Meteor Shower. Countless fists formed from the air hurtled towards Sakaski and his allies' incoming attacks. The clash of energies created massive explosions, filling the arena with plumes of smoke. Despite the dense barrage, some energy strikes found their mark on Senli, leaving his tattered Navy uniform in shambles, laughing maniacally. Senli taunted, "You cannot breach my defenses. My haki is far superior to yours. Is that so?" At that moment, the chilling voice of Rodismandis echoed, amidst the swirling smoke and dust. The vertical pupils on Rodismandis's forehead gleamed with a divine light. A beam of radiant, multicolored energy, as thick as a thumb, shot forth, instantly piercing through Senli's chest. A gaping hole, the size of a thumb, was blasted through Senli's right lung. In that instant, all of Senli's imposing aura dissipated entirely. The mystical power of Rodismandis's divine eye, upon its activation, proved capable of penetrating all defenses. With a hole now in his lung, Senli lay on the ground, emitting a sound akin to a wheezing bellows. A manifestation of the oxygen deprivation caused by his lung injury. As he lay there, a look of regret surfaced on Senli's face. What he regretted was of little concern to anyone, having committed such nefarious deeds. His fate was sealed. Rodismandis's divine light shattered Senli's protective aura and pierced through his very being. The most shocking reaction did not come from Senli, who lay prostrate on the ground, but rather from Rodismandis's three companions, Sakaski, Palusolino, and Dorag, all wearing expressions of utter disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit two fists inside. "This is beyond outrageous," Dorag exclaimed, reeling in disbelief as he pressed his dislocated jaw back into place. This must be a dream. Wake up, wake up. Dorag slapped himself fiercely, unable to comprehend the sheer might of the divine light. At that moment, a golden hand seized Dorag's face, pulling him to the side. Already swollen from his self-inflicted blows, Dorag winced in pain as the golden hand squeezed him, eliciting a howl of agony. "Borsalino, if you don't remove your hand, I shall sever it from your arm," he cried. "How terrifying. If you can feel pain, then perhaps this is indeed real. He possesses the prowess to dismantle defenses from within." Borsalino, too, was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of Rotesmanus's divine light. Moments ago, he had clearly observed how the divine light shattered Sinley's protective aura, which had not even endured for a mere 0.01 seconds, dispersing as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Such formidable piercing capability was fortunate for Rotesmanus, as he was their ally. If he were a pirate, it would have posed a significant threat. Sakaski was equally astonished by the incredible penetrating power displayed by Rotesmanus. A renowned figure in the West Sea, before his fall from grace, Sakaski had risen from the ranks as a mere soldier to the esteemed position of West Sea Admiral, relying on his formidable martial skills. Before he could finish his thoughts, Sakaski observed Borsalino and Dorag, each supporting Rotesmanus on either side, their smiles taking on a somewhat lecherous quality. "Manti, are you tired? Would you like a shoulder massage?" one teased. "How frightening. Manti, are you thirsty? I have water." Rotesmanus was momentarily befuddled by the enthusiastic attention of his companions. "What is this? It's only been half a month, and you all have turned into sycophants." Just then, Dorag and Borsalino exchanged knowing glances and grinned. "Teach us that move of yours, Manti." The two towering men, each nearly 3 meters tall, spoke with a tone that made Sakaski shudder, his skin crawling as he covered his face with his hands. He wished fervently that he did not know these two, yet the discomfort felt by Rotesmanus, caught between them, was palpable as he trembled, nearly losing his composure and electrocuting them both, shaking his head in resignation. He explained, "This move is an innate ability that comes with my awakened mythical beast form. It consumes quite a bit of energy. That last strike expended nearly a third of my stamina. I was merely testing it, and I didn't expect such impressive results. Had it failed to penetrate his defenses, I would have resorted to the 8 gates." Upon hearing that this was the ability of Rotesmanus's divine eye and that it came at a significant cost, Dorag and Borsalino's expressions turned dull, as if they had lost interest. With a swift motion, they tossed Rotesmanus aside as if he were a mere sack of flour. He barely had time to react before he was flung into a wall, which collapsed upon him. The two men dusted off their hands, their expressions unchanging. What a waste of sentiment. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Rotesmanus crackled with lightning energy. "You two are utterly pragmatic, without any utility. You treat me this way. Do you not realize the immense energy I expended? I could fry you both." Sakaski, observing the playful antics of the three, shook his head and addressed them. "Enough of this foolishness. We need to clean up the aftermath." The sound of Sakaski's voice. The trio ceased their playful banter and turned to survey the wreckage of the small plaza. All three felt a headache coming on. The battle had been exhilarating, but the subsequent tasks would be challenging, requiring them to account for evidence and assets within Sinley's office and attend to the wounded West Sea soldiers. Although those soldiers had rebelled by following Sinley's vice admiral and attacking the naval inspectors, a rescue would still necessitate a trial for procedural legitimacy. In the distance, Sinley lay on the ground, his lung punctured, struggling for breath due to pooling blood. Rotesmanus had managed to avoid hitting the vital areas of his heart. An ordinary person's lung would not withstand such an injury for long, but Sinley, being a martial arts master, possessed a physical resilience far superior to that of an average individual, allowing him to endure to this point. Sinley required immediate medical attention. He could not afford to die just yet. However, the four of them had only trained in how to swiftly defeat their enemies, adept at combat but utterly unversed in the nuances of rescue. Just as the three were deep in thought, a hearty laugh rang out from afar. "Well done, you little rascals. You actually took down this West Sea admiral." Upon hearing the voice, all 4 men lit up with joy. It was Uncle Zephyr. They turned to see Zephyr approaching, flanked by the bloodied figures of Kazan, Shiwan, and Jiajin. The 4 of them immediately saluted. "Admiral Zephyr." Zephyr laughed heartily, waving his hand. No need for such formalities. "You rascals, you did splendidly." At that moment, Rotesmanus used his divine eye to check on Shiwan and the others. Relieved to see they were unharmed, he addressed Zephyr first. "Uncle Zephyr, have you already dealt with Sinley's fleet?" Zephyr nodded, replying, "Sinley's private fleet dared to attack us after we issued warnings. Kazan froze them in place with his Ice Age ability. Kazan, Shiwan, and Jiajin led a team that dealt with half of Sinley's fleet, while the rest surrendered. Kazan's abilities are truly commendable. With him around, Capturing pirates will be a breeze. He chuckled, patting Kazan on the shoulder. Admiral Zephyr, could you be a bit gentler? I've taken down so many enemies that my arms are sore. After expressing his grievances, Kazan turned his attention to Rothsmanti and his companions. Observing his comrades unscathed and having managed to defeat Admiral Shihai, a renowned warrior, Kazan raised his hand in greeting to the quartet. Ah, you lot are still alive. Rothsmanti and his 5 comrades exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter, their mirth imbued with the exuberance of youth, as she gazed at the spirited young men and women. Shiwan's eyes were drawn to the silver-haired youth, and a swell of pride filled her heart. He was her chosen boyfriend. Their bond was fostered in childhood, having both been taken in by Crane, which rendered them particularly close. During their initial days at the Navy headquarters, it was Rothsmanti who regaled her with stories to lull her to sleep and introduced her to new friends, gifting her delightful dolls. This nurtured a deep reliance in the young Shiwan, who had just lost her parents, upon this caring older brother. Girls, by nature, mature early, and as time passed, her feelings for Rothsmanti began to shift. Even Rothsmanti, though somewhat oblivious, could sense the change in Shiwan's affections over their prolonged companionship. Yet, at that time, both were still young, and their emotions remained shrouded in ambiguity. Over the years, they trained together, encouraging one another and making mutual progress, which rapidly intensified their bond. A year prior, upon graduating from naval school and formally joining the Navy, Rothsmanti confessed his feelings to Shiwan, solidifying their relationship. Concern flickered in Shiwan's eyes as she spoke. Mandy, you weren't hurt, were you? Rothsmanti, scratching his head of silver hair, looked at the vibrant young woman before him and offered a gentle smile, radiant as the sun. I'm fine, but did you encounter any danger during the battle? Shiwan, upon hearing Rothsmanti's tender words, felt her earlobes flush slightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm all right. Mr. Zephyr swiftly dealt with the formidable adversaries within the fleet, watching the fresh-faced young couple. Zephyr and Sakaski exchanged knowing smiles. Zephyr waved his hand, directing Sakaski, Borsalino, and the others to commence post-battle arrangements. Each of them led a team of soldiers to search the offices of Senli, while the doctors brought by Zephyr began to attend to Senli's injuries. In an instant, the square was bustling with activity, leaving only Rothsmanti and Shiwan behind. With a smile, Rothsmanti extended his hand to Shiwan. Come, let us step aside. We must not hinder the rescue efforts. Shiwan's ears flushed crimson as she gently lifted her hand to rest in Rothsmanti's strong grasp. Hand in hand, they retreated to a secluded corner. In solitude, Shiwan could no longer contain her worries and suddenly threw herself into Rothsmanti's embrace. I perused the intelligence of the G-126 Naval Branch, and I too believe they deserve their fate. However, when I heard you had slain everyone there, I genuinely feared for your safety. You were far too reckless in annihilating the entire G-126 Naval Branch. Though it instilled fear in many dark forces at sea, it also placed you in peril. Rothsmanti stroked Shiwan's hair, recognizing the concern threaded through her words. Drawing her from his embrace, he gazed earnestly into her eyes and declared, the actions of the G-126 Naval Branch were more villainous than those of pirates. I had to eliminate them to set an example. Shiwan understood Rothsmanti's character. He was the type to wear a smile in daily life. Yet once he became serious, there was no swaying him. She had also reviewed the G-126 Naval Branch's intelligence and recognized that their deeds had crossed Rothsmanti's red line. She empathized with his fury. The Naval Branch had treated people as mere commodities, altering and selling them. Had she been in his position, she would have made the same choice as Rothsmanti. Shiwan pressed her delicate face against Rothsmanti's chest once more. I support you, but next time you undertake such a perilous endeavor, you must include me and Sakaski in your plans. We will assist you. Holding the beautiful girl in his arms, Rothsmanti nodded gravely. All right. Just then, the lewd voice of Borsalino interjected, have you two finished yet? At the sound of this, Shiwan's face flushed instantly. With a swift motion, she broke free from Rothsmanti's embrace and dashed away, her cheeks aflame as she joined the soldiers in search and rescue operations. Rothsmanti, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the girl in his arms, cast a resigned glance at Borsalino. You rascal. Borsalino innocently raised his hands. How terrifying. It wasn't I who called you. But Mr. Zephyr sent me. There's trouble with Senli's rescue. He needs your assistance. Upon hearing that Senli's rescue was in jeopardy, Rothsmanti promptly followed Borsalino to the emergency room. Senli could not afford to perish now. He still held great significance. Upon arriving at the emergency room, Rothsmanti observed Zephyr engaged in discussion with the doctors. Upon noticing Rothsmanti's arrival, Zephyr beckoned him over. Manti, you're here. Rothsmanti saluted Zephyr and inquired, what issues have arisen with Senli's rescue? Zephyr gestured toward a nearby doctor. Let him explain. The doctor then spoke. Sinley is experiencing pulmonary hemorrhage, which has been halted. However, there is a significant accumulation of blood in his lungs. Due to this blockage, signs of necrosis are beginning to manifest. Our current medical techniques are insufficient to clear the blood. We require someone with exquisite control over their strength to meticulously remove it from his lungs. Rothsmanti understood. He was the only one capable of such precise power control. Then I shall do it. I am confident in my ability to manipulate energy. The doctor glanced at Zephyr, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, the doctor led Rothsmanti into the operating room. Rothsmanti gazed at the unconscious Sinley. Saying nothing as fine arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, pressing against the aperture created by the divine light. The electric arc, under the control of Rothsmanti, began to traverse the pulmonary region of Sinley. Purging the accumulated congealed blood. 2 hours later, the obstruction in Sinley's lungs was entirely cleared. His breathing began to stabilize, yet he remained unconscious, as the anesthetic had yet to wear off. Rothsmanti turned and exited the operating room to report to Zephyr. He harbored no fear of Sinley awakening and causing harm. During the blood cleansing, Rothsmanti had left behind several small arcs of lightning within Sinley's lungs. This was a manifestation of Rothsmanti's awakened celestial sight, an ability that allowed the lightning to persist in one location for an extended duration and be controlled by thought. While Sinley could breathe normally, any vigorous exertion would certainly leave him in excruciating discomfort due to those arcs of lightning. As Rothsmanti and his fellow officers methodically engaged in post-battle operations, a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government gradually docked in the harbor. The gangway descended, revealing a man with a slick-back hairstyle and an air of arrogance as he descended with deliberate slowness. His elongated fingers delicately covered his nose with a handkerchief, and a shrill, pointed voice emerged from his lips. What a wretched place this is! How dare the esteemed me be brought to such a backwater? I have just acquired numerous slave girls, and I have yet to enjoy their company. At that moment, a sycophantic rotund man beside him spoke in a fawning tone. Lord Manslow, it truly is beneath your dignity to visit such a modest locale. Yet, what can be done? The local navy has been incompetent, and they have fallen into the clutches of the Marine headquarters. Manslow's expression turned dismissive, a mere cur, unable to manage such trivial matters. Must I clean up his mess? What was his name again? Zephyr, is it? Where is he? Have him come to see me. The portly man hesitated, his face clouded with concern. We called Zephyr half an hour ago, but he did not even deign to answer our call. Manslow's countenance shifted to one of offense, his feminine features twisting into a snarl. Is he not just a worthless admiral? How dare he act so high and mighty? These Marines are but dogs we feed. How can they disregard their master? The rotund man, upon hearing this, was taken aback and glanced around nervously, relieved to see no one else present, silently cursing. You fool! You re-digging your own grave. Don't drag me down with you. Why must those descending from the Red Earth continent be so arrogant? You think the 5 great admirals are beneath your notice? They could crush you as easily as one might squash an ant. Despite his inner frustration towards the effeminate man, he maintained a facade of obsequiousness. Yes, Lord Manslow, your presence here is indeed a favor to them. However, we must attend to the tasks assigned by the higher echelons of the government, must we not? Upon hearing this, Manslow seemed to have an epiphany. He stiffened momentarily, neatly folding his handkerchief and placing it in the pocket of his suit. He then spoke in a sharp voice to the rotund man. Then let us proceed. If he will not come to us, we shall go to him. I trust that by granting him such courtesy, he will reciprocate. The portly man wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have navigated this ordeal, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen Manslow's demeanor tighten ominously. Had he imagined it? As Manslow moved on, the rotund man hastened to keep pace, followed by a cadre of individuals clad in white suits, their faces obscured by various bizarre masks. The distinctive white suits and peculiar masks unmistakably revealed their identities. The CP agency. Meanwhile, Zephyr was in his office engaged in conversation with Rothsmanti and others when a soldier approached with a report. Admiral Zephyr, a contingent from the CP agency has arrived at the military camp's entrance, specifically requesting to see you. Rothsmanti and Sikaski exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Rothsmanti was the first to speak. What brings these lapdogs of the world government here? Sikaski pondered before suggesting, could it be related to Sinley? Ah, it seems our suspicions are confirmed. How terrifying. The world government has sent envoys, remarked Dolag, who, upon hearing the mention of the world government, fell silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Suddenly, he raised his head. Surely they are not here to obstruct our live trial? Rothsmanti considered this possibility and turned to Zephyr. Uncle Zephyr, I shall go and meet them. Zephyr contemplated briefly before nodding. That would be advisable. Tell them if they wish to see me, they may enter themselves. If they do not wish to meet, let them wait outside. Rothsmanthe, upon receiving Zephyr's directive, promptly turned and made his way towards the camp's entrance. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a man whose beauty rivaled that of a woman, flanked by a portly man and a squad of CP agents in white suits. Seeing that it was not Zephyr but rather the notorious Rothsmanthe, Manslow's face twisted in displeasure. Is it you? You little brat, where is Zephyr? I demand he comes to see me. Rothsmanthe casually picked his nose with his thumb. What's all this fuss about? Admiral Zephyr is busy. If you have matters to discuss, you may enter. Manslow's face flushed with anger. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Rothsmanthe waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you just one of those CP agents? What relevance do you hold for me? Do I need to know you? If you won't come in, then I kindly ask you to return the way you came. We are occupied here. With that, Rothsmanthe disregarded Manslow's furious expression and turned back towards the military camp. Rothsmanthe found the audacity of this brash individual intolerable. Many from the World Academy had exhibited similar arrogance during their time at the Naval Academy, only to be soundly dealt with by him. As Rothsmanthe walked away, Manslow's expression contorted into one of rage. How dare that little brat treat him with such disdain? At that moment, the portly man spoke up. Lord Manslow, he likely does not recognize your status. Shall we proceed directly to Admiral Zephyr? Reveal our identities? That arrogant little brat will surely cower in fear before your presence. The rotund man, feeling helpless, lamented the choice of sending such an arrogant individual on their own turf. He had no sense of restraint. Should he fall victim to an ambush, he might not even realize his demise. Manslow's eyes brightened at the portly man's suggestion. Yes, indeed. Let us go meet Zephyr. I can hardly wait to see that little brat quaking in fear and begging for mercy. The portly man, inwardly cursing, maintained a smiling facade, guiding the brash fool forward, hoping that this mission would not become shrouded in complications due to his folly. Before long, Manslow and his entourage arrived at Zephyr's office. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a room full of muscular men glaring intently at him. Manslow was taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled into a den of lions. Yet, recalling his CP status, he regained his bravado. Which of you is Zephyr? I am the deputy of CP6, bearing orders from the world government. Zephyr gazed at the individual before him, an inexplicable wave of profound aversion washing over him. Impatiently, he addressed Manslow. It is I. What do you want? Manslow, however, averted his gaze from Zephyr and instead turned to Rothsmanthe, seeking to discern a look of panic upon his face. Yet, disappointment soon settled in, for Rothsmanthe displayed no hint of emotion whatsoever. With a resounding thud, Zephyr slammed his hand onto the desk, startling Manslow. What is your business, staring at me like that? It was then that Manslow recalled the world government's orders. Observing Zephyr, who was clearly struggling to contain his fury, he disregarded Rothsmanthe and swiftly produced a document from his coat. Presenting it to Zephyr as he stated, the world government is aware of the actions of Sinley and has commanded us to retrieve him. We will conduct a trial. At this revelation, Rothsmanthe and his companions exchanged silent glances, a shared thought arising in their minds. Entrust the trial to you. Surely, they will just find a scapegoat and have him continue aiding your endeavors. Zephyr evidently shared this sentiment, contemplating the deeds of Sinley. Glancing again at the orders presented by the CP agency, it became apparent that evidence was unnecessary. This Sinley was a purveyor of slaves for the aristocrats of the world government. In an instant, Zephyr's fury could no longer be restrained. With a powerful blow, he shattered the desk before him. This scoundrel is a disgrace to our navy. We shall broadcast his trial. You need not concern yourselves with it. While I am still composed, I suggest you leave. Manslow, incensed by Zephyr's humiliating words, felt anger surge within him. He contemplated threatening Zephyr, but upon witnessing the formidable presence of those surrounding him, he hesitated. Though his own CP agents attempted to project an air of dominance, it was evident that they could not match the imposing aura of Rothsmanthe and his allies. The harsh words teetering on the brink of his lips would not emerge. Fine, fine. Zephyr, how dare you treat the CP agency in such a manner? Just you wait. We shall take our leave. With that, Manslow turned on his heel, seething with rage. Upon returning to the ship, the more he ruminated on the situation, the angrier he became. The stout companion beside him dared not utter a word, fearful that Manslow, in his wrath, might direct his fury towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Manslow retrieved a golden transponder snail and, after dialing a number, softened his tone to one of extreme flattery, almost petulance. Commander, it's me, Manslow. Upon hearing Manslow's voice, the individual on the other end spoke in a languid yet regal manner. Ah, little Manslow, how fares your mission? Manslow, sensing the moment, adopted a tone of grievance. My lord, that Zephyr Emboldened by his rank as a general, disregards your authority. When I mentioned that your wishes were involved, he scoffed at your name. I could hardly contain my anger and exchanged a few words with him, only to be expelled from his presence. Upon learning of Zifa's blatant disrespect, the voice on the other end remained unchanged. It appears we must discipline our pet. The CP agents departed, yet Roth's Manny was lost in thought, his chin resting in contemplation. He had just discerned that the individual named Manslow harbored a profoundly malicious gaze directed at Zifa. Although well concealed, his awakened observational abilities, far superior to those of others, allowed him to perceive the hidden venom in the CP agent's eyes. This CP, akin to a woman in demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient eunuchs of his previous life. The mannerisms and tone exuded an unmistakable essence of a eunuch. What was the favored pastime of eunuchs? Distorting truths and seeking vengeance. Zifa had shown him no mercy, compelling them to leave. Would this woman-like CP not relay distorted truths to the higher-ups of the CP agency? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. This Manslow would surely plot revenge against Zifa. How might he exact such revenge? An assassination? Unlikely. General Zifa possessed formidable strength and had participated in the eradication of the Rocks pirates. His martial prowess stood at the pinnacle of the seas. Suddenly, Roth's Manty recalled a piece of information he had come across regarding pirates in his previous life. General Zifa had experienced a dark transformation through two phases. The first, when his family was slain by pirates. Though those pirates were subsequently captured and executed, it ignited within him a profound hatred for pirates and a skepticism towards his own ideals of justice. This led him to enter the Navy's elite training camp as an instructor. The second phase transpired when his students, while undergoing training, were slaughtered by pirates, one of whom ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. From that point on, Zifa was left utterly disillusioned with the world government, ultimately departing the Navy to establish a new marine force. If memory served, Zifa's family had fallen victim to pirates around the year 1490. Now, it was nearing the end of 1488, with only a month or two remaining until the new year. The notion that a mere band of pirates could vanquish the family of a general was, in itself, quite peculiar. Thus, Roth's Manny addressed Zifa. General Zifa, did your wife and son not reside at the Navy headquarters? Zifa, taken aback, wondered why Roth's Manny inquired about his wife and child. Before he could respond, Dorag interjected, seemingly having pieced something together. Manti, are you concerned that woman-like CP might seek revenge against General Zifa? Upon hearing Dorag's words, Roth's Manny nodded. He gives me the impression of someone who would seek retribution, especially given the malice hidden in his gaze when he looked at General Zifa. At that moment, Zifa burst into laughter, declaring, I am a Navy general. What does it matter if I offend a mere CP agent? Rest assured, my family is protected by soldiers at the headquarters. They have not moved to the Navy base because that small island is your aunt's hometown, and she is unwilling to leave, rest assured. However, Roth's Manny attempted to interject, but Zifa interrupted him. No matter, you little rascal. We have more pressing matters at hand. We will discuss your aunt and Zeka later. You all should go about your duties. I have a plethora of official matters to attend to. Roth's Manty shook his head inwardly, acknowledging that General Zifa truly lived up to his title as an unyielding general. At the pinnacle of power, he harbored excessively high expectations of human nature. Roth's Manty, having integrated memories from his past life, held a stronger belief in the concealed malice within humanity. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying more and simply remarked to Zifa, General Zifa, we shall take our leave for now. With that, Roth's Manty exchanged a knowing glance with his companions. Sakasuki and the others, having spent years together, shared an unspoken understanding. A mere glance conveyed Roth's Manty's intent. Nodding in agreement, they all departed from Zifa's office. As Zifa watched the spirited youths exit, he mused, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Being in their presence makes me feel rejuvenated. Roth's Manty and his companions left the office but did not disperse. Instead, they gathered in a quiet corner. Roth's Manty, Sakasuki, Paulusalino, Kazan, Dorag, and Gun formed a circle, where Roth's Manty shared his discoveries and thoughts with them. Sakasuki, ever the hothead, asserted, they haven't gone far. Let's pursue them and eliminate him. Kazan shook his head in disagreement. That's impossible. Those CP agents are equipped with transponder snails, and have you seen the strength of those CP agents behind him? They are formidable. Paulusalino raised his hand in protest. How terrifying. While those CP agents may be strong, we are not weak ourselves. Dispatching them in an instant is certainly within our capabilities. Ji-Yuan furrowed her beautifully arched brows and shook her head. No, he has undoubtedly reported it already. We just left and were ambushed. It's obvious that we are the prime suspects. Dolag also disapproved of such an assassination tactic. If we eliminate everyone directly, it would equate to opposing the world government, even if no news leaks out. The world government will create trouble for us in the Navy due to suspicion. Jiajing nodded in agreement, stating, the risks in this matter are too high. We must devise an alternative strategy. It is best not to engage with these CPs until we possess absolute strength. At that moment, Rothsmandy raised his hand and remarked, these CPs may very well retaliate against Uncle Zephyr's family. However, Annie has not relocated to the Navy headquarters due to her attachment to her homeland. Although there are soldiers from the Navy headquarters providing protection, we have all witnessed the formidable infiltration capabilities of the CP organizations over the years. There will inevitably be lapses in external security. Is there a way we can bring Uncle Zephyr's family to the Navy headquarters? Sister Crane has nearly eliminated all the spies in the small town of the Navy headquarters over the years. Residing at the Navy headquarters would enhance their safety. While we cannot ascertain whether the CP organization will retaliate against Uncle Zephyr's family, it is better to err on the side of caution. At this moment, Sakazuki nodded in agreement. Then let us ponder how to persuade Auntie and Zeka. Dolag, being the son of Garp, had a better understanding of this matter. It's difficult. Uncle Zephyr has often invited Auntie and that Zeka kid to live at the Navy headquarters. But each time, he has failed. Auntie is reluctant to part with the neighbors on that small island. Furthermore, that island is in close proximity to the Navy headquarters, making it one of the safest islands in the entire sea. Thus, the matter has been delayed. Upon hearing this, Rothsmandy and the others scratched their heads. What method could they employ to bring Uncle Zephyr's family to the Navy headquarters, moving all the neighbors over? That was impossible. The small town of the Navy headquarters was already quite small, rendering such a plan unrealistic. Just then, Pausalino smirked and proposed a rather audacious idea. What if we capture a group of pirates and compel them to wreak havoc on that small island? That would provide us with a valid reason. Dolag's right fist struck his left palm, and suddenly, a light bulb illuminated above his head. Eureka! He exclaimed, turning to Rothsmandy. Yes, Mandy, didn't you tell us that after awakening your heavenly eye, you could store lightning within a person's body for an extended period? If we capture those living pirates, we can use this method to control them, sending them to create a disturbance in the town without causing any fatalities. Wouldn't that be splendid? Rothsmandy, Sakazuki, Kazan, Ji Yuan, and Jiajing exchanged glances, all agreeing that this plan was feasible, and they nodded silently, while Pausalino and Dolag excitedly discussed their strategy. The others discreetly tucked the miniature surveillance bugs into their pockets. This idea is rather clever. If Uncle Zephyr inquires, let these two masterminds take the fall. This thought simultaneously arose among Rothsmandy and his companions. They exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Their gazes toward Pausalino and Dolag tinged with a hint of pity. Astonishing news. Zephyr annihilates a fleet of 10,000. The Navy's supernovas join forces to capture the West Sea's strongest, Senli. Why has the fleet of 10,000 turned into rebels? What is the reason behind Zephyr and his supernova subordinates obliterating the fleet of 10,000? Rothsmandy held a newspaper, engrossed in its contents. One particular edition, the Economic News, provided the clearest intelligence. Rothsmandy, satisfied, mused, Morgan is remarkably swift, while others received only vague messages. His intelligence bird captured such clear photographs. Of course, with tens of millions of berries invested. If there were no results, I would have roasted that bird. Mandy, who are you planning to roast? At this voice, Rothsmandy turned in surprise. Sister Crane, you've arrived. Crane approached Rothsmandy, patting his shoulder with a smile. Well done, young man. This time, the Navy has truly made a name for itself. Following this incident, the fallen and those on the brink of falling within the Navy have withdrawn their claws. Our inspection team's workload has certainly lightened. Rothsmandy chuckled. Of course, when I take action, you can rest assured. Guaranteed. Crane gazed at the spirited youth before her, reflecting. Just a few years ago, you were still quite immature. Now you can stand on your own. In a few more years, I might be able to retire. Little Crane, how old are you to be thinking about retirement already? At that moment, Zephyr emerged with Sakazuki and the others to greet Crane's arrival. With Crane's arrival, the incident involving the West Sea Admiral Senli orchestrating human trafficking came to a definitive close. In the following week, based on the collected intelligence and the accounts provided by Senli's two aides, a plethora of evidence was thoroughly compiled. The great cleansing of the West Sea commenced. All individuals who had aided Senli in human trafficking faced severe punishment. And the Navy headquarters soldiers swiftly eradicated the pirates and gangs in the West Sea. The atmosphere of the West Sea was immediately purified. Due to this cleaning, for nearly 30 years thereafter, the West Sea was consistently rated as the happiest sea. After completing these tasks, Once all the soldiers dispatched from various Navy branches re-established their posts in the West Sea, Crane and Zephyr returned to the Navy headquarters with Sinley, who was to be live-streamed during his trial. As for why Roth's Mandy and the others did not accompany them, while Crane began addressing the issues left behind by the Navy in the West Sea. Roth's Mandy and his companions left their aides to assist with the matters. They, on the other hand, concocted various excuses to escape. Some claimed they wanted to explore other places, while others insisted they had discovered a treasure map they wished to investigate. In essence, their reasons varied widely. Within 3 days, Roth's Mandy and his companions had all absconded. Crane and Zephyr felt a lingering suspicion that these young ones were concealing something from them. However, they refrained from questioning, understanding that every young person harbors their own secrets. Thus, regardless of how flimsy their excuses were, they consented to Roth's Mandy and his companions leaving first. What were Roth's Mandy and his companions up to? They had painted their ship with the bubbles of Shampoo Island and stealthily returned to the Navy headquarters. Along the way, they effortlessly captured several groups of pirates. Why several groups, you ask? It was because these pirates doubted that Roth's Mandy could store lightning within their hearts. The bolder ones, caught off guard, attempted to flee, only to meet with fatal consequences as their hearts exploded. It must be said, ignorance is indeed terrifying. The more astute pirates, witnessing the fate of their comrades, became exceedingly docile, trembling and curling up in the cabins where they were detained, unsure of Roth's Mandy's intentions. Even with the door ajar, they dared not flee. Upon arriving at the island of Haragasu, adjacent to the naval headquarters, where the Zephyr family resided, Roth's Mandy and his companions stealthily approached the threshold of Zephyr's home under the cover of night. They first assessed the defensive posture of the naval soldiers stationed nearby. Utilizing his clairvoyant abilities, Roth's Mandy pinpointed the vulnerabilities in the soldiers' defenses. The group gathered atop a rooftop, their apprehension palpable. How terrifying. Are we truly going to go through with this? If we're discovered, we might be beaten to a pulp. I believe we can manage. Let us give it a shot. Please refrain from such alarming remarks. Consider my delicate sensibilities. Little Shiwan, when you slay enemies, 1 strike for each little rebel, I hardly perceive you as a lady. Listening to Kazan's jest, Shiwan wordlessly unsheathed her golden sword. Poised to strike down the curly-haired fool, Roth's Mandy waved his hand, gently ruffling Shiwan's hair, quelling her ire. All right. We must focus on the task at hand. Now, the pressing question remains. Who will divert those guarding soldiers? I volunteer, she began. But before she could finish, Roth's Mandy noticed Sakazuki and the others gazing at him with starry-eyed anticipation. Even Shiwan shared the same expression. With a cheerful grin, Shiwan spoke first. I think whoever suggested should do it. Kaji nodded in agreement. You're the only one suited for this. You can fly, while the rest of us cannot. Sakazuki adjusted his hat earnestly. Only you can manipulate energy with such finesse, quietly incapacitating those guards. You aren't afraid, are you, Mandy? Roth's Mandy felt as though he had dropped a stone on his own foot, his expression shifting to that of a shark's grimace. How can you treat me this way? Are we not comrades? How could you bear to send me alone into such peril? Seeing admiration plastered across their faces, including Shiwan's, they all coldly nodded in unison. Roth's Mandy pressed his hand to his heart, feigning sorrow. I am utterly disappointed. Knowing you has been the gravest mistake of my life. All right. You're the only one capable of this. Off you go. Shiwan teased, playfully kissing Roth's Mandy's cheek before blushing and giving him a gentle shove. Hurry. We are all set. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Roth's Mandy steeled himself. Very well, I shall go. With a face full of noble intent, he strode towards the guards. Sakazuki and the others exchanged glances, chuckling quietly. They then slipped into the shadows, commencing their preparations according to plan. Dorag remained behind. After Roth's Mandy incapacitated the guards, he needed to employ his powers to create a wind barrier, enveloping Zephyr's home and the surrounding streets, ensuring the pirate charade would not disturb the townsfolk. Watching his companions retreat, Roth's Mandy sighed inwardly. I hope Uncle Zephyr does not deal harshly with me. With that thought, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, directing fine bolts of lightning to rain down upon the soldiers guarding Zephyr's abode. In an instant, all the soldiers were rendered unconscious. Following this, Roth's Mandy hovered above, signaling to Shiwan and the others while fully activating his clairvoyance. He observed the island's situation. Indeed, Shiwan and the others were correct. After awakening his clairvoyance, his perception had significantly enhanced. With a 360-degree view from the sky, Roth's Mandy could monitor every corner of the island simultaneously. Only he could ensure that the execution of their plan would not descend into chaos. At that very moment, as Roth's Mandy incapacitated the guards, the streets erupted with the shouts of pirates. Kill. Plunder this town. Yahahaha. All treasures belong to me. The slumbering Zephyr's wife, Lilyui, and Zek, awakened abruptly to the commotion outside. Upon opening the door, they beheld the unconscious guards sprawled on the ground. Lilyui, being astute, instantly realized that this band of pirates might be targeting them. Swiftly, she concealed Zek in a hidden compartment beneath the bed. Stay hidden here. Zek, these pirates may come for us. You must survive. Mother will draw their attention away. With that, she donned a bright outfit and prepared to rush outside. Just then, Sakazuki's voice rang out. Whence do these vermin come? Dare to assault this town. Magma volcano. Oh no. It's scalding. It's scalding. It's the Navy. Sakazuki. Run. Hearing Sakazuki's voice, Lilyui's anxiety transformed into a strange calm, yet a new fear arose. As Zephyr's wife, she knew her husband had many adversaries. What if Sakazuki had not arrived today? Would her fate have been dire? If she perished, would it not plunge Zephyr into despair? With such thoughts, Lilyui resolved to move to the naval headquarters. This was precisely Rodersmanti and his companion's intent. They had visited Zephyr's home numerous times and understood that Lilyui was a wise and virtuous woman. They recognized her desire to relocate to the naval headquarters, but knew she had hesitated due to her ties to her homeland. Their current actions aimed to solidify her resolve. Outside, Sakazuki was not engaged in combat. He merely unleashed magma repeatedly. As for the pirates, they had but one instruction upon arriving on the island: to create a ruckus on the streets, simulating a pirate invasion. As long as they played their parts well, Sakazuki assured them he would let them go. The pirates dared not refuse, for they could see Dorag, Kazan, Borsalino, Shiyuan, and Kaji standing by, observing them with malevolence. They had no choice but to comply with Sakazuki's performance. While Sakazuki reveled in his act, Rodersmanti, high above, noticed several shadowy figures creeping about. These individuals seemed to materialize out of nowhere, appearing within Rodersmanti's perception. Soon, they moved swiftly, their target unmistakable, the direction of Sakazuki and his companions, or rather, Zephyr's home. Thanks to Dorag's wind barrier, sound from the street did not reach the rest of the town, allowing the shadows to approach Zephyr's residence without suspicion. They had been ordered to ignite fires around the vicinity of Zephyr's home. Just as the shadowy figures advanced rapidly, a bolt of lightning struck towards them. The leader evaded Rodersmanti's attack with a swift movement. Utilizing the shave technique, observing the others employ such a skill, Rodersmanti immediately discerned their identities, his murderous intent unabashed. With a powerful flap of his wings, Rodersmanti vanished from sight. In mere moments. Aside from the leader, he dispatched the others effortlessly, leaving them all with slashed throats. Wiping the blood from his hands, Rodersmanti gazed coldly at the remaining leader. How audacious of a rat to venture here. The leader, witnessing his companions eliminated in an instant, felt a surge of panic but managed to maintain his composure through years of training. You know who we are. Dare to extinguish our lives. Just wait. You shall pay dearly for your actions. After spouting such threats, the figure clad in black hurled a smoke bomb towards Rothsmanti. The shadow beneath the black-clad man suddenly transformed into a pool of inky darkness. Subsequently, he was seen slowly sinking. In a sudden flash, a lightsaber pierced through his abdomen. How terrifying. He possesses a paramecia-type devil fruit. What do you intend to do? Borsalino, with his unparalleled speed, arrived at the scene upon hearing the commotion. Upon his arrival, he beheld a dark silhouette throwing a smoke bomb at Rothsmanti. It was evident that the shadow sought refuge within the darkness, unmistakably a paramecia user. Without hesitation, Borsalino summoned his lightsaber and pierced through the shadow before him. Realizing his escape was futile, the black-clad man slightly moved his mouth, and soon after, torrents of black blood flowed from beneath his mask. Rothsmanti and Borsalino, witnessing this man's act of suicide by poison, felt their pupils constrict in shock. This was a death warrior. At that moment, Kazan and Drago also arrived. They exchanged glances, and Rothsmanti gestured for silence. Binding the corpses with ropes, they prepared to depart. After Kazan and Drago cleaned the bloodstains from the ground, they followed suit. On the way, Borsalino recounted what he had witnessed to Drago and the others. Upon hearing that this group could emerge from the shadows, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. Had they not arrived in time, these individuals might have succeeded in their sinister plot, exiting the shadows to accomplish their deeds and retreating without leaving a trace. This could have rendered the Navy utterly clueless. Having concluded the matter, Sakazuki observed the bodies in Rothsmanti's possession. As he listened to the account of events, the magma coursing through Sakazuki's body began to churn uncontrollably with rage. What further evidence is needed? To wield such a bizarre fruit and possess the ability to shave, this must be the work of those CP dogs. Rothsmanti patted Sakazuki's shoulder, shaking his head. It's futile. They will never admit to it. The sole survivor has taken poison to end his life. This is clearly a death warrior. We have more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss this later. Come, let us pay a visit to Aunt Lily. As he spoke, a look of urgency crossed his face. The others mirrored his actions, knocking on the door. Sakazuki rapped on the door, his tone laced with concern. Aunt Lily, we rushed over upon hearing the commotion of pirates. Are you all right? Upon hearing Sakazuki's voice, Lily realized that the pirates outside had been dealt with. She opened the door slightly, and upon recognizing the visitors, she fully opened it, staring at the gathering of Navy officers. Lily was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Rothsmandy, wearing an anxious expression, exclaimed, Aunt Lily, are you unharmed? How is Zika? These pirates are utterly lawless. How frightening it is. Had we not been here, who knows what terrible deeds they might have committed? Yuan, in agreement with Borsellino's words, nodded vigorously. Embracing Lily's right arm, he exclaimed, How perilous, Aunt Lily, it sends chills down my spine just thinking about it. Why not accompany us to Navy headquarters? Who knows what dangers may arise next time? If anything were to happen to you, I cannot fathom how heartbroken Uncle Zephyr would be. Lily, listening to the advice of the younger generation, felt a similar inclination and nodded heavily. Very well, we shall move to Navy headquarters at dawn. Upon hearing Lily's consent to relocate to Navy headquarters, Rothsmandy exchanged knowing glances with his comrades, all discreetly giving a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. The group then directed their soldiers to assist Lily in packing her belongings. Meanwhile, Rothsmandy and Sakazuki made their way to the opposite side of the island. There, they encountered a pirate ship they had captured, with the defeated pirates being guarded by their soldiers. Upon seeing Sakazuki arrive, the pirates sprang to their feet in excitement. Captain Sakazuki, our performance is complete. Are you satisfied? Sakazuki nodded in approval. You all did well. I am quite pleased. And what about the promise you made to us? I shall fulfill my promise without fail. Mandy, release them. Rothsmandy nodded and drew the lightning from their bodies. Begone. Should I catch you engaging in villainy again, you shall meet your end. The pirates, filled with gratitude, cheered as the Navy soldiers disembarked. They hastily set sail, savoring their newfound freedom. Watching the pirate ship recede into the distance, Rothsmandy clenched his fist slightly. Suddenly, a violent bolt of lightning erupted from the ship. I may have extracted the lightning from your bodies, but I never claimed your vessel was devoid of it. The moment you fled, I had already set you free, yet you made the mistake of revealing yourselves again. As pirates, your fate is to become sustenance for the sea, Rothsmandy coldly declared, observing the distant ship illuminated by lightning. Finishing his words, he slung his arm around Sakazuki's shoulder, grinning. Let us clean up this mess. Sakazuki nodded, and a stream of lava engulfed the pirate ship, incinerating it utterly. The blazing vessel sank beneath the waves. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, warm sunlight bathed Sakazuki and Rothsmandy's faces, casting them in a radiant glow. By midday, Rothsmandy and his comrades had packed Aunt Lily and Zika's belongings and moved everything onto the ship. By the afternoon, they had returned to Navy headquarters. After Zephyr escorted Sinley back to Navy headquarters, he prepared to head home for a bath and perhaps a drink. The past few days had been exhausting, and after dismantling a fleet of thousands, he had been swamped with follow-up tasks. Each day was a whirlwind of activity, and even Zephyr, with his formidable strength, felt overwhelmed. The moment he opened the door, Zephyr was taken aback. What did he see? A woman busily toiling away in the kitchen. If he was not mistaken, it was Lily. Wasn't she supposed to be in her hometown? Why was she at Navy headquarters? Rubbing his eyes, Zephyr thought he must be seeing things. Just then, a little boy with purple hair burst forth from the bushes, clinging to his father's leg. Father, you're back. I missed you so much. He lifted Zika onto his shoulders. What a good son. What brings you here? You seem heavier. Have you grown taller? At that moment, Lily emerged, her eyes softening as she gazed at the heartwarming scene of father and son. Zephyr, you're back. Just in time. I've made dinner. Hurry. Wash your hands and join us. Zephyr, gazing at the gentle woman before him, whom he had longed for, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, prompting him to take a few steps forward. He gently wrapped his arms around this tender woman. Lily, feeling her husband's broad and powerful chest, embraced him tightly and returned at Uncle Zephyr, you've returned. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out, without needing to turn. He already knew it was that mischievous Rothsmandy. Uncle Zephyr, are you busy? We'll take our leave now. How terrifying. I feel like I've witnessed something I shouldn't have. Zephyr turned his head and beheld the little rascals clutching pots, pans, and an array of ingredients. Rothsmandy, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Dorag, Yuan, and Jiaji all flashed broad smiles. revealing their pearly whites as they beamed at him like affectionate relatives. Upon spotting the youngsters, Lily felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her cheeks, turning them the color of ripe apples. Cradling Zika in her arms, she hastily retreated into the room without a glance back. Surprise. Uncle Zifa, we brought Annie back, Rothsman Ti exclaimed, offering a bottle of wine to Zifa. Eager to bask in his approval, Dorag set down his belongings with a grin, urging, "Hurry, Uncle Zifa, Aunt Lily might have prepared a feast." Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are all quite famished. It has been ages since we savored Aunt Lily's culinary delights." The tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen had already set Jia Ji's stomach churning after a busy morning. He gulped and chimed in, "Yes, yes, ha ha ha. You little rascals, what are you doing blocking the doorway?" Garp's boisterous laughter echoed from afar. Having heard of Zifa's return, he had gathered Sengoku and Crane to join him for a long-overdue meal at Zifa's home. However, Sora was still occupied in Mariehua and had yet to arrive, only to find Rothsman Ti and the others blocking the entrance. Crane observed the children and their assorted items, chuckling as she addressed Rothsman Ti. "Ah, Mandy, you're here as well." Rothsman Ti greeted her enthusiastically. "Sister Crane, you've come too. Come quickly. Uncle Zifa has prepared something delicious." Crane raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What could possibly be good at Zifa's? He is always ordering takeout. Before she could finish her thought, Lily and Zika emerged from the house. Sengoku also spotted the duo and cheerfully called out to Lily, "Lily, you've come as well." Having just heard Garp and his friends, Lily recognized their voices and understood they were visiting Zifa. After freshening up and allowing the blush to fade from her face, she stepped out with Zika to greet Zifa's friends. With a gentle smile, Lily welcomed, "Sister Crane, Brother Sengoku, you've arrived. Please, make yourselves at home." Before long, Zifa's living room was filled with guests. Garp and Sengoku settled onto the sofa, while Rothsman Ti and Sakaski, unable to find space, plopped down on the living room carpet, engaged in lively conversation. Crane sensed something amiss and curiously inquired of Lily. "Sister Lily, weren't you in your hometown? What brings you here?" Responding to Crane's inquiry, Lily brushed her hair aside and explained, "Last night, a band of pirates descended upon our town, evidently targeting Zika and me. Although the reason remains unclear, for the safety of our neighbors and Zika, Mandy and the others proposed we relocate to the naval headquarters. I agreed, believing it to be the safer option. Thus, this morning, these 7 little ones helped me pack and move our belongings here." She gestured toward the various household items scattered on the floor, recently procured by Rothsman Ti and his friends. Upon hearing this, Rothsman Ti felt a sense of foreboding and quickly diverted the conversation. He raised his hand to explain to Crane, "Sister Crane, I know what happened. When we visited Aunt Lily's house yesterday, we encountered a group of men in black. Their intentions were clear. They sought Uncle Zifa. After we dealt with them, we captured their leader, but he poisoned himself rather than be taken alive. It was evident he was a death warrior, capable of traversing shadows. Likely a devil fruit user. I had Kazan freeze the bodies, which are now in the naval headquarters morgue. Rothsman Ti and Sakaski, along with the others, recounted the situation regarding the men in black, painting a vivid picture for Crane and Sengoku, who furrowed their brows in concern. Crane then spoke up, "Zifa, it's evident these individuals targeted your family. Have you offended anyone recently?" Zifa, deep in thought, recalled an earlier encounter with a rather effeminate individual and shared the tale of manslaughter with Crane. Sengoku, having taken on many responsibilities within the Navy, had become familiar with the CP organization. "This manslaughter, I remember him. He seems to be associated with CP. His reputation within the agency is quite poor. Could this incident have been orchestrated by that scoundrel?" Sengoku mused. Garp clenched his fists, furious. "That scoundrel dares to act so brazenly. I'll smash him to bits." He stood up, eager to confront manslaughter, but Crane placed a hand on his arm, shaking her head. "It's futile. Those men are already dead, and we lack evidence linking manslaughter to this incident. Acting rashly isn't the best course of action. At this moment, Zifa intervened to calm Garp. "Stay composed. Thankfully, Mandy and the others arrived in time to avert a dire outcome. We can devise another strategy to teach CP a lesson." Sengoku contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Although we cannot take direct action, we can set a few traps for CP, letting them know that our Navy is not to be trifled with." Crane nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We, the Navy, do not simply swallow our grievances without retaliation. To do so would suggest we are mere playthings." The naval leaders began discussing potential schemes to outwit CP. Rothsman Ti and the others exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. It seemed that the Navy's upper echelons were not the paragons of virtue they were often thought to be. Listening to their dubious plans, like sending the Navy to investigate CP's illicit activities or disguising the men in black as CP agents to complain to the elders, left them both astonished and somewhat impressed with Sengoku's cunning. Having concluded their scheming, Crane suddenly realized a glaring oversight. Wait a moment. What were you all doing at Hraga's Island last night? Rothsman T.I., caught off guard by Crane's question, hesitated before responding. We went out for some fun and happened to pass by Aunt Lilia's place. Seeing that dawn was approaching, we thought we'd drop in for breakfast. Borsellino adjusted his glasses, concealing his expression. How frightening it is that visiting Aunt Lilia's could lead to an encounter with men in black, he remarked, casting a glance at Kazan. Indeed, just as Rothsman T.I. said, Ji Yuan chimed in, stepping forward and playfully clinging to Crane's arm, swaying it affectionately. Oh, Sister Crane, it was merely a coincidence. You must trust us. Dizzy from Ji Yuan's antics. Crane's doubts dissipated. She gently patted Ji Yuan's head, reassuring her. All right, little Ji Yuan, I believe you. Sister Crane, you are truly the best. Zephyr observed the group of fidgeting youngsters before him, their eyes darting about in a most suspicious manner. The more he pondered, the more he sensed that something was amiss. After years of interaction, Zephyr had grown intimately familiar with the nature of these young rascals. This was precisely how they behaved when they had gotten themselves into trouble, spinning lies with reckless abandon. Sengoku was equally well acquainted with the likes of Rhoda's Manti and his companions. Turning to Liliu, he inquired, Liliu, did you indeed hear the sounds of pirates last night? If it were truly CP, they would have conducted their operations without a sound. Wouldn't they? Liliu, deep in thought, replied earnestly, yes, I did hear the cries of pirates last night. At this revelation, Garp suddenly burst into laughter, interjecting. Could it be that Manti and his crew orchestrated this ruckus just to lure you here? Before Garp could finish his sentence, Dorag hastily rushed forward, shoving a donut into his father's mouth. Yet, the damage had already been done. Crane was astute, with two contradictory pieces of intelligence. One suggesting the presence of CP and the other indicating the clamor of pirates. She began to piece together the situation. I say, you lot, just a few days ago, you all concocted various excuses to flee. Now, do enlighten me. Whose idea was this? And what are those pirates? At this juncture, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp all grasped the truth. These youngsters had clearly instigated the chaos last night before encountering the suspicious figures clad in black. Each of them regarded the 7 trembling individuals before them with expressions of disapproval. Rhoda's, Manti, and the others had already sensed the impending trouble the moment Crane raised her suspicions, seizing the opportunity while Crane and the others were still analyzing the situation. They began to discreetly inch away. By the time Crane's gaze fell upon them again, Rhoda's and his companions had already positioned themselves for a swift escape, once they had maneuvered themselves sufficiently. Rhoda's let out a thunderous shout, run. In an instant, all 7 of them executed the shave technique, vanishing from sight. The windows and doors of Zephyr's abode were shattered in their wake. Watching the fleeing figures, Zephyr's forehead throbbed with veins of fury. My windows, my doors, I shall make you pay for this. With that, he dashed forward, obliterating a wall in pursuit of Rhoda's Manti. How could it be otherwise? Rhoda's was the most cunning among them. As for the source of this harebrained scheme, the first suspect was none other than Rhoda's Manti himself. With wings manifesting, he sped away, but not far before he caught sight of the furious Zephyr closing in. You little brat, do not run. This foolish idea reeks of your handiwork. Uncle Zephyr, I assure you, it wasn't me this time. I am innocent. Rhoda's protested. You insolent brat. Halt this instant. Should you cease your pursuit, I shall comply. You scoundrel, for gates open. In his determination to catch the swift Rhoda's, Zephyr activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates, emerald steam billowing from his form as he surged to his utmost speed. Truly, Zephyr was a formidable powerhouse of the SEA. In mere moments, he had closed the gap between them, seizing Rhoda's by the head and pinning him to the ground. Ha ha ha. You think you can escape? Try as you might. With Rhoda's head buried in the soil, he was unharmed but was contemplating a defense when he detected an unusual sound in Zephyr's voice. He swiftly extracted his head from the earth, gesturing for a pause. Uncle Zephyr, why did your voice just now carry a distortion? Just as Zephyr's iron fist was poised to strike Rhoda's head, he halted at the inquiry, sensing a peculiar tightness in his own breath. A memory resurfaced from a recent encounter with the West Sea Fleet, where he had also experienced a brief discomfort in his breathing, which he had dismissed at the time. What is this? Why does my breathing feel constricted? At that moment, Rhoda's recalled a film from his previous life that had depicted Zephyr suffering from tuberculosis. Meanwhile, Crane, Sengoku, and Garp had successfully apprehended Sakazuki and his cohorts. From a distance, Rhoda's voice rang out, "Release Sakazuki and come over here." Sengoku turned to Rhoda, asking, "Manti, you mentioned earlier that Zephyr's breathing exhibited a distortion." Reflecting on the sound he had heard, Rhoda affirmed, "Indeed. When Uncle Zephyr was chasing me, I could distinctly hear the irregularities in his breathing." "Zephyr, is there something wrong with your health?" Garp inquired solemnly. At their level of strength, unless engaged in intense combat, one should not experience such anomalies in breathing. The sudden appearance of such distortion after exertion clearly indicated a problem with Zephyr's health. Without further ado, Garp took Zephyr by the arm and rushed him to the Naval Headquarters Hospital. Sakazuki and his crew, having forgotten their escape, followed closely behind. Upon arrival at the hospital, after a thorough examination, the doctor informed them, "Admiral Zephyr's current condition resembles asthma. This ailment typically remains undetectable during normal activities. But without proper management, it can worsen significantly. Should a severe episode occur, it will lead to considerable breathing difficulties." Sengoku, upon hearing the diagnosis of asthma, became visibly anxious. "Doctor, is this condition treatable?" The doctor shook his head. "Asthma is among the most challenging health issues in the world that it can be managed but not entirely cured. This implies that Admiral Zephyr may be unable to engage in prolonged combat in the future." At the doctor's words, Sengoku and Rhoda exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disappointment. Yet, Zephyr remained undeterred, laughing heartily. "No worries. I am not dead yet. I simply cannot fight for extended periods." With a jovial demeanor, he reassured them. "Come, let us return. I have some thoughts to share with you." Thus, they made their way back to Garp's residence, having no choice but to seek refuge there while awaiting repairs to Zephyr's own home, which had been thoroughly wrecked by Rhoda and his companions. As Crane settled onto the sofa, intending to offer words of comfort to Zephyr, he waved her off. "Little Crane, I am aware of your intentions. It is quite all right. I am cognizant of my own body. Asthma is not an excessively severe ailment. It merely limits my capacity for extended combat." With a serious expression, Zephyr turned to Sengoku, stating, "On our way back, I was reflecting on how remarkably generous Senri once was. He ascended from a mere soldier to the position of admiral in the West Sea. Why, after achieving the pinnacle of power in the West Sea, did he so swiftly descend into the shadows of the Navy? Moreover, during our cleansing of the West Sea Navy, it was clear that they recognized only Senri and not us from headquarters. I believe these issues stem from our inability to maintain control over the naval officers. The invincible strength of the West Sea has likely led Senri to adopt a disdainful attitude, while those subordinate Navy officers, having long been disconnected from headquarters, the situation of selectively listening to commands while disregarding proclamations has already manifested. This necessitates our earnest attention. We require an organization that can cultivate grassroots officers while simultaneously strengthening the connection between the Navy headquarters and its branches. Following the recent purging of the West Sea Navy, our naval prestige has reached an excessive height. The recent incident involving the men in black may very well be a display orchestrated by certain high-ranking officials to reprimand us. Therefore, I contemplate withdrawing from the ranks of admiral to establish a training ground for naval officers." Upon hearing Zephyr's intention to resign from the admiralty, Garp immediately grew anxious. "No, Zephyr, I cannot agree. Is it not merely asthma? We can find a way to treat it." Upon grasping Zephyr's thoughts, Rhoda's Mandy understood that the naval officer training camp was soon to be established. Although he recognized the advantages of such a training camp in facilitating the headquarters' control over subordinate naval branches, thereby mitigating the rapid decline caused by the geographical disconnect, he felt a pang of sadness at the thought of Uncle Zephyr retreating from the public eye, unable to suppress his feelings. He spoke up. "Uncle Zephyr, even if this training camp is vital, you need not withdraw from the admiralty." "Indeed, indeed," echoed Dorek, "though you often reprimand us, we truly cannot bear to part with you." Before he could finish, Garp's iron fist struck him, leaving a considerable bump on his head. "You little rascal, is that how you comfort someone?" Ignoring the moaning Dorag, he began to console Zephyr. "You can still partake in the officer training camp. There is truly no need to withdraw from the admiralty." Following suit, Sakaski and Kazan also urged Zephyr not to resign. Tearfully, Ziyuan addressed Zephyr. "Uncle Zephyr, please don't leave. I've heard of a nation with exceptional doctors. The pinnacle of healing across the seas. We shall seek the best physician for you." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "Such a nation does exist. This ailment is not insurmountable. We will find a doctor for you." Observing his friends and the children he had watched grow up express such concern for him, Zephyr felt a warmth in his heart, yet he resolutely shook his head and replied to Sengoku, "My desire to withdraw from the admiralty is not solely due to asthma. I believe that if our Navy wishes to eradicate the evils of the sea, relying merely on Rotors Mandy and a few youngsters at the headquarters is insufficient. We must exert greater control over the branches across the 4 seas in the Grand Line, nurturing more talents so that our Navy can better enact justice. Furthermore, my resignation may alleviate the world's government's apprehension towards our Navy. This is a beneficial decision on multiple fronts. I am only stepping back from the Admiralty, not claiming that I shall cease to engage in battle. Should any conflict arise and I am not called upon, I shall surely be displeased. Ha ha ha. Listening to Zephyr's words, Sengoku gradually regained his composure after the initial shock of Zephyr's resignation. Once calm, the strategist known for instilling fear across the seas reemerged. He detected the steadfastness in Zephyr's tone and realized that Zephyr had made up his mind. As a longtime friend, it was vital to support him at this moment. Furthermore, Sengoku recognized that the training camp Zephyr intended to establish could enhance control over the branches at sea and cultivate more exceptional talents, thereby strengthening the Navy's overall power. Zephyr was correct in asserting that relying solely on the headquarters and the talents from naval academies was inadequate for executing justice across the vast ocean. The sea is simply too expansive. More talents must be nurtured to fortify the Navy. Additionally, the incident involving Senli served as a stark warning for Sengoku. After becoming the strongest in the West Sea, Senli had grown arrogant, believing himself to be invincible, which led him to indulge in excesses and commit heinous acts. Had he spent some time training at the Navy headquarters, witnessing the vastness of the sea, it is believed that Senli would not have fallen from grace so swiftly. At this juncture, Crane interjected, "Brother Kong is still at Mariewa. Zephyr, once Brother Kong returns, we shall convene to discuss this matter. For now, let us dine. The young ones are surely famished." It dawned on Zephyr that the youngsters had been busy moving his wife's belongings from evening until morning and must be starving. He understood that Rotors Mandy and the others had brought their families over out of concern for their safety. Had they not intervened the previous night, those men in black might have succeeded. The thought sent a chill down Zephyr's spine. He turned to Rotors Mandy and the others, offering a gentle smile. "This is merely an idea that I need to discuss with Brother Kong, so I will not be resigning from the Admiralty just yet. Now, let us go, you rascals. It's time for dinner. I trust you are all hungry after helping me move for so long." Rotors Mandy and the others, having been starved, eagerly responded to Zephyr's assurance that he would not be leaving the Admiralty just yet. Rotors Mandy was the first to speak. "Great. Uncle Zephyr, let us hurry back. After all this commotion, I'm absolutely famished. I can hardly wait to taste Aunt Lily's cooking." Thus, Zephyr and the naval giants returned home, accompanied by the jubilant youngsters. By this time, Zephyr's residence had been tidied up. "Let us dig in," cheered the younger generation as they began to devour the delectable feast laid out before them. In the days that followed, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten about the men in black. Yet it was clear that the memory lingered. A week later, Fleet Admiral Kong returned from Mariewa, appearing considerably fatigued. Rotors Mandy and the others noticed Kong's weary expression, fully aware of the immense pressure he had endured regarding this incident. After all, such events that could significantly elevate the Navy's prestige were not welcomed by the 5 elders of Mariewa. Nevertheless, through Kong's fervent arguments, the 5 elders ultimately acquiesced to the live broadcast of the trial. They had no choice. The uproar on the seas had become too great to ignore. Failure to suppress this incident would undoubtedly reflect poorly on the world government. 3 days later, in Marineford, under the leadership of the Fleet Admiral, alongside Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane as judges, the crimes of Senli were publicly announced. According to the laws of the world government, he was sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. As the blade flashed, the expression of regret etched on Senli's face was forever frozen in time. This live execution planted the seeds for the future establishment of a naval court. Many years later, historical records would refer to this trial as the embryonic form of the naval court system. The live broadcast of the trial sent the news industry into a frenzy. The Navy's live trial of the West Sea Admiral proclaimed that justice on the seas would prevail. The heinous Senli ultimately could not escape the Navy's retribution. Newspapers flooded the streets, elevating the Navy's prestige to unprecedented heights, yet simultaneously inciting the world government's wariness and oppression. The Navy's budget for the third quarter was inexplicably slashed by 20% under absurd pretenses. However, this reduction in funding did not significantly diminish the Navy's strength. Following the live execution, the nefarious forces of the sea recoiled, and an increasing number of individuals recognized the Navy's justice. Choosing to enlist, this led to a notable enhancement of the Navy's capabilities. In Fleet Admiral Kong's office at Marineford, he declared emphatically, "No, Zephyr, I cannot agree. the steel-boned Kong struck the table, causing it to reverberate with a resounding thud. The wooden table, crafted from ironwood, emitted creaking sounds under the onslaught of Kong's blows. The office of Marshal Kong was now filled to capacity with attendees, including Jean Gua, Garp, and ZFA, along with several elite vice admirals from the Navy. The meeting's agenda revolved around ZFA's previous proposal. Of course, Rothsman and his 6 companions were also present, but in such a high-level meeting, they were merely bystanders. When ZFA announced his intention to step down from the ranks of admiral to establish a naval officer training camp, the elite vice admirals erupted in a cacophony of voices, urging him not to leave. Rothsman, observing the chaotic atmosphere of the marshal's office, felt a sense of ennui, already aware of the outcome, with a flick of his eyes. He turned to those standing beside him and remarked, "Look at that table of Marshal Kong. I have a feeling it's about to shatter. Shall we wager on how many strikes it will take for it to break apart?" Upon hearing Rothsman's suggestion, Sakazuki was the first to respond, 100 berries on the 3rd strike. "How frightful. I shall wager on the 2nd strike." Another chimed in. "Then I shall bet on the 4th strike," came yet another voice. Dorag, scrutinizing the wobbling table, declared, "I want bet. I feel it will break without needing a strike." At that moment, Jiaji pulled out 1,000 berries from his pocket, stating, "I bet on the 1st strike. Anyone interested in raising the stakes?" Ji Yuan, observing the childish antics of his companions, scoffed, "How immature. I shall not partake." Rothsman then interjected with a sly grin, "I bet that table 1 break." Sakazuki and Dorag exchanged dubious glances at the already trembling table under Kong's hands. They sneered, "Are you trying to deceive us? It will shatter without even being touched. If you don't use your foresight, you might as well dig your own grave." Indeed, amidst the playful jeers from his companions, Rothsman remained unfazed, chuckling softly. He then stood up from his seat, saluted Marshal Kong, and said, "Marshal Kong, please do not be angered. Let us hear the thoughts of Admiral ZFA himself." He continued, "Even if that table were to be shattered, it would merely contribute to the increasing expenses of the Navy." Upon hearing Rothsman's suggestion, Kong tempered his emotions, recalling the already strained naval budget. He ceased his assault on the desk and said, "ZFA, those present are all trusted allies of the Navy. Please, share your thoughts with us." At this juncture, ZFA rose from his seat and instructed his aide to bring in some documents from outside. After distributing the papers to everyone present, ZFA began to elaborate on his desire to step down from the Admiralty and establish a naval officer training camp, detailing the rationale behind his plan. As they perused the documents outlining the training camp's significance, Kong recognized that ZFA had made up his mind. Upon returning, he had learned of ZFA's asthma condition, understanding that he could no longer engage in prolonged combat. Over the past few days, Kong had been contemplating ZFA's proposal. Truth be told, they had journeyed together from the ranks of lowly soldiers to their current positions, and Kong felt a pang of reluctance at ZFA's decision to leave the Admiralty. Yet, he was also concerned that if ZFA continued in that capacity, his deteriorating health might become known, placing him in jeopardy. Hearing ZFA's more detailed explanation, Kong began to perceive the immense potential of the naval officer training camp. Thus, he resolved to support ZFA's initiative. Once ZFA finished presenting his plan, he waved his hand, and the previously raucous office fell silent. "Have you all reviewed the documents? Please share your thoughts." Jean Guo was the first to rise, stating, "I fully support ZFA's plan. This naval officer training camp holds tremendous value for our Navy. Furthermore, ZFA's departure from the Admiralty would help alleviate the pressure exerted by the world government on us." The vice admirals present, all of whom had risen through the ranks to become the Navy's elite, were in agreement with Jean Guo's sentiments. They understood the world government's oppressive stance towards the Navy, recognizing that sometimes retreating was a strategy for greater advancement. Moreover, they acknowledged the training camp's critical role in consolidating the Navy's control. Following Jean Guo's lead, the other vice admirals promptly voiced their support, pledging to send their finest recruits to the training camp. Witnessing the consensus among his trusted allies, Kong ultimately decided to approve ZFA's resignation from the Admiralty and the establishment of the Naval Officer Training Camp. Rothsman successfully preserved Kong's desk, raising an eyebrow at his companions. "Let us extend our gratitude for your generous wagers." "Hey, using outside bets doesn't count," someone protested. "Why not? No one said it was prohibited." Rothsman countered vigorously. Amidst their light-hearted debate, the meeting of the Navy's High Command concluded. 3 days later, a news bulletin sent shockwaves through the seas. ZFA had stepped down from the Admiralty and announced his new role as an instructor. The reasons behind ZFA's resignation remained a topic of speculation. Was the Navy's prestige, which had only recently begun to rise, now destined to plummet? After deliberation, the Navy's headquarters decided to disclose the details of ZFA's health condition, recognizing it as a valid rationale, especially since the world government's agents had already become aware of it. Thus, alongside the announcement of ZFA's resignation, the Navy also revealed the nature of his illness. The news of ZFA's condition elicited sighs of lament from countless within the Navy while sending pirates into a frenzy of celebration, having faced significant oppression from the Navy in recent years. However, their jubilation was short-lived, as Garp, Jean Gua, and he, along with the 7 new stars of the Navy, launched a fierce cleansing operation against the pirates of the Grand Line, demonstrating that even with ZFA's departure, the Navy retained the absolute strength to suppress the chaos of the seas. Rodersmanti, Sikaski, Dorag, Kazan, and Porcelino, all of whom had earned promotions by 2 ranks due to their commendable efforts in dealing with Admiral Sinri of the West Sea and in eradicating the pirates of the Grand Line, found themselves elevated accordingly. The 5 of them, including Rodersmanti, advanced from the rank of captain to that of lieutenant colonel, while Ji Yuan and Jia Ji were promoted from lieutenant to major. A month later, all naval branches received an official communication from the Navy headquarters, announcing the establishment of a naval officer training camp. All eligible naval personnel were invited to apply for admission to this esteemed institution. Upon hearing the name of the training camp, the naval officers immediately realized that this was likely to become the benchmark for future officer promotions. Consequently, many eagerly submitted their applications, including even some commanders from smaller branches. Meanwhile, Rodersmanti and his companions, having engaged in battle against Sinri, also felt acutely aware of their own inadequacies. They understood that the pirates of the Grand Line were merely minor threats, while those in the New World posed a much graver danger to the Navy. Hence, they all submitted their applications to join the Naval Officer Training Camp. Of course, Kong would not refuse Rodersmanti and his group. The enlistment of these naval stars into the training camp would undoubtedly inspire other naval officers to join as well. Thus, on the first day of the new year, January 1 St. 1489 in the era of the sea, the Naval Officer Training Camp was officially established. Outstanding naval personnel from various branches made their way to the camp, and Rodersmanti and his comrades, laden with their belongings, stepped into the Naval Officer Training Camp. Rodersmanti gazed at the expansive training grounds and the array of facilities, exclaiming, "It feels as though I've returned to school. I can't believe it's been 2 years since I graduated." Sikaski shook his head and replied, "The Naval Academy and the training camp are not the same. The academy was merely preparatory, strictly speaking. It did not qualify one as a formal member of the Navy. This training camp, however, is designed for all exceptional naval officers, cultivating true leaders." Rodersmanti nodded in agreement, recalling that in the future, a significant majority of naval officers would emerge from this very camp. It could be said that this training camp greatly enhanced the cohesion of the Navy and strengthened headquarters control over the branches. "Come on, let us head to the dormitory." According to the notification, there is an opening ceremony soon. Rodersmanti and his companions nodded and, following the instructions, found their respective dormitories. Rodersmanti, Sikaski, Porcelino, and Kazan shared a dormitory, while Dorag and Jiaji resided in the adjacent one. Yuan, however, did not stay with them but instead occupied a separate dormitory designated for female trainees, as many female soldiers had also joined this training camp. The officer training camp dormitories were standard 4-person rooms, featuring a combination of upper bunks and desks below. As they finished tidying up their dormitory, the sound of a gathering whistle reached their ears. They swiftly donned their naval uniforms and made their way to the training camp's grounds. By the time they arrived, most of the trainees were already assembled. Zephyr stood at the podium, casting a disapproving gaze at the tardy Rodersmanti and his companions. "You lot, are you here on a leisurely vacation at the naval training camp? Even a slow-moving rabbit would have outpaced you. You needn't regroup. Instead, I want you to run 100 laps around the field." Upon hearing Zephyr's voice, Rodersmanti thought to himself, "Oh no, we've become the examples for punishment." Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Zephyr's stern expression, which caused him to swallow his words. Sikaski clearly had the same realization and quickly covered Dorag's mouth to silence him. The group began to run laps around the expansive training ground. The newly arrived naval recruits, witnessing even the naval stars facing such a severe penalty for a minor infraction, became somber. After all, they were not among these renowned figures. Running 100 laps was a daunting prospect for them. Observing the serious expressions of the trainees, Zephyr felt satisfied. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "as you enter this training camp, you hold no rank, no identity, only a designation, novice. This camp does not require excess numbers. Only 1/3 of you will remain. The Naval Officer Training Camp is dedicated to nurturing our Navy's elite officers and does not accommodate the inept. Do you all believe you can endure to the end? Those who had made it to the Naval Officer Training Camp were undoubtedly the Sea Army de la Sea Army from their respective branches. And they all shouted with confidence, yes. Zephyr looked at the confidently exuberant trainees with disdain. Flattery is of no use. I want to see your capabilities. Now, everyone, run 50 laps around the field. The last 20 will be eliminated. Pointing at the 7 running figures of Rotors Manti and his companions, he continued, you all recognize them, right? The 7 new stars of the Navy. If anyone can complete 50 laps before they finish their 100, I will acknowledge your prowess. Hearing that Zephyr would recognize their efforts, the previously disheartened recruits became invigorated. They all understood that if they could endure and earn Zephyr's acknowledgement, they could proudly consider themselves his students. A distinction that would greatly benefit their futures. Seeing the eager expressions of the trainees, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction. Then, using a megaphone, he addressed Rotors Manti and his group. You 7 over there, listen up. Do not utilize your abilities. If you finish your 100 laps after they complete their 50, you will remove your uniforms and leave. Now, everyone start running. Give it your all. As Rotors Manti and his companions continued their laps, they heard Zephyr's voice. The once gentle demeanor of Uncle Zephyr had transformed in Rotors Manti's eyes into that of a fierce adversary.